Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motang, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. So Oriote, who sings Oriote better than the Yoruba space? So there it is. That is that was MC Oluomo in the court and thrust of the politics of it. So I wonder what sort of I wonder how they're going to play MC Oluomo in this dispensation. I wonder if they're just going to pay him off with cash or pay him off with a position. And if they do pay him off with a position, what position would they give somebody like MC Oluomo? So a lot of that still to unfurl. So a lot to unfurl. But good day, good to have you. It's almost starting to be a tidy little session. we're not going to go on for hours on end. I can say that with some certainty. But nevertheless, for however long we do go on, good to have you here. It's always a delight. You know I delight in your company, and I hope you delight in mine. So there it is, a good loving. Let's have a group hug, why don't we? And all that. So good to have you here. Good to be in your company. And how are you? We don't say that often enough. Just to pause for a moment and say, how are you? People like to hear that. It's just it's a sign of caring. They tell me. So how are you? So how are you? Good to have you here. The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So click on that. If you're not already subscribed, then correct that as well. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. So yes, we especially of all of the things that we canvas for them on this platform, and we do canvas for a lot of things. Of all of the things that we canvas for, the one thing that we do canvas for is for new people to come and join us. We always need that. I say it all the time. It's only to freshen up the conversation. How many of you don't already know what Ajanle Koko think about most things? How many of you don't already know somewhat how I'm positioned in politics? You know how Kulata is positioned. You know how Thomas is positioned. But then that new voice that comes to add a different perspective, it helps us all recalibrate our thinking and then pull in what he or she has brought in to add to the mix of what we have, and that enriches the conversation. So that's why I'm always asking for new voices to come and join. So if you want to be the new voice of the day, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and up you pop into the studio. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's an open microphone session. The open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that. If you are brave enough, click on it. There it is. So, but the like and subscribe, certainly do that. I keep asking for that. You guys completely ignore me. I keep asking you to buy coffee as well. You guys completely ignore me. But don't ignore on the like and subscribe. So we're about to open up the session, but I have to bring on the guest that's just coming now, because I know if I don't bring him on now, he will just run away quickly. You know what he's like, a man that wears so many hats. So, Alexander Gomez, we have the rare opportunity. How are you?
I'm under the weather actually. I feel rotten. I had to go and get me some medication. I've been coughing. I've been in bed all day. I don't know where my whole facility is come down with the flu. So it's
is it flu season where you are? Is it flu season?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know what happened. I know my big brother's in town, and he went through the same thing 3 weeks ago. So I don't know. I don't think so. How are you though?
I'm good. No retreat, no surrender. Just keeping it 100, as they say.
You're doing a brilliant job. You kept me company. Your platform kept me company this morning while I was going through a lot of pain. You see what's going on with our brother Emefiele?
Yes, that's the main topic of the day. I'm not quite sure why we are positioned. One, I want the rule of law observed, but I don't want that guy to escape the net of the authorities. So where are we balanced? Because if they grant him bail, it's a flight risk. But then they have to grant him bail. It's one that it tests your conscience. Yes.
Why can't they grant him bail and put him under house arrest?
Yeah, is that much more of a risk if it's not in there? He has an inordinable amount of wealth at his disposal. So
yes,
it's a funny one, because I don't want him released, but I want the rule of law observed. So how can the two go together?
I feel I was hard on him when he was picked up, but I think the government, Tinubu, essentially, is being very hard on him because. But you have to understand that whatever he did in the last 2 years was just going by Buhari's instruction. Now I'm beginning to get the impression that Buhari set Tinubu up to fail. So he handed over to him, knowing that he left an economy in shambles. So I can't believe what's going on in Nigeria. Everything is upside down. How much is the dollar to the naira now? Maybe 1,000 or something like that.
Yes, I know the pound has crushed. The pound has crossed the 1,000 naira threshold. I think it's about a 1,070 something now to the pound. You know,
Yeah,
so
it's very shit. I called him because of my junior Emefiele. I can't believe. I guess Nigeria happened to him, to use a popular expression these days. A meek, unassuming, brilliant, timid Delta Igbo guy, speaks perfect Yoruba, grew up, even went to an Islamic school before he came to Maryland, has become an enigma. I can't believe it. You know, it's so shameful. But Tinubu,
are you forgiving him of all of his atrocities, the naira change, and all of that, the mismanaging of the economy, all of these things that he did? Are you
I'm not
forgiving him all
forgiving
that?
him for mismanaging the economy, but he's not the finance minister. He's only the central bank governor. So, but whatever he did monetarily was something he was instructed to do. Obviously, as an expert in finance, he obviously told them how to go about it, but he never unilaterally took the decision to mess the country up. We have to take that into cognizance in everything we do or say about this dude. He needs to pay for the crime that he committed, yes, but I think they're just being too vindictive and too hard on him. One man, I can't speak for too long because I'm going to start coughing very soon. So let me just listen to your
all right.
podcast.
Plenty of fluid and bed
Yes,
rest. That is
thank
what
you,
Dr. One Man
thank you,
orders. Plenty of
thank you,
fluid. So good to hear from you. So
thank you.
that's Alexander Gomez, of course. Needs no introduction to anyone. The mighty one, Alexander Gomez. So what are we talking about? Alexander has already opened it up. So let me just go straight to it. So yes, of course, Emefiele, that would be the central hub of the conversations that we will be having. So we're going to go to the Emefiele space and see just what is in play there. So there was a court order granting him bail. He was handed over to the custody of the prison services. The DSS burst into that place and a kerfuffle and all of that. So all of that's in play. We see what we're making of all that. And then we will touch base with this one as well. Well, I said we will touch base with this. If only it would let me in. Actually, let me just abandon that. There's continuous narratives of how the international community is applauding how Tinubu is managing the economy. So we'll probably speak on that. DSS arrest Ikoyi prison boss over custody of Emefiele. So it was quite an ugly scene, actually. Actually, let me just play you this clip now. It was quite an ugly scene. So there it is. So that's Emefiele being rearrested, and a lot of kerfuffle, as I said. So here is the boss of the prison service, not the entirety, Ikoyi prison itself. That's the boss of the prison service being manhandled by DSS agents and then subsequently arrested and somewhat dealt with. So we a lot of it quite ugly, actually. A lot of it quite ugly. So we'll go through the ugliness of that and see what we're making of it. And as I said, a lot of the conversations will wrap around the Emefiele space. Certainly, Senator Shehu Sani is talking about it. He says we're asking for money they are showing us gone. So the charge that they are levying against Emefiele, of all of the things that we wanted him, all of the things that we wanted leveled against him or levied against him, they are saying illegal possession of a firearm. What does that even mean? Illegal possession of a firearm? Who doesn't possess a firearm? They all carry guns. So what does that mean? You know, all the financial terrorism, all this round tripping, financial misappropriation to the level of national security. All of these charges that they brought out as reasons to have him arrested, and when they charge him to court, they are saying he's illegal possession of firearms. We are asking for money. They are showing us a gun. Shehu Sani reacts as Godwin Emefiele is arraigned. So let's quickly just rattle through what Shehu Sani has to say. Former Senator representing Kaduna Central, Shehu Sani, has reacted to the arraignment of the suspended governor of the Central Bank, Godwin Emefiele, at the Federal High Court in Lagos. Sani said Nigerians expected to see the recovery of looted funds and a genuine effort to probe the financial recklessness during the Muhammadu Buhari administration. Let's have a look. Yes. Writing on Tuesday, July the 25th, on his Twitter handle, Shehu Sani said the writing on Tuesday, July the 25th, on his Twitter handle, Shehu Sani said the collaborators and beneficiaries of the financial plunder should be brought to book. So actually, on that, whoever sent me that link of the 5 charges being levied against the former law chief, the former attorney general, Malami, whoever sent me that should resend it so we can make that part of this particular session. We were going to have a look at it yesterday, but we never got to it. Emefiele was arraigned over illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. He wrote, the expectation of the nation is that there is a genuine effort to investigate the financial recklessness and plunder of the central bank under the Buhari administration, bring the collaborators and beneficiaries to book, and recover looted funds where necessary. We are asking for money. They are showing us the gun. So it's somewhat of a damp squib, a flat land. This it's quite ridiculous, really. They are trying to pin him down on financial crimes, but they've not perfected that yet. So they are trying to use this gun to hold him down as they continue to perfect whatever it is they want to use to hold him. Court sent Emefiele to Ikoyi prison as fresh details emerge. Correspondents earlier reported that the Federal High Court sitting in Lagos has sent the suspended governor of the Central Bank, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, to the Ikoyi Correctional Center. The presiding judge, Nicholas Owibo, said Emefiele should be held in prison pending the perfection of his bail. I hope he does not faint and Nigerians react because there are clips all over the place showing how Emefiele was being hurried on in the court processes. Nigerians have reacted following the arraignment of the suspended governor of the Central Bank, Godwin Emefiele, at the Federal High Court in Lagos. Emefiele is in court over alleged illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. Operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, on Tuesday, July the 25th, rearrested suspended governor of the Central Bank, Godwin Emefiele, after a tussle with officials of the Nigerian Correctional Service. Emefiele's rearrest occurred after Justice Nicholas Owibo of the Federal High Court sitting in Lagos admitted the embattled and suspended Apex chief to bail in the sum of 20 million naira. I think this is probably the most, the bail conditions for Sowore, I think it was about 250 million with somebody that has a mansion in Monaco and all of that. 20 million naira. I think his cleaner can even stand shorty for that. So there it is. So the travails of Emefiele. So we certainly go through that. And of course, anything going on, very quickly, her name pops up, and up she pops again, of course. Madam Obi or Madam Ipobi, as Reno calls her, the new international amebo of the Nigerian political space. Stop embarrassing yourself and tell us the truth of Emefiele's matter. Nonsense. Obi Ezekwesili tackles DSS over Emefiele's arraignment. Former Minister of Education Obi Ezekwesili has slammed the Department of State Security. I don't know quite what this service is. So it's Department of State Security, then it's Department of State Services, and then it's the State Security Service. So what exactly is this organization? You know, because it's SSS, and then it's DSS, and even that DSS, it takes any transmission depending on the inflection of whoever is writing it. Former Minister of Education Obi Ezekwesili has slammed the Department of State Security over the charges leveled against the suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. On Tuesday morning, July the 25th, the DSS dragged Emefiele before the Federal High Court in Ikoyi, Lagos State, on a 2-count charge of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. So what is even the level of the firearms? Is it just some standard pistol? So I doubt if they caught him with an AK-47. So what is just a meaningless nonsense. Of all of the opportunities, this is where they landed. Expressing dismay at the charges filed against Emefiele, Ezekwesili wrote, so after all the monetary policy damage his boss at Buhari and the former central bank committed against the Nigerian economy and people, it is for illegal possession of firearms that state security charged him to court. Nonsense. I think of all of the things that Obi has ever said, I think this is the one instance that I would agree with her. It's a farce, isn't it? It's just a farce. It's a joke. Right, let's see. Right, it says the DG of the at official DSSNG, who without decorum publicly advertises that he is a close friend of art official ABAT, obviously thinks the average IQ of sensible Nigerians is as low as that of the politicians he has reduced that agency to serve. Stop embarrassing yourself and tell us the truth of the Emefiele matter. Yes, no. We need a more pungent and more substantive. Emefiele was in that position for 2 times Buhari and about 2 years. He was there for about 13 years. You know, so and he has never managed that place. There's such a vast harvesting of corruption charges and malpractices and malfeasance that they do not have to resort to. They should have ready charges to levy against this guy. So, but then of course, it's the cock-handed way that they do most things in Nigeria, isn't it? The cock-handed way. So the cock-handed way that they do most things in Nigeria. So let me take you now to this next headline. Ohaneze asks Southeast residents to ignore IPA sit-at-home order, places 396 million naira, which is $500,000 bounty for arrest. So, wanted dead or alive, that seems to be the narrative now. Simon Ekpa versus they just, you know, I've always thought that this Simon Ekpa space, the best way to deal with it is to starve it of the oxygen of publicity. Because for as long as we continue to echo his name in the news cycle, he will continue to feed off it because it is that attention that he uses to relieve monies off the wallets of the gullible. You say, we just start doing this. You see, I'm fighting this. You start cocking hand and acting like a butterfly off the back of this. I'll show you a clip of him cocking hand and acting like a butterfly. Actually, let me just give you this readout and get this one out of the way as well. The Igbo Apex Social Cultural Group, Ohaneze Indigo, has urged the Southeast residents to ignore the 2-week sit at home. I thought those 2 weeks have elapsed. They should have elapsed by now, actually. Those 2 weeks should have come and gone. The Igbo Apex Social Cultural Group, Ohaneze Indigo, has urged the Southeast residents to ignore the 2-week sit at home order by Finland-based acclaimed Biafra agitator Simon Ekpa. The group also placed a substantial bounty of 396 million naira, $500,000 on Ekpa as a reward to anyone who can provide useful information that will lead to his arrest. I tell you what, for as long as Simon Ekpa is in Finland, not a pin will touch him, because the secret services of that country, they will be watching him day and night. They will even be talking him to bed and singing him and reading him a lullaby. Nobody's going to. It's not going to be rendition though from Finland. That's for sure. And by the way, Finland is part of the EU as well. So try that at your own peril. They will blow up your country. This was contained in a statement issued by the Secretary General of the Chidi Ebe faction of Ohaneze Indigo, Okechukwu. I wonder, is this Chidi Ebe faction? Is that now different from the Nwanyanwu faction? Is there a chasm opening up within that Ohaneze space? This was contained in a statement issued by the Secretary General of the Chidi Ibe faction of Ohaneze Indigo, Okechukwu Izogozoro, in Abakaliki, the Ebonyi State capital, on Sunday, July the 22nd, 2023. The Ohaneze said that it is resolute, in collaboration with Southeast political leaders, to bring Ekpa to justice for his atrocities and alleged sponsorship of armed groups in the region. So he has openly said he sponsors armed groups, and you hear him say that again now. The group further called on every Igbo to play an active role in preventing violence and disruption of economic activities in the region. The statement reads, Ekpa is responsible for the recent surge in violence and insecurity in the region. He has declared another 2-week sit at home from is this now concurrent sit at homes? But I thought we had just lapsed, or I thought a 2-week slot had just elapsed. So from the 31st of July to the 14th of August. So you have my sympathies anyway, you guys in the Southeast. The statement reads, Ekpa is responsible for the recent surge in violence and insecurity in the region. He has declared another 2-week sit at home from July the 31st to August the 14th, 2023, undermining the authority of Southeast governors who are constitutionally mandated to protect lives and properties, or lives and property of citizens. Ohaneze has paid. Do they even have the budget? It just tells you just how wealthy some of these organizations are. Who's funding this? Ohaneze has placed a substantial bounty of $500,000 on Ekpa's head. The reward is offered to anyone who can provide useful information that will lead to his capture and subsequent arrest. So everybody knows where he is, but can you go and capture him in Finland is the thing. In a different development, the President General of Ohaneze, Emmanuel Iwayawo, has said that the role of the Igbo community in Nigeria's social, political, and economic history and development came to the fore at the weekend in North London. The Ohanese leader pointed out that aside from recognizing Igbo for living and working in every part of the country, they are said to make the topmost economic contributions to the GDP. On I don't know, man. You know, they just open up that space, then you feel the need to go into it with them. I don't know quite. I don't think that the contributions of the Southeast in terms of the GDP would be probably more up to the contributions of maybe 2 or 3 people from the North, just in terms of the quantum of it. Addressing the, but then of course he's speaking to his people and he's geeing them up. So I suppose that's allowed. So that's allowed. And then we'll be having a look at this clip of what's his name, Asari Dokubo, forming a private army to launch at whoever crosses Tinubu's path. So plenty to go through. When he said never know, plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Or I see you. So Ayo does as he always does with a sizable the Eagle has landed little ditty there. So thank you for doing that, Ayo. So that's Ayo doing as it always does. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on like, click on subscribe, hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen, all of that. Buy your host cups of coffee. Let's take a micro break with the K guys. And then when we come back, we'll launch into it.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ó jàre o. Eruku eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is. The Koko Niriwa Beshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Actually, before I go into the readouts, let me show you this. Would you like this guy to be your state governor? Let me remove your super chat just for a moment. Would you like this guy right here? Would you like this guy to be your state governor? Where is he? This is the governor of Osun State.
We go to shock them like high tension. Who knows how good them go become governor? You know they got them my back.
That's a state governor. That is a state governor. So that's a state governor. So that was a state governor, of course, Adeleke. So let's get into it then. The quick readouts, and then we go into the conversation. And then, like I said, it's going to be a tidy little short one. But let's go into it. Why Emefiele is facing trial? The suspended central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele, on Tuesday, pleaded not guilty to the alleged gun possession charge filed against him by the federal government. The embattled CBN boss arrived at the court premises around 9:20 a.m. for his alleged gun possession trial. He is standing trial on 2 counts of possession of a single, it's just the most ridiculous. it's a shakabula, a shakabula. You know, he's standing trial on 2 counts of possessing a single barrel shotgun without a license, a single barrel shotgun. Correspondence reports that the Department of State Services has filed 2 counts of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition against the suspended governor. So that tells you then categorically that this is politically motivated. Of all of the things, the DSS in the charge sheet accused Emefiele of possessing a single-barreled shotgun without license. That is not even a DSS matter, by the way. That is a police matter. In the second count, the service charged him for illegal possession of 23 rounds of live ammunition, cartridges, so not bullets. You of course you know what a single barrel shotgun will carry. Cartridges, not bullets. I don't even think cartridges can kill people. In the second count, the service charged him with illegally possessing 23 rounds of live ammunition cartridges without a license. The offense is also said to be contrary to Section 8 of the Firearms Act and punishable under Section 27, etc., etc. Correspondents also reported on July the 19th, 2023, that the Federal High Court in Abuja threatened to issue a warrant for the arrest of Godwin Emefiele over his failure to appear in court to explain the circumstances surrounding an unpaid $53 million legal fee arising from the Paris Club refund. So I don't think that guy is going to escape it anyway. Hopefully he doesn't. Charges after charges then for your friendly labor for your friendly neighborhood, Emefiele, is what I was about to say. Let me give you one more readout, and then I'll bring people in, and then we'll see how the session goes. Let me bring you this readout. I was going to bring you this yesterday, but the conversation took its course, and we never got to it. Malami faces probe over 5 suspicious mega deals under his watch. So there are 3-4 people that really, if you want to recover money from the Buhari administration, you have to go after Emefiele, Malami, and then the woman, what's her name? The woman that was handing out money, and maybe even Oshibanjo himself. Malami faces a probe over 5 suspicious mega deals under his watch. Abubakar Malami, former Attorney General of the Federation, will be questioned over at least 5 suspicious transactions during his time in office, correspondents understand. 5 of the transactions under investigation, correspondents learned, are the mysterious, and by the way, with Abubakar Malami is usually big money, so brace yourself. The mysterious payment of $496 million to Global Steel Holding Limited as settlement for the termination of the Ajaokuta steel concession 9 years after the Indian company had waived all claims for the compensation. So, my goodness me. So listen to, and by the way, once that money is gone, there's no getting it back. So forget that. So just listen to that. The mysterious payment of $500 million to Global Steel Holdings Limited as settlement for the termination of Ajaokuta steel concession. Now, listen to this part. 9 years after the Indian company had waived all claims for compensation. So they've gone to, Abubakar Malami has gone to pay $500 million to an Indian company as compensation for Ajaokuta deal. 9 years after the Indian company had said, okay, they are no longer interested in compensation. So anyway, we'll see how that goes. But then if he ends up with this sort of Emefiele thing, when they're starting to chase him for having a single barrel something with a cartridge. His handling of the sale of assets worth billions of naira forfeited to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission by politically exposed people. that guy, it went on a spree. His role, and it's always big money with Emefiele, as I said, his role in the $419 million judgment debt awarded to consultants who claimed to have facilitated the Paris Club refunds to the states. So that was the Ned Nwoko deal. I thought that deal could, Emefiele, not Emefiele, Abubakar Malami was set to contend and go on to win the Yobe State House, because of course he comes from there. But then, of course, you remember that during that period, Buhari said anybody that is looking to contest, they had to step down their portfolio. But because Abubakar Malami was chasing this $420 million that he wanted to loot at the last minute with Ned Nwoko, he gave up the immunity of Yobe State House to pursue this money, and it looks as though he got it. So there's no getting that money back. So he went instead to go and marry one of Buhari's daughters, the one that is always in and out of marriages that cannot settle into a home. So he went and married her to park his immunity there. So I didn't think they got that money in the end, because the state pushed hard, but it looks as though they got that money in the end. He and Ned Nwoko. The strange agreement to pay Sunrise Power $200 million compensation in its dispute with the federal government over the Mambila Power Project. So, I hope you are doing the count. So in just this, in just 3-4 counts, this guy has already helped himself to about $2.5 billion. They duplicated legal fees in the transfer of $321 million Abacha loot from Switzerland to Nigeria. So there it is. That is Abubakar Malami. If this guy doesn't end up, it's just yes. Correspondents understand that his name has cropped up in a number of questionable deals under the last administration. A security agency will handle the interrogation, sources said. In September 2022, Malami announced that the federal government had finally resolved the long-standing contractual dispute with Global Steel over the Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited and the National Iron Ore Mining Company, Itape, concessions. He said instead of paying the original claim of $5.2 billion to the company over the termination of the concession by the Obasanjo administration, Nigeria had secured a 91% reduction and will pay $496 million only. In 2013, Smart Adeyemi, the then senator for Kogi State, had said the Goodluck Jonathan administration, which was in power at the time, had recovered the Ajaokuta mill without any attendant financial obligation whatsoever. Mr. Malami's settlement also came 5 years after Kayode Fayemi, then Minister of Mines and Steels, announced that Nigeria had resolved all the issues around Ajaokuta and recovered ownership. Global Steel had entered the Nigerian steel industry in 2004 after securing 5 major concessions and entering share purchase agreements by the Obasanjo administration. Things went sour when the new administration of late President Umar Yar'Adua came into power. The government in June 2008 revoked Global Steel's 10-year Ajaokuta concession on the ground that the company was involved in asset stripping. It also terminated Global Steel's concession for the other space as well, the iron ore space. This prompted Global Steel to opt for arbitration against Nigeria. In 2010, a committee headed by Abdullahi Yola, then Solicitor General of the Federation, recommended that the Jonathan administration should pay a compensation of $525 million to Global Steel for the revocation. Jonathan opted for mediation, with the Indian-owned company agreeing to mediation reportedly after its underbelly was exposed. It was alleged that Global Steel had violated the terms of the concession by not bringing in any foreign investment, but rather leveraging on the asset of the companies to raise loan from Nigerian banks. It was also alleged that Global Steel had engaged in asset stripping, that is, selling the assets without regard to the company's fortune. The company was accused of tax evasion, and its promoters were to be prosecuted in the Nigerian courts. Faced with the possible criminal charges, the promoter gave up their claims to Ajaokuta without any payment by the Nigerian government. In return, Itakpe was to be restored to them because the process of termination was considered faulty, unlike Ajaokuta case. In 2016, the Buhari administration approved the execution of the modified concession agreement with Global Steel, which allowed the firm to retain Itakpe. In 2017, Fayemi announced that all agreements had been signed and Nigeria had now retrieved full ownership of the mills. Yemi Oshibanjo, who was then vice president, executed the agreement on behalf of Nigeria. With this development, both NIOMCO and Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited have now reverted to the federal government of Nigeria, and we can now proceed to engage a new core investor with the financial and technical capacity to run the steel complex, Fayemi said. In May 2020, Global Steel curiously threatened to return to arbitration at the ICC sitting in Paris, France, in respect of all contracts cancelled by the Yar'Adua administration. This was kept out of public knowledge by both the federal government and the company, with some insiders suggesting that the new threat was made in connivance with some senior government officials. So what that suggests is that they told them to go and reopen that space and they will pay out. Abubakar Malami, of course. The company's lawyers threatened to claim $14 billion in damages, but later reduced it to $5.25 billion. On September the 3rd, 2022, Nigeria announced that it had reached a settlement of $496 million with Global Steel that had rescued the Nigerian steel, iron ore, and rail industry from a variety of complex disputes, let's put it that way. Meanwhile, the legacy allegations of asset stripping, tax evasion, and violation of the terms of agreements remain unsolved. So it's unbelievable. Selling recovered assets in the dark. In August 2022, Ladidi Mohammed, head of Asset Recovery and Management Unit, Ministry of Justice, was grilled by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission over allegations of fraud, but no charges were brought against her. So that's her right there. Mohammed, who was very close to Malami, was grilled over allegation of fraudulent sale of recovered assets worth billions. She was granted administrative bail with stringent conditions, which she could not meet immediately, and was later invited for further questioning. She reportedly told the FCC that she acted under Malami's instruction in disposing some assets which were forfeited to the federal government by persons undergoing corruption trials. She was unable to produce any document evidence to back her claims, but said instructions were given to her verbally. Malami had reportedly secretly granted a company and its attorneys a multi-billion naira asset recovery contract. The AGF gave the firm, Gary Epatu and partner, an estate valuer, the task of recovering significant tracts of land and structures believed to belong to the federal government in 10 states and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The firm also hired a legal firm, M.E. Sharif and Co., to act as his agent. So, Abubakar Malami's and that's Nedun Oko right there. I did say Nedun Oko will come into play, and Nedun Oko is the bagman for Abubakar Malami. So this is a long and interesting one, but we'll abandon it there. Let's go to Oh yes. Let me abandon it there because I don't want to keep the panel waiting for too long. But Abubakar Malami certainly should do jail time. So here are the panel as they are assembled so far. So here are the panel as they are assembled so far. Let me just put that on the screen. So here are the panel as they are assembled so far. So the return of the majestic Ajanle Koko. So there is Ajanle Koko. All these fans that have been asking. Kumi joins us, Thomas joins us, Solomon joins us, and the prime dot is here. So the prime dot is here, but of course, we have to start from the top. So Ajanle Koko, people have been bullying me all over social media, asking me where you are. So there you are. Explain your absence to your millions of fans who have been harassing me. Ajanle Koko, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, one man. And I say greetings to my co-panelists and our people behind the stream that are the strength of the platform. People like Ayo, people like Brother Alessandra Gomez and others at the comment section. And our viewers around the world, please, at this moment, click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Yeah, I've been absent for some time because I was on vacation and I went to Nigeria to spend my vacation with my family. It was nice. It was my family enjoyed it, and it was an experience to talk about. Yeah.
How long ago were they there last, or was it even their first time there? Your kids in
No, they were there when they were maybe like 10 or 15 years ago. Yeah. So, but they are grown up now. One of them already graduated from college. One in the college, one in high school. So, they
so
are.
a lot of grandma loving, Abi. Did they get to? How did they? What did they make of the food? It wasn't quite burger, but what did they make of the food?
The food was fantastic. They all enjoyed it, and it's they had fun. They enjoyed the food. They enjoyed what do you call it, suya. As a matter of fact, every day I was spending some money to buy suya for them because they will not let me rest. They want to eat suya. So they really had fun. They enjoyed themselves. But I must tell you, our food are very, very good food. So, and it was life experience. They saw a lot of things that they never saw when it comes to children, walking from their home to school. What they know is children being picked up from by the school. What do you call it?
School bus.
School buses, parents taking them to school. Let me come back. Give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Can go to some.
All right, brilliant. Let's go on from you. Let's go to I was going to go to the prime, but let me go to Solomon. Solomon, you're up next. So Solomon, this Emefiele storyline, how is that playing out in Nigeria?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, one man. Yeah, this Emefiele, this thing is very embarrassing. Like everything that happened today in the courts is really, really embarrassing. It's a disgrace to our nation, to be honest with you, because I don't know why these security agents will be fighting among themselves who will carry who would carry this guy, even when the court has already passed the judgment, and they were dragging, fighting. Imagine. tearing each other's uniform is a very big disgrace. It's not something we should be seeing, or this country should be experiencing now. Maybe we will say that the Bible he went to the court with is what is working for him. Yeah, because
was that really, a Bible he was holding? Was that a Bible?
Yeah, they said it was a King James Bible that he went into the courtroom with. So you will not see it here. It's the first picture that they uploaded today about of him this morning. The first picture.
I've got that picture. That was the one they used for his because it didn't look like a Bible to me. It's the thing. You mean this one here?
Exactly. The if you check the caption of this thing, they said it was a Bible that he came into court with, King James Version Bible.
But this charge of illegal possession of a rifle and ammunition, 23 cartridges. Of all of the charges that you were expecting against Emefiele, was that what you thought they would charge him with?
See, I feel like now, I would say this administration is just looking for something to hold against this guy, to be honest, because if they would say it's because of the illegal possession of ammunition is a point, but it's not with everything this guy has done. They should look for a more concrete stuff to label him, or to say that this is what he did. Because now, with the actions that even played now, even with the security agents, with what they did, people were not even really we're not really talking about his offense. What they are even talking is about the disgrace that was exhibited today. So the illegal possession of ammunition is something they should hold him with. But does it concern our economy that this guy crumbled?
With their actions, they are generating some sympathy for Emefiele, you know. Watch this, Solomon. Yeah, watch this.
This Okere Kingdom. This morning we appeared in this matter as lawyers in defense of democracy, watching the brief on behalf of international civil society organizations. I just want to go straight to say that Tinubu administration has started on a very wrong note. He has started with impunity. He has started with lawlessness. His government is still facing legitimacy at the tribunal, and he has chosen to start with lawlessness. He has chosen to start with impunity. Vis-a-vis suffering Nigerians by the subsidy issue that we are all suffering, he has now rather chose to cripple the entire judicial system, the entire judicial machinery. Then the DSS should have established a court in their office. They should have a DSS court. Try him there. They shouldn't have brought him to court. Where a court of competent jurisdiction, Federal High Court, made an order granting him to bail. After you have detained him for more than 40 days, the court granted him bail. Court made an order that should be, in case he didn't perfect his bail today, that he should be remanded in Nigerian Correctional Service custody. And that order has been displayed to the media. So and the DSS is here, behaving as if we are in a zoo, as if this is a zoological republic. Tinubu is failing.
As a lawyer,
he is failing.
As a lawyer,
he must remove the DG of DSS.
As a lawyer, I want you to help us understand this. They showed us a warrant claiming it's from a court. I don't know if I still have a copy of the warrant from the court to get him arrested. The
position of the law is that he has been arraigned, and there is a court of competent jurisdiction that is a high court, Federal High Court, that made an order granting him to bail, and an order that should be, in case he didn't perfect his bail, he should be taken to the facility of the Nigerian Correctional Service. That remains the order. You can only appeal that order. Or if you have another warrant, if you have another offense you are investigating him, or purported offense you are investigating him, or you have another purported warrant, you should go and serve it to the Nigerian Correctional Service to produce him to court, not to take him to your custody. DSS is not the law. They are established by a piece of legislation. This is a country that runs on law, on rule of law. The constitution is our grand norm. That is what we are saying. The Constitution has stipulated that there are 3 arms of government: executive, legislature, and judiciary. That is why we are crying out. Rule of law must be entrenched. That is the issue. It's not about Yusuf Magaji. He cannot give an order from his office to counter the court. He doesn't have that power. He doesn't. No matter the rifle his name parades, Magaji Yusuf, the DG of DSS, does not have the power to counter court order. He doesn't have the power. That's what we are saying. He is not established by himself. He's established by a piece of legislation. A piece of legislation that is not more than the Constitution. That is what we are crying out for. Do not sack this man. This man will give your government a bad image. This man will give your government a bad reputation. He has started with lawlessness, impunity. Look at the way they handled the officer of the Nigerian Correctional Service. Is that what we should expect in this country? We will continue to talk. Tinubu, you have started on a wrong note. The man you have left as DSS Director General is bringing disorderliness in the judicial system. He's desecrating the institution.
Thank you.
Remove him. He's incompetent.
Thank you so much.
It is Solomon. That's the sort of somebody that we should all universally be against. Now, people are having sympathy for him. So what are you then making then of all that, Solomon?
Yeah, even though this man, what he was saying, they are all right, but he's just talking out of from the point of IPOB and obedience, you know.
All right. What purpose does Emefiele serve the obedient movement? How is it part of their narrative? Because I noticed that a lot of them are sympathetic to him. But why is that?
You know, anything that will be against Tinubu, they will definitely take side towards that, and they will pick side, or they will pick the side of that person, or whatever thing that will go against him. So even though what this guy did, he was supposed to say, he's not even talking like a lawyer. Look at the way he's just shouting. He's just talking like somebody who is should I use the word agitating or something like that. He can make his point as a lawyer.
It doesn't look like, I'm not sure lawyers are expected, they're allowed to wear that apparel that he had on his head whilst wearing a wig and gown. Maybe Ogbeni will tell us that whenever he turns up, when we see him next.
Yeah.
Well, can you hear me? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, please. We can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were not hearing me. That guy that just spoke is supposed to be arrested. That guy that claims he's a lawyer.
Why must everybody be arrested? Everybody must be arrested as far as we are concerned. It's supposed to be. Carry on.
Yeah, Wamba, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
that
hear
guy
you, but
you're
breaking,
rubbish.
Up. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, so yeah, that guy you're saying absolutely rubbish. Yeah, I can hear you. I said that guy was saying absolutely rubbish. I don't know the kind of lawyer he is. Just talking and talking. Who told him Jesus cannot arrest anybody after court granted somebody's bail? Even police can arrest somebody after court granted person's bail. There was a guy in Japan here. He was arrested 5 times after his case. Anytime he comes out of the court, he will be arrested again by Japanese police. The guy stayed 1 year and 6 months on investigation, going to court, back and front, being arrested. I don't know where this work.
That is Japan.
It's everywhere. Once the police have the right, to arrest you. If they find you wanting, court grants you bail, you walk out, police will arrest you. Simple. They'll show you arrest order that you're under investigation. They'll take you again in. Then after the investigation, you go back to court. It's a simple thing. I don't know why people keep fighting over. He has granted bail, he cannot be arrested. I don't get it. All right. The show between the DSS and the prison, this thing. I don't understand what's going on in this country. Must you have show of shame?
Hold on, one piece. Let Solomon round off his thoughts, and then let's get back to Ajale Koko, and then we get to you in the circle of it. Solomon, back to you.
Yeah. For me, I would say this. I know that I would say this administration is trying to go against this guy, but they should have a concrete concrete stuff to hold against him, and not just going against what the law. Like, we need to follow law and order. We need to everything should go well, not going like one person trying to use power to intimidate the other one. Is really, really bad, and it's not going to tell good of the country. So, but with that lawyer, with what he was, the way he was talking, even though he was making sense, but the way he was saying it is not really, to me, I don't agree with him. As in, I don't.
It wasn't part of the Emefiele legal team, by the way. He just came in as an interested observer on behalf of whatever organization. So it's not part of Emefiele. He's not an official member of his team. It's just a busybody.
I think I will agree with Mr. Wardcliffe when he said they should arrest that guy. See, I was thinking maybe he was one of the legal counsel, or one of the lawyer for this case, that is in charge of this case. I don't know. He's just somebody that they should arrest him, because the statement the way he was just saying it like this. Why even calling the country saying zoological? You know where this guy is coming from.
That betrays him already. The moment he said that zoological republic, then that tells you everything that you need to know about him.
Yeah. So the government, this administration, should follow the law, as in they should be law abiding. There should be rule of law, and let's stop this thing that we're doing before we agree to that guy that is a zoological republic. It's very bad of him saying that in a public media, in like that. It's not making sense. It's not really making sense at all. So Emefiele, I'm still against Emefiele. I don't want him to be free of what he has done to Nigeria, to the Nigerian economy, and to the Nigerian people. You
don't want him to be free. But do you not want the rule of law to be observed?
One man, sure, it should be observed, but definitely they would definitely have something concrete, tangible to use in getting this guy down. No, but not this kind of thing that they will rub in our face.
A shotgun and 23 cartridges. That's what they are charging him for. Out of everything that they could have charged him for, a shotgun and 23 cartridges. It's unbelievable.
How does
so that tells you he's going to walk away free. That's what that tells you.
Hopefully, because I don't see how, with the way he messed up the economy, I don't see how those cartridge and the guns will how it connects to it or concerns the economy. But well, this is Nigeria. Let's see how it goes. But they need to reorientate, give this our security agencies. They should talk to them, and there should be reorientation for them, because they're not doing like what they are doing is not normal again. It's very abnormal the way they are. The last time when about a week when President Tinubu was sworn in, the EFCC and which I think this same DSS, this is DSS, they are really doing too much. They are really doing too much. This same DSS, they had a fight with EFCC. Imagine, they are just the one disgracing.
Still at Ikoyi, wasn't it? When they went to their premises, and it's unbelievable.
Yeah. So they need to, if they can even sack all of them and start employing new people to take up, because this one now, the power or whatever position they are having, or whatever status their agency has, is getting into their head. They are misbehaving, to be honest. And I think they should really sack that DG, even to the extent that his son was even doing anyhow. I've forgotten some incidents before the election that he was even posting, talking anyhow.
I thought his son was a good guy. He's always because anytime he's always making the right comments. The son is better than El Rufai's son anyway, who's just an ill-mannered oik.
I don't really follow that Rufai songs space, but this guy, this DSS man guy, son, he's always, I don't think he's a good guy. He's arrogant and he's just full of himself, and we don't need those kind of people in office. We need people that are responsible, that will not take advantage of whatever position their family member or their father or their mother is holding. They will just behave well. That's why the likes of this guy, this Soludo's son, I like that guy because it's not somebody that I don't see him as somebody that his father's position gets into his head. Yeah, so they should address this DSS and prisons officers. This is very embarrassing. It's not telling good of this country. Yeah, woman.
All right. And the arrest of the boss of that prison facility, was that excessive? And the way they roughed him up as well.
See, why would they? Did the guy do anything wrong? He was just standing by.
He was trying to uphold the law. That's what he did wrong.
Exactly. So what you see, this DSS, when I said yesterday that in Nigeria, what we were good at in this country is to intimidate each other with the little power, with the little resources at people's disposal, that we want to use it to intimidate their fellow Nigerians. Say big pass. What like I don't understand. Well, this thing you're seeing now, it's even to the citizens that are not even in the paramilitary or they are not military personnel. They do the same thing. We want to just oppress each other. Why would they do this kind of thing now? And the DG now will just, if this guy should sleep, definitely he will sleep in this DSS dungeon.
You mean the prison boss, Abby?
Yeah, he will sleep there. And you see, if he's if the DG is a reasonable person, this guy is not meant to. They are not even meant to take this guy away from this place, but they will cut him. They will take him away from here.
Boss Solomon, good evening. One man, good evening.
Yeah.
One man.
Good evening.
Don't you think yes, DSS is powerful than why can't they follow DSS order? DSS is
why would they follow? Is DSS the court
or anything?
No, they have to
follow DSS the court.
No, they have to follow the law. DSS is not the law.
They are not the.
But one man. Tore was jailed and he arrested immediately. It's not a new thing. If they have a new charges against you, they can arrest you 100 times. There's no law that against that.
Hello.
If this,
no law that against it.
Hold on. But they cannot manhandle the boss of the prison for wanting to carry out an order of court. That's the boss of the prison that they're tearing the singlet off.
Why can't he obey? Why can't he obey DSS?
One man.
No, because DSS is not the law. What are you saying now?
One man. Sorry, please. Can I come in on that level? Somebody came in just now and added something. Don't let us overlook that particular part, because throughout the day, from the information I gathered from legal experts, that guy hit the nail on the head. He said, the reporter in that interview said, the DSS came with a warrant. So if the DSS came with a warrant, the correctional officer has to back down. He has to back down. First of all, the DSS is above all the other jurisdiction when it comes to law enforcement. But if the DSS actually came with another warrant, he has to back down. Even in the US, if they arrest Trump and he was put to the court process and is coming out of the court, another warrant can pick him up. So this is how it works. Now, the new warrant will not be based on the other charges that we are aware of now, which is the gun charges. It will be based on a different charge entirely. Don't forget that the allegations on Emefiele, they are numerous. The DSS, when they first came out, when they picked him up, they listed the allegations, about 6 or 7. So, and the law doesn't require that they have to put everything on table at once. they can consequently charge him one after the other. And these guys, while I don't like what they did today, I think they are smart enough to do everything within the jurisdiction of the law. Trust me, the law can be abused within the law itself.
So they are within rights to go and beat up the prison boss.
If they did it in the right manner, which is get a warrant from another court, especially if it is a higher court or a different charge, they can pick him up.
Hold on, Opeton. Are they within rights to beat up the prison boss?
I don't know why they would do that, but like the other guy said,
let me ask you a question.
I will say it again. If they have a warrant, the correctional officer has to back down.
Let me ask a question.
And if he doesn't back down, I will let you ask your question. If he doesn't back down, they can actually arrest him for obstruction of justice.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Who took Emefiele to court? Which agency of the government?
It's on the charges of the DSS, but then it's in the custody. It's in the custody of.
No. You've answered the question. Hold on, don't finish. You've answered the question. Let him follow on, and then you pick, because that's not where it's going. Yeah.
So DSS took him to court, right?
Yes.
And DSS is getting another warrant again to arrest him.
Yes.
How does that sound? Does that make sense?
My brother, as much as it doesn't make.
Hold on.
Okay.
They charge him to court, right, for illegal possession of firearm, right? And right there at the court, they are bringing another warrant now to rearrest him. On what basis did they get that warrant to arrest him again? So everything is crooked. Everything is crooked up. That is the way it appears to me, and that is impunity.
Citizens should not be. He can be arrested again.
Hold on.
He can be arrested again.
Hold on, Thomas. Hold on. Yeah, let that conversation take place. Yeah, carry on.
That is impunity by all these security agencies you have in Nigeria. You have to finish one case with him before another. So they knew that by his fundamental human right and in accordance to the law of the country, the court will surely grant him bail. He has not done anything wrong that would deny him bail. They knew that. But their impunity, they enjoy so much carrying out this impunity against the right of Nigerian people. That is why they quickly went and organized that warrant to rearrest him and keep it with them. It is illegal. It is wrong. It is wrong. And then the court right there ordered the prison yard to go and keep him. They are still, his bail was still ongoing. They were going through the process of his bail. The court just ordered that let him be kept in the prison while they will come back another day to finish his bail process. Why can't they obey that? Why did they go fast to somewhere to go?
Yes. They've not disobeyed the court order, by the way, because the court granted him bail, but then in the course of that bail, they have found new grounds to arrest him, and they've already gotten the permission of a different court to effect that arrest. So at the first opportunity, they arrest him for different charges. So they are not arresting him for whatever it is he was built for. But now that they have different charges to levy against him, they arrest him again.
I thought that the video that you played some few minutes ago was that, yes, they are in the process of granting him bail, but that process was yet to be concluded.
Yes.
And in the meantime, the judge ordered that he should be kept. The prison yard should take him up, go and keep it with him, and maybe they'll come back another day to complete his bail process, and after that, it might be granted to go home. But why didn't DSS doesn't want that process be concluded? Why did they want to interrupt that process with their kangaroo warrant that they brought in? That is
all right. Ajale Koko, let's bring Ogbeni in to give us a legal perspective on this. So, Ogbeni, what's in play here?
Omar.
Good
evening, everyone. Good evening from Scotland. You see, it's easy for us as citizens to throw words, BB grammar, impunity, this and that. The DSS understand what they are doing. First and foremost, I don't support them manhandling the prison warder, because the man was not harmed as far as I'm concerned. So if the man was not harmed, why would you manhandle the man? You can easily push the guy to one side or try as much as possible to just obstruct the guy. But if you ask me, what exactly is that guy's offense? It's obstruction of justice. Obstruction of justice, people have been charged and jailed for obstruction of justice, not only in Nigeria, even abroad, even in the US, where many of probably our panelists stay. You don't interrupt law enforcement agents when they are carrying out their duties. So what has happened today? Let me tell you my understanding of what has happened. DSS took Emefiele to court, not Nigerian prison. Emefiele moved from DSS custody to court. They took him to court. On getting to court, they charged him. By the way, a lawyer, I've listened to one of those lawyers. And before I even go there, you know, I know at least two of those lawyers. They are all IPOB lawyers. I stand there to tell you, I know one of them. His name is Maxwell Opara.
The lawyers acting for Emefiele.
Yes, that guy.
Right.
If you go back to Nnamdi Kanu, most of Nnamdi Kanu videos, you will see that guy there. I'll try and do a simple search tomorrow and send it to you. You will now compare the two faces. They are IPOB lawyers. So you could connect one or two things yourself. And I mentioned his name once again, Maxwell Opara. So to let you know that I'm not doing a guesswork here. I've handled several matters against him, not against him personally. He was a lawyer on one side. I happen to be a lawyer on the other side. We've handled many labor matters together. So I know him. They are all IPOB guys and IPOB lawyers. So I don't know what they are doing with Emefiele. I don't know what's their interest. But you could actually see, even from the argument that guy was canvassing.
Ogbeni, please. What do you mean by IPOB lawyer? What do you mean by IPOB lawyer?
IPOB lawyer are Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer. Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of IPOB in Nigeria.
Oh, hold on. So, are you saying, so Ezekome now, you will describe me as IPOB lawyer? So
not at that level. See,
hold on.
If you listen to these guys, they are not.
Hold on, Ogbeni. The way you are describing them is as if they are member of IPOB and they support IPOB ideology and stuff like that. Lawyer can represent anybody.
No. This one are not just lawyers. I'm telling you what I know. I'm not doing guesswork.
No.
What do you mean? These are professed. I said I will go and check videos and bring it for you.
Are you saying they are members of IPOB? Is that what you are?
They are people that are in tune with their ideology. Is different from when you see Michael Zekume talking, he will tell you law alone and leave it there. The Maxwell Okpara and others won't just tell you law and leave it there. They will go deep into the ideologies of IPOB and tell you why that resonates with their ideology. So these are not just, they are IPOB lawyers as far as I'm concerned.
I think you are making that up by yourself. You are not really sure.
You don't know these people, so why do you think I'm making it up?
No,
you don't know them.
You don't have evidence. You don't have
any
proof.
I said I will get evidence. So you are the only.
They are
you are the one doing.
Because you are describing them as member of IPOB.
Baba Aja, you are the one doing guesswork here because you don't even know them. I mentioned their name. You can't even mention one name of them.
Babaja, I think Ogbeni is right, because when I was talking here, I just told you that look at the way they are talking, like that this guy has IPOB and obedient this thing in him. So, and if you hear the way him saying the zoology, that is this a zoology republic, he should tell you already that Ogbeni is right in what he's saying. So you don't need to really argue.
No.
Is that Solomon?
Yes.
Solomon, wait. I know what I'm saying. Babaja is the only one doing guesswork.
But I think Babaja is teasing you.
He doesn't know any of them. Let me tell you, he doesn't know any of them. I know this guy.
Yes.
Ajali Koko, one man, please, can I come in here?
Yeah, come in, but briefly, so that when it doesn't lose its flow.
It is very, very sad for a legal practitioner to come here and aid this kind of view.
Wow.
There's
nothing sad here. There's nothing sad.
I'm coming. If I am a legal practitioner, I am representing someone who is alleged to have murdered someone. Does not make me a partaker of the crime the suspect committed?
No, that's not what he said, though.
He said that
you're not. Hold on, Vin. I don't think you are listening to Ogbeni fully. What Ogbeni is saying is that because he distinguished Mike Ozokome, that Mike Ozokome, who also is the lead in the Nnamdi Kanu space, he comes and speaks to the legal matters and then he leaves it there. But this particular character that he is talking about, he speaks to the legal matters briefly and then goes into the ideology and philosophy of IPOB and shows then a strong leaning towards that towards that space. So that makes him an IPOB person.
I understand him very well. During the presidential election, didn't they say to Nigerians that Obi is an IPOB?
You are digressing from the issue now.
No, listen. Ogbeni, they are legal officers. And
they are not just legal officers. Can you just listen to me? And you don't know these people.
All right, Vin, let's Ogbeni carry on. Yeah.
I'm telling you why I know. People just speculate. I mentioned a name here. You don't even mention one name. If I mention a name, I know these people.
But you say you are going to make some findings.
Let me give you an instance.
You are not sure of what you are talking about.
I'm not sure.
All right,
I mentioned the name. You said I'm not sure. So,
Ogbeni, Nigerian Bar Association allow IPOB lawyers, people that identify with IPOB, to
Babaja, so you don't know there are many members. Babaja, you don't know there are many lawyers that identify with IPOB. You are just knowing now. Oh,
hold on.
A lawyer can have a political leaning now. Why
yes.
Can a lawyer? Yeah.
Yes. So how you want to? So Nigerian Bar Association recognizes.
Yes,
IPOB,
because
recognizes IPOB lawyer to be member of this thing when actually Nigerian state declare IPOB as a terrorist organization and their members as well. But our Nigerian Bar Association allow IPOB.
All right. I think we are digressing too sharply. Carry on. Yeah.
One man, I think Babaja has stayed too long.
I think you are mischaracterizing those people.
No, you have stayed too long in the US. Yes. You see, you think US is Nigeria, and I keep saying this thing here. So what do you want Nigerian Bar Association to do? Do you know some people are not even members of Nigerian Bar Association? I hope you know, and they are lawyers and they have right to practice. Do you know many times that many Biafran lawyers have told us that they are not members of the Nigerian Bar Association. Do you know? So, you see, when we stay too long outside and we don't really understand what is happening in Nigeria, allow people that understand it, at least on that subject, to just explain things to you. Don't speculate. Let me give you an instance of what I'm saying. When you see Faro Timi, for instance, Dele Faro Timi is not just a lawyer to the NSAS guys. Dele Faro Timi is an ardent member of NSAS agitators. He was on the field. That's the same way these guys, I will look for their videos, you will see. They were not just in court, they were one of the people protesting for release of Nnamdi Kanu. Is that the work of a lawyer?
If I can second that.
Yeah, it's not just the work of a lawyer. They don't just do the work of a lawyer. And I'm telling you, I know them very well. When you even engage them in court, the things we'll be telling you, you know that these people are not just representing Nnamdi Kanu. They are not just Nnamdi Kanu lawyers. They believe in the ideologies. They are part of it. And nothing stops them from representing him as a legal practitioner. What I'm telling you is this. What they are doing is not just being legal practitioner, just like Dele Faro Timi. Dele Faro Timi will tell you, I was there, we're part of the struggle, will continue to be part of the struggle. It's different from other lawyers that just represented NSAS and left and went back to their career. So my point here is simple. Those guys are hip-hop lawyers. Take it or leave it. I'll look for video and send it to one man. He's going to play it. You will see them. You can easily identify them. That is one. Secondly, what has happened today? I will condemn DSS for dealing with that man because that man is not harmed. Assuming that man have pistol or gun with him, yes, they can undo that man like that because they have to disarm him. What happened? DSS took Emefiele to court. After that, they charged him, 2-count charge. He pleaded not guilty. One of the counts, I don't know what the second one is because I pick my things now from media. But they said illegal possession of firearm. In Nigeria, illegal possession of firearm, the penalty is death penalty. So people knows. Like I saw a lawyer arguing. I can't really identify that one. I'm not sure it's one of those hip-hop. It's 2 hip-hop lawyers I can identify there. But that one that spoke about Christopher Columbus and Mogo Park, gone and blah, blah, blah. I just laugh. I don't know who called that one to bar. Because even if it is Socrates gone, firearm is defined as firearm. Is it capable of killing? Can it kill? That's what matters. And not how old is the gun. And by the way, if a law enforcement agent in the UK where I stay is investigating a particular crime, in the course of investigating that crime, if they stumble on another crime, they will charge you. They don't overlook it and say, oh, it's because this is the particular crime we're looking at. Whatever they see along the way, they will charge you for it. That's how it works. So I don't know why there should be an exception in Nigeria. So what happened? They charged him to court, pleaded not guilty and everything. They granted him bail. Okay. Now, why perfecting his bail? Ordinarily, Emefiele should be in the custody of prison because the court made an order that he should be in the custody of the prison, that they should take him to prison and he should not go back to the DSS and custody as per that crime. So what happened was that the DSS came with another warrant for another crime and they needed him to be interrogated for that crime. And that they showed the prison. But that the prison man said no, since the court had ordered that it should be in their custody. Therefore, whatever warrant they want to do, they should come to their own to prison to come and pick him there. First and foremost, I don't see any reason why DSS should not back down at that point and say, okay, we'll follow you to your prison, we'll meet your guard there, then we'll show them the warrants. Secondly, I don't know why the prison man cannot say, okay, give me a copy of the warrant, you can have him, I will show my Oga. So there's a problem between these two agents, which I think Tinubu, the presidency, should find a way to sort out. Fire some people and let there be sanity. But to blame DSS alone is what I will not agree with anybody.
Just that second rearrest, is that legal?
Of course.
For the court to grant him bail and then they rearrest him immediately and on the court premises as well. Is it legal to arrest on the court premises?
You why not? Why can't you? When you
Yeah,
are
but
not
is it ethical though? Is it because it's a desecration of the sanctity, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Sorry. One man, please, are you addressing ethical or you are addressing legal? That's two different things.
No, yes, both is what we are addressing. Is it legal and then is it ethical?
One man, a senior advocate of Nigeria called Mr. Rikitafa San was arrested 2015 inside the law court. They rearrested him inside the law court, and he's still facing that trial today. So the fact that Emefiele is, I just mentioned a senior advocate, go and check it again. You will see it there. Why? Because his client, he took his client to court. The AFCC wanted to rearrest his client. He said they cannot arrest in the court premises, and he said the client should enter his car. And they arrested both of them. The senior advocate of them, because you're obstructing justice. So we have to arrest you too. You're committing a crime. So the point is this: you shouldn't, where content will come in is when you are arresting someone while the court is sitting and inside the premises. But when you are in the compound and you are making an arrest, why won't you make an arrest? Particularly if that arrest doesn't bother on the crime by which God has granted that person bail. You can make an arrest based on another crime. The fact that somebody has committed a crime, you have charged the person, doesn't mean that the person cannot be investigated for another crime. So they have the prerogative to even split his charge sheet to different pieces. If you commit crime in Abuja and you commit another one in Lagos, I can charge you in Abuja and still charge you in Lagos. If you commit another one in Gombe, I can go and charge you in Gombe. I don't have to put everything together and then take it before a court that lacks jurisdiction. So if they bring it to Lagos and I'm charging you in Lagos, and I know there's another crime that I can charge you only in Abuja, then I should leave you in Lagos. So who do I charge in Abuja? That's the way I see this thing. And ultimately, what I think DSS is trying to avoid is this. You see, a lot of high-profile accused people have escaped Nigeria through this means. Maina, one of them. Nnamdi Kanu, another of them. You see, when court grants bail, most times court just rely basically on the legal matters before them, papers and everything. They just grant bail based on that. If Emefiele had perfected his bail today, if he perfected his bail today, he's as free as anybody. He can make an escape. And I believe this is what DSS is trying to do. So the question should be whether they do it within the ambit of law or not. But what I know is this. The court granted bail and gave them condition. He was just about to fulfill his condition. He was just going to have to fulfill the condition. I'm so sure if they had allowed him, he would have fulfilled all his condition today. And
by the way, what the bail was to a 20 million naira shorty. What do you make of that? Is the bail not meant to be commensurate with the level of importance of the person and the charges as well? 20 million naira?
No. So you don't pay that 20 million as a bond.
No, yes, but the bond should be higher, is what I'm saying.
It's within the discretion.
I mean, for Showore, they told him to go and bring his mother's blood. So why?
No, you won't compare Showore to this one now. I know Babaja will go for me again, but you won't compare Showore to this one. Showore was they charged Showore for insulting Mr. President. So, but that's just by the way. But my point is this. Many high-profile accused persons have escaped Nigeria and escaped justice based on the fact that the court granted them bail and they were able to perfect their bail. And before they can effect their rearrest, they left the country. Mana is a very good example and a lot of them. So I believe DSS was just trying to avoid all those things. So the only issue is whether they did it within the ambit of the law. or not. That's the only thing we could be debating. And for me, yes, they deal with the ambit of the law. They can rearrest you immediately. They brought you to court. They can rearrest you. Prison should have hold on, just get the warrant from them and take it to your boss.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Ajanle Koko. So back to you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, pick it up from where you were. You were telling us about your experiences in Nigeria. So talk us through that and then land on this Emefiele space, which is just a lot of divided opinions on it. Ajanle Koko.
Yes, it was a positive experience for my children because they were able to meet their cousins and their grandma and other relatives. So, but on the other side, they were able to see a lot of things that they did not expect in terms of the poverty. They saw the way that people are suffering. They saw the public school compared to private school, and they were saying this is not fair. Children that live in America, they will see that as not fair. They saw the way the public school looked like, and the children in the public school, the kind of uniform they wore, that many of them, in the kind of school uniform that doesn't look too good, and they're walking on the street to their school, from their home to the school. Unlike, compared to what we have here, that school buses will pick them up, or you, the parents, you drop them off at the school. So, and they saw children that are, fetching water carrying water from one place, to their home, and they saw some other people that have borehole that cannot give them water, and they just say that this is not the way that human beings should treat themselves. So, and I have to explain to them the way, the system runs. So, but, they saw some negative things and they saw some positive things as well. So, but what I saw with regards to the economic reality in Nigeria is that the masses are suffering. As long as we continue to have our currency going down so fast the way it is going down, a lot of people will further be pushed into poverty, and the suffering will and hardship will definitely increase, because cost of food.
Ajanle Koko, what's your sense of the people's reaction to the Tinubu administration? Are they still with him, or are they starting to turn?
People are not happy with the pains and suffering that the increase in the petroleum price has subjected them to. The pains and suffering that they are going through, people are not happy with it, and a lot of people are started complaining that, is this what we bargained for? This is not what we bargained for. We expected him to do better, but this hardship is not what we bargained for. We didn't vote for him to bring hardship on us, because the transport fare has increased 100%, 150% or 200%.
Do they understand why? Do they understand why?
What why do you want to explain to common masses that his income does not increase and his expenses increase than what he expected, than what he never even dreamt of? They were expecting that it's going to be better. And as a matter of fact, Tinubu campaign that if you go and listen to his tape in Abeokuta, when he was campaigning that, one increase or I'm a meaning that we will bring down the price of the fuel. That is what he campaigned in Abeokuta. So what are we getting from him now? It's increase in the price of oil. And as a matter of fact, there was a day I was outside in the evening, and the driver that was driving, I just noticed that the street was empty. I said, what is going on? Why is the street so clear today? And the guy said, Esa, it's because a lot of people doesn't drive their car anymore. They go by public transport because it costs more to put to put petrol in their vehicle to go to work and come back. Some they spend a lot of money on petrol now. So it is cheaper to go by public transport. And before we knew it, we saw one guy by the roadside, tire, the tire of his van punctured some kind of way, and he was trying to change it. The guy was in tie, and that driver was telling me, "Sir, look at that driver in his tie. He must be using his vehicle, his private vehicle, for transportation. Look at him in his tie. He was changing his tire." So it is. I talked to one Kekena Pep guy. I said, how is the business going for you now? I believe you must be making a lot of money because a lot of people drive. He said, no, sir, we are not making a lot of money. We spend too much in buying gas, in buying petrol, rather. He said, and it is not easy for them. He said, because even though they charge more, but in the reality of it, the cost of living now take more from them than what they used to spend. So cost of repair, cost of everything, and that guy was telling us everything, that they are not making money as they used to. The cost of living is taking much of their money because the prices of commodity here and there, food and everything, have shoot up. He said what he used to spend for his breakfast, he spent more. The same with
Are they seeing light at the end of the tunnel? Are they seeing light on the horizon? What are they looking forward to? How are they trying to? How do they rationalize it?
Well, some of them are expecting him to bring down the price. That is, the way people on the street, the way they think is different from the way people like you and others on this platform who are hair-like, the way they think is different. They cannot, there's nothing you want to tell them that they will understand, because why? They are going through hardship. And according to them, that is not what they bargain for. They bargain for better governance. They bargain for, better life. Than the way it was before they voted for Tinubu. So, but what they are going through now is worse than what they experienced in terms of economic reality. It's worse than what they experienced during the time of Buhari. So,
did you see any signs of development from the last time that you were there and now? Did you see any signs of either infrastructural or quality of life development in Nigeria, or especially where you went to?
Well, the last time I was there was 2020. So development. What I saw is people that are very hardworking, people that are very resilient, people that are very innovative, people that that are doing everything to better their life, even though that they don't get any support from the government, they don't get any coordination, they don't get any form of support whatsoever to help them achieve, to support them in doing better than what they are doing. I see Nigerians as very, very hardworking people. And you can see small businesses at every nook and cranny in Lagos. And that will tell you that if we have people in position of authority that can give these people support, instead of making life miserable for them and inflicting hardship for them, Nigeria can become a very productive country. And productive country in the sense that we will be exporting a lot of product to outside the country that will earn us that foreign exchange, and we help our GDP, to do better than what we are. But they don't get any form of support. It's self-effort of Nigerian people that keep that country going. It's not the government. The government failed Nigerian people. That is what I saw. But Nigerian people, they are very hardworking and they struggle hard to make sure that, yes, they succeed with whatever it takes to succeed. It is not easy for poor people in that country. And what I mean by poor people, workers are suffering. If you ask how much they earn and go to market and see the cost of food is very expensive. And if they continue to be more expensive, as long as we have our currency devalued at this fast rate, is devalued. If it continue like this, it's going to be more expensive, because what you are going to see is that the neighboring country, Nigerian farmer will prefer to export food to the neighboring country because you have the cipher stronger than our own currency. So they will prefer to sell to neighboring country in Niger, in some other countries around neighboring countries, and they make more money by so doing than selling locally. And that will push up the price, that will bring scarcity of food in the country and push up the price of food in that country. So this devaluation is not good for, it's good for us in diaspora that we can take a little few dollars back home and exchange it to a large sum of naira. But it's not good for our people.
The people, you will have a country where it's only us from diaspora that will come and spend some few weeks, enjoy our country, go back. But the people living there will be suffering. Foreigners will come to Nigeria, come with their foreign currency, and come and enjoy Nigeria, only for Nigerian people to continue to suffer in their country. That is high form of irresponsibility I've ever seen in my life. It shouldn't be like that for people in their own country. People should be able to enjoy life and have peace of mind in their own country. But people are going through tough time in that country.
All right, Ajande Koko, give us very brief thoughts on the Emefiele space, and then I want to take that topic round. I'm conscious that people are waiting, but give us brief thoughts on the Emefiele space. I'll take that topic round, and then I'll come back round with the Simon Ekpa space. But your thoughts on the goings on Emefiele and the charge, possession of a single barrel rifle and 26 cartridges. Of all of the charges that they could have thrown against that guy, it was that. So what are you making of that whole space, Ajale Koko?
Oh man, this is just what is going on with Emefiele. Just tell us that the government doesn't have anything against him. They don't have nothing. As far as the law of that country is concerned, they don't have anything under the law to hold against Emefiele. And it's better for them to just cover themselves, cover their faces in shame, and just let this guy go. These charges they're putting up against him at the law court about illegal, what do you call it?
Possession of firearms.
It will be knocked out. Good lawyers will knock that nonsense out. Emefiele will be free. They don't have anything against him. This is very shameful. If they are holding how long have you been holding? Have they been holding this guy now? Over 30 days or going to 40 days? Only to come out with this nonsense? It's just, you can't believe it. See, this is just to tell us that, look, they are the same people. I have said it before, one man, if you remember. I said there is nothing they can do for Emefiele. Emefiele is one of them. And the arresting and keeping him in detention is just to play some kind of game for people to see as if, they are doing something against Emefiele that inflicted pains and suffering due to Naira swap, or what do they call him, the redesigning of Naira. But in the real sense of it, nothing is going to happen to Emefiele. And this is what they are demonstrating to us. For 40 days or 50 days, they've been kept in detention only to come out with these flimsy charges that they found. What happened to allegation of corruption and all these things that we expected that they should have filed against him? So they don't have nothing. You see, just leave them alone. I don't think we should worry about these people. These people, Emefiele, and all of them in power, they are the same people. They're cooking in the same pot. They're eating on the same table, and nothing will happen to Emefiele. Emefiele, the way I'm seeing, the way they handle this matter, they can keep him for long, but he will be left to go at the end of the day. It is just, they are just, playing that. It is just a boju game. Let's Olorombo. Boju Olorombo game. It is what they are playing. And it's just shameful if this is the way that Tinubu administration want to handle this matter, and that is very, very shameful. I don't see anything against him. They don't have anything to hold against him under the law that he has committed anything wrong against the state. That's the way I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. So I'll take that round. I'll go up to Kumi next. But before I go to Kumi, let me insert this clip, which is to the Emefiele space as well.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. Center, right? We consider center, sir? Yeah, let's go. They're already shouting us. Who is shouting? We're going to consider center. Let's go. Don't worry. Don't worry. You want him to remain the same. Let's move now. Let him move. He's blocking the way. There's no rush on the block.
Please don't sit down. Sit down. The word we have is sit down. Just hold on.
Machine gun on one person. This is not right. Feel me. Feel me. It's not right. It's not right. Serve this nation for 9 good years. You are here with machine guns. No, it's not okay, please. I need to talk my mind. So I need to express myself. This is not right. In the face of this nation, it's not right. You don't do this. The court has given its order. Obey the order. Simple. If you have anything, go to court. You have gone to magistrate court to collect order. You are not even obeying the same high court order. This is completely wrong. It's insane. What type of thing is this? Jesus Christ.
So there it is. So there it is, Kumi. So that was the prison services people trying to cordon off Emefiele in a body shield sort of a way. And the people you saw with a balaclava all over their faces, those of course are the Secret Service agents, heavily tooled up, just waiting for him to step out of that court. So that was the standoff that ultimately led to the rearrest of Emefiele. A lot of conflicting opinions on that. Because that guy, he did so much harm, especially at the last half of the Buhari administration, that Naira swap policy, businesses destroyed, people died, all of that. So people want this guy to get the maximum punishment, but also people want the rule of law to be observed. So what are you then, where are you positioned in that conflation, Kumi? After all that build-up. Okay, let's go to World Peace. World Peace, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Wildman.
Let's hear from you. Emefiele versus DSS.
Woman, good morning, everybody. Like I said before, it's a show of shame, and I don't understand what everybody's trying to claim in this thing. The DSS have the right to arrest Emefiele after he has been granted bail. It happens in everywhere, in every in any same country. But I don't understand what this lawyer is saying that is not right. That Emefiele has served the country for 9 years. Did he just forget the stress they made us to pass through during the election? All the policy they came up with, people were dying, people were rioting. So what is not right in this? If it's this question, detained for those, detained for one of those accusations. Now this was just one. The gun case is just one. There will be more to come. So I don't understand why people is saying what is not right is the lawyer stopping them not to pick Emefiele from the court. It's very funny and ridiculous to me, one man. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So brilliant. Let's go on from you. Let's go on from you then to Okwiton TV, because I think you are juggling between us and childcare. But before we go to Okwiton TV,
one man.
Yeah.
Excuse me, one man.
Yeah.
I think you heard from that lawyer there. The warrant that DSS brought was from magistrate court, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's the High Court that gave an order that Emefiele get that ruling today against Emefiele. Why should, between these two orders, which one should supersede the other?
No. They are passengers. They are strangers passing each other in the doorway. Those two orders.
One must override the other.
No, but they are not in conflict though. Those two orders are not in conflict.
They are.
No, they are not, because the order from the magistrate court was to arrest him for a different set of wrongdoings. Do you see? But the one from the High Court was to grant him bail for the subsisting charges already. So the magistrate court is for fresh charges, so it doesn't conflict with the High Court. All right. Before I make my way to Okwiton TV, let me acknowledge it's a special moment in time for the platform. Man and boy, he has been with us all the way through. So he celebrates his 18th birthday at last. So he's now legally allowed to drink. Alexander Akashi, of course, a dear friend of the platform, he is the one in charge of the comment section. So the mighty Alexander Akashi, he turns 18 at last today. And Ministable, his very good friend, he could not resist. Happy birthday to one of our best, Lexi. I wish you God's abundant blessing, protection, good health, and success. May Allah continue to bless and provide you guidance in all you do. Happy birthday, brother. So that is Jafar super chatting on behalf of all of us. And that applause are equally echoed by Ayo, of course, another dear friend of Alexander Akashi. Happy birthday to the one and only Lexi. So happy birthday to Alexander Akashi on behalf of the platform. So happy birthday, 18 at last, so legally allowed to drink now. Okwiton TV, who turned 18 in 1804. Nevertheless, your comments on the Emefiele space. Okwiton TV.
Thank you very much. But first of all, let me ask: he turned 18. Is he in Nigeria or is living with you in UK?
No, it's in I think it's in Poland. Yes, he did promise me what he was
because
coming.
Where I am, you have to be 21 to drink.
All right.
No, you have to be 21 here to drink.
It's in Poland. I think in Poland, as soon as you are one, they pour vodka into your mouth. That's what.
Oh wow!
Yes.
All right.
Don't go by one man joke. That guy is not 18. that guy is as old as grandpa.
Oh, okay.
It's as old as Emefiele. It's as old as Emefiele.
I see. All right. Ekuleo.
Ekabo.
Ekason. Mokilo. Ọkọ̀ òjèpo nítorí àgbọ́kọ̀ dání epo wọn. Anyway, I just want to make something clear, because when I was talking earlier, I do sound a little energetic, and it seems like I'm defending DSS. And so far I've been listening to everybody. I don't think anyone is actually defending the DSS. But what I know is that after all said and done, DSS is ranked as one of the best agencies in the world. I'm not talking about in Africa. I don't know what the ranking is, but the ranking seems very solid, and that is after we have talked about FBI, the NSA, and other groups in England and Australia. What does that tell you? It just says that NSA is not stupid. I mean, sorry, the DSS, they are not stupid. So I said something earlier. I said you can actually abuse the law within the jurisdiction of the law itself. And that is why, bodies like DSS have expert lawyers who can dig in and find loopholes. That's all you need to find in any law around the world, loopholes. So like we already agreed on, if somebody is coming out of the court and you have another warrant, it doesn't matter if the warrant is from a higher court or lower court. As long as there is a warrant for a different charges, all they have to do is to read him his rights. Okay, as soon as it's coming out of the court. I mean, this is the case today is for him to be bailed, right? Let's just assume that the court today throw out the first case. They just said the case is dismissed. The DSS can wait by the door and read him his rights based on another particular charge and pick him up again. We can all agree on that. Yes, it might look somehow, and I don't really like it as a Nigerian because it does prove that we are having bodies here and there that have superpowers to deal with citizens.
Okuton, is that something that should be addressed? Because with that sort of system, they can hold you in perpetuity. So they can hold you for an inordinate amount of time. A court sets you free. They wait at the gate, pick you up on a set of trumped up charges. You go through that process. They wait at the gate again. So that has to be addressed. That cannot be right.
It definitely has to be addressed. But if we have to address a matter of law, we know it has to go through the legislative. And that's another long process. But that is a different thing entirely. But I believe that DSS is smart enough to use the law to fight the law. That's what this group do. And the issue of this correctional officer, I think the scene we saw today only showed how our system is operating like that of that is not far from that of a bus conductor in the garage or in the bus stop. Let me put it that way, just to see the level of how low these people can go. Because I think the two bodies can actually understand each other amicably. Unless you are working for something else internally that we don't understand, there's no reason why the two of them should be fighting like this. But I will address the issue as it's supposed to go anyway. The correctional officer needs to have backed down, especially if DSS presents a warrant. Then secondly, the DSS is a higher body. It's just like when you are making an example of a correctional officer in the US struggling with FBI. That is complete. I don't know how that is going to happen, because the FBI will slam handcuff on you right away and take you away. Because that is an obstruction of justice. Whatever justice that they're trying to claim with a new warrant, they will claim you are obstructing that justice. It's as simple as that. Unless this particular correctional officer is working for something else that we don't understand here. Because if you say you are working for the court order that you just came out from, and the DSS was able to present you another warrant, that ends the case. So I don't know what he is struggling for. I personally, if I'm in his shoe, I will not struggle with the DSS. I think he wants to get the publicity stunt, and he got it.
Because this is not the first time that we have seen the DSS. Remember, we saw the clips of when they went to show arrest a boat to go and effect his arrest, gun toting, boot jacking, slapping everybody that was in the way. Should they be aware of the optics of how the public digest these things? And look at that image now. A man trying to carry out his duty. You ripped off his uniform. You are tearing through his vest. No doubt they will give him a faster and start to kick his head in. Is this some sort of imagery that the DSS wants to be projecting? Jack boot sort of brutishness.
I will approach this in two ways. One.
Sorry. Give me 1 second. To Niger, check your phone. I sent you a text and respond. Carry on.
Okay. So one, I strongly believe that the DSS should be making public statement too often. They are not doing that, and that is ruining their image and is putting a lot of Nigerians in darkness. You know, if we said DSS is at the level of, I mean, it's equivalent of FBI. FBI usually makes statements when things are a little bit confusing like this. They usually put out a statement, and we want DSS to do the same. Just give the public the narrative of what happened today. We want to hear from you. Don't just be silent on things. And that's exactly what is killing that organization when it comes to their image. On the second part, which is the Showore's issue, Showore's issue is completely nonsensical, and it portrays how corrupt our systems are. Why wouldn't Showore actually call the president any insult? Do we have it in our law that anybody cannot insult a Nigerian president?
It's a terrible system. It's
not in our law. Anybody can insult a president. Our president should be able to have a thick bone to accept it. You know, as long as it's not saying anything that is treasonable, it's an insult. Just take it and rub it on your body and move on. You know, and that is one thing we have to get rid of in our system. That a citizen says something, and then you say, the president is not a king now. He's not a king. He's only a king in the Yoruba land, or maybe Hausa land or Igbo land, that somebody will say something to, and then you will call Akoda to go and pick that person up, because you know. But the president is not that. We elected him. You know, the people have power over the president. We need to start understanding this basic concept in Nigeria. And that's the problem we have. We don't understand the basic concept of democracy. We just think we are practicing democracy, but we are not. We still want to live, for example, Buhari now, all of his tenure, he behaved like a military head of state. He is not actually acting like a president. People have to remind him once in a while that, look, this is democracy, not military head of state. Before he caution himself sometimes. You know, that Showore case shouldn't have existed at all. Shouldn't have exist at all, let alone DSS getting involved in it. You know, and that is one of the reasons why today I argue so far that the DSS need to be kneecapped somehow. You know, while I believe that there should be organization in Nigeria that be taking care of things like this, DSS at this stage has to be kneecapped somehow. Whether you remove the head,
but you were saying earlier that DSS is one of the security agencies in the world that is well.
That I didn't do that ranking, sir. The World Organization body actually did that ranking. I didn't do it. If they did see something about the DSS, they won't put the ranking that way.
Okay, but what we are seeing on DSS, the way they have acted severally shows that most of the time they acted unprofessional.
That we can agree on. I think I said that earlier. I said we can all agree that the DSS is going too far, you know. But on the jurisdiction of what they do on this case, we have to also face the fact of what they can actually do, or you know, legally, in order to be able to
even their action to go and get warrant against Emefiele that they held for so many weeks. I mean, for them to now come out again, getting warrant to arrest him again is even unprofessional. And it's just we have never seen such thing happen in any part of this advanced world where we live in. You can't see
what Peace just told us that it happens frequently in Japan.
It happens here in the US too. I don't know where Baba Aja live in the US. It happens here too.
I've never seen where
it happens here in the US too. They can excuse you from one case and pick you up on based on another case. It's in the law here. It happened here in the US too.
I've never seen it.
Can I just add something? Greetings, one man, and
let me finish. Let me finish.
Did you see my text to Niger? Look,
oh no, I didn't.
Check your phone. Yeah.
Okay.
I
just saw it.
Let me finish. It's in Niger.
Yeah, go ahead.
But what I'm trying to say here is that if the same DSS that brought him to court, is the same DSS trying to say they are getting another thing against him? Are they telling us they don't have all the facts against? You see, this is just a way of punishing citizens unnecessarily and in contrary to the law. It's just this.
Let's disagree to agree. Don't say contrary to the law. One man said something earlier. He asks us to analyze between legality and ethical. We can all agree that it's unethical, but when it comes to the legality of it, that we cannot argue right here, because they will have gone through the legal aspect and perform it in a more legal way. But when it comes to the ethical way, professionally, yes, we can all agree that they were unprofessional.
Okay, it is unprofessional in the first place to keep somebody for so long and you don't bring all the charges against him. It's highly irresponsible and a waste of resources, a waste of everything. Why keeping this guy and you only have one useless, illegal possession of
again
else? And when the court is trying to release him, you are bringing warrant from a lower court, one useless kangaroo court.
Babaja, this is the thing. It is. We can all agree that they are unprofessional. But if you want to hear my personal opinion, this is not facts, okay? Please try to separate it for me. Personal opinion. On the personal level, I don't give a crap what happened to Emefiele. Let them keep him. On this, we can make an exception. Let them
but
keep
that
him.
Is wrong now. You can't keep. No.
It's like you didn't hear me earlier. I said this is my personal opinion.
Okay.
So on a personal level, let them keep that guy. In fact, I don't want him to see the day of light. It's as simple as that. I have family in Nigeria. I know what happened to them during the cashless policy. If he is the hand in the wet towards all the problem, please let him face whatever he wants to face. We can discuss DSS on another ground, but not on Emefiele.
No, he's not the only one involved in that policy now. A lot of even Buhari is involved.
I wish the Tinubu can go for Buhari. I really wish. I wish we are in that kind of country yet, where past presidents can be prosecuted. I don't mind, but unfortunately, we know now.
Yes, we must get to that space where past presidents can be prosecuted. But just for time,
can I correct something?
Yes, I was actually coming to you next. So correct that, and then in the course of correcting that, this now thing that Oputon opened up, that this idea of being able to arrest somebody at the doorstep of the court, which is to then say that the security forces, if they so will, they can continue to hold somebody in perpetuity, just trumping up on trumped up fresh charges and roll them through the cycle again. This might be legal, but certainly not ethical. And is this something that needs to be addressed? So all of that, Obeni.
Omar, there's a video I sent to you. If you can just quickly click it and let's look at it. Just 1 second. I'm not saying you should play it so that it doesn't waste our time. It's in the private chat.
All right. Carry on. Let me just run through the ads. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you see, Abadaleko said something and said, "Oh, why would they go to the inferior court to go and bring an order?" Okay, you may not even play it. Do you see all those 3 guys?
Which one? The three in the front
leading here.
Yeah,
they were the same set of people you saw today. Dinda Emefiele, same set of people. This one.
So is this in an IPOB space?
This is IPOB matter. This is IPOB matter. You see, Nnamdi Kanu lawyer raises alarm. That's when he said DSS man wanted to kill him. 3 of them, like that. They are not from the same law firm. And they are the one you see today shouting you of Emefiele. They just find, I don't know, I'm a lawyer, so I won't like to despise them. But my point is, and that's why I call them my pub lawyer. Right? and I see them with Emefiele. I don't know. Let Nigerians connect the dots. It's not my business to connect it. Now, I'll go back to the point I'm trying to make. Now, when you look at magistrate court and high court, there are things high court can do, magistrate cannot do. There are things magistrate can do, high court cannot do. They all have their jurisdictions. To EU order, the first arrest warrant that they used to arrest Emefiele was from magistrate court. Arrest, in order to arrest, is different from when you now charge somebody to court. They charged him to a high court because the crime for which they charged him for, magistrate court cannot try that crime. But that does not stop them from going back to any magistrate court. I've just explained in a very simple language here today. If you commit a crime, see, crime in Nigeria is territorial. If you commit a crime in Lagos, nobody will take you to Abuja to go and try you. That court will lack jurisdiction. If you remember, Al Mustafa was tried in Lagos. Have you asked yourself why they tried him in Lagos? Because Kudirat was killed in Lagos. Al Mustafa could have been taken to Abuja, but they can't take him to Abuja. You have to try him in Lagos. You remember Ibori case? Ibori fought his case and said, take me back to Asaba, since you are alleged I committed this crime in the Delta State. So crime is territorial. Now, they took Emefiele to Lagos. I don't know why. Maybe his resident that they searched was in Lagos. And based on that, they took him to Lagos. But don't forget, Emefiele crime is not limited to that firearms. And I've said it. And it happens anywhere in the world. Even in this country. Police can stop you. And they wanted to investigate whether you have license to drive. And as they just peep through your car, they realize that you carried a baby without car seat. They will charge you for that offense. Why they are still pursuing the one they are investigating you for? So you'll be surprised by the time they charge you, you say about 3-4 counts, and you feel like, what's the connection? Yes. Because a crime detected in the course of pursuing another crime, it's a crime. They're not going to overlook it. Nowhere in the world. No law enforcement there will overlook it for you. It's a crime, simpliciter. So for them to return to magistrate court to go and get an arrest warrant for another crime, let's be patient with our law enforcement agency. You see, Nigerians, this Indomie approach to things. There's a way we vilify law enforcement agents. We don't even encourage them to work. I'm not saying I'm supporting, which I've condemned today, all those things they are displaying, they came to display to the members of public. So sad and pathetic. Why will you be fighting and then you attack another law enforcement officer like yourself? Even if the man is not carrying a gun, it doesn't make you to ridicule the man. You could have settled it. Okay, call your boss. It depends on how stubborn the guy will be. I don't know. But call your boss. We have a warrant here. Okay, is the warrant based on this offense? Because we have another already. Oh, no, it's another offense. Okay, let me have a look. Then you put a call through to your boss. You have a controller general. What do you call? They call them. You call. Oh, okay, release. Let them go. Okay, sir. You record the call and you take the warrant back to office. Simple. Then the DSS on their side, if not because of ego and all this, if they say, okay, we are taking this guy away, you give them a standing order. Even if he perfected his bail, don't forget we have a warrant already. You will be held responsible if you are release this guy because we are following you to office. Then you follow the guy to the office. If what you are avoiding is, if the man perfects his bail there, he becomes a free man. And you don't want this man to leave because you are still investigating this man for another crime, fine. So the fact that they went, what I'm trying to clarify here is the fact that they went to magistrate court there are two different orders. It doesn't contradict each other at all. You can commit different crimes and then they pick you for different crimes and take you to different courts. The fact that the court A has granted you bail does not mean that court B should grant you bail if it's not the same crime. So that is the legal position on it here. We may be speculating and be talking about morality. I keep saying it here. Law is not common sense. Law is not morality. Law is law. If you're going to change it, We must change the member of our parliament, or we must prompt them to start working now and be changing our laws. But as of today, the law enforcement agencies in Nigeria can pick you up even in the premises of the court, as long as it's not inside the court where a judge is sitting, in the compound. So you are telling me somebody committed armed robbery or murder inside the court compound, police should not come and arrest the person because they are inside the court compound? No, it doesn't desecrate the court. They are working, the court is working on it. So they're also working on it. After all, they arrested Honorable Justice Ajumob Gobia inside a court. Inside a court. I remember in Lagos State. They felt they arrested in the court. They only allowed him to finish sitting. Then they sent somebody to go and inform her. Sorry, allow her to finish sitting. And they sent somebody to go and inform her that DSS are waiting outside, AFCC waiting outside to arrest her. And he submitted himself and they took him to custody. Today, she's a free man. She's a free woman. She's back on bench as a judge. And that's how it works in the Western world. So we shouldn't change the standard when it comes to our own space. That's just my take on that, to just correct that impression.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah. What is the impression given to you by DSS for holding one man for, sorry, not our own one man, no. I'm talking about Emefiele. For holding Emefiele for about 5 to 6 weeks now and doesn't have anything against him other than this one illegal possession of firearm.
Okay.
So,
I'm listening.
So, except that, and on the day of him getting bail, you are bringing this thing again against this man that you held for so long. What does that tell you? What kind of impression did they give you as a government? Do they show? Are they showing any form of competency or capacity or how do I describe it? Are they reliable secret services at all?
For me, it shows unseriousness. It shows incompetence, and it shows that their head is tired of this job. Because for me, don't forget that they've been chasing this Emefiele even before Buhari left.
You are right.
They've been chasing this man. He went
for
to court to
terrorism,
get injunction
for all these things
against them. He traveled to London and from there to one Caribbean, and be dodging them. Went back home. By all this time, you should be able to gather all your evidence. In fact, upon arrest, you should charge him the next day. What are you investigating?
Benny, just from that, you have the sense that they are gaming us. Because out of all of those chasing around the world, international terrorism, sponsor of terrorism, economic sabotage against all of these things, to land on a shotgun and 23 cartridges. I feel, are we being played by these people? Are we being played?
Woma, you remember that this was the same thing they did for Dasuki. If you remember Dasuki, they told us they arrested, same DSS arrested Dasuki after a while. They went to his house to search and saw gun. They also charged him. You remember before Justice Bello or Ademola? I think Justice Ademola. You know, same approach. So for me, they are not serious because you've been chasing this man for how long?
Can I ask a question, please?
This man, even if it's just one count, charge this guy, let him be facing that one count while you are doing others.
Can I ask a question?
You know, I don't know.
Woman, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, ask the question, respond, Ogbeni, and then we go on to Ekene.
Has anyone yet seen the statement from the court today? Because what we hear so far is from the Emefiele lawyer, which I don't think we can actually give a discount, because that is just one-sided. The fact that Emefiele is being charged based on firearm and all that, all the news I saw today is from them. Do we see any other statement from the court?
No,
sorry, in what direction? What sort of statement are you looking to see?
The court filing should be able to show what exactly was discussed in court today. Do we see any court filing?
We know what the charge is. We know that it was granted bail, and we know that the bail is being perfected, and in the course of that, they rearrested him. So I don't think any of that is in dispute.
The reason I'm asking is because I've never seen any filing yet. So that's why I'm asking if any one of us here have actually been able to look at the filing through.
All right. The only person that could have seen this is our SAN. So SAN, over to you.
No, what do you mean by fine? That's the charge they filed against the
Yes.
Oh, okay. They said these 2 counts. I've not seen it, but I know one of it is illegal possession of firearm.
And the second one was illegal possession of ammunition. So firearms and ammunition.
Okay, what is the source you have besides what the lawyer says? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, besides what the lawyer says?
Yes.
Yeah, but what are you getting at? What are you getting at? I'm confused. What are you looking to establish?
I'm just trying to establish, facts, based on what we have from a neutral body, except what the lawyer says. Because personally, it's only what Emefiele lawyer said that I had. I didn't hear the charges from anybody else. Even the reporters that reported the news today so far, they were repeating the things that the lawyer says. And we know that lawyers.
Are you saying the charges will be more substantial than that?
I do not have idea. But one thing we need to know is that lawyers often come to the press to say whatever that suits them. And most of the time, they will not say things that actually happen in court. Because the pandering to public opinion is different from the argument in court. That's what I'm trying to establish here.
All right, Obeni. Round that off and then we hear from Ekene.
No, I've not seen. Rather than if you see the last video being showed here, which I've also seen, there's the registrar of the court. I think one of the officials of the court brandishing the order made by the court, but we couldn't read it because they just zoom it, but they didn't zoom it well. But from what they are speaking to, that document was that the court order for Emefiele's bail and then gave condition if he meets, then he will be free. But pending that time, then he shouldn't go back to the DSS custody. They should take him to Nigerian correctional this thing. So that is the only thing we heard from the. You can say we've heard from the court side, but don't forget the court will not come to press to join you with anybody. DSS will not come to join you with anybody in their normal, and that's how law enforcement agents do anyway. They won't, but you will be expecting most of whatever we hear now from the I call them IPOB lawyers. You'll be surprised that Emefiele didn't even engage their service. You don't be surprised. I'm telling you. Events will start unfolding, you will see.
IPOB lawyers. So there it is. So there it is. Ekene, you're up next. Ekene, how is this story being digested where you are? I suspect that nobody is talking about anything other than this. But how are people? Is there sympathy for Emefiele after all he did to the Nigerian person? What's your take on this space, Ekene?
Thank you, one man. Jolly Gogo, you are welcome back. I'm happy to hear about it. Yeah. Even though you came to Nigeria, you didn't let anybody know. It would have just got me a little
for security reasons now. For security reasons.
I'm not a kidnapper now. You just alert me. I just come this area now.
Yeah, don't worry. When I come, I will come. I will just come straight to your wife's kitchen. You know, I'm a fat boy. I like my food. You know.
No,
Carry on, Emefiele.
Okay. So Emefiele, you know, there is a way our governments handle issues, and they begin to mismanage this space. I believe the government is beginning to mismanage this space, and the people this man is now getting a lot of sympathy in the Nigerian space, just because of the way they are managing this issue. I understand everything Obeni explained here in terms of law, But there are where you do things and people begin to see that you are just playing politics with what you are not supposed to play politics with. So this thing is just like they're playing politics with it. Just like they're trying to hold one man down. Even when I know that, even starting from this arrest, I supported this arrest, but I think the arrest would have continued to Malami, to Buhari, to even, many people that are involved in this Emefiele issue. Emefiele did not come out and begin to make policies that affected our currency and all that. Buhari signed it. A lot of them were in support of it. So if you want to fight illegality, you arrest people that are involved. It's not only Emefiele didn't appoint himself in that office. Buhari appointed him either twice, and he stayed put with him until the end of his tenure. He even protected him when the first attempt was made by DSS to arrest him. So to show you that Emefiele never acted alone, a lot of people is behind those nonsense policy that he rolled out during that Buhari tenure. So this kind of thing, when it begins to happen in our society, I feel I'm beginning to be finding this thing very ridiculous. All this drama they're doing here in the court, these things are very ridiculous for me as a person. I don't like it. If you want to fight the law, you fight the law straight away. Get the people that are involved. You don't just go and hold one man down when you know that he's not the only people that. Just like what we just explained here. After how many days? Close to 60 days. All the count charges and everything you have been saying, Emefiele killed, Emefiele this, almost close to 60 days. This is the only thing you can come up with him.
It's terrible, isn't it?
It's very, very terrible and very laughable.
They said they found a shotgun and 23 cartridges. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
See, it's not just 60 days. Let's not forget that the terrorism accusation was since last year. So they've had let's say minimum of 7 to 8 months since they have been chasing around this guy in their head. So that long and you don't have anything.
As in, the thing is very if you don't have anything against the man, let him go. If you have a case against him, bring the case out, let the public see it. For now, nobody's seen any case. Even the lawyer that spoke about this matter today is speaking differently from Ogbeni. Everybody is just deciding the man. Everybody is beginning to speak on his behalf.
It's quite terrible, isn't it? After all that man did to us, now Nigerians they're rallying in his support. It's unbelievable.
Yes. Every Nigerian is rallying in his support. Even many lawyers, not even all these one that Ogbeni is calling an IPOB lawyer. The lawyer that spoke on his behalf today is a Yoruba man, and I know the man very well. He spoke on his behalf. Yeah.
GT didn't come from his legal team now. Yes.
So when you begin to do things the way Nigeria do things, the man is beginning to draw sympathies. Many Nigerians
sorry to interject. Even Deji, that was after Emefiele, is now sympathizing. He's now cussing out the government. A lot of people that was against him, everybody is now on his side.
Everybody is now siding him. Even myself, I'm even having sympathy. I'm even sympathizing with the man. Even though I know the man treated us bad in this, but
Nigerians are very quick to forget, Yeah.
I'm beginning to feel sympathy for the man because I don't see the reason why.
And you know that man is just on suspension, though. He's still the CBN governor.
Yes. So no matter what, you should, if you want to fight the law, you do it in a way that is reasonable. This is not what I expected from this Emefiele case. This is the least that I expected. It's not just this is just ridiculous. I expect even Malami, even if you cannot get Buhari, get Malami involved. All of them. Get some people that you know that are insiders. Even some of those people that are making those policies concerning the dollar and all those. I believe many hierarchies are involved in those in that aspect. Get those guys involved. then if you are pushing this case now, the case will be very meaningful. You just track one man down because you know that he plays some bad politics against you becoming the president or all that. That is how the thing is beginning to look like.
I think it's marks of an elite vendetta now, that they are going after him because he's a tool of the former president, and they can't charge him because they know if they charge him, they will have to drag the former president in and all kinds of can of worms. So then
if they cannot do that, let them leave him now, because they know that if they bring the true charge against this man, Buhari must be involved. There is no way. Buhari must be involved,
and they too will be involved because they too will be found.
If they cannot do it, if they cannot do it, let them stop tormenting him. Leave the man to go.
If they're able to get him on this firearms possession, he's a gunner.
Yeah,
they will get him now. That just means that if a policeman follows you 24 hours a day, they will find a crime you've committed. That's what they are doing now, and it seems petty.
Yeah,
and
that's petty. This firearm something I don't like it. It's not what I expect. For me as a Nigerian, this is not the charge I'm expecting from Emefiele.
Do you know I was watching Channel TV today? Sorry, I was watching Channel TV today. You know the CBN guys, they had some kind of a meeting today. So I still saw Emefiele's picture hanging there. So what are you painting? This is a time we are looking for foreign direct investment. We are trying to open up our country, and then everybody go online, and this is what they're seeing. It's terrible.
As in the government is shooting themselves indirectly.
As we speak today, technically, the central bank and our exchanges is worse off than it was under Emefiele. So you can, if they want to start pointing performance, this thing in terms of he performed very badly, especially with the naira, this thing change. If he did very badly, if you want to hold that against him, then how about holding yourself too? I don't think this is edifying. If you want to charge him for something, charge him. There are people that we've seen ships that were stealing oil from Nigeria. We've heard of list of funders of terrorism. Where are all these people? You are
nobody's above the law. If you want to charge him. If Buhari is involved, bring Buhari. Anybody that is involved, bring that person. Charge those people. The naira is not better than when Buhari left office. It's worse than today. The naira is worse than when Buhari left office.
And that is disturbing. It's really disturbing.
That is disturbing.
It means that they are not really after
nothing
justice.
Has changed. Since you arrest the man, nothing has changed in the economy. Things are getting worse. Yeah.
Can I see? With the pedigree of Emefiele, I don't think that Emefiele will, acquire a firearm, what we call, gun, with cartridges without due process. I believe that he will have that, single barrel or double barrel shotgun and cartridges licensed. But I would have loved to see them charge him for that illegal and let him go to court and defend it. I believe Emefiele will not illegally possess that, double barrel or short barrel gun with cartridges just like that.
I think I will be actually surprised if he does not have a gun.
Of
somebody
course.
in his caliber. A piece of gun, just one piece.
But an unlicensed one though. Why would they have an unlicensed gun?
That's the question. Why will he have an unlicensed where he can get a licensed gun? So it does not make sense. So let them go to court. Let's see the case.
You see the firearm. You are allowed. If you look at the Constitution of Nigeria, a man or a woman with sound mind, well, examined, is allowed to possess a firearm which is not a conventional weapon.
Which is not it has to be licensed, though. You cannot.
It has to be licensed. But I am surprised. I am surprised that Emefiele will have such, short or
Why are you surprised? It's a perennial lawbreaker. It's a perennial lawbreaker.
That is the reason why they should charge him to court on that. If actually that is what they are charging him for.
Yeah, they should prosecute him. If
But
that
they've already charged him.
Let them go straight and they charge him. That is my point.
They've charged him for that now.
Bring
yes.
all this is
they charge him already for that.
That allegation is too poor from what we in Nigerian expect. We are not. This is not what.
Do you know the penalty of having illegal firearm? Not poor.
I don't know how. I don't know. For me, I will not. I don't know. I don't know what.
Offense.
This is what Senator Shehu Sani had to say. We are asking for money. They are showing us gun. Shehu Sani reacts as Emefiele is arraigned. So let me just quickly bring it. It says, former senator representing Kaduna Central, Shehu Sani, has reacted to the arraignment of the suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, at the Federal High Court in Lagos. Sani said Nigerians expect to see the recovery of looted funds and a genuine effort to probe the financial recklessness during the Muhammadu Buhari administration. Writing on Tuesday, July the 25th, on his Twitter handle, Shehu said, he said the collaborators and beneficiaries of the financial plunder should be brought to book. So this is what he has to say. He wrote, the expectation of the nation is that there is a genuine effort to investigate the financial recklessness and plunder of the central bank under the Buhari administration, bring the collaborators and beneficiaries to book, and recover looted funds where necessary. We are asking for the money. They are showing us the gun. So yes, a damn gun and 23 cartridges. This is what DSS is.
And this is in short, Shehu Hassani summarized everything. This is the thing Nigeria is expecting.
But I don't agree with Shehu Sani. I don't agree because when they arrested him, they never said he embezzled Nigerian money. Shehu is just conjoined that
with
they accuse him of that.
Financial crimes of national security dimension.
Yes, they accuse him not for embezzlement. Nobody said he has embezzled Nigerian money. The DSS said he was financing terrorism. It's not the same as embezzlement. Then they said economic saboteur, and now we are hearing firearms. So for me, if they have charged him, I thought they would have charged him for terrorism financing, which they've been chasing him all the way from. Then the one that is most visible to everyone is economic sabotage. Charge him and let us know how you want to prove that. Which should be difficult to prove as far as I'm concerned. But for terrorism financing, I think it's something they should be able to prove if they actually have the evidence. And then these firearms. So, but nobody has ever alleged Emefiele of stealing Nigerian money. It's just Shehu Sani that is just conjuring down from his own head.
You think if he was involved in some kind of terrorist financing, like serious negative, bad terrorist financing, that Buhari would leave him in office for one second? Buhari will fire him before he...
By now they have jailed him.
I bet
they would have jailed him a long time ago. I think what happened was that he paid money to release some hostages. I think that's where the accusation is coming from, and this is why they don't want to prosecute him, because they know the hostages will come out and say, "Hey, we got saved because of this man," and that is going to make them look bad for trying to punish him for it.
Strictly in law, that's terrorism financing.
In a way, it's true. If they can find that, it's true. You can accuse him, but people will look at it differently. They will say he was trying to help. Yeah,
I agree. But don't forget, when you're talking about Buhari can allow terrorists to stay in his government without doing anything. Leave that old man alone to just go and rest. Pantami was in that government throughout. What did Buhari do? Let's just leave Buhari out of this. Buhari is not...
my brother,
can I ask a quick question now?
Have they arrested the man that took Nigerian money, your tax money, and paid to terrorists? Have they arrested that man too?
Who's that?
This Rufai of Kaduna State, former governor of Rufai.
Yes, but they can't arrest everybody all out. You know,
Oh,
this
good.
is what we do. Have they? What
You see,
aboutism, isn't it? What about?
you see,
is
you
about
cannot
bad
arrest those
ministerial
people, and you are
positions.
targeting. This man is subjected to persecution, not prosecution. That's what I see in him, and he's gaining a lot of sympathy from people that even supposed to say, jail him, charge him. If you have any, charge him because of what he did. Thank you.
I think what you said there was very poignant. The way you said he should be prosecuted, not persecuted. I think there's an element of persecution going on, and that's what people don't like.
That's
okay, yeah. Can I ask a question, one man? So.
Yeah, come in. Yes, good to see you, Prince.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hopefully there's no a lot of noise in the background. Kind of driving right now, but
yeah, we can hear. Carry on. Yeah.
Okay, so well, I was going to ask Benny. So if they charge him with the unlawful carry of a firearm, isn't that a visible crime that can easily be persecuted? I'm not sure how long the imprisonment is for that, but that would be a good like a low hanging fruit to charge him with, so they can keep him in custody or keep him with them till they perfect the other charges against them. I mean, that's what I say. And also, you said Benny said mentioned something about what you call to perfect a bill. So if you can explain a little bit more what that means, because meaning, I mean, I thought from what I'm understanding, if you perfect a bill, meaning that they can't charge you again for another crime in the courts, or what does it mean to perfect a bill? And
No, they can. Okay.
Sorry, and to add quickly, I'll just interjecting right now. Opiton TV, I believe his name is, and I think one man I did agree with him about it's okay to insult the president, which I don't buy. Perhaps we just using the insulting and criticism as interchangeable words, but it's okay to criticize our leaders for what they do wrong and what we don't agree with. But I don't agree that we should be insulting our leaders. I'm not sure what kind of a culture society would survive for that long if you insult everybody. And by the way, by the definition, the people don't give the president the I'm not sure he said it, but the people's the president has the people's power vested in him. Is not the other way around, because it's like when the people voted for a president or a leader, we pretty much surrender our rights somewhat onto the next election, so to speak, to do something differently. Anyways, thanks.
Opiton here, please. I don't think any one of us, either me or one man, said it's okay. But what we said is within the jurisdiction of the law, Showore hasn't broken any law. That's what I think we said. I didn't say it's okay. You know, personally, if you want to hear my opinion, I don't think it's okay. You know, because as a Yoruba man, you know that one of the part of our culture is to respect our elders, not just the authority. You know, then if you have to go to the level of the religion I do, which is Christianity, you know, the Bible actually says we should honor and respect the authority. So, but when it comes to the law, there is not a Nigerian law that if anybody insults the president, you should actually arrest him and prosecute him based on that. And that is why you see Showore walking free today, because the arrest is based on nothing, you know.
All right. Have we tackled? Yeah. Yes. Go on.
Sorry, Showore was not only charged for insulting the president. Don't let us narrow it on that. Showore was charged. Showore is answering 7 count charge, if I can still remember. Treason felony, that's treason. Money laundering is there. Then cyber stalking. For me, personally, I may say treason. Why would they charge Showore for treason, for insulting the president? That's a very useless count as far as I'm concerned. Let them prove it. Money laundering,
Which one is cyber stalking again?
So cyber stalking is a cyber crime. Okay, it's a cyber crime as Yeah.
No,
So
bro, you know what happened? They charge him for treason, treasonable felony because of the revolution. Revolution. The
yeah.
revolution. That word, their revolution. That was the reason why they charge him for, treasonable
So
felony or something like that.
yeah. So normally, when you prefer a child like that, you have your count, which will be your head offense. Then you know particulars of each count. So it is when you read the particulars, you'll be able to understand what exactly they're talking about. So like that's about talking now. I know Shore, through his reporter, have this way of getting information. If you're getting your information through legal means, for instance, a very confidential letter that belongs to probably exchange within the ministry, one government department to the other. If you're able to extract it to legal means, no wala, you can publish it. But if you extract it to illegal means, probably through cyber stalking or whatever, it's a crime under the Nigerian law, cyber crime. So if they're able to establish that, Shora also should go. Shora is not above the law. So, but my like the two questions the last Prince asked, I would just like to answer it. One, on firearm, yes. If they're able to establish firearm, Emefiele is a gunner. Firearm is illegal possession of illegal firearm is a very serious offense in Nigeria. Sorry, I said death penalty the other times, not death penalty. I think it's about almost 10
Yes, I wondered that was a bit excessive when you said
No,
that.
it's not. I confused with it. I confused with armed robbery. If it's armed robbery, that's death penalty. So depending on which law they charge you, but it's a very serious offense for possessing firearm.
I think someone like
Secondly,
I think someone like the former CBN head, they will probably give him a suspended sentence, even if they are going to convict him at all, because he doesn't have prior record and it might be an oversight. They didn't know he can get 10 guns if he wanted, and so that's my suspicion.
Anyway, it's not above the law. So if he breach any law, he should also face the wrath of law. So then on the your perfecting bail that Prince said I should explain. Now, when they say you're perfecting your bail, it means you're trying to meet the condition. For instance, the judge could say they should look for a civil servant at a particular level, let's say level 16 officer, to stand as a surety. And then the person must have landed property in, let's say, somewhere in Ikeja or Banana Island. And then the person should sign a bond of 20 million in case you escape or you jump bail. That's the legal term. So these are the conditions you must fulfill. So fulfilling it simply means that you're going to look for somebody, the person will bring his identity, the person will come to court and say, yes, I'm so, identify yourself. They change the person's criminal record. Then the person drop whatever the court wants him to drop. Then he drop his own passport too and everything to the court. Once you're able to satisfy that, then your prosecutor, which happen to be DSS here that is prosecuting you, will sign also to say, okay, I've cited all these documents and others. Therefore, I can allow him now because we have all this. Then they all sign. So it's not automatic. It's not as if, oh, the moment, hey, court has granted bail, that is start flying. No, it's not that automatic. You fulfill your bail condition. But the area that is very instructive there is that court made an order on what we have heard now, that he shouldn't return to DSS custody. There must be a reason for that. It means his lawyer must have even canvassed for that and say, please, don't take him to DSS. We need him in the proper place. Say, don't take him. So that order, the only way DSS could have beat that order is if they are rearresting based on that crime. But because another fast of it is to say they got warrant for another offense. So they have the right to arrest you even when you are free, whenever you are again, to interrogate
My
you.
brother, do you know that they did not make available the new charges or the new charge or charges that
Warrants.
warranted that that warranted that rearrest? They did
The
not.
new warrants. The new warrant should be made available only to Emefiele, not any other person. It's not meant for any other person.
But if that was done, then his lawyers could have come out and said it as well.
You see, one thing about lawyer, like somebody just said here, is that when you are representing a client, you don't come out to the press and start talking about the weakness of your case now. You see all those guys,
But wouldn't they serve it? Wouldn't they serve it? Okay, let's see, my brother. Wait, I don't know if it's Obeni that is talking.
Yeah, I'm the one.
See, okay, sorry, sir. You see, the court granted him bail, and I believe that they were in the process of fulfilling that bail. I don't believe that 20 million. I don't believe that 20 million naira will be,
it's not his problem.
A big thing for Emefiele or whosoever that is, with him there. So now, when the court issued that, ruling, is Emefiele now right there under the custody of the prison, service? Wouldn't they have allowed him to go? Then they will now issue or get their own order the way they do it. I don't know, because what I saw there today was disgraceful. Yesterday was laughable. It was laughable. Two paramilitary apparatuses fighting for the custody. When a court has ruled, wouldn't they have followed the court orders?
No, but there are different things now. The crime for which the court has ruled is not the crime for which they are arresting him for. So, in as much as I agree with you that it's disgraceful, there could be mutual understanding between the two as to when and what to do, rather than that show of ridicule. You can't condemn DSS for getting another warrant to arrest him. That is in line with the law.
All right. I wonder if we've exhausted that as a topic somewhat. Let me introduce this. Let me introduce this, and then I'll play you a couple of clips. And then after I play you a couple of clips, Thomas is not available, unfortunately, but Two Niger has agreed to keep the conversation going. So I'll do that, and then I'll bail out, hand over to Two Niger as the conversation carries on. Kulata Super Chat, it does not take it doesn't take DSS to arrest someone for an illegal firearms. Haven't they been trying to arrest him for a while because of firearms incompetent DSS? So I think that speaks for all of us. It's just the ridiculousness out of all of the drama that only to land on that. So let me bring you this. Ohanese asked Southeast residents to ignore IPA's sit-at-home order, places $500,000 bounty for arrest. The Igbo sociocultural group Ohanese Indigo has urged the Southeast residents to ignore the sit-at-home order by Finland-based acclaimed Biafra agitator Simon Ekpa. The group also placed a substantial bounty, 396 million naira, $500,000, on Ekpa as a reward for anyone who can provide useful information that will lead to his arrest. This was contained in a statement issued by the Secretary General of the Chidi Ibe faction of Ohanese Indigo, Okechukwu Isegozoro, in Abakaliki, the Ebonyi State capital, on Sunday, July the 22nd, 2023. The Ohanese said that it is resolute in collaboration with Southeast political leaders to bring Ekpa to justice for his atrocities and alleged sponsorship of armed groups in the region. The group further called on every Igbo to play an active role in preventing violence and disruption of economic activities in the region. The statement reads, Ekpa is responsible for the recent surge in violence and insecurity in the region. He has declared another sit-at-home from July the 31st to August. He's trying to cripple the economy of the Southeast, by the way, no doubt about that. Ekpa is responsible for the recent surge in violence and insecurity in the region. He has declared another 2-week sit-at-home from July the 31st to August the 14th, 2023, undermining the authority of Southeast governors who are constitutionally mandated to protect life and properties of the citizens. Ohanese has placed a substantial bounty of $500,000 on Ekpa's head. The reward is offered to anyone who can provide useful information that would lead to his capture and subsequent arrest. So that's where they are. So Ohanese declared wanted dead or alive on Simon Ekpa. But how does Simon Ekpa, how does he respond? Watch this.
Fellow Biafrans all over the world, this is the 25th day of July 2023. Right here from my situation room, I want to send a message to Biafrans in Enugu State. Rise up and go about your businesses. Go and open your shop and do your business. For those of you that the illegitimate governor has sealed your shop, go and unseal it. We, the Biafra people and Biafra Liberation Army, has mounted surveillance in the entire Enugu State. We want to monitor those who will come and evict you out of your shop. We want to encourage you to go out and open your shop and unseal them. Thank you. May God bless Biafra government in the homeland, and may God bless Biafra Republic government in exile. The only legitimate government that we have today in Biafra land is the Biafra government. Nigeria government is being evicted day by day. Thank you. May God bless you.
So that guy has to be, something has to be done about that guy.
One month,
yes.
sorry. Please, can I don't know. I know it's a little bit selfish, but can we try to not bring this guy, anything about this guy to this platform? It triggers me, really. I'm being honest about that.
Yes, but you know, from the 31st of July to the 14th of August, coming off the back of a sit at home just a week or so ago, this guy is damaging single-handedly the economy of the Southeast, and this is what we're seeing playing. We actually saw a state governor going to seal off any shop that didn't open on those sit-at-home days. So now look at those shop people. If they open, unknown government will come and shoot them. If they don't open, the state governor will come and seal their shops. And the economic hemorrhaging that is being vested on these people is between a rock and a hard place. You have to feel for the people of the Southeast.
Woman, are you aware that this guy, like, absolutely nobody in the Southeast, in fact, the Southeast will celebrate like October 1st, 1960, the day the announcement that this guy is arrested is made public. So this guy literally has this bunch of his fellow diaspora criminals who gather in his page online, and then they find agents here to gather some jobless youths, you know, to go and cause skirmishes of scares and problems here and there and commit crimes. So this, I don't know. I kept asking, what is the diplomatic ties of
when you
Nigeria
call
and
them
Finland?
criminals. My brother, I will not be here. Just make a point and stop calling them criminals, my brother. You don't. How can you call someone a criminal?
No,
what
I
have
have
they
the right
done
to,
that is
and I have
different
my
from
reasons for
going out there?
He's not
Why
a
would you call
criminal.
them criminals?
All
Stop
right.
calling them criminals.
Gentlemen,
Make your point and stop making such allegations or name calling. Why are you doing that?
You have to be aware. Hold on, Ekene.
This guy is a criminal.
You have to understand
Can I come out here? Can I come out here and call some people from different places criminals?
Sorry, I also advise not.
When I say everybody hold. Ekene and Uptown, you have to realize that Vin is an autopilot, so it's an autopilot. So
I am not. We are IPOB, and I support them in everything that they do.
But you support Simon Nickwa's faction, don't you?
There is no faction. It is only one IPOB.
I doubt that.
All right, just hold on 1 second. Let me just play one more clip. I want to bail out and hand over to Tunaija. Tunaija, you know where the clips are anyway, so you can play the clips as you deem fit. I wanted to play the Asari Dokubo clip, which is also actually let me give you a substance of it.
Makati.
Under the sun, we go for like we go.
Under the rain, under the sun, we go for like we go. Under the rain, under the sun, we go for like we go. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I go.
Yeah.
The rain is giving us blessing.
Let's go.
Hey! Return!
Wemie. Amama wemie.
Listen.
Wemie. Amama wemie. Imuja baba to go we can pray. Amama wemie. Wemie. Amama wemie. Imuja baba to go with my pray. Wemie. Amama wemie. Wemie. Amama wemie. Imuja baba to go we can pray. Amama wemie. Wemie. Amama wemie. Imuja baba to go with my pray. Amama wemie. Amama wemie. Eyes on.
Yeah.
Ease on.
Yeah.
It's on Kimemia. Jaspe. Yende. Thank you, everyone. We thank God for keeping us alive. Whatever the enemies are planning, they will. Whatever the enemies are planning, what will happen? We are here. I think you are seeing me. I am not a ghost. I just come from Saudi Arabia. Wow. We are here. We thank God. We work for President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and he will succeed. Anybody who is planning for him to fail, the person had already. We are not competing with anybody. As you see us, we have never competed with anybody. Who is making noise here?
Arrest them.
Which arrest them? Which arrest them? Which arrest them? But when I don't bring that man back, then be arrest them. I just pardon him. I don't tell him to come become arrest. Yeah. So, thank you very much. Every one of you, you have tried. Things are coming. We are. na turn by turn, oh. Na Jagaban turn, oh. Turn by turn. I beg you, wait for your turn. Come on.
Nigeria, now you don't enter another.
We say now turn by turn. Oh. Na Jagaban turn.
Another wicked don't come. Oh.
I beg you wait for your turn, oh.
Turn by turn. Oh. Money turn. Oh.
If you do
Your
anyhow,
turn.
you say anyhow. You do anyhow, you say anyhow. You do anyhow, you say anyhow.
You go collect woto.
Hey.
Turn by turn. Agagaban turn.
Money turn.
Turn
Oh.
by turn.
Turn by
I beg you
turn.
wait for your turn.
So there it is right there. So there is Asari Dokubo raising a private army. And then for as punishment for that is invited to dinner at Aso Rock Villa. And there is a Emefiele being accused of having a damn gun and they want to kill him. So there it is, all that. Let me
Workman, sorry, in addition to what you I sent you another the video you played this yesterday. There's a new update now. There's a new release today, and where he challenged the governor of Rivers State, Sim Fubara. He threatened him. He told him that he was rigged in by Wike, and that if he tries anything, that he's going to see more than Boko Haram in Rivers State from them. Have you seen the video?
No, I've not seen it. Send it to
No, I saw the video. I saw the video.
Yeah, send it to Niger, then he can bring it up.
And DSS is more worried about Emefiele shotgun.
Yes, yes. So super chat from Kulata, thank you. Dupsy joins them in that space. Thank you, Dupsy. I of course traditionally you know that. Jafar breaks cover to say happy birthday to his good friend Alexander Akashe. Okwiton TV, as he came in, he said hello to everyone, and Ayo kicks it off with a very handsome one. So all that. So Tunaja, are you there?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So Tunaja, you know how the thing functions. So over to you. Be kind to Tunaja, by the way, everyone. And Tunaja, please let people speak. And
oh God.
Try and take the conversations round so that all voices are documented. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
We'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, who is next to speak? From what I saw in the video, there's a lot of issues with what Asare Dokubo is doing, and not to mention
sorry, Tunaja. One thing, I sent you some talking points to your phone, but you can go with it as you seem fit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me check that out. Yeah. So yeah, from what I can see so far in these videos, I think one man said it right when he tried to compare it to what Emefiele is going through. It's because from the point of view of security, politics, and religion, what Asare Dokubo seems to be doing is causing a lot of problems, and it has to be contained. These so-called what they call them non-state actors, they are going to be a problem in that nation. And the way what was said earlier on is true, I will play the video when the link is sent to me. If it is true, this is a serious issue. He's threatening state governors now and threatening actions like Boko Haram. Nigeria, I think we have a problem to deal with. But we'll see anyway how that goes. But who is next, and what do you make of the video you've seen of Asare Dokubo and the ransom on this thing on Simon Ekpa, and what the state governors are doing? Let me just, for 15 seconds, let me just add this. Why is the state governors penalizing people for staying at home? What is that? They are forming another ECPA on the other side. You don't come out, they penalize you, and ECPA penalize you if you come out. Give people the option to come out, but ensure that they are not prevented from coming out if they choose to. That is, for me, that would be the right thing to do. So, who is next? Is it? Was it?
Let me. You see, to Naija, if you can permit me with the panelists, just give me some few minutes to say so that I will remain at the background, please. Hello, Tunaja.
Tunaja, what happened? Has it dropped?
Ajali Koko, I've not greeted you. Hi, Lisa.
How are you, my brother? You like the Tunaja.
What do you do to this? What do you do to him now? Somebody don't do something, no. Make not check myself.
If they talk too much, against Asari Dokubo, they don't wire am from Nigeria.
Nothing happened. I'm just backstage. Yeah, I didn't see the technical issues.
You know what I'm saying? Now,
They don't give your internet water.
Now they turn with this. Now then they for power. Now then turn. You don't they talk against them. They go wire you. Be careful to Nigeria.
Yeah, let them come now.
Okay.
I support security, but this type of stuff that is going on is anarchy. It's not security.
It's nonsense. It's nonsense.
To Nigeria, you see, when you come to someone and sit at home, I am unapologetic to anybody that may, stand, and I will not sit here and watch anybody call them criminals, because they have not stolen from anybody. They have not come to your space to attack you or stole anything from you. Calling them criminals is unacceptable, and it is demeaning to those people that you are addressing as criminals. You see, all of us were witnesses to what happened in the Southeast when they were, campaigning, protesting, doing processions on the street. They had no weapons, they had no machetes, they had no bow and arrows. They were shot at. Majority of them were pied. I don't want to use the other, word here so that they will not flag this platform. So many of them were pied. When you go to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's house, so many of them were pied at that place as well. None of us came out to condemn what happened there. But once it becomes sectional, then we pitch our tent where it pleases us. You see, the reason is this. These people came out to protest. They were pied. Now, they say they cannot come out again to protest. They will sit at home as part of civic disobedience, which is in line with the Constitution.
Can I ask you a question then?
I don't want to miss my thoughts, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, sir. See, I don't see anything wrong in them sitting at home. After all, that is their business. It is not the government that gave them the business. They source for money. They did everything. They built their shops. And they decide that, it's just like somebody saying, I will not go to church on Sunday. I will not go to the market on Sunday. I will not go to market on Saturday. They went to church to praise their God. You understand? So these people, if they say that they are sitting at home, what is the problem with that? Or is it because that the Nigerian government, as long as the state government, are now losing so much money from it? Is that the reason why they are now calling them criminals, sending out bounties on them to go and arrest them?
Vin, my brother, you see what happened here? It is because they coerce people to stay at home people that
I understand. I understand. Yes, my brother. I know. I know also because I was going there as well. If you look at, there are so many. See,
the way they carry out this stay at home violently, going out against people, exterminating people, that is what people are not happy about, you know?
Yeah, Ajababa, do you know? I don't know whether you have seen so many videos that came out. Those that are wearing special forces uniform. They are not IPOB. IPOB don't wear special forces uniform. ESN don't wear special forces uniform. There are groups that wear that special forces uniform, and they were seen in Enugu as well. They are not IPOB members. They are not ESN. And I will elaborate also to tell you that I was in Liberia, and I know what the Nigerian government can do. I know what the
Is
Nigerian
that by
government can
Maxwell
do.
that is saying this? Seriously, we have seen videos of children and women lying on the floor being
I'm
punished
going
because
there.
they came outside.
Tunaja, I would like to respond to him after he has finished making all this statement.
Okay.
All right. You see, when I was in Liberia, I do not know if most of you knew. The LPC, Liberian Peace Council, was formed by the Nigerian government under ECOMOG, and they supported them to force Charles Gangi Taylor to do what, to deal with him in Liberia. And being a member of that particular organization as at that time, I am not surprised at what is going on in the Southeast. I'm not surprised. You see, when a government make the environment enabling for non-state actors to come out and begin to do what they are doing, then you know that the government is responsible for it. You know that the government is responsible for it. There are videos all over, even in our eyes, when a lady journalist was asking, who is that person wearing that military uniform in that white vehicle? Who was that person? It was on our eyes. Till today, we haven't heard or arrested most of the people that are committing these crimes anytime they declare it at home. Knowing from my own point of view and where I stand, I still maintain that the government themselves are accomplices. They are accomplices to what is going on in that particular place. And you can do anything in order to rope the people that are calling for the sit at home in and paint them black. It is obvious. They have done it in Liberia. They did it with the Kamajos in Sierra Leone. And I am not surprised that they are not the ones that are doing it here too. So that is my point. I don't want to speak about Asari Dokubo because he has found mercy or favor from the hand of the ruling party as it is right now. So whatever the guy does, nobody cares. It was there when he was brandishing weapons and so on and so forth, and nothing happened. He went to Astor Rock, the conference room where the president addresses the press. That was where he made nonsensical, comments, such targeting a particular ethnic group, and nobody spoke about it. Nothing happened to him. So, but we can also speak, vociferously to people that said we will not come out, we will sit at home in order to show our civic disobedience to what they are going through.
No, that's a criminal. That's a criminal activities. Forcing people to sit at home is a criminal.
I don't think anybody is being forced to sit at home.
No,
when you see things like I gave you two instances
Can
here.
I respond to you,
I am responsive. I am responding to the man that just addressed me, and I think I have
Maxwell,
right to do that.
please let others chime in so that they can be able to ask some questions and maybe brief responses. Please go ahead.
Okay. Please, can I quickly ask the question? Yeah, you say there is nothing wrong in saying people to sit at home. Imagine Lagos people say, oh, they should start still. We are using the tax money, paying all the Southeast every month, paying them allocation every month. And some state is sabotaging other region. The taxpayer money from Lagos State, we are using it to pay Southeast every allocation every month. And Southeast is not contribute anything to Federation more than 1 year now. And you are saying that's not criminality. Let us condemn what is wrong. You understand me? This is totally wrong. There's nothing we can say about this thing defending IPOP, killing people, eating people, and you are saying it's not a criminality. Can we stop this?
Yeah.
Let me say this.
Yeah,
let me respond. Can I respond?
Mr. V.
Can I respond to what my brother said right now?
No, sorry. Let Kenny add so that so that you can take all of them at the same time. Kenny, please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Vin, I'm from the southeast. I'm from the southeast, and I can tell you that what Simon Ekpa and what IPOB is doing to the southeasterners is not good. Maybe you may not like the word criminality, but what they are doing to the southeasterners is illegal. You understand? You cannot tell people to sit at. Do you know how many people that have died in the course of sitting at home? And you cannot tell me that any Igbo man likes to close his shop every Monday. You cannot tell me. It's just because of fear of being killed that people are responding to that nonsense. And the Simon Ekpa cannot just sit down in Finland and be giving that nonsense order. And you come here and defend him. It's ridiculous. Me, as a Southeasterner, you just imagine coming to Alaba to say, close Alaba every Monday. Igbo dominated markets. Do you know what you are saying? Just because you want to obey one man. Let me tell you, Simon Ekpa is just one man. He's a nobody. And the many IPOB, many things you are saying here, people are hiding under that issue of sitting at home to commit criminalities. There is no two ways about it. Whether you want to bring in government or you want to say anything, there are a lot of criminalities going on in that circle of sitting at home. Is it because many of us that have been affected, that have a relative that has been killed or kidnapped one time or the other? We have people that have been kidnapped. We have people that have been killed. So we have the right to say that they are criminals. So don't come here and defend what is not proper. I'm being affected as a Southeasterner. I have someone that have been kidnapped in the issue of sitting at home.
I'm solidly behind you. Solidly.
So see, let me tell you, I don't know the mentality. One man, Simon Ekpa, cannot come and control my mentality. Even Nnamdi Kanu cannot do that. Talk less of Simon Ekpa. Look at the way the guy talks. Look at the nonsense he's vomiting. Who gave him the law? Who gave him the order? Who made him the president of the Southeast?
He didn't even get any votes anywhere. Nobody voted him anywhere.
Nobody gave him vote.
He has the
Nobody
power
organized to say, let us elect this man as our leader in the Southeast. He just rose off from Finland, where he's enjoying himself, and they're allowing his people being killed in the course of sitting at home. And you are defending it. Man, this is ridiculous.
If P2B said this, at least one can say P2B got a lot of votes in the Southeast. So, but these people, none of them were voted. And Van Masfred, I want you to address this point directly. When people are asked to sit at home and they go out, you see, when you don't allow people to exercise their civil rights to free movement, that is tantamount to kidnap. And I will had issues occurring when Abiola, when people were fighting for Abiola's release, people were going to protest, but nobody was forcing them to go to protest or sit at home. You can protest or you can ask people to sit at home, but it needs to be voluntary. People should be allowed. The ones that want to go outside should be free to go without fear of favor. Don't you agree, Maxwell?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I would like to say this, and I've been saying it, and I'll keep reiterating. If it is the IPOB or someone else group that is enforcing the sit at home, where are the security operatives? Where are the security operatives to arrest those people that are enforcing the sit at home? I think there are videos that came out when the same man you played his video, one man played his video here right now, threatened that he has been killing the Igbos in Southeast. He has been eyeing them in Southeast.
That one is true.
He made
I
it
confirm
clear.
that
Yeah,
one.
yeah, but he didn't say that he was doing it to cause chaos. He was fighting against the
He
ones
made
that are
he made
causing the
it clear.
problem.
Okay, now when a government, a legitimate government, allow non-state actors like that man to make such statement without any penalty or cautioning. Let me just say, for the least,
Maxi, let me
cautioning.
address it. Let me
So
just confront the point you're making.
what does that say about that area? You see, the people.
Maxi, just calm down. Just calm down for a bit. The point he was making, I started talking about. I'm not excusing it. I don't like the idea of non-state actors doing anything. However, the point he was making was that they are hired to do a specific task. In other words, to go after people that are causing instability. He said that they did it in the south and in the north too, like the Abuja to Kaduna road. He also mentioned that specifically that the issues that used to occur there have stopped now because of their operations there. So what
Sorry,
he's
to
telling is
Nigeria,
that they are trying to
who hired
stabilize
them?
the
Sorry.
environment, not make things worse.
Who hired them to Nigeria? Sorry.
The government, somehow, the government is employing them. These people, I don't understand why they are doing that, but it's a dangerous game that they are playing. I don't like the idea.
I said it
sorry,
here to Nigeria.
to Nigeria,
The government is
Nigeria.
employing them. That's what they are saying.
Yeah, I think what is going on here is that there's two issues. You get what I'm saying? Now, what I'm trying to find the name. Who was talking now? Was it Mazi?
The Max.
Yeah, Mazi.
Mazi, okay, Maxwell, okay. Okay, so I think there's two portions to what Maxwell is saying. I agree with one. One is the one I disagree with, which is the one Ekene was pointing at, which is the IPOB, the enforcement of the sit at home, which is forceful enforcement of sit at home. I disagree vehemently with those ones. But then to the other parts he's pointing to, I have made my own research. I have asked questions. I've been in the Southeast for this is the second week now, and there are varieties to what he's pointing to. And but if I open up that conversation, it's probably going to take up hours here with the conversation of what went wrong between Nnamdi Kanu and Asari Dokubo, and what happened between that started the rivalry. You know what I'm saying? And what happened in the bushes, and what even led Nnamdi Kanu to form ESN, and how the state collaborated in fueling the violence. So that's story for another day. But the point we are making here, me and Ekene, I feel Ekene is saying, is the sit at home should stop. Simon Epa, I said it before, I'm going to say it again, and he can come and charge me to court, is a criminal. And I have listened to him. I have gone to his whatever he was doing. I have studied him. Both body language, every single thing. This guy uses propaganda, fake news, and fake videos to misdirect Igbos in the diaspora, to contribute monies for him, of which he takes a little percentage to use to soil the hands of small boys in the south. So very tiny group of people who are normally criminals.
Do you have evidence to say that?
Wait, calm down. Now, these criminals, what they do is during the sit at home, they go to places that are, remote places that are not very close to police stations or army headquarters or wherever it is, scare women in the market, make videos and put up online for their master to use in saying that, you see, I'm in control of Southeast, so what is going on? And then they blow it out of proportion. Now, recently, videos are now surfacing because bad news get more publicity. Recently, like the governors, these new ones now, not the useless ones that left, like the former governor for Anambra, former governor of Enugu and Abia and all that. The new ones now, they are now enforcing the local vigilantes. Also, the locals have also started rising to the occasion, which is what Madam Zita actually said a couple of weeks ago. Now the locals are starting to rise and say, see, the country is already hard. You can't also bring an extra artificial one that is serving your own personal interest and your little clique out there in the diaspora. Now, the locals are rising up. We are seeing, I can send you tons of videos now. I know the one that happened here in Anambra last week. That one I was a witness to it. Somebody I know personally was a witness to it. They are now challenging these boys. They are nailing these boys down. Back to back, the local vigilantes are back up working again. They are going into the forest, into their camps. They are making videos. They are taking this. There is the one that happened 3 days ago. Now these boys were hunted down. Two died. The other ones, they tied their hands and took them to the police. Now this is the best approach. You get what I'm saying? Because why they were hiding under the agitation thing, which IPOB of Nnamdi Kanu have said we don't have a hand in it. Now, why let me tell you why it is necessary for them to hide under IPOB. Because when they commit crime and then people say it's IPOB, the law enforcement will probably not want to go after that, because before you know it, they want to say, law enforcement is going after Biafra boys. You know what I'm saying? Now, they are using that as a shield to shield their criminality. Now, the moment people started saying, you guys are not IPOB, you don't have anything to do with Biafra, you are criminals. Immediately, the locals started identifying that. The vigilantes started nailing them down and calling them what they are, which is criminal. And the day Simon Ekpa is arrested, if I'm president, he's good. I don't want to know anything about law. He's going to be there for next 80 years. He dies.
Wow, you're already breaking the law. You're not even president yet. Okay.
Like it's so annoying. Like it's so frustrating. Really. See, I come from a business family, largely apart from my mom who is a lawyer. But so I know the impact of these things on business. You know what I'm saying?
But do you think that the P2V effect gave the politicians a bit more courage in terms of when they see an individual that can actually get support in the whole Southeast?
Exactly. So let me tell you what the P2B effect did in the Southeast. So P2B effects took off the emotional attachment that Southeasterners had to the non-state actors. So it's like P2B pulled them back into normal politicking, which is what a Nigeria as a sovereign nation should be doing. Now, that emotion went down, and it now made the governors now have to seize the opportunity, especially with the absence of Nnamdi Kanu and the definition of Simon Ekpa for what he is, which is a criminal, and everybody now almost substantially in Southeast agree unanimously that this guy is our problem. That is the first 70% of the job done. Now, you can now see that people now celebrate videos where boys are being hunted down. Whereas 2 years ago, if that kind of hunt down happened in Southeast, people will be like, oh, you're killing our sons. Hey, Nigeria government. You're saying those sentiments will come up, but those sentiments don't come up again. And now I love what the forces are doing. The forces are now putting local vigilantes in the forefront. So these local vigilantes get these boys, arrest them, and then bring them to the forces, to the police station. You get what I'm saying? Now you now know that it is our brothers that is arresting these criminals by themselves, which is what I've always suggested from day one, so that that part of sentiments can be avoided. You get what I'm saying? So the definition of these guys as criminals was largely a fallout of that political movement of Peter Obi, which pulled them out from that. Put the ones that were, because there's a lot of people that never subscribed to it anyway. The ones that was even subscribing or trying to, or maybe has some kind of sympathy or all of those things. P2B pulled all those things away and now gave those state governors more courage,
Now you state governor standing up against it at home, and people are saying, yes, go governor, which is not what will happen like 2 years ago. So I think that's what that's
Please, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, I can hear
Can
you now.
you hear me?
You're clear now. There was a noise coming from
Okay.
your mic before. Is this
Sorry.
world peace?
Sorry. Yeah. Yes, what please? Let me interject a little bit. I like the way the both parties are interjecting. There's a say that we always say that nobody will say his mother's sweet soup is bad or is bitter. Vin, I believe Vin is Masid, my good friend. He's an IPOB, which I don't dispute. But if I have the power to be in government, I'll be the first to extradite him from Ghana to arrest him for terrorism. And PlayStation, which is a semi-IPOB, does not see anything wrong in IPOB, but saying the boys they arrested, they are criminals. I don't understand. We used to say in the pidgin, I see you to say father. They were arresting newspapers in 3 days or 4 days. A lot of ESN camp have been raided. IPOB ESN camp. A lot. My phone is filled up. And PlayStation is saying here they are arresting criminals. Who are the criminals? It's not the ESM or IPOB boys. I don't get it. When you people try to lay pass on one person and accuse the other person, if so, Samuel Ekpa is not guilty. If Nnamdi Kanu is sent, then Samuel Ekpa is a cardinal. I don't get what people are saying here.
I came from another angle.
And
the people you are
hold
calling
on.
Let me clarify myself.
Hold on, please. On Monday, people took to the street in Enugu to riot. 3 days before Monday, I thanked the chief of army staff and the police that took into action. They'll be raiding IPOB by ESN either. Even in Asaba, Tunaja, are you not aware of that? That by some IPOB officials arrested some, even including twins.
I'm not aware of that. Sorry.
I have videos in my phone here. I can send it to you if you play to them. Every day by day, they are showing IPOB hideout raided in the bush in different parts of Southeast. IPOB ESN.
Mr. Otis is very correct in that, but it's in Okpanam. It's very, very correct.
Yeah, so I don't know why people will just come here and spin things to make things look good. It's not about claiming. Hold on, please. Hold on. This is not trying to blame one region as bad people. We are trying to find a solution to a region. If you don't condemn what is bad, how can you not fix it? I don't know why.
Let me say this. Let me say this. No, let me answer you. Let me tell you something first. Let me tell you something first. What peace? Let me tell you. Whether IPOB, whether Biafra, whether anything, whenever an individual or a group of people start to involve in violence to disturb the peace of the nation, automatically they become criminals. Do you understand what I mean?
Thank you for that information.
So there is no two ways to describe them than being criminal. Or do you want me to say they are IPOB criminal? There is nothing like IPOB criminal.
Listen, you don't even understand what I'm saying. I say when I started, I made remarks to both Vin and PlayStation, the way they spin the situation. Being said, PlayStation said that they went to the bush and said this is criminal. They went to the bush to arrest IPOB and ESN members. That's what we saw in channels, Arise, Gazette, every news outlet.
Different from what you see.
It's different.
Don't take criminals.
No. First of all,
automatically they are criminals. Whether they are IPOB,
I know.
whether they are
Hold on. Automatically.
So that's the point I want to do. Anybody that disturb the peace of the nation, that disturb the peace of whether you are from IPOB, whether you are from Biafra camp, whether you are from Mazop camp, you are a criminal.
Yes, I agree with that. But somebody perpetrated that crime.
Wait. War peace. If you say it's IPOB, so if criminals come from Masop camp or come from Asari camp or from other camp, so I will not say that. I will not start differentiating.
See, this is the part.
Calm down. The one arrested this week is IPOB criminal. The one arrested on Thursday is Masop criminal. The one arrested on Friday is political talk criminal. Which one?
So yeah, let me answer you, please. Thank you so much for your questions. We have been used to this kind of questions. We've not started hearing today. We started hearing since 1966 from people like I don't know if you know people they call Egu Merije and Chuku Merije. That's how they make their name. They were one of the best propagandists in the world. So now when they are killing, when they're recycling people in northwest, northeast, they differentiate them. This is ISWAP member, this is Boko Haram member, these are bandits. We know who and who they are getting down. But when it comes to southeast, if the evidence is becoming so obvious that we cannot defend it, we will not remove the people that perpetrated the act, the organization that will remove them and blame the art alone. Just like when the KKK were doing what they were doing in the 60s. If Black Panther, a member, committed a crime, they'll blame all the group, Black Panther worldwide, on that crime. But
That
the
is why
KKK
you
member
people
commits a
get
crime.
things wrong in
Hold
Nigeria.
on.
Sorry, can I clarify myself?
Now,
I've
let
been
me
asking
finish.
to clarify
Let me
myself. You've been
finish.
talking, but then continue.
Let me finish. Sorry. When KKK member commits a crime, they'll single out that individual that committed that crime and punish that member for that crime. In the Black people rules of like, no, this cannot be so. If
But
you are,
see, one piece though, the
but
Nigerian government has proscribed IPOB. If I'm not mistaken, it's not a
I'm not
legal
talking about Nigerian
organization.
government. I'm not talking about Nigerian government. If you listen to what I said the way these two people, PlayStation and Master, are spinning the situation here. Now,
My
the
name
case
is
is
not PlayStation, no, my brother.
play some, sorry, play some, play. Sorry, I'm not saying clearly. Now, the way people are spinning it here. Now we're not distancing IPOP away from the criminality that is going on. People
I
that are
am
being
not
arrested.
distancing IPOB. So maybe if you let me clarify myself, maybe you
But you
understand.
just said they went to the bush and started arresting these criminals. They were hiding under
You can ask for
the.
clarification if you didn't
No,
understand.
hold
But
on.
you
Let me
can't just
repeat
say
what
I'm
you just
distancing
said.
IPOB.
That the IPOP have distanced themselves from this thing that is going on, and that people have taken to the bush and started arresting the criminals, taking
Then
advantage
ask me
of
for
that.
clarification and I will give you one.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. So, see the points. Yeah. Indigenous people of Biafra, which everybody knows my stand on that, on this platform from day one. I'm one of the number one enemy of Nnamdi Kanu. But that's me personally. Now, I'm making analysis now based on the region and what the realities on ground in the region. The IPOP started speaking to some issues that are germane to the heart of the Igbos. And they were able to gather sympathy from normal people. I'm talking about women in the rural area, your mama, my mama, papa, grandmama, great grandmama, somewhere, and normal people that is just normal people that don't know anything about carrying gun or the youthful exuberance of the younger ones. Now, those guys, most of those people, oldies and normal people, you can still come and somebody will say, I am IPOB, because I believe IPOB is just fighting for Biafra freedom. You get what I'm saying? Now, if I come and some people who are also IPOB are perpetrating acts of criminality, and instead of me to call them criminal and go after them, I call them IPOB, what you are doing is you are triggering the normal people, like the old mama inside the village and all those people that identify as IPOB, that you are coming after her. Or you're coming after the 95-old man that's listening to Radio Biafra or whatever it is, just because of the sentiments he has towards and all of that. Some of them are genuine. Now, the simple way, which is what Obi did when he came to Anambra State, he said, these guys, I don't want to hear anything about Masop. Anybody that commits acts of criminality in Anambra under my watch is a criminal, and I'll attack him as a criminal. That is the first. Immediately he removed the Masop toga that they were wearing. He removed the sentiments of the normal indigens away from them. It's like unveiling, remove it, and then the criminal is remaining, and then when you attack the criminal, no indigen is going to go after you. So that is what I mean by that. I'm not saying that this and that, blah, blah. So the simple thing is that why it was hard to be fought for a long time is because people kept helping them with the toga of IPOP. So when the military now go after them, you now find normal local indigens protecting them or saying, no, they're killing our son. We are just fighting for freedom fighting. And that makes it bad because when the locals are against you coming after those guys, it will be hard for you to get them. Now, how do you go after them?
But
By opening the
I
eyes of
think
the locals
what you are
first.
doing, what
By
you are
opening the eye
saying,
of the
see,
local first to see that,
Playtown,
forget about this
Playtown,
IPOB, whatever. They are criminals, and we are going to go after
Playtown,
them.
you have made the point already. I think the point you are making is to separate the name from the individuals that are behaving badly.
Exactly.
But the problem
Just
now
for
is
the
that
just for the sake of the normal harmless locals who already have some attachment to that area,
let me
who are
support
not
you,
of any harm
Octa.
to the society.
the
Let
problem now is
me
that the
make my
government itself has proscribed the organization as a terrorist organization. So that name itself is tarnished from the point of view of legality. So the idea behind it is not tarnished. If people feel aggrieved, they have a right to air that view. And if they were so popular, why didn't they test it in the polls? And this is one other problem that that causes problems. You wonder why, if they were so popular all over the southeast, then you should have done what Peter Obi did. They would have had all the governors by now, or at least most of the governors in the southeast. They would have had our House of Assembly members. Can you imagine how much power they wield then? But they didn't do that. Instead, they are causing anarchy in their neighborhood.
let me say
Please
this.
go
Let
ahead.
me say this. What piece he said about you see, IPOB, I understand the government has proscribed them as a terrorist group, which me, I didn't have anything against that. But you should know that agitation of the Biafran nation didn't start with IPOB. First, there was a Biafran, and we know that a lot of people are agitating for that Biafran nation. It's a fact. Nobody can take that away. I used to say it in this platform. I have elderly men, I have elderly women that up to today believe in Biafra. But these men and women, they are not harmful. They can sit you down and tell you stories how they fight the war and all that, and the need for Biafra and all that. It's up to you to say, Mama, I believe, Mama, I don't believe. And she is not going to fight you. It's a different ball game. That when you force somebody to believe in what you want him to believe, just like Ekpa and other people are doing. You want me to believe in what I don't want to believe. You are forcing me to be a Biafra by force. That is
I think
criminality.
that by force I think that's the main phrase there, by force.
That is criminality.
Please, let me interject a little bit. Let me answer you people.
To War Peace, there is something you said here that I take exception to. And I want to respond to you I know you will know that. And you know where I'm coming from. You see,
of course.
there's something I would like to tell you here, and you must understand what I'm going to tell you. I don't insult people.
I wasn't insulting you.
I don't use demeaning or incendiary languages, words on people.
Neither I did that to you.
You have no authority over me. Your government, listen, your government that derive joy in murdering innocent people have no right. Ghana is not a lawless country like Nigeria. We follow due process of law. The same way you are arrested, you kidnap Mazen Namdekan, your government kidnapped Mazen Namdekan without due process. You didn't speak to it. You are telling me that if you are the government of Nigeria, you will come and extradite me. Don't you know that extradition has a process? Or do you think that
it doesn't necessarily have a process? By Maxwell,
we flagrantly disobey court orders and human rights of people?
Maxwell, just to correct
a
fact.
Tell me that if you have the power, you will come here and arrest me. They're making
I think you are being a little bit too.
You don't do that to me.
Don't be economical.
I
The truth
respect
is
you
that,
so much. You cannot come here and tell me such
can I
and
qualify something you
okay?
said? Let me qualify something you said. The truth is that government, the United States, the UK, they can rendition you without any due process at all. Not zero. They would
why have they not renditioned Abba Kyari from Nigeria? Why are you hiding Abba Kyari?
Abba Kyari is different. I'm talking about the Western government. They do the same. You are saying they don't do this any other part of the world. They do. They actually literally kidnap you and take you to a black site. You know what that means. They take you to a black site, and you can disappear from there. Nobody will ask for you. So that is something that they do regularly.
If they have the power, they could have gotten Snowden. I think they could have gotten Snowden as well.
Vin, let me something. Let me something clear. Let me make something clear. Probably you listen to me from the middle of my speech. I said if I have the authority and I have my way, I would have extracted you from. Hold on now. Hold on. It was just it's a statement. Hold on. Hold on now. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on now. Hold on. I'm not imposing on you. We're just talking communication here. We're just having conversation. I said if I have the authority, I would extract you from Ghana, from what you were saying. I said, from what you were saying, hold on, please, because let's go according to what you were saying. If you're in Ghana, like what you're saying, to extradite Samuel Ekpa, now people is crying for them to bring on Samuel Ekpa from Finland to Nigeria. So it's you that's in Ghana speaking to Nigeria about IPOB. You don't have the right to speak about IPOB in Nigeria. You're not a Nigerian. That's why we're just making a simple clarity. Anyway, it's not like I'm against you. We're just talking and letting our people on the comment section to understand. Now, in 1966, there was Biafra was declared, and they fought and they lost, and they hand over unconditionally by Philip Effiong, and Juku ran away, and it was Gowan declared no victory, no vanquish, unconditional handover, surrender, meaning nobody can come out and agitate on that name, Biafra. Not that you cannot agitate for freedom. You can come out as Igbo, or come out with any name as I want to associate with Nigeria. There's no problem. But the problem is you cannot agitate on that name that costs millions of people. And we fail to realize this. And our Tasha boy is looking at us and laughing at us. Now, when Ojukwu came back in 1979, he begged again and he signed. He would never partake in that shenanigans anymore. That's why he couldn't form anything Biafra. He formed Inke Bafron. After Inke Bafron, he trained Wazirike, that one from Masop. They couldn't even try to put the name Biafra, though Masop has somewhere in between that has something like Biafra inside it. It's what Ojukwu passed away. They cannot have the guts to create. You can't even call it Biafra direct. You call it indigenous people of Biafra. It can't be clever by half. These people don't have any authority. Hold on, please. These people don't even have any authority to agitate on that particular name. Agitate on that particular name, you are calling for that ceasefire to stop ceasefire and to start the war again. That way people don't even understand.
No.
I'm not saying
you are jumping on. Yeah.
I'm not jumping. I'm just have to take you back and bring you forward. So hold on, please. I'm taking you back to bring you forward so you understand where I'm coming from. We just start from the middle. Yeah, they are IPOB member. We can agitate for our freedom. Nobody's asking you to agitate on your freedom. But that name, hold on.
Listen.
Hold on now. Hold on now, please. Now, hold on.
It does not guarantee anything.
Hold on now, please. But that name you are agitating on is wrong. Just like when East Germany now wants to agitate on Nazi party, that we need East Germany back, we need Nazi. It cannot happen. It cannot happen. So if we want to talk about decision, let's first of all put IPOB as I condemn IPOB first. Anything IPOB is condemnable first. Nnamdi Kanu is condemnable first. Samuel Ekpa is one rope that tie IPOB, ESN, Nnamdi Kanu, and Samuel Ekpa. If we can establish that, then we can talk as the same people and find solution to the Southeast. But you cannot exonerate one and blame one. That means we're not ready for anything.
You don't find the root of the problem and you are finding the solution. Have you said that?
Nobody says exonerating anyone here. You can see somebody. When I told you when Uptown talk, he told you he's not a Nnamdi Kanu supporter. The same thing as me. I don't even follow their page. I cannot even listen to them. Do you understand? So to show you that, Andy, I've said it. All this Biafra or IPOB of 18, it's just about 25 or 30%. It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee.
So I think we all know where this is going. Maybe we should move it.
If you look very well, this This IPOB of 18 or Biafra of 18 is tying off with older generation.
Everybody is now talking about IPOB, Simon Ekpa, Mazinam, the Kano, this and this and that. You have not spoken about another non-state actor that is carrying
what concerns me now is how to find peace in Southeast.
You see this hypocrisy. Most of you,
there is no hypocrisy there. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that what
Maxi, okay, one at a time.
People cannot speak, but you focus.
Let me tell you.
One at a time.
The situation in the Southeast has been something worrisome to me for a very long time. So I need to speak to it very well. I've not digested it very well. I've not find peace in my space. I begin to find Asare Dokubo. I need to find peace in my space. Southeast, I need to travel there and relax and have the peace of mind. If you listen to the news, what happened there is that yesterday or the day before yesterday, one native doctor that was kidnapped. That is direct in my home, in my house. That situation it doesn't go well with me.
Yeah.
For some non-state actors to come and do such operation, to come and do such operation by 1 a.m. in the night, take that guy away. Up to today, nobody knows his whereabouts.
He's being released.
Who released him? Nobody released him.
I am not. Okay, can I just add something to this debate so that we just get rid of some of these funny misconceptions? See, the Southeast the situation in the Southeast was created by this thing from the point of view of IPOB and all the rest. That's when it actually started. Because when people like to make it look like the Nigerian government just started reacting, it's not necessarily true, because I saw a video of 2014 when Nnamdi Kanu was actually threatening Nigeria. Like, then they hadn't done the Python dance. They've not really done anything to him during that time. He said Nigeria was going to be like Somalia was going to be like a paradise compared to Nigeria. That the only thing Nigeria understood was violence. This is not hidden. And the person that interviewed him was no other than Dr. Damage's this thing. The video is online. So the person that created this atmosphere in the Southeast was people in the Southeast that did it. I understand what Maxi. Sorry, let me finish my point. Understand what Maxi is saying about non-state actors. Maybe they are also causing problems there. But the people that created the environment is the Southeasterners, and these people don't have any vote. Nobody voted them. Nobody gave them any power. Just support, and they are enforcing a lot of problems in their own region. I don't understand that. And someone like Maxi will be supporting them. If
we want to be sincere with ourselves, you cannot carry a log of load in your eyes and you are going to remove another person's log of load in his own eye, where you are carrying a very big one in your own eye. That is hypocrisy to me.
What is the log? I don't know what the log is. I'm not so clear.
As in you are having some very big log, as in log of Ibu Nanyagi, as in.
No, I know that you carry log, but what does a log represent? That's what
it means is this. What it means is this. I have a big problem in my own house. Go, which is the Southeast. Then I'm leaving my space, going to River State to look for Asare Dokubo.
Asare Dokubo. Thank you.
Is it not the same Asare Dokubo that told you that they were hired by the government?
Nothing concerns me. Nothing concerns me here. I said I have a big problem. I have a big problem.
See, Max, you are spinning what Asare Dokubo said. Asare Dokubo said they hired him. He also said they hired him for Abuja and Kaduna. Don't try to spin it. And people I don't know why he would do these things. Just because he said he was Ajah, doesn't say that he was going there to cause chaos.
He said they hired him. That is what I said. I didn't say
he was going there to cause chaos. He was going there to solve a problem. They were hired to solve a problem. not to go and cause
solving
chaos.
the problem by a non-state actor where you have a standard and operational security.
I don't support it, but don't try to spin it to make it look like they were hired to go and cause chaos.
Yeah, Tonight, let me start this. Gavin, sorry. This is the problem we are having. When we start doing when we try to find solution to a problem. You know, there was one time I was Kennedy just said, and if you have been this, I believe when you were here when I said this at some time last year. It's going to 2 years I've been this station. This now. I've paid 500,000 naira for my friend, a IPOB coordinator in this Japan. He's my very good friend. We've got tablets together. He was kidnapped in Southeast. We have to all of us have to donate money to release him by his own ESM too. So we should not do. Then when we talk, when I submit this, when we are talking a few days back, we were talking with some other guys. We're talking about what's going on in Southeast. This other guy was telling us what's happened in Benue, the killing that happened in Benue. And I asked him, what concerns what's happening in Benue to what's going on in Southeast? That my friend almost chopped that guy head off. Because after his kidnapping, he never liked anything Biafra. I don't want to hear it. We should stop this. Like what Kenny just said. You don't compete. You don't. When your own house is where it's burning, then you want to go and kill that in another house. When your own house is burning. Now, let me quickly say this. When we, the Beninese, everybody know here, we are accused of prostitution in Europe. We did not say, no, it was some people from Benin that was doing it, or one tribe of Benin was doing it. We followed the bitter pill and accepted it and faced it head on and press solution to it. Why can't Southeast accept it for one? That the problem is Southeast, that ESN, the Kano is the problem. First of all, solve that. And find solution to your problem.
What you're suggesting is that people in the Southeast that know what is going on in Southeast should leave what is going on and swallow your own narrative, hook, line, and sinker. That's what you're suggesting.
No, you don't get what I'm saying. I said, like what Kenny just said, when you have problem in the Southeast, solve a problem and leave aside the couple alone, or what's going on in Plateau or Jos.
Nobody is talking about Asari Dokubo. Asari Dokubo is another news altogether.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
My brother,
leave Asari Dokubo alone. Hold on.
Nigeria has a spiral effect on the other regions.
Leave Asari Dokubo alone. Face your own region first. Make your heart peaceful first.
But nobody is facing Asari
Dokubo. Can I just add something? Just to advise, supporters of IPOB, if you support or supporters of Biafra movement, like in the UK now, the people that supported the UK leaving the EU, they went into the European Parliament. They went into the organization that they want to destroy. They want the UK to leave. They got elected into the organization. So if you want to you want to fight for Biafra, why not go through the political route and try to get people into office? If you say you have the support on the ground, test it out. Then you get into office and try to argue your case. Yeah.
They don't have the right to
no, sorry, let my Maxi respond so that then you can go. Maxi, please go ahead.
To Nigeria, they don't have the power to grant themselves referendum. If the Nigerian state feels that these people, majority of them, like they always say, doesn't want to have Biafra, are not opting out of that Nigerian oneness. Why can't they, introduce the same way that took the Midwestern states out, the same thing that took the Adamawa part back to Cameroon, and the same system that took the southern part of Cameroon back to Cameroon from Nigeria? Is that too big thing to do in Nigeria?
No, Mazi, that's a tricky way to do. No, that's a
people
tricky way to put
they
it.
have majority of them, they scatter their business all over Nigeria. They cannot go home. When you call them, they can't go home. Can you just try that and let's see? If you try that and the people say they want Nigeria, he said from that day he will stop.
Mazi, let's tell ourselves the truth. Any region that you offer even if you offer separation to Southwest now, they're probably going to take it. Yes, doesn't mean that majority actually want it, but just that you offer it, they may be like, okay, maybe we'll work better on our own. So even Middle Belt might probably take it. Southside might probably take
They
it.
won't take it.
So Southside
Most,
might
I
take
believe
it.
that most part of Nigeria, that if they vote for them to give them vote for this,
Only
they will
the
not
only
take it really.
no to Nigeria. I think the only part of Nigeria that will reject an offer to stay alone is probably the Connaught. If you take it to South, they're going to take it. Let's take our oil and probably
South definitely will take it. South will definitely run like a helter skelter.
Take it to Southwest. Southwest, I mean, we had enough already. We have Lagos, we have Subseaport and all
I
that.
think
Yes,
Southwest would be crazy
and
to take it. You know, I think Southwest would be the craziest to take it because I think Southwest has done the best out of Nigeria. If they took
exactly.
it, it would
So
be
they're
a
going to take it.
bad
They'll be like,
mistake.
man, we have pulled enough from this union, this marriage. I mean, let's go. So yeah, if you offer it on a platter to several regions, they're going to take it. So let's not. But that does not mean that the majority now, the way we are today, are actually agitating for it like that. But then, if you offer it on a platter, people will take it.
I think we are assuming that people will take it. You know, in reality, the masses won't. A lot of people will have a lot of reason not to take it. Like a lot of Southeasterners have businesses all over Nigeria, and people just assume that when they vote, they are going to take it. They may not take it.
Southeasterners wouldn't be the first to take it because
it's a big assumption. It's not very clear that
when the British people voted themselves through a referendum out of the European Union, are there not British people that own businesses across the European Union?
And they are living with the consequences now. And they are living with the consequences. And the UK one,
it depends on the model. It depends on what took them out. It depends on what took them out.
Don't let us lie to ourselves. No Igbo will take it. Let us. Do you know how many Igbo in Kano, in northern Nigeria?
In Rivers State, in Rivers State, they will start taking visa to come to Rivers State. What kind of visa?
Nobody will take it.
Only talking about
are you taking visa to come to my country? Are you taking visa to come?
I have an uncle who is an Igbo man. 90% of all his assets in his life is in Ghana. 10 is in Nigeria. And that 10 that is in Nigeria, 5 in Southeast, 5 spread across other parts of Nigeria. Now, that does not mean that he's still a rich man. He's not a Ghanaian, but 90% of his assets are in Ghana.
My brother, let me tell you one thing. There is something that people doesn't know. If you look at most of the financial institutions that are in Ghana here, you can count 5. Zenith is number 1. Access Bank is number 2. The indigenous bank here don't even come near. These are foreign businesses that are booming in this very place.
I can attest to that. Banking system and telecom system in Ghana is largely Nigerian.
I'm coming. Even when they were banning our people, retail trading is exclusively for the Ghanaian people. Outsiders will not engage in it, but you can engage in wholesale trading. So that is where they were having problem with the Nigerian traders here, because they were a lot of them are engaging in retail trading, which is exclusively for our people. So that is where they have problem with GUTA, Ghana Union of Trade Association.
You have not allowed us to speak, yo.
And they are fine-tuning
marginalizing me now.
We are marginalizing a lot of other people.
Nobody to marginalize Solomon here.
I'll be marginalize me.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I wanted to talk about, like, somebody was saying, what solution? Okay, Mr. Otis was saying, what solution are they providing to curb this insecurity and things going on in Southeast? And you see, the other day, Anezi came out and was saying some things like they would like how they need to Ebubago should merge with ESA, even though some persons were not happy with and did not agree to that. But you see, they already look at now the 500K dollars that Haneza has already put out that anybody that can anyway.
Is it me or there is some crackling sound from your mic? Is it just me?
It should be from your side.
No,
It should be from
I
your
think
side.
his network is bad.
No, it's from Maxi. If Max is from Maxi.
No,
Maxi.
it's not
Maxi
me.
mute.
It's not me.
It's mute. Mute.
I
Mute.
Yeah,
muted long
Max.
time ago.
Yeah, Max. Mute your mic. Let's see.
I muted
Mute
long
your
time ago. I just opened it now to speak to you when you were complaining.
Okay, just
Yeah,
mute
just
it
mute.
again. All right. Go ahead.
See?
Let's hear you.
You see?
Can you hear
I'm
me?
talking. It's clear, right? It's Maxi.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's not downplay the efforts these people are making. They are making to curb this insecurity and to this to stop this unknown government's operation in the southeast. And for me, now, I'm getting confused about this southeast, this unknown government and IPOP thing. So I feel like the IPOP people might not really be. I don't think that they are really as dangerous as we tag them. I just feel there is there is this unidentified people that are using going under the cover of IPOP. Like for instance, when Gulak was killed in Uri, Nnamdi Kanu came out and was crying out that look, they are trying to sabotage the IPOP, say that they will say that it's the IPOP. So you see, and there was something, I don't know if I can still find that article I read 2 days ago, yesterday, that when they were talking about how some governors in the southeast or some politicians in the southeast are using this unknown government to do certain things. So this IPOP, I'm not in support of IPOP, but we have to always say the truth, and we have to say it the way it is, and not just use our emotions or out of sentiment to cover up certain things. So
Yeah,
I
I agree
think I
with you.
even saw
Sorry, hold on.
of,
Let's have the lady. A lady just came in. I think she
that's
wants
the
to
lady.
come and
Nice.
share some this in idea. Go ahead, AI. Do you have anything to contribute to the topic?
Yeah. Hey, hi, is everyone? World Peace, congratulations. I have to
Thank you,
congratulate.
madam. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, what please? Congratulations, though. Sorry, my brother forgot.
Thanks.
Okay. To Nigeria, you are the moderator, right?
Yeah.
Would you allow me to speak on this Biafra matter?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead. That's why you're here now, and we are all ears, as they say.
How many minutes do I have?
Okay, let's do 5 minutes.
It's about to get bloody.
Let's do 5 minutes to start with. If it's very compelling and somebody doesn't interject, then that should be fine. But let's try not to interject for 5 minutes.
Okay. Actually, I want to, because this thing has been taking out a lot of use in my area. It's saddening. So I actually want to speak on number one, what is Biafra? Because what they want is secession for Biafra, right? That's what they want. To secede as Biafra. Please, if I say anything that is not in line with what they are asking for, somebody should correct me. They want to secede for Biafra, right?
Yeah, from Nigeria to create Biafra.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then they have a map.
The map is based on opinion. Some of them include the South, others don't.
Thank you, but they
a
have
very
a
confused
map. They have a map that can.
Yes.
Then they have a reason why they want to secede. Tunaja, can you remind me of their major reason why they want to secede, please?
Marginalization.
Thank you. Now let me talk about Biafra. Then I will talk about the map. Then I will talk about the reason. I'm in a hurry, but I will try as much as possible to be explicit in it. Biafra, to the best of anybody's knowledge, is not a country in the first place. Although, when you try to make some investigation, you will hear some people saying that there was a country called Biafra that existed 4,000 years ago. So why is nobody talking about it? And I usually tell them it's because you are the only one that see and heard about that country. That being said, Biafra is a bite that started somewhere in Bonny. They used to call it either bite of Biafra or bite of Bonny. It goes up. Then they have what they call the bite of Bini or Benin, as the British will call it. They gave it that name. The bite of Bini and the bite of Biafra, they called it the United British Protectorate. I don't want to take a lot of your time. And then, after enjoying themselves, because it's a beautiful curve, they jammed them together, merged it, and called it Nigeria. They took it up. That Biafra, the curve covers 5 countries today, which include Nigeria, Cameroon, Gabon, and somebody can remind me the remaining 2. So the Biafra is not all about Nigeria. It's a curve that the name is not a bay. They call it a bite of Biafra. That being said, I don't want to talk about who brought the map, but let's talk about the map. The map they are carrying today, they call it 24 states. And present day Nigeria, before now, they have 3 regions, right? And the map they are carrying, they created 24 states by the map. And today, present Nigeria has 37 states, that's 36, including Abuja. And that map, if you look at it very well, what they are carrying, they are using to take out productive age in my land. That dream, which I call Klakuku land, covers 9 states in Nigeria today. Although I might call it 10, but if I call it 10, people will say, Zita, you have started. It took some part of Benue. It took some part of Cameroon. Then it took Asaba, very close to Benin. And then the map started from where the curve started, which is the bite of Bonny, somewhere in Bonny. They took it up and they created 24 states, which is today 9 states. Now, let me speak about their reason, which everybody has concluded, and people have said, they have the right for secession. I've heard a lot of people say it. What is wrong is somebody asking for secession. But I believe if you have grudges, your grudges should be clear. Your grudges should be true. And your grudges should be reasonable. Now, I keep saying the map because those agitating for the indigenous people of Biafra are carrying that map. And the map covers 9 states. Then I ask, they say their reason is marginalization. Out of 36 states plus the federal capital, 37, one region has 9 states, was given 9 states. I ask, is that marginalization? Obviously not. In that 9 states, in this present dispensation, when I talk about present dispensation, I talk about from 1999 to date. That 9 states, have they produced a president? The answer is yes. Have they had countless Senate president, House of Representatives, top high-ranking political appointees from that area? The answer is yes. From that 9 states, has there been federal government presence in that 9 states? The answer is yes. Now, back to me. Why did I come in this night in my little schedule to speak on this thing? 471 productive age has been taken out in my land for this shenanigan. You are carrying a map. You hold that map, you hold it there, you flag it everywhere in the internet, in social media, whosoever wants to talk to you. This has been going on since 1966. People have been dying because of that map. I want to ask two questions. What you are saying that is your reason and the map you are carrying, do they balance? They did not balance. The second question I ask, where is the progress report on this agitation? Since 1966, they've been agitating from Biafra to Ikemba Front, from Ikemba Front to Mosop, from Mosop to IPOD, depending on the convener. It is so dramatic, irritating, and funny. I ask, what is the progress report? Because we are in the world of IoTs.
Madam Zita, help me ask them. I'm behind you on this.
Whatever you are doing, the progressive report will be everywhere. I want to go further to discuss this because there have come a time we have to talk about it. We really have to talk about it. But I don't have much time today. I ask again, where is the progress report from Ojukwu to Wazurike, from Wazurike to Nnamdi Kanu, from Nnamdi Kanu to Simeon Ekpa? The money is going. People are loading money.
Madam Zita, those guys are appointees, political appointees.
And I ask, since 1966 to date, where is the progress report? What have you done? Who has you spoken to? We want to see videos. We want to see pictures. We want to see people you have been consulting. Because for people like me and most of you in the platform, secession is not by just saying it. There are procedures, there are contacts, there are things to be done. I ask again, where is the progress report that 471 counting of the productive age in my land should go? And still, we don't have a progress report. Let me say this. According to the people that say, what is wrong in somebody asking for secession? I want to ask them, have they been able to investigate what happened during the Nigerian Biafra War? Have they been able to ask themselves the question, why did one man say yes and all of a sudden came back to say no? They always blame the British. But if you go into in-depth and degree of that Nigerian Biafra War, although the people that messed that thing up don't want to say the truth and all of them are dying, you will find out the reason why a man said, okay, fine, and all of a sudden turned back is still because of this ridiculous map. Let me say this. If there is a tribe in Nigeria that wants to secede, if there is a tribe in Nigeria who wants to secede, they should come together as a tribe, lay their complaint and their reasons why they want to secede. We start from there. But drawing a map that covers even Cameroon, and you say your reason is because of marginalization, what the heck are you talking about? And because of that map, you are taking people away, alienating a particular tribe. Program is going on in my land. I know that. I'm trying to place my hands on why such a thing should happen. You know, when you have a geographer, and the geographer tell you names of cloud, cumulus cloud, this cloud, this cloud, this cloud. And he said, can you see cloud cuckoo land? And you start to look for cloud cuckoo land. He will be smiling. You know why? Because there is nothing called cloud cuckoo land. That map they are carrying and are using to delete my people is a cloud cuckoo land. According to some people, they say, what is wrong in you asking to leave? Can you please, as according to you, keep it to you? Everybody in this platform and people listening know what I'm talking about. Keep it to you. Fight for yourself. Do not include others and even other countries. Then when you come out to tell the whole world why you have decided to commit suicide, they will listen to you. But what is going on now is a whole bundle of confusion. And as I said before, nobody can stop it except people in my land. But peradventure, anybody wants to go to my land, please don't go in the name that you want to stop what is happening there, because you're not going to stop it. I heard some time ago that the army chief wants to go and do something, put up a budget and eat his own money. No. If the government wants to come into what is happening in my land, they should go through the three arms of government. Talk about it or don't talk about it. Put a very stern law. You will help us. Let there be consequences if you want to help us. But peradventure, you don't want to help us. Our people can stop what is going on in their land. There have been a lot of confusion. I have heard people say that their uncles, their father, their brothers hold on to Biafra. What the heck is that? Can you please stop by and ask that your uncle, what is the land map of this Biafra? You'll be shocked at what he'll be telling you, because what will come out of his mouth is actually going to sound ridiculous. I repeat myself again. If you want to secede as a tribe, according to the people that say what is wrong in somebody asking for secession, go as that tribe, lay your foundation, put all your grudge. But having a 9-state and producing one of the presidents that looked the nation when the nation was the richest, made the most money, had countless Senate presidents with 9 states. The Western region don't have up to 9. And then you come out to tell the whole world why you are deleting your people is because you are marginalized. Are you being fair to your people and to the country? I rest my case. Thank you to Niger for giving me this opportunity. Is there
Thank
any
you, Madam
question?
Zita. But yes, yes. Let me just ask 1 or 2 questions. But largely I agree with you, especially on the golden, what I refer to as the golden question. Where is the progress report? Which is the question I've asked my pro Nnamdi Kanu brothers. I told them the day I will use the same vim I'm using to agitate for in a better Nigeria, to agitate for you, is the day you give me a detailed report of where we are moving from point A to B to D, and then I put it side by side with the Nigeria I'm pushing for, and then compare and contrast, and then I choose one. Until that day comes, you don't know what you're talking about. So that's a golden question, Madam Sister. But when you're talking about marginalization, I don't outrightly agree with you there. I think that region has been marginalized. It has been. Even if you want to put in South to them, which is debatable, but then you are referring to a particular map, and according to you, this map has South there. So even if you want to put South, me too. If honestly, if I'm a South person, I'll feel marginalized, because this is the where the oil and everything is coming from. If I am president today, I'm not even going to start my development from Southeast or whatever. I think I'm going to first of all go and apologize to those guys in South, because their land has been messed up. Development there is on the high time low. And those guys are the people that is the reason why Nigeria is still what Nigeria is today. All of them, all of the entire 6 states of
Wait,
the
what are you talking about? After giving them
Please hold on.
What happened to Goodluck Jonathan? What did Goodluck Jonathan?
NDSC, all the allocation they are taking. What are you talking about?
No.
Most of the main funds are ending up in
Are we just
Abuja.
joking here or what?
Don't understand me. There
You
is
said
enough
you
blame.
start your
No,
government
wait.
from
There's
developing
enough.
them.
There's enough.
What else did they want now? Tell me.
No, there's enough blame to go around, because also their leadership is really whack.
After federal government paying them all this oil money, do you know how much they are giving them from the percentage of oil? All these states in south. What are we talking about?
It's not as much as you think, actually. But
It's not as much as
let me correct you. Let me correct you.
Compared to what they are
what did they
getting
add?
from their
If
land.
Lagos don't add, what
Yeah,
did
Fatai, you are not. Can I defend the South for 1 second?
What are we talking about? South. What did South add? Lagos don't add.
Wait, hold on.
Talking about the reason why Lagos is
can I say something real quick?
South. What are you going on about?
Can I say something real quick? Fatai, I think that was Fatai. Before Obasanjo came, I introduced the Niger Delta development and the NDDC and also the 13% reservation and all that stuff. Prior to that, the kind of marginalization that was going on there, you have to call it marginalization, man. The execution of Sarajevo, the destruction of the Ogoni land. I mean, like, they were not getting what
Can I speak before?
If you are saying today, Fatah, you have a point, but it wasn't like before that. I mean, come on, like that was marginalization. So marginalization happened at one point. So we have to put that into account as well. There were times when the place was really marginalized. But today, you can say, yeah, there's money going there now, and it's now being. But back then,
didn't you hear that all the money going to NDDC goes back to Abuja? That's the blackmail that they have. They send the money, but it has to go back to Abuja.
They put agents there, they send money, and the agent bring them back.
Go after the agents now. At least the money is going there.
It's still your people that are the agents, which is very laughable.
So in other words, the people still remain marginalized, even if they claim that they are doing sending money over to the South. So go ahead.
I want to respond to you on that word, marginalization. That word is very ambiguous and very broad. I lived in Port Harcourt. I don't know what you people mean by marginalization. I'm talking from the ongoing. I'm not talking about this NDDC. From time immemorial. Before we talk about people being marginalized, it's good we study what was going on there. I want to say something. Obasanjo might be listening, or maybe people who work with him might be listening this morning. But let me say this. I'll give you an example of what you people call marginalization. That is nobody is being marginalized anywhere. That government give you people money, you decide to use it for what you want to use it or share it among yourself, doesn't mean the government marginalized you. That government want to do something in your land, and you say the government has to pay you bribe before he can do that thing in your land, doesn't mean the government wants to marginalize you. I will just say one, and I will leave you. Because when I say things, I like people to go open the books. It's easier for anybody to come and shout marginalization. There was a Keremo, is it a Keremo or Kolokuma local town? They don't have electricity, and this time you have to cross the river, the ocean, and go to the creek, the other side. So giving them electricity is a whole lot of job, because you have to either take the pipes there to weld it and connect and everything. I will use Obasanjo because you people mentioned Obasanjo. He might be listening. That awarded the contract. Everything was done. The contractor did everything, contacted the villagers. Everything. Government went there and everything. The first day the contractor arrived to start construction, the man was almost lynched. They're listening to me. And you know they are listening. They cannot put electricity in their land because their God doesn't want electricity. And before the contractor will start the work, he has to appease the gods of the land. For each marks he has to put, he has to appease them. Then, was it 5 million or 500 million? I can't remember, but something of that range. The man ran back to Obasanjo. If Obasanjo is not listening, his ace is recent. You know the report Obasanjo came back. He told the contractor, the contract has been awarded to you. He said yes. Mobilization given to you. He said yes. He said, if their God doesn't want electricity, come out now. Why would you have to beg a God that doesn't want electricity to want electricity? And she suffered that in Rivers State too. Wike came and went through what I called wild madness to achieve what he was able to achieve. Now, talking about marginalization, a region that had a president when money was flowing. Okay, you are trying to tell me they marginalized themselves because their son was the president. So they
Accidental
marginalized
president
themselves.
or accidental.
For 7 years, you stumbled into wealth for 7 years. You did not make anything out of it. And then you come out and say you were marginalized. Come on, man. What is all this sentiment?
No, Madam
That's the
Zita, when I
annoying
talk
part of
about
it. That's the
marginalization in
annoying
the
part of it. That's
when I
the
talk
annoying
about
part of it.
marginalization, when I talk about marginalization in the
Look, I
South,
got to
I'm
go.
talking about
Uptown, there is
like
nothing to
former,
defend
not
there.
now.
There is nothing to defend there. See,
Just say that they
the
were once
region that
marginalized.
produced a president for 7 years that didn't achieve anything for his own region. You are telling me they are marginalized. That's the
No, Ekene, when I talk about South was marginalized, I'm not talking about the good luck eras. I'm talking about before then. They were once marginalized. Their lands was
Uptown,
scattered and
let me
all
tell
that.
you, you are my brother. There
The
is nothing to
PDP
defend there.
government tried to take care of that, and they did a pretty good job. But the
I would
people
like
are
to add
yet
something to this as
to
somebody
take
that
what
grew
I'm
up
saying.
in
But
DH.
please, I'm sorry. Before you
Yeah, you know,
before
go ahead.
let me ask this one question to Madam Zita. Very critical question, just one.
She has
Madam,
gone. She has gone. No need. Save your question. She's no longer with us here.
she's not here. Please, madam, please come back. I need to ask this question. Okay, maybe I should just throw the question on the floor. Then
Like I
maybe
wanted to ask her a
anybody can
question
answer
that
it.
because she said something here that okay, there were nice states before the Biafra or during the Biafra whatever. Then now that after the Biafra war, then everybody now has to take their own place and all that. What I wanted to ask her now, okay, now that you can't still be classifying or still be putting the Southeast and the
9
South
states.
South together.
True.
Do you
Southeast
understand? We
as
can't
a region is the only region with
it's on
5
its own.
states. What is the explanation for that?
It's on its own. We don't need to be
That's what we
putting
should be
them
speaking
together
to.
again.
You get what I'm saying? But I think Madam Zita tried to be wise by, she argued like a lawyer. She came with technicalities, to support her where she was
I
driving
think
to.
see, the truth is
But
most parts of Nigeria is
yeah.
marginalized to an extent because there is no development everywhere. But if you consider that the
So that one is the
southern
general
region,
marginalization. Now all of us, Nigerian citizens, we are marginalized by political
let me
parties.
finish what I was saying. If you consider that the South itself, where the oil is coming from, is generating almost all the foreign apart from the remittance, almost all the foreign revenue Nigeria earns for decades now. And the first time, if I remember, when they first built the petrol station in Bielsa, was just about in the 90s or so. So you can see why those people, and then not to mention the environment, the decimation in the environment with pollutants and all the rest of it. for one to just say, oh, just because they've got a president or they are giving them some money that ends up in the center, doesn't mean that they are still not marginalized. And the truth is, the same thing is happening everywhere in the country. Even if, no matter where you find resources in Nigeria right now, because the politicians and the nation is not being run properly, the wealth is still ends up in the hands of a few, and nothing is built for the people. So that's why, if you look at it, the South people right now, they are not agitating very strongly, because they understand to an extent that most of Nigeria is messed up like that too. If they see like other areas doing very well while they are doing badly, you are going to have a serious problem. That's why Azika Dagaboro did what he did. Azika Dagaboro saw that Bayelsa area wasn't developing at all, but Enugu was doing relatively well. And if you go to Bayelsa today, it's basically still a backwater compared to any other state. It's only River State that is doing a little bit okay. How is it that the places where the oil is coming from, you have many states in Nigeria that do better than all of them? So let's not pretend as if there's no level of
I
marginalization.
agree with you too, Naja.
Let me say this. You see, that issue of marginalization of the South, I will still say it. There is nothing to defend there. As far as they have produced this president for 7 years, and after 7 years, the president from their region cannot even say
his
this is one
hometown,
thing.
his hometown self.
Hello, Ekene, can I interject you? It's like you're
His
not
hometown
understanding.
self.
Ekene, please, can I interject? It's like you don't understand what they are saying. Before they were compensated for many years, the South were marginalized.
That is the point.
That's not
But at a point,
long time. Look, this is where they got the wealth of the nation. Most of the rivers are polluted. The people don't have fishes. They can't do anything. They were
But
living
at a point, they've gotten the presidency.
It took a long time. Forget about Jonathan coming in later. We are saying before Jonathan came in, these people were marginalized.
What matters is that Jonathan has come.
We are not talking about Jonathan. We said before then, these people were in abject poverty for a long time before things changed for them. Let's face facts. Don't be saying
But just one other fact we just found out over this weekend. Let me add one other thing. Let me just add one other fact we found over this weekend regarding the so-called Ijaw areas of this. It turns out that this language is one of the oldest language in Nigeria, in Africa. That's even older, way older than Yoruba and all the other languages. These are what they call the autonomous groups in Nigeria.
Please, apart from the language, please, if I might interject, apart from the language, what we are saying is that, okay, look at the funny thing that is going on. These people are producing the oil. They are now paying them to secure the pipelines, and the oil is going to other regions. Is that not foolishness? They are
it's devastating now. They are worried that many of them are going to be getting cancer and all kinds of stuff because of the
they are taking wealth from their land. They are now asking them to guide this wealth being siphoned to other states, and they are saying they are not marginalized.
Are they foolish? Those people that they're supposed to hold those guys that are receiving that money.
Madam Rosie.
Are they foolish?
It's
like those guys that are receiving that money. Are they not from that region?
See,
are they not from that region? The people that are receiving that money.
It's like hello.
To Niger.
Go ahead.
You are not. This thing is too rowdy. It's too rowdy. Everybody is just speaking on one another. Please let us make it civil. Madam Rosie is talking, and everybody, like 3 or 4 persons are talking at the same time. We don't even want that. We can't hear what everybody is saying.
Simba, calm down. I think we do speak. You know, the IAI was here. She spoke for almost 10 minutes. Nobody interrupted. Sometimes it gets like this. It's not the normal this is. So if Princess Rosie wants to say something, she's always free to go ahead and say whatever she wants to say. But I take your point.
Thank you, gentlemen, in the platform. Thank you for being gentlemen. Yeah, what I'm saying is that Ekene keeps saying, oh, that Jonathan came. But we're saying before Jonathan's era, these people lived in abject poverty for a long time. I am from that area. Sometimes you go to the village, you will see oil flowing on the water. You can't even drink the water. The fishes
Madam Rosie, can I interject you?
For a long time before eventually they
Simba, let that go.
Look at when you go to the land, there is so much erosion. You understand? Because they keep drilling oil. This has been going on for a long time. It's only not too long ago they started compensating them.
Madam Rosie, let me say something. let me say something. Excuse me, sorry. Before, like we were talking, she just made mention that Obasanjo arranged a scheme that would take care of all those things before Jonathan became president, and they had governors. Why let us not be is the people that has led this country or that has lead this country that we need to be sorry, those states that we need to blame, not the federal government. Or saying that
One of the governor was jailed in London. Oh. They forget to say that.
yeah, so you don't be coming to say
Solomon,
federal government.
Solomon,
Yeah.
the question I want to ask Madam Rosie is this. Because, every time, the way I talk, because as a citizen, I also take responsibility for what our actions. But I think what most of us is missing, we always exonerate ourselves from the problem that Nigeria has. And we know that we all contributed to this problem, wherever you look at it. Madam Rosie is talking about, you say, hey, before. But what about now? Can we justify what is going on now with the level of money that they are getting? Because we have to move forward. We cannot be living in the past.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not living in the past. What I'm saying is that actually this happened before. Now they are being.
No. We are talking about now.
No, we
So
talked
if we want to move forward, so let's talk about now.
We're definitely going to move forward, but we have to talk about the past, and then we talk about the
Simba, you
present,
should
then we
understand
talk
where
about the
this whole
future.
thing
It is
came
all
from.
together.
What
It's a
Madam Zita
continuum.
said, you cannot just say.
Okay. No, what we are while we are still living in the past.
No, we
when
are
are
not
we going to
living
live in the
past.
present and face the
No,
future?
Simba, don't
We
get
are
me.
talking. Stop. I think what actually brought this question. Listen to me. Somebody is talking about what they are getting now. That what are they using? What they are getting now? What is the usefulness? What are they done with it? But you came in and you are talking that they are marginalized in the past. They are marginalized in the past. Now let us talk about what is happening now. If we want to move forward,
talk about the past, the present, and the
past.
future.
There's nothing we can do about the past. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. There's nothing we can.
I know. Why do we have history? Don't you learn from history? I'm just saying, let's talk about the past, the present, and the future. Don't forget about the past. That's what I'm saying. I'm not dwelling on the past right now. Of course, we have to move on. We have to move forward. But we have to talk about what happened in the past, what is happening present, and what is the future. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not dwelling on the past. Please don't get me wrong.
And this idea of
Simba, because somebody said they were never marginalized. That's why we brought up.
Listen to me, Madam
No, we
Rosie.
understand the president, but somebody mentioned what started it was somebody mentioned that
What
they
we
were
are
never.
saying, we have already learned from the past.
Let's address one thing. Let's address one point you made about
Simba,
the
we are not
president.
disagreeing with you now. I'm telling you
About
that somebody mentioned in the beginning that they were never. That's why we came in and said no, they were marginalized at one point.
Okay, now let's deal with the present, because I think people are assuming that just because they were marginalized in the past, now the issue still don't remain. The issue still remains because just last year, I think they said they were supposed to elect, put people in from that region in charge of NDDC. But no, the government broke the rules and put whoever they like into that position. And it turns out that we found out that the money that was supposed to be allocated to that region is going back to the center. So if
How did you discover that? How did you discover that?
It is reported on the news. They are on TV talking about this. If you're paying attention, you find out.
They choose the people from the region. They never choose any other people from other region to. No.
They did. Jesus
Soon
Christ.
as I'm going
to bring the evidence so you
got
can see for
fainted in front of panel.
Bring it up.
All right.
They're not the ones stealing your money.
Bring it up.
Yes. So let me come in. Let me come in again. We're talking about marginalization of the. Okay, we're talking about this development as. Can you hear me?
We can hear you go on.
Yeah. We're talking about like for instance now, South the way that look with the allocation they are even getting in the South. Is I don't think I know the Southwest don't get it. But look at the Southwest. If you are apart from, let me just remove the North. In the Southern Nigeria, if they want to talk about the region now that is already taking form, and their development, we just give them from now to even before maybe to the end of this year or next year, you will see how it's going to show properly, and you would really see the kind of development they are going to that is taking place in that place is the southwest. And what am I saying is the south people, sorry to say, they are just these people that when they can solve that their stomach infrastructure thing, that is when the money that they allocate to them, they will start using it to.
Don't go there, please. Don't go there.
No, I'm saying the truth now. Do you know that they are connecting the railway this thing in the southwest? Do you know? Look at Ogun State, the cargo airport that they built. Look at many things that are going on. Okay, look at those states now. They're having deep, is it deep sea, wherever this type of this thing that they built in Lagos. And we're here talking. Outside with the old money they have or the old money they are getting, there's nothing they are doing. Just here to come and share money. Or any village that there is oil, they just believe in sharing money.
Solomon, can I interject you first? See, let me tell you, there are projects that are under the exclusive list of the federal government. That is why for a long time.
Like what?
That is why for a long time, people are agitating for restructuring of that country. A state cannot build seaport.
They have seaport in all the
a state cannot build international airport.
Okay,
These
wait.
I'm not done.
You're lying.
They are lawmakers. Wait, even if what she's saying is true, but they are lawmakers are fighting for it. Why can't
how did Anambra build international airport?
Solomon, listen. Unless you see, there are 76 items under the exclusive list. If you go to your constitution, they are there. Those ones, even to build generating, electricity. If you have the power to build electricity, there is a certain megawatt you will build. And sometimes the federal government will still ask you to transmit it into the national grid. It doesn't belong to you. You will still share it.
We get the electricity power, but they've given it to the states. But the other ones you said the airport and the seaport, and that's a lie. That is a lie. Lagos State built their own sea. They built their own seaports. Which anybody come out to say after they do the same thing and Fulani, Gambari, or somebody stop me. And by the way, every state every coastal state in Nigeria except Ondo has seaports. That's just a fact. Go look it up.
Yeah, the fact is international.
No, they are international. They are open for shipping. The problem is that the shipping companies. Wait. Let me explain what's going on. The shipping companies are not Nigerian owned. They are international shipping companies. They don't go there. That's what it is. Because they don't go there. Because it will cost them more. Because what they do is, if you look at the West African coast, all the coastal ports from every country, from Ghana, Benin Republic, Togo, and Nigeria, those four seaports are close to each other. Now, the next one in Nigeria is in, I think, Rivers. The distance from Lagos to Rivers is almost 5 times. It's almost the same as the distance from Lagos to the one in Ghana, or the one in Ghana. So the international shipping companies, it's cheaper for them when they pick up goods. They are not only picking Nigerian goods. They pick up goods for Ghana, Nigeria, Togo. At the same time, they want to dump it all. Now it will cost them more if they have to now continue their journey to go all the way to Rivers. That's why those international shipping companies, they are the one that are not going there. It's not Nigerian states. The ports are open. Even Calabar governor was pleading that people should use their ports. They need people to use their ports. So it's not Nigerian state that's telling any shipping companies not to use those ports. Now, if you want to change something, go and negotiate with the shipping companies, or you create Nigeria-based shipping company and be shipping yourself.
Okay, my brother. You made a very fantastic point. Let me show you. When I import, sometimes I buy cars from Copat, where you are. I buy cars from Copat, where you are. When they give you any tracking system for your vehicle, especially I use Grandy. Anytime that they are coming, the first point of contact on that Atlantic Sea is Calabar Wharf. They will scroll it, they will pass it down to Port Harcourt Seaport. Before they now go to Asaba, before you will see the tracking system will show you all the ports that they went to. The first place they will bath in Nigeria is Lagos Seaport. Then from there, they will now move to Cotonou. From Cotonou, they will come to Lome. Then they come to Ghana. Then they will continue to Ivory Coast, to Liberia, down to Senegambia. That is how it is.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When you wanted to ship your car, when you went to that shipping company, did you give them address to Calabar? And did they tell you that, oh, that place and Nigerian government say we can't deliver there? Or you would want to give them address straight to Lagos? Or if you try to give them address to Calabar, what would they tell you? Would they tell you that, no, maybe we don't deliver there because we don't profit. It's not, there's not enough traffic to go there. We can only take your own good. We can't say because Vin is shipping in one car, we drive all the way to Calabar to go and pull up, drop one car. So you can't tell me that who's stopping that ship from going to Calabar port is Nigerian government. No, it's not. Go and bring the evidence. There's no evidence to that. It's the shipping company. Nigeria, we don't own a shipping line. All the shipping lines are international. They're owned by foreign companies. It's the same with the airline. If you go online, say you want to wait. If you go online looking for a ticket to go to Nigeria, if you type in all the other international airports, there's no airline that wants to deliver there because they don't have traffic. They don't have enough customers to go there.
Yeah.
Lagos,
Mike, you are very
even
correct.
Abuja sometimes, even Abuja airport sometimes I can't find tickets sometimes. But Lagos is always because there's more traffic to Lagos. So those international airlines are pick where they want to go, and they decided based on the law of supply and demand. That's all it is. It's not Nigerian government saying don't go and don't fly to another international airport.
Don't try to spin it now. Don't try to spin that. You know that is not entirely accurate. Obviously, there is a lot more traffic to Lagos, but there's also traffic to Port Harcourt right from the beginning, right from a long time ago, actually. The reason why most of all those areas are falling short right now is because of the tilt in Nigeria's economy and development, maybe some political factors too. So
the government are getting in the way of international airline flying to one airport. All
they need to do is run the country terribly. They will not go there. Why would they?
But are you saying they are deliberately? The argument, we are not arguing whether they run company bad, good or bad. We are actually, is it a deliberate thing by government that
some people can argue that they can make a case that is deliberate. They can make a
in what sense? The only way you can prove it if you can show me where Nigerian government approach international airline like British Airways or all these airlines across the world or KLM, like, hey, don't fly the Port Harcourt. The government don't decide what the consumer, the customer decide the market. The consumers decide the market.
Yes, because the private company want to make money. They want to make money. They go where there is money. They go where there's money.
There's more money in the south.
To Nigeria, I think you can do better than what you are doing. You just speculate. You just talk and you don't have facts. Why are you talking? Always talking like this. The other time you are talking that the money from Niger Delta goes back to Abuja. This one now, the better government is deliberately is just.
Hold on, if I provide information, you will owe me an apology, public one too.
Good.
It's okay. Good. I'll find the information and bring it to you. Then you, and then
this is the second one. I bring the information now. Don't make it long now.
It's always like that. To Nigeria is always like that. When you want to talk on a global platform, you don't come and just be talking and be telling us lies.
That's what they do. Lies upon lies. All day.
You are comfortable with lies. You are too comfortable with lies.
So Nigeria, you are used to those channels where you guys just lie to each other 24/7 and nobody will correct. You all know you're lying to each other, but you won't correct each other.
But we are going to find out who is a liar now. If I provide information,
but yeah, we'll check you. If I lie, to correct me.
Check all you want to check. Like they don't check you, they check you.
Well, you can't just lie to us there. We just look at you and just turn it.
Don't come here and be. Once you don't have facts with something, don't come here and be spilling it.
You're acting a little bit this thing now immature, really, because can you be calling people liars? You don't even have evidence.
I didn't say you're a liar. I say if you lie, we'll correct you. That's what I said.
For somebody to lie is a willful deception. And
those channels where you guys lie to each other 24/7. What's going on there, man? But I have to give it to you, Tunaja. You are probably you are the only one sometimes that I trying to, Tunaja, I gotta give it, Sha. You are not a full-blown liar. You're still
Stop talking about lying. You know you are the one that lies.
You're still trying to be moderate. I have to respect you because when I see you in those channels, you're the one that's trying to speak truth a little bit, but they'll jump you whenever you try to speak truth.
Don't mind all these rabbles. They're trying to cause a ruckus here, and we are going to keep them in check.
I want to crave your indulgence to please ask Mazi just one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Mazi, I want to ask because you were talking about, and this is based on what Ekene said, which I also agree with, even though I just agree with the fact that the region South also shares their own part of the blame, and this is why. That's why I'm going to put this question to you. Delta State case in thought. Let's talk about Delta State as one of the South states. Now, Delta State has one of the highest GDPs in Nigeria. He has one of the highest.
Not one of the highest.
He has the highest. Okay. He has one of the highest FAC allocations in Nigeria. In addition, he has oil derivative, and he also benefits from the NDDC money. Yeah. Now, Delta State has a neighboring state called Anambra State that does not have any impressive GDP or impressive IGR. The FAC allocation, we know. I think Delta State, last time I checked, it's almost like ×3 or more than that of what Anambra is getting. We know oil derivatives is just very little, and nothing like NDDC intervention there in Anambra. But here is the catch. Still, people move from Delta to put their children in schools in Anambra State, including their former governor Okowa, whose kids schooled in Anambra. Now, still,
Uptown. Sorry to cut you short. Let me finish my question. Just come in here. Okay.
Still, the Anambra that is getting almost 4 times less the money that is getting into the hands of the leadership in Delta State has the #1 healthcare system in Nigeria. Go and check the healthcare system of Delta State. It's just there. Nothing to write home about. Check the HDI, Delta versus Anambra. Check. I'm using 2 of them because it's just a bridge. It's just a bridge that is dividing 2 of them. Check the poverty rate. Anambra having one of the lowest at 11.2. Check the poverty rate in Delta. Then check in Bayelsa and other places. Check. Anambra built their airport by themselves. Delta didn't. And check the industrialization rate in Anambra State. Check what is going on in Delta. So the question that I can ask is actually valid. What is Delta doing with the excess money in their hands? That's the question.
Good question. Oh, good question.
Uptown for that school only. That school, if it's both tertiary and secondary school, especially the secondary school, is because of the fact that Anambra has missionary schools than Delta State, and there are people from Anambra State, like in my secondary school. Then people from all the way from Anambra State were coming to the school in Delta State. So this school owner, I don't really see it as a point. And another thing again,
you guys still want to defend. You still want to defend that.
Wait, Anambra State was one of
the analysis for you that they are collecting times 4 allocation. You are still defending all these things.
Solomon, let me tell you this.
Why are you defending this?
Solomon, let me tell you this. In terms of school, apart from tertiary education, secondary school and the public school in Anambra State, Anambra has the best public school in Nigeria.
Only Gromvik. Only
Gromvik alone. CKC and the DMGS. These 3 schools.
There was a video went viral 2-3 years ago. Everybody can remember in Delta, maybe Bayelsa or Delta State, when that small girl say you want to go to school, blessing or what they call that small lady. See the kind of school with all the money they are giving them. See the kind of school all those students are attending. All this government And some people will come here defending them, stealing all the oil money. They are collecting all angle. They are collecting from federal government, collecting allocation, collecting and all present something. Different kinds of money they are collecting, and we are coming here defending them. Eh?
Everybody knows what is going on with Okowa with Delta people now.
It's not just Okowa now. You can trace it back. Go from Okowa to Iduahan to Ibori and start tracing
Just
it
take
back.
Okowa. That man.
It's really
they are
very
criticizing him. They are inviting FCC to arrest him.
Anybody coming to
It's
the Eastern
already
region.
imposed another person there now. Then we continue.
Yeah.
It's already
Anybody
imposed
coming
another
to
person.
please let me just make this point. Yeah. A litmus test. Anybody that has come to the Eastern region that has crossed the Niger Bridge, we relate with what I'm about to say. You are driving along Delta. Look your left, look your right. What you are seeing is swamps and the lands that are wasting. And then you are seeing a 2-lane road that is poorly maintained. And immediately you cross the Niger Bridge, you see a 6-lane road, you see industries, just take an aerial view. You cannot imagine that the other one you were going out from is the ones that are super rich in terms of money in the hand of the government.
But you should know that the people from Anambra, they are more industrious than those from Delta. I'm sorry to
Their
say.
government created that. The government created industrial estates.
Is it the government or the individuals? Is it the government or the individuals? The individuals are very hardworking businessmen now.
No. Listen, are you saying Southerners are lazy? I don't think so. I don't subscribe to that.
The Anambra people, they are into business. They are very industrious.
No, they are not. People has created this notation that okay, wait, what are you doing with those large amounts of money? Why can't you set up industries? Because you have more money than
the
Anambra
governors
State.
in Delta, they are just pocketing the money and marrying
They're pocketing it. Okay, why are they still keeping that?
Some people are saying they are marginal. They are.
Why are they still keeping that 2-lane? That Delta, that 2-lane that is so hard for them to maintain and even expand or do anything in that 2-lane. And that is Delta. That's a rich state. It's not supposed to be looking dilapidated like that.
You that is talking, do you know the number of Anambra people that lives in Asaba? Why are you coming here to? If it's for industrialization, I would say okay, but when you're talking
people can live anywhere. People can go and live anywhere.
Do you know how many Anambra people that are living in Medugri, in Boronu? That's not the question.
Okay, let's calm down now. Let's calm down. So let's see what Wike was talking about. What Wike is saying here, I've actually seen on a report directly. This is just him saying what I've actually read too regarding the Niger Delta DC Commission, and they were having a dispute here about appointing somebody that is not from an oil producing area in Niger Delta. You know that for 4 years in a row during Buhari's administration, there was no board running the NDDC at all. Where did you think all the money was going then? And look at what
how can you draw that conclusion? Exactly what
move it back to where what Wike is saying now. That's what we are going now. Now you say
read it. Let us hear.
Read it. Let's hear. Read it.
So according to Wike, every now and then the NDDC MD will be running to Abuja to seek from the office of the SGF from the presidency before which contract to award when they are not even contractors. But once they pay the first money, all of them will just abandon it. Let nobody say that the problem of the NDDC is only of the Niger Delta. No, the problem of the NDDC is the entire Nigeria. So now that you have promised us that you are going to change, to make sure the NDDC will work, let them work. So this is something that he's saying now. This is this year. Look at that.
There's nothing proven in what you read now that federal government is.
No, I've told you. See, what he's saying here is basically what I said before.
Okay,
it's not what you said now. You said the money is going back to Abuja. That's what you said now.
What do you think he just said here?
You said earlier that they are appointing people from other regions. That's what brings that conversation.
Oh, that's what he said here. And that's the argument they were having here. They were having the argument about that here.
To Nigeria, we know you now. We know you.
Let me read it. He said, Mr. Ogunmola is from Owo, which is not part of oil producing areas of the Ondo State. The NDDC Act requires an appointee to be board of the commission to be from an oil producing
Is it from Ondo or not from Ondo? Is Ondo not oil producing state? Is it not part of
oil
Niger
producing
Delta?
area. He says oil producing area.
No, hello. Let me ask you too, Niger. Is it every part of Bayelsa that they have oil? Is it every part of River State that they have oil? Is it every part of Delta they have oil? Why are you so big? Why are you not being specific? So people from Masaba, where they don't have oil, cannot represent Delta State.
This guy, you are being silly right now because something some other person wrote.
He gave you a factual point, and you're saying it's being silly.
He doesn't want to.
Hold on. You guys cannot re-roll this here.
Be meeting me. Don't beat me.
Why would he say I am the one that did it? No. Hold on. He is saying I am the one that is making it up. This is on the internet. I'm not the one that is making it up. They are having the argument there. So why would he be accusing me of something that I did? He already accused me of lying here. If you keep carrying on with this type of behavior, I'm not going to accept it. You can't just come and start accusing me of lying, willful lying.
Who accused you of lying, Tunaja?
That's why Mike, don't be funny now. You were here when he's accused me repeatedly, not once, repeatedly of lying. Except you were asleep during that time.
No, but Tunaja, you said the money is going to Abuja, back to Abuja. That's not true.
What do you think Wike just said just here? He said when they pay one, they abandon it. So he gives them project, they don't pay. It's a way of leaving money with them. You understand what I'm saying?
The money
now?
didn't come down and then go back.
They will just pay one money, then they leave the rest. And I'm going to gather more evidence if it's evidence that he needs. Because to come here and start publicly accusing somebody of lying, that's, you know what that means? Willful deception. That I willfully want to deceive people. That is just not a mature discussion. You can't just start coming publicly to accuse people of lying, even when the information is right there on the page. I present the information, he said I'm lying. You know, you can't just be throwing words like that. I don't know why he feels like he needs to be saying those type of things. I don't understand it, really. So if I bring you back, stop accusing me of lying, except you want to this in prove that I am lying. If you want to prove that I'm lying, prove it. But don't just
give him a chance to prove it now before you throw him away.
I'll give him a chance to prove it. I'll give him a chance. I don't have any problem giving him the chance.
Tunaja.
Go ahead.
You remember the time they were having that is it commission of inquiry concerning how the NDDC money was used?
Mm-hmm.
It happened there again. They said it there again. If you have to, I don't know if you can go back to that. They said that the money that was meant for the development of Niger Delta was also taken to Abuja. They said it again there.
I said it just now. This Simba came here to be accusing me of lying and repeatedly lying.
If they say that,
go and check. They can say anything now. They can say anything. Go and check. Go and read. Listen now. Listen.
You guys are just giving excuse on nonsense.
One at a time. Tunaja, control this team, man. One at a time.
I want you to go. You see, when somebody is talking, you are just continuously interjecting. It doesn't make the discourse very, good. It doesn't make the discourse very good. You continue to interject. It doesn't sound good.
Okay, make your point. Make your point.
If you go back, the time when they had that commission of inquiry concerning the usage of the NDDC fund, when they said 80 billion naira was spent within that period, they were asking this what is his name now? If you go back to that video, you will see it. When Akpabio was interviewed or made to give evidence to that commission, it is there. This is not we can say it now. Is not the first time. It's been there already. Thank you. Unless we don't
to my knowledge, all the people they invite, they are from South during that period. All the people the rep invite for questioning, they are from South. No,
my only question is this. Kumi, my only question is this: if money that was meant for South goes to Abuja, so why is nobody taking somebody to court for that money We know Wiki was taking the federal government to court for money that he believes supposed to belong to Lagos and
They are just trying.
So now if it's true that somebody is taking the money that's allocated to South to Abuja, then don't you think the conversation here should be okay? Why are we going to take them to court to get our money back?
They don't have
Why is the conversation? Why is it marginalized that we are talking about?
Why do you think they are not doing? Why do you think they are not doing that? They are doing that. I think the person that brought this issue up at first, I think it was on TV.
They don't do anything. They are just propaganding. They are just propaganding some news that time to defend themselves. They are just using that to defend. I know.
One at a time.
We need to push back.
Yeah. Please, to Niger, there's an information I just got now.
He was saying something about researching this. It's not very clear in my head how he said it. He said he was researching this and investigating it. That clearly the funds that is like politicians are using it like a kind of where they get their money for elections. That I remember clearly that he said. And Simba, I'm sorry I had to put you backstage, but you were literally accusing me of lying. And you don't know the gravity of what you are saying. You are literally saying I'm willfully deceiving people. And have you seen now that even Maxwell has confirmed the statement that
no. You cannot use Maxwell. You cannot use that one to confirm. But what he said, actually, excuse me, tonight, let me talk.
Simba has a character.
What he says is propaganda to defend the atrocity.
It's
a propaganda.
Now, please, can we talk one by one? Because
Niger, can I speak, please?
Yeah, Princess, if you have something to say, you can say. No, but
Niger, can I speak?
Okay, go ahead.
And then, please, another thing is that I'm sorry. We are all, matured people talking. I think actually we need to respect each other. So one person saying you are lying online, that's to me is not correct. It's not right. We need to respect each other. You could say what you are saying, please. Could you defend it or something? But just come out after to say you are lying. I mean, that's to me, that's not kind of respectful. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right. And you are here, Madam Rosie. You hear when you said I was silly? Did you hear when he said I was silly?
That's what I'm saying. It's good for us to respect.
So why can't you speak on quotes? Why are you?
Yeah, I'm just
saying. And he already retaliated by saying I'm silly. Did I say anything about it?
I'm sorry for calling you silly, but you were repeatedly calling me a liar.
Please.
All right. So thank you guys. To Niger.
I don't think there is any apology on that. Because someone calls someone.
It's okay. Let's move on, guys. So to Niger. Please let's remember Niger is the host as far as this period is concerned, and let's accord him the respect needed. So this is a data.
Expert coup plotter.
So this is the data of the FAC allocation that was just released. That is just I don't think it's been released, but they've been agreed on the recent FAC allocation. Just the buttress on that point I was making about what Ekene said about the Niger Delta. Now, I didn't even know it was this, but so let's even forget about these arguments we are talking about NDDC. Let's even say that NDDC is equals to zero money. What I'm seeing here is showing that Delta is getting the biggest 840 billion, only Delta State, 840 billion federal allocation for this month. Anambra just
the river. Wait, sorry, Uptown. Yes. Uptown. It cannot be true. Maybe you have to look at it very well. They cannot get 40 billion for a month. It's not possible.
Did I say 40 billion? Like Simba, to Niger, can you help me put him probably on the background and let me finish it? Because I don't understand. You don't listen to hear. You listen to.
What did you say?
I said
I'm not tackling you.
840 billion. 840 billion.
And that's what I'm saying now to a state.
So I'm lying too.
I'm not saying you are lying. I said you should confirm 840 billion
from my screen.
840 billion.
That's more.
That's not 18 million. For a state, for a month.
I am not conjuring it now. I'm reading it now.
I think it's probably for a year, not for a month.
I didn't talk about whether month or anything. I just said the FAC allocation I'm seeing on my screen.
You said Uptown. Open your mind. You said that the one they share last. That's what when you started. You said last month or they agree on.
Said last month.
They cannot agree. No, let me tell you. Wait, see, don't. Let me. We have to. Whatever information we are giving, you have to be clear. You cannot agree. There's no fact allocation for a year for anybody because you don't know the amount of revenue that you are going to get. So you cannot be telling us that. So you cannot be telling us that you are not sure.
Maybe that's
that is because
listen to me again. Listen to me. Are you listening?
Mm-hmm.
Are you listening? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that attention. It's really you really give it. Now the governors went to Abuja some days ago, and they agreed that there will be increase in the FAC allocations to the 36 states. Now, the news, what I'm reading is the proceedings of that meeting of what is allocated to states. You understand what I'm saying? Now, the allocation
state generally
and
or to allocation
now,
to
check
data.
premium time. I think you should check this thing too. I think there was Channel TV report too. Check premium time.
Uptown, you know what? Uptown, you know what? Is all the states. That's the money that we share for the.
No, it is not. Allow me to finish reading what is on my screen now. Then you bring maybe another screen.
Okay.
What I am seeing, what my two eyes is seeing from my screen, that's what I'm reading. And anybody can just.
Can you send me the link so that we can share? Can you send me the link so we can share it, so that others can see the link you are viewing? Can you share it in the private chat so that others can? I will display it.
Okay, it's a punch. Let me. Okay, I've copied. Let's see. Okay, I think that's better. I mean, so I will save myself the stress of.
You are a liar. You are not a liar. Shut up.
The stress of Simba.
Uptown, to be honest, I will tell you, it's the money all the states we share because I follow the news.
Wait, now, don't worry. Let me paste.
You will see. That's
so that it won't be me talking again. I've done that. I don't know if the
admin have
seen it.
Okay, good.
So please read it out for us. Thank you.
Okay. Let's pull that up now. So I will pull it so everybody can see for themselves. See, boom. Yep. Should come up any moment now. So the 36 states. What area are you referring to?
Just read it out.
I don't want to be reading everything. Okay, that's it. There is okay. For the 43 months period that was reviewed by our respondents, it was observed that Niger Delta got the lion's share of about 843.8 billion naira. Akwa Ibom received. Delta State, not Niger Delta. Delta State got that, and Akwa Ibom received 643 billion, while River State got about 642 billion. So yeah, if I'm just trying to check compared to the size of other states what they get. Bayelsa is Niger Delta. They got 188 billion. Which one is this one? What is all these ones about? That's weird. Okay, respectively. Okay, the last one. Okay, the last one is Bayelsa, which is 500 billion. Yes, clearly it appears the Niger Delta states are getting higher amount. If you look at that,
check other states. Check other states.
Yeah, the other states are 200 billion, 200 billion. Yeah. From what I can see,
Anambra is 200 billion. So that means Delta is getting 4 times 800 plus. 4 times.
Yes, I think to be fair, Delta is one case that has been getting a lot more money more than other groups in Nigeria forever. Personally, I don't know where most of that money is going to. It's something we probably need to probe, and maybe that's why Wike is justified to cry out about that.
Ibori alone, how much is?
Okawa has eaten all the money. Okawa has eaten all the money.
Hello, to Nigeria.
What does Lagos get? Where is Lagos here? Does Lagos not get anything? Where is Lagos on this list? Where is Lagos? Federal Capital Territory got trillions though. Is that Federal Capital Territory? 2.35 trillion. That's a lot. I guess most of it then FAC disposed about.
But you are not speaking to Nigeria. We are not clarifying this issue. If you look at the headline, it said in 3 years.
Yes.
Are you sure? Okay, is it for 3 years period? Okay, if that's the
Yes,
case.
it can't be
No,
recently. That's what we are talking about.
if I
You are
talk
correct
and
there.
you
You are
say
correct there.
you oh
Simba,
God.
you see, when you are correct, we tell you you are
I
correct
told you I
now.
follow the news. It's
No,
not by much.
Was that Simba? Was that Simba that was talking just now?
Listen. In the point I was making is to show the difference between the allocation to Delta and to other states. So
That's
the
true. Fair
duration
point.
has nothing to do with my argument. My argument is the difference, the range of the difference between what this person is getting, whether it's a month or year or 5 years, versus what the other person is getting. Just to buttress the point of Ekene that a lot of money is going to Niger Delta that is being misused.
Okay.
Let just to give people perspective, budget of California.
Wait till be California now. We are talking about
Health. Hold on now. So you see what we are going through now. We are all marginalized.
everybody know now, but some people will start coming here saying that all Nigeria is going through everybody, even Northerner, everybody.
So look at what California spent for healthcare alone in 1 year.
We all share fake information. They're flying all over the place, and everybody is just swallowing it.
So California spent more than $46 billion for just healthcare alone in their state. That's more than all the money they are sharing to all the states in Nigeria for 3 years. It's ridiculous, man.
Okay. Let me tell you to Nigeria, even Saudi Arabia that has 35 million population, their budget for healthcare is more than the whole budget of Nigeria.
It's really sad, isn't it? That tells you why our system is we are suffering.
It's not. We are poor. Nigeria is poor. Believe me, Nigeria is very poor.
It's really poor, and that's only people have not. It hasn't sunk into people
I have
yet.
a question. Is healthcare free in Saudi Arabia?
It's free. Yes.
Oh, it's free. Okay.
That one is banker. They are oil companies making billions of. I think the last year's quarter they made.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say this. Because the issue I still consider, and I still have it in my mind, that no government has really touched our need as a nation. Even we as a citizen, we don't understand what is going on in our country. We just I still ask the development of a nation. How do we measure it? Is it by raising IGR or by HDI? Because just one thing that I said here, that the budget of health, well, the budget of health in Saudi Arabia is more than so and so. So to show you that they value their HDI more than their. It's not that IGR is not good though, but most especially we only concentrate on
all these acronyms. I don't know what these acronyms mean. Which one is IGR and
IGR is internally generated revenue.
IGR is internally generated revenue. HDI is a human. HDI is human development
index.
Which include
education. Wait, listen. All of them, you can't take one in isolation. Do you understand what I'm saying? All of them are interwoven. If you don't want me to talk again?
No, let him explain. I let him talk.
If you
allow you, we know you will not allow us. So
keep quiet. I know you. You are a double-faced person. If your revenue is low, there's no way your HDI will be high. You understand? We are talking about Human Developmental Index. What you need is that if your revenue is very high, that is when you'll be able to develop all your sectors, education, health.
That's if you want
agriculture.
to, right? That's if you want to.
No, just wait.
No, let him finish. I'll respond when he finishes. I want him to.
So, and you look at your population, because if you are looking at, Nigeria has 200 billion to 200 million people. Saudi has the same 200 billion to 35 million people. You know that by the time you look at your per capita, Saudi Arabia can have like $35,000. Nigeria will have $2,000 per head. You understand? And if you are looking at that, leave corruption alone. Let us say, no, there is no corruption. Which country do you think will do better between Saudi Arabia and Nigeria? who has
How can we say there's no
2,000.
corruption?
Nigeria has more punch than Saudi Arabia. Nigeria would do better, of course.
Like,
But that is
okay,
what
okay.
No,
Let
Nigeria will
me
not do better. Nigeria will not do better from what I said.
let me say. Okay, Simba. Let me
$2,000 per head and $35,000 per head. That's what
Okay,
you
let me
can
say this.
spend on
Let me
your
say this.
citizens.
Let me
okay.
refer to you, this Simba. Let me refer this to you. Do you know that for the past how many years, the only time we have high budget in education was the last budget we had in education. Do you know? Education, health,
Wait.
and education. No,
I know.
let me finish. Let's say
Okay.
that let's say that Nigeria budgeted 21 trillion in a year. We have the lowest. What we have lowest in education, in healthcare, and another thing that includes that HDI, that Human Development Index. Just check it. Just fast check it. Now, in all this sector, our budget is getting the lowest. So how do we develop? It's not that the budget is there. You make 21 trillion.
Budget is a statement of intent. You understand? You can budget 20 trillion, and at the end of the day, you might not even have 7 trillion to finance the budget.
But my point is this. My point is this: when you have a budget and you did not prioritize your education, your healthcare, then how can you develop as a nation?
I agree with you that the percentage allocation, but it's also the percentage. Let's say somebody who has $200 billion, and you say 5% of 200 billion. It's very from somebody who has $50 billion, and you are saying 10% of that 50 billion. Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying generally is that look at what is happening. Saudi Arabia, they are producing almost 10 to 11 million barrels of crude daily. An average citizen is just like 1 barrel to 3 citizens in Saudi Arabia.
I hope you know he's not answering your question on HDI.
Just wait. Let me finish. Nigeria, we are producing 1.2 million barrels of crude, and it's just like one barrel to almost how many? Maybe like I don't know the number of people that one will take care of. What I'm saying.
Sorry,
I don't know the person that is
out of the discussion, please.
What I want to say, the way I will respond to your question, Ekene, is this. Yes, we can say the percentage being allocated to education in Nigeria might be too small. Let's say 15% or 20% might be too small. But in Saudi Arabia, it's not a large percentage that is actually making the money that will be huge. It's because they have a very large revenue. You understand? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. If we say 5%, if Saudi Arabia allocated 5% of their budget to education, it will still be more than what we earn as a country. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Okay, I understand. Like now, our oil is our major revenue,
and it's very small.
And it's very small. It's about $30-something billion or so, which is compared to other.
They are talking about $1 trillion.
But what I'm saying is this: even in raising that IGR, we are low. Then in raising our Human Development Index, we are still low.
Let's look at what happened this last month. That they said they have about 1.9 trillion naira to share. Do you understand what I'm saying? Though they didn't share everything, I think they said they want to save $1 trillion. They share about 900 billion. Now, if you look at the percentage that will come out from that month, even if it is 10%, the money will be more than the previous month, even with the same 10%. Do you understand my argument?
Yeah.
So what we are saying is that the first thing that we have to look at is to maximize. Nigeria is rich, but we are rich in assumption because most of most of what we have that can make us rich, we are not actually exploring it. Our solid minerals, even our own potential. What we need to do as a country as the only thing that we always do together is to fight ourselves. We don't think collectively on how we can move our country forward. Everybody is just being selfish. That's what we did discuss on the platform
And we gather
yesterday.
around to just speak propaganda to each other all day. That's what
Exactly.
we do.
Even on this platform,
want to
all of
ask
us
Simba
we have
now.
never okay.
Simba, I want to ask you, so what do you think we should do so we can think collectively? What would make that happen?
Well, if you ask me, I don't have an answer now, but
Let me
it's
answer that.
something that we have to. Okay.
See, Sunaja, first thing first, before you can, they say the truth like that set you free. When Nigerians gather, I want to discuss our problems. First thing for we need to focus on being sincere in our conversation. That's the first thing, number one thing. Rather than sitting around people trying to prove who's more intelligent or who can deceive who can trick who to believe something, that's where we get it wrong. And I'm pretty sure our leaders, when they gather in the room, that's the same way they have conversation. If we actually sit down and actually start discussing things based on facts, like just putting facts on the table, and then looking at what is real, what is not, we can begin to see what is in front of us, and then we can start having presenting honest solution. But if we sit around, all we are doing is just propaganda, trying to deceive this one, trying to paint this one, like Simba said, that's all we do all day. We can't get nowhere.
Okay, let me say this, Mike, and let me say this. Nigeria, let me say this. What happened, what really is happening to us as a Nigerian is that first, we think of ourselves too much. We think of our religion too much. We think of our brothers too much. We think of our ethnicity too much. So once as a Nigerian we begin to remove those things in our heart, it's not my religion, it's not my tribe, it's not my person, and it's not all that. We made a very big mistake in the past electing leaders, because all these things start with the type of leaders we elect, to be sincere. So if we can agree as a people that in the next cycle of election, that anybody that is contesting must come on board and give us facts, what his idea is and what he's going to present to us when he becomes the leader of the nation. Then from there, we agree to make a choice. But if you continue to play the type of politics that, because all these things are facts. All these things are facts. When a leader cannot come up and say, I want to lead a nation without bringing these facts, how am I going to raise this IGR? And how am I going to balance this HDI? Because this is the most component part of a nation development. Because I listened to all the candidates before the election. And in terms of education, the person that did better was Shole. It's a fact. In terms of my idea in education. But in other things, I couldn't get him.
Well, Shole wants to
Then
hire
in terms of Tinubu was based on raising IGR. But I couldn't see that HDI. In terms of P2B was in form of HDI. But I never saw him raise the IGR. You see the issue? So all these things, when we begin to bring them together and understand the fact, what they're going there to do and how they're going to do it, then we'll be able to remove all this sentiment and raise a good leader for ourselves. Because I can still say it, Tinubu can raise IGR. He can do that. But how can he use it to impact in the life of the common citizen?
Prince Daddy hasn't said anything all day. I think Prince Daddy, are you there?
Yeah.
Sorry. Prince Daddy hasn't said anything. Adewale, I'm not sure he has said anything at all. As Princess Rosie hasn't said anything for a while. Prince Daddy, are you there? Okay, he's not there. Adewale, are you there? Adewale is not there. Princess Rosie, are you there? Princess Rosie is not there. And okay, Mike is there. And okay, Maxi, you can go ahead since I've checked
Yeah,
just to confirm.
yeah. The reason why Nigeria is not making any progress is that
Maxi, your audio is very, very, very bad. Very, very bad.
Can you hear me now?
No, we can hear you. It's a bit choppy, but I think we can manage. Just go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. You see, if Nigeria is designed in such a way that the people will say this is who we want to lead us, they go to the polls and their votes count, then you will have the authority to hold them to account. Because leadership, government is a group of people, the people gathered and trust the leadership into their hands to lead them. They did not elect themselves. But you have a system that encourages election malfeasance. So that is why things are haywire in Nigeria. If you have a system that is, let me just say, 60-70% credible, transparent, and the people decide who leads them, then you will not have no problem. You will have agitation all over the country. System, getting the foundation first, getting the foundation right. Nobody will tell you that your vote won't count. And once you don't have that, it will be difficult. Thank you, bro.
Mazi, can I ask you a question?
Who is that?
Mazi, just
Simba?
finished now.
Is that Simba?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
let
yes.
me just add something to what Mike said. For me, you have to take away, because what I find with other countries is that they have things that united them, and for us, for anything to unite us, we have to take away the reason that the reason why we are divided in the first place. Like most nations that went on to do great things, they were able to set their differences aside. It's not because they didn't have differences; they did. They were able to set it aside to march forward together. And they also had something that united them. To an extent, we do have something that unites us in the sense that we are poor. But what seems to be blocking it is what is dividing us. And what is dividing us tend to come from, suspicion, some of them real, some of them unreal, and all the rest of it. Hence, my own submission is that we have to go for 100% transparent system where everybody knows where they stand with the system. Because if you join an organization, you want to be clear where everything is. You want to know, okay, this is how the processes work. This is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. And everybody needs to be on the same page. Anybody that falls out of line, they also have to fall on their sword. If you have a system that functions like that, and everybody, there's no all this, because when things are transparent, you can't steal. It's harder to steal, it's harder to lie, it's harder to cheat. Everybody's on the same page. That, I think, is one of the things that can lead Nigeria to actually progress and work together as a proper nation. Without, because those differences, that's the only way you can get rid of the differences. Go ahead.
Yeah, please let me second you on that with an analogy I usually use. And I like the point you raised about transparency. It's at the core of what our problem is. And the analogy I usually use is, take example, a bus that is going from Delta to Lagos. And we bought a bus. We are different people coming from different angles of Nigeria. And we bought one bus with one driver that is supposed to take us from Asaba to Lagos. And then this driver gets on board with his conductor in front, and then they lock off the front from us, the passengers at the back. So that means that we cannot speak to the driver cannot speak to us. Neither can we speak to the conductor, and the conductor cannot speak to us. What's going to happen is that journey, when it progresses, for example, let's say maybe the driver gets an information that, hey, there is traffic at Ibadan or whatever it is, and if we venture into that traffic, it's going to make us to stay in the road for 2 days, and he does not communicate this. Instead, he just diverts into a narrow path by the bush, because he knows as a driver that narrow path will make him dodge that traffic and deliver us
at the time we need to get to Lagos. But then it does not communicate it. Let me tell you what's going to happen. On the way onto that narrow paths through the mountains, people will start forming opinions. The passengers will start forming opinions. Somebody might come up with, someone might be like, wait, is this driver going to, are you sure this driver is not going to sacrifice? Or somebody will say, no, I think they want to go and do this. Then before you know it, they will form like 1 million different opinions. And then people will start siding with who concurs with their own opinion. Before you know it, some group will be like, okay, look, what can we do? Let's break out the bus and jump from the window. It's better I jump and try and break one leg than this guy to sacrifice me. And the other people are like, no, before you know it, there will be chaos for nothing. The driver is actually doing the right thing. But lack of transparency, there is chaos. They may even cause the car to have accidents and everybody will die for nothing.
Exactly. I think
So
that's a very, very strong point you made. That's why transparency is very important. You have to communicate things to people. And another example is with this recent fuel subsidy removal and everything that is happening in the country right now. Communicating with the people, letting them know why they are going through what they are doing and the path out. You put everybody on the same page. This is something that the UK government does very well. That the UK government, when they are coming to office, they will tell people, we are coming to cut your benefits. We are coming to cut this. We are coming to cut this. They will alert the people ahead. And the people will vote them in, knowing fully well that their life is going to get harder. Then when the government get in, they will keep communicating with them to let them know what is going on. But our Nigerian leader, they will just do something abruptly. No communication, and the money is being handed to each other. They are sloshing money all over the place. Nobody knows where the money is going to. It leads to a system that is so distrustful, that the people are so distrustful of their government, and the other way around too. And no wonder everything looks chaotic.
So now, see, let me tell you the reality, man. You see, if you want to build something, right, if you design the blueprint yourself, right, you are likely to successfully do it without making too much mistakes or having too much to worry about. But if you go and take someone else's blueprints and begin to try to use it to design something, first of all, you have to now try to understand that blueprint. First of all, I don't even know what that person was thinking when he was drawing certain part of the blueprint, what it was, why he put that one part in place. Why? So when you start doing the construction, you're making a lot of mistakes. You just be confused, So what am I saying? Every country, look at China, US, all these European, all these advanced countries, look at their origin. When they started, they designed the blueprint of their society, right? And they started working with that, what they designed for themselves. Now, the African countries, this country like Corona, basically, the British designed a system and just gave it to us. So what we had was, when the British were living, a lot of people wanted to just occupy that space because that's the place to get opportunity to, you understand, to earn money, to become rich. So the way everybody saw positions of the Nigerian systems, to just get there and go and collect your own. Nobody really understand that blueprint of what we are functioning under. You understand? We're used to operate Nigeria. So that's where the mistake came from. Now, when the society wants to design a future, design them or a system for themselves, the first thing they do is study themselves, know who they are, understand the environment, what's in their land, what their land entails, everything, and they begin to structure a system based on that knowledge. You understand? Now, Nigeria, the system we are using, was it designed based on somebody studying the Nigerian society, the Nigerian environment? Was it based on that? So that's what the confusion is. That's where we missed this. That's where we missed our way from the beginning. You understand? So that's why we are struggling. We are just, it's like the system. Some people can just manipulate the system, and you understand. For example, when Emefiele just manipulated our position of governorship, why did he understand? He didn't know because he doesn't even understand the system. How can you become a president of a country if you don't even understand the blueprint of the whole society? You understand? So that's why in so many parastatals, there's so much corruption. No one can figure out how to fix it. But someone that designed a blueprint, if someone is doing something wrong somewhere, there's something in place you can use to detect it. You understand? But who can detect when something is going wrong somewhere? Because nobody really understands the entire blueprint of Nigeria. So that's where we got it wrong. I think, to me, the solution is we just need to start afresh. We need to start afresh. Nigeria needs to start afresh. Honestly, we need to get the best minds, philosophers, all kinds of professional, all historians, everybody. We just need to come around table and say, okay, let's design a new system. Let's study our society and just design a new system. It doesn't have to be a copy and paste. It doesn't have to be exactly when the Chinese want to design their system. They didn't look at America or look at England or anything. The Chinese design a system based on what they know will fit them, and they use it. They stick to that system, use it to start
But do you
advancing.
think that is what is happening now to an
To
extent where
Niger, let me just.
modifying the system slowly through
We are not
constitutional
modifying anything to Niger. We are not modifying
we are.
anything.
They passed more than 100,
Let me
more than
give you.
140
Let
amendments
me
last
just
year.
speak.
Simba,
Just
let
wait.
me just say something before people get the wrong impression of what you are saying. They passed more than 140 amendments just last year alone. So they are changing things. It's not our constitution is not remaining stagnant. Maybe that is
It's
what is
not about
happening.
constitution. It's not the constitution that is the problem.
Okay, go ahead.
No, let me. I think we've already mentioned this thing on this platform before. I think you are there. Let us look at the whole world. Just to speak to what Mike just said now. You know, this kind of democracy that we say we are practicing is foreign to us. And if you look at it very well, you look at, let's say, Europe, maybe America, fine. They enjoy it, it's working for them, maybe they design it for themselves. But is there any other country that we can say is actually doing very well, that is practicing this same democracy? Let me give, for example, let us look at the North Africans and the Middle East. What the countries that are doing well in this region, let's say the one in Africa, the only country that I can say is actually relatively doing well in Africa is Morocco. Egypt is not doing well. Tunisia is not doing well. Libya is not doing well because they practice this same democracy that we talk about. The only country that is relatively doing well is Morocco, and they are practicing monarch system.
But I have to say, Egypt is doing way better than us, for sure. Way better than us.
No, forget about it. We cannot be using two bad things to justify what you are saying.
See,
So
the
they are
reason why I
not
put
doing well.
it on a different level, on security and development level, they are
You and this your security of a thing. You just like this security of a thing. Let us leave that
I
one
don't
apart.
just like it. It's essential. That's why.
So okay, so that is, if you look at the Middle East, look at Lebanon, look at Jordan, look at Syria, look at Iran, look at Iraq. Those are the ones that are practicing seemingly democracy. They're not doing well. But look at Qatar, look at Kuwait, look at Oman, look at Saudi Arabia. They are monarch, and they are the one that people are running to. They are the one doing well. Let's take China, for example. We cannot say China is really practicing democracy in the real sense of it. It's a mixture of autocracy or whatever you want to put. It's a mixture of things. And this is your friend also that actually liberated Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, that you used to mention. You know how he liberated that country. It's not by democracy. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think what we need to do is to design the system that will work for us. You know, in our own case in Africa, where we say we practice democracy, and the government or our leaders, because whatever we say, the leaders will emerge from the followers. We are here. We are all, whatever we say on this platform is based on our sentiment, on our religion, our ethnicity. Any leader that emerge from us will also behave the same way. You cannot have a leader that will be better than the followers, because the leader will emerge from the followers. They are they are not going to import them or come from heaven. So what we need to do is to sit down. As you said, we've never had any reason where we should have a collective goal to Nigeria. That's what you used to say. Because we've never had a serious problem in the country that will bind us together. And that is why all of us will take in different way. I will see myself as a Yoruba person before I see myself as a Nigerian. You will see yourself as an Igbo man before you see yourself as a Nigerian. And that is the problem. And whenever we get there, because I don't see any reason why I should be clamoring that I want a Yoruba president or I want a Igbo president if everything is good and everybody is fine. But what we are seeing now, this democracy of a team, it will make it, we followers make it very difficult for our leaders to actually do the right thing, because it is what we demand from them that makes them behave the way they are behaving. If you have a leader that, let's say you have a rep from your region, and people will go to the rep, you call them to church, you call them to mosque to come and do fundraising, whatever. We are the one encouraging corruption among our leaders. We expect certainty. Even if they go to that office and they come out and they don't have anything, we'll be blaming them that look at that guy. That guy is Mumu. For all the opportunity that he has, he could not even use it. Are we not the ones pushing them? And that is the mindset. Even everybody on this platform, when you go there, you see it as an opportunity. So what can we do? Because let me tell you, the problem that we have is that there is no deterrent for any offense, anything that everybody has committed against that country. In this country that that practice monarch system, if you do something silly, you know that you are going to face the music, you are going to face the consequence, and that's what is making people to actually align. In Saudi Arabia, you can leave your door open, nothing will happen to any of your property. So many times I will leave my door open, I will not even close it, I will go and sleep, I will go to work, and nobody will take any of your thing. If you mistakenly leave your phone on your desk and you go for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, you come back and meet your phone there. Nobody will take it. And that is what is common in most of these Middle Eastern countries that I see that are practicing money. Because anybody that actually steals knows the consequence of the stealing. But in Nigeria, look at what we are doing to Emefiele now. Is there anybody that will say Emefiele has not committed any sin against that country? But we will not say, no, why are we holding him? Why is it, why is the DSS, is it because he's Igbo or is it because he's from Delta? Somebody has done something bad, worse than what he has done before. We'll be using one bad thing to justify another. So those are the problems that we have to really design our own system. We cannot continue. This democracy cannot work for us. I'm very sorry to say, because I've never seen any other country where they practice it that work for them apart from the so-called people that originated it.
The American
so we have to design.
I agree that the American system is not very friendly to our this situation. But I think that maybe it's not necessary to go to some kind of authoritarian system. You can look at a more advanced form of democracy, like the type you see in Switzerland or different countries. There are different models out there that we can go with. Because the reason why I say that is because the Nigerian state itself is a kind of nation state where you have different nations within a nation. So because they have different interests, if you have an authoritarian leader, you're going to likely have a pushback from some regions and stuff like that. So you want everybody to be on the same page, and to do that, you may need a more advanced democratic system than you see in America. American democratic system is not that advanced. Hillary Clinton won by 3 million votes, and yet she still lost the presidency. So it's not as advanced as people think. It's just a powerful country. That's why it's being seen as the beacon on all the rest of it. But in terms of advanced,
hold on, sorry. You can't say the American democracy is not advanced. The reason why it's advanced is because that's why Trump rather won, because it's a representative democracy. It's a republic, meaning that they did not discount, or as you guys said, discountenance the smaller states or across the country where they have smaller population. That's why they give each state an electoral college figure.
Government of the people, not government of the states.
No, but if you listen to what Simba is saying, let's define a system of governance that works for us. Maybe an hybrid of democracy or whatever. I don't know what it is or what it should be, but let's find something that works for us. See, don't get it wrong. The democracy they have.
The only thing, a more advanced democratic system that is highly participatory, like that of the Swedes, is something we should go for because of our diversity, so that everybody has a stake.
Well, see, exactly. See, the Swiss one is beautiful. Guess what? It's working for them, but is ours working for us? I mean, like if we are fair, for example, and we let's say we have like three, four. I know we have three major ethnic groups, right? Maybe you have four or five, and each ethnic group takes a turn to rule, maybe for 4 years or even 5 years, max one term, and that's it. But right now, see, we will not be clamoring, or the Southeasterners will not be clamoring to want to be president. We should just naturally go to them if we have the kind of democracy they have or the system they have in Switzerland. But we don't have that until we get to the point that we define.
That's what I'm advocating, and that's something we can push for. I
Wait,
personally,
are you saying to rotate?
Either we have a rotational system or a kind of multiple
Rotate between just three tribes. What about the rest?
Not three
That's what I'm
tribes.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
All the six political and geopolitical zones. You can rotate between all the six geopolitical zones.
Yeah, maybe make it one term.
How many years is that? 4 times.
Make it one term, 5 years. Maybe that.
Yeah, 1 time 5. Even if it's 4 years, it doesn't matter because
yeah, maybe.
You know the Swiss one, they have about 7 at the time, 7 presidents at the time, and they all come from different areas of the country. So if we want to, if we come out openly, honestly, to talk about this without listening to other people that distract us.
See, but let's keep it fair. As much as we want to blame the British, I think when they left us a system that was actually much viable. That if you had stuck to that system, nobody would be complaining or want to be the president, because each region will be well governed by their own people, and they're going to work towards the welfare of their own people. But greediness and selfishness is what has led us to this point right now. Okay, so I think we had a good system to start with, but we messed it up. I think that's the fact.
You can't give a nation to people and say, take it, this is a present for you, keep it as a nation. How many nations have ever come out like that and done well? You never come out and do well like that. You have to earn your way to becoming a nation, fight your way to it, and when you arrive there, you know what you found, the blood you've shed, and you will work together to build a nation. That's how it generally works. We made the mistake of thinking that we had something. If you look at all the African countries that are even pushing for self-determination right now, that in terms of wanting to have their own voice, they are the nations that actually fought the colonizers, like the South Africans, the Zimbabweans, and sometimes you hear the Kenyans. As some of them right now in Africa, these are the 3 sub-Saharan African countries that are making a lot of noise, and they're having problems. The other day, South Africa, about 12 trucks were burnt. And they said,
I think, sometimes, if you allow me, please, sometimes it may not even be so much about the system itself, but more so the buy-in into the system. Like, the Chinese and many of these Asian countries, they're not really that better off than we are, so to speak, but they buy into their system of governance. They do buy in. So as much as we like to complain that this democracy is not working, this is not working, we ourselves, we're not doing a good job at taking a full advantage of the system itself. I don't think we are, because in many societies, they tend to teach the young ones right from early age about believing in the country and what the country has to offer. And once you buy into a system, even a bad system, you can buy into it, and things will work.
I think he's got a point there. He's got a point there.
The government,
he's got a point there, because even in North Korea system, you can see that the guy is a bad crazy system, but it works for them.
Wait, my brother, you're talking about buying into system. When Peter Obi was getting all the Nigeria used to buy into the system, you opposed him, right?
Obi is not telling us to buy anything that makes sense now. I mean,
what was Peter Obi offering? What was Peter Obi offering?
He hasn't been rejected. Let's not.
No, they big meter Peter Obi on this kind of issue.
Hold on. But what was Peter Obi offering, though?
Extraordinary that we. We also reject.
That's why I think he has a point. The British Empire, as we know it, barely even had the constitution when they were busy running and kicking the whole world to pieces and becoming the Great Britain that we know them today. They barely even had the constitution, and people bought into the system. That's why they were able to do it. So I think that you have a point there. How do we get people who start buying into our system? Because our system
If you remember Mars and Tongue of China, he had a. I mean, in hindsight, people criticize him for his policy, but his policy actually killed over 60 million Chinese people. But guess what? They bought into it 100%. And who knows? I think that's the foundation of what became what the country is today. Because
what you have to ask yourself, though, the Chinese situation is not our situation. That's the problem. Buying into it, I've thought about it from your point of view in terms of where you refer to the Chinese tragedy. The Chinese, the reason why they were willing to suffer like that was because they saw what the Japanese did to them. So it was easy for them to buy into what Mao Zedong is saying. You have to do this. You have to build. You have to, work very, very hard to develop the country. That's what they did, and they paid the price. They were willing to pay the price for it. But Nigeria, we've never had that kind of experience where Japanese came and did that kind of stuff to us. So how can you convince Nigerians to do that without being very transparent?
If anything, the Biafran War should have been a turning point for Nigeria. Quite frankly, it should have been. But somehow
it was more of one ethnic group. It wasn't like a war that affected everybody. It was just one-sided. It was a war fought on one side. Most Nigerians didn't even know.
One-sided where 1 to 3 million people died. It's a big deal. Okay.
Do you know that? Do you know that? Wait. Do you know that after the war, most Nigerians didn't even know Nigeria had a civil war? You know that?
Yeah, most of them were not present in the region.
Sorry, people didn't even know. I literally know people in my family that didn't know Nigeria. There's elders in my family that didn't even know Nigeria.
Of course, but it does not stop the leadership. It doesn't.
Tunaja, please. Sorry, I want to sign out. Tunaja, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Play time.
Okay, so I would have just dropped, but I won't. It would be nice to drop without giving you your flowers. Your hosting of the show gave everybody a voice. Averagely, everybody had equal share in the round table, and I give you kudos for that. It was quite liberal, and it was less rancorous and very. We just like a family, and I give you that credit. Thank you very much, and see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you
for that. Isn't that nice from one obedient to another, isn't it?
You see what we see? You have to now.
They are hailing each other.
I didn't
even check the time.
Never mind obedient.
Today's platform is an obedient platform now.
Don't mind them.
Of course.
We just allow them to come here with their,
propaganda.
Their propaganda.
I must say, man, Mike, you are talking high level today. It looks like whatever medicine you are taking is working.
Mike,
you look more educative today. I must commend you.
It seems, sometimes Mike, before Mike gets to this point,
I
have to talk to Mike for 4 hours before he starts making proper sense. But this time he didn't need that. He just went straight to the high level. So I have to appreciate that.
When I have to do obedience now, you guys don't give me a chance. So you want to be civil.
Mike, let me tell you
we're not crazy.
Yesterday,
the reason why, because you guys understand the lot of issues today. That's why the conversation goes.
Yesterday, I lost my voice. Then I found that what is his name? This CBN governor. What is his name? Emefiele. Number one, I thought it was one being dragged. When I saw the picture, I thought it was one being dragged. I was so happy, but eventually I found out it wasn't the one. I said, what kind of nonsense is this? They should have bring this man to the village square and let us deal with him. To be honest with you, I don't know why the judge.
And if you see the man is just one small tiny body, very small tiny body.
Nigerians are very quick to forgive. One thing is that I respect the rule of law, and I'm a person of rule of law. But you see, sometimes that's why you see that symbol of justice. That woman blindfolded, having a scale and a sword. But the thing is that in Nigeria, it's a different context. in as much as I will want the law to be applied when it comes to this, I believe the fight the Emefiele is fighting is between him and the state called Nigeria, and that's why they filed a frivolous suit against him about what is it, weapon or something like that. But you see,
Adewale, let me
man,
tell you,
wait now,
his case is going to be like Nnamdi case.
For what that man and Buhari subjected Nigerians to, honestly, as a Christian, I'm finding it difficult to forgive him. He has to pay one way or the other. I've said it several times before now that man, after or even before now, even while he was still in the office, that he's still going to go to jail, and it came to pass. Now, I want the same punishment that he put Nigerians on when he was the CBN. I want that same measure of punishment upon him, so that he will feel what ordinary Nigerians feel when he and Buhari concocted that devilish policy to withhold money from Nigerians and subject them to a beggar for a period of
a lot of people died from that era.
In fact, Mike.
Let's not try to do act as if that guy.
Adewale, let me tell you this.
Hold on. Let me just say this quickly. People, compared to what you are saying right now, are you going to say they should treat this in Tinubu like that for our currency depreciating by 25% in less than 2 months?
We all knew,
and by this petrol
this
prices
one was holding people's money to Nigeria.
and petrol price rising 3 times in less than
but you use 100,000 to withdraw 120,000.
What is happening now is inevitable because we all knew subsidy is going to be removed.
Yeah, but right now people are suffering. Just
let me tell you what happened. Emefiele time, people could not access their money to save their life. There's some people that listen. People had money and they needed to buy medicine to save their life, and they couldn't access their money. They couldn't even borrow from the next person because the next person they will borrow from could not access their money.
Can you see what you are doing now? Tunaja,
my point is this: it's not that I want Emefiele to be punished, but the judgment is not going the way that I desire it. The people that are involved is not being arrested. Somebody like Malami, because I still maintain that Emefiele didn't act. Emefiele didn't just come out.
Malami will be arrested.
I don't know why they are scapegoating. He was
Buhari. So you see, putting out Emefiele there is just like using him as a sacrificial lamb. So let them gather all these guys together and punish them for our country to move forward. They need to gather all these guys together and punish them. So that's my point.
Listen, you know how this thing play out. See, Emefiele should have played his card right at the beginning. You know, when you are getting involved in the murky water like politics, you don't just get involved. You want to make sure that the end game or the outcome of it is going to favor you, or you will have a lot of people have a very good soft landing. What he did not take care of the handy part. The likes of Malami, already APC, is a politician.
He didn't have a godfather.
He has godfather. The likes of Buhari should have been in Kirikiri with Emefiele. But of course, Buhari being the president, so nobody is untouchable. But you see, when people started having his vehicle being branded, Emefiele written everywhere, you are getting involved. Number one, you've committed number one sin. That is heresy. You can't do that as a public office holder. Okay, but the position it was occupying, that position was a political position. It is, you are neutral. You shouldn't be seen frolicking with politicians or even getting involved with politics. When the news was everywhere, he didn't debunk it. It didn't come out. I remember very well. The Slim TV were actually surprised to see Emefiele's branded vehicle across the country. But this man did not come out to condemn it. Yes, the supporters came out and said they want Emefiele, but he didn't. So for him to have collided with Buhari actually shielded him for some time. And Buhari knew that it's just a matter of time. That trap is still going to catch up. They are one. See, this country, they will you no matter how highly placed you are. They will disgrace you. Look at him. Him before that, he will be going in convoy as a governor of a CBN. Now see him being locked up in the Kirikiri and being dragged and all that, and people are fighting to have him in their custody. See, in as much as I would want him to regain his freedom, I still want him punished for that policy alone, for subjecting Nigeria and him being the mouthpiece of those cabal that did that nonsense. Yes, that would have been a very good policy if well timed and well planned. But what he did was I believe PDP got involved and tried to use him so that
Malami.
Whatever they call themselves in the Aso Rock there, and Buhari himself, of course, was backing him. So so how
that's the point. That's the point there. They were like, PDP got involved. A lot of PDP from the north, a lot of APC from the north.
You look at
supported him.
Who do you expect is going to favor in the first place? Not Labour Party, not APC, but
that's the point. Even you wouldn't tell me. You wouldn't tell me that. You wouldn't tell me that. You cannot tell me that Buhari didn't support Atiku. Nobody can tell me that.
I don't
body language. The body language supports Atiku.
I don't think
so.
But
he supports Atiku. If Atiku won that election, he's going to.
If Atiku had won that election, Buhari would have been the happiest man. So
I'm
forget it. It's other.
But you know what is happening now in Nigeria? Let me address to Nigeria's submission. What is happening now in Nigeria is inevitable, regardless of who becomes the president. This is still going to happen because the three of them, the three major candidates, even the fourth one, both agreed that they are going to remove subsidy. But you see, where you remove subsidy, you now have the entire country in the open. Because why? We are now being subjected to the market price. So whatever they are able to, bring the fuel, that is how the marketers are going to come out with their prices. So eventually, it's going to affect other sectors of the economy: transportation, agriculture, even commerce, right? And retailings and all that. So that is how it's. This is. I mean,
obedient people they know, but they expect people to come and bring money from the own pocket.
People are talking about and want government to come in and still put in some subsidized part of the economy. The government has to be a little bit cautious when it terms of pumping money into the economy itself, because right now it seems the economy is still finding itself on the scale. But when you now have money in the hands of Nigerians, now it's not just the value of that money, but the purchasing power of that money. Because when you flood the economy with so much money, then inflation is going to be skyrocket. So, and at the end of the day, you have thousands, and what you will buy with it with maybe onions or something like that. So the government.
I want to ask you this before you continue. Don't you think that Emile Kalaye is killing this regime? Emile Kalaye.
Oh, NNPC chairman.
Yeah, don't you think that guy is contributing to negative, as in that his contribution is killing this?
You're right. You're right.
How?
He is.
In as much as I want to put him in the same category. But the fact that NNPC is now
a public company? Yes, so, it's a PSC.
It's no longer about them being only answerable to the federal government. They are also about the bottom line as well. So they are also a player now. So, but the thing is, people expect NNPC to have lower price when it comes to petroleum, PMS prices and all that. To me, I wouldn't want to, exonerate military because it was part of the old plan from the beginning. Okay, so I wouldn't want to exonerate him because he knows more than everybody.
See how he's playing eye service now. You don't want them to remove him.
No, government can see. I don't know how that board is constituted, but this time around, even if the president removed him, it's still going to be the same over and over thing. So it's not necessarily, his involvement. Other people, people who are involved in NNPC. It's only him that we see as a mouthpiece of the NNPC. But one thing I know for a fact is that what is happening now is bound to happen. Before now, Nigeria knew that we are not rich, we are not buoyant. We all knew that whoever becomes the president will still face this. Go ahead.
We're already borrowing money to pay subsidy.
No. You know why? Because we are maybe because we forget things so easily. I remember what Sanusi said in 2012. That the next government is going to suffer.
Oh, yeah.
You understand? If you listen to that clip. Hello?
Praise Daddy, you're on the phone, we can hear you.
So if you look at if you watch that clip, everything that Sanusi said in that clip in 2012, everything has come to pass.
After last year, we all knew it's going to end up this way.
You understand what I'm saying? But you know the problem that we have now, whoever is our president, I think what we need all of us to do is to actually support the administration and make the administration to be successful. But what we do in Nigeria most of the time is that we always want, once we don't like the person or it's not coming from our own hands of the country, we always want the failure so that we can justify whatever notion that we have. So that, okay, hey, you people can see he didn't perform well. And we say we should vote for this. So I think it's one of the major problems that we have.
Yeah,
we all are.
Simba.
Okay.
Removing subsidy is one issue. You know, the infrastructure project that the federal government embarked upon, I wish it's been replicated.
The previous government
administration. I wish it was replicated in all 36 states of the federation. That would have alleviated all these moves, because the only thing that affected most.
Well, what did he say was to be replicated in all 36 states of the nation?
You know, the states also embark in building this infrastructure, building road. I mean, constructing road. Building.
As in which state?
All the states.
Okay, so because I wanted you to give the state example. Are you talking about what Wike did in Rivers State or?
Yeah, that is a good example of it. As I know that some states that are not as rich as some other states, but they can also, have a what do you call it? Collaboration with other neighboring states and build a network road that will cut across of those states to the other part of the region of the country, so that we can be able to transport goods and wares and agricultural produce and all that across the country.
But don't you think that part of the problem is that now this lack of transparency, where they are removing subsidies now, we don't know exactly how much is being saved. We don't know how much, where the money
they is come out every month. They told us what they saved last month, that they saved over 400 billion. They told us.
Yeah, that's the point. Now they say they saved it, but we don't know where the money is. I
don't know. I don't understand what you mean by where the money is.
The allocation given to state. Where do you?
So they will say, because you say you don't know where the money is. Do you want them to say,
we want to know where the money is. What the money is going to be used for.
More than they used to give them before, so that
but that's the fact.
Excuse me.
That's how they steal money. They put convoluted information out there. Then the gaps, the cracks is where they steal a lot of money from.
To Nigeria,
where
the federal government has given the state the allocation. Now each state need to question their governor what they are doing with the money.
What you see, that's the problem now. When governors don't even pay their staff for a year or more, how do you think they are going to hold their governors accountable now?
My state, you see, this is the issue. I'll give you an example. My state, Ekiti State. Majority of Ekiti states are civil servants or farmers. Okay. Now the government will come out, the state government will come out and say, you know what, we spend all this money on salaries and arrears and pensions and all that. For crying out loud, why should the state spend all their allocations on salaries? They are not innovative enough to devise any other means to generate funds. money for the state, revenue for the state.
It's easy to generate funds. We just need to start making things that we can sell to other people.
It's not easy to generate funds. It's not easy.
Do you know?
It's easy. It's easy. I'm telling you. Give me that $400 million. I will start at least 100 new industries in Nigeria that can start making things.
Governor of Zamfara can hide. Osun State governor can hide. Can a state Lagos State governor, can he hide? If it's not performing, it won't be too long before everybody knows that it's not performing.
Yeah, but what are they going to do to him? How many governors? These governors have got immunity.
That is why.
Let me finish what I'm saying now. These governors have got immunity. You can't talk. See, the governors have got immunity. If you are part of that state, they already know where you live. And these governors are basically, they have talks. They have all kinds of people that can see.
To Nigeria, it's not by fighting them now. The way we criticize the federal government, everybody is criticizing federal government. Why the states to start criticizing their state governments like that?
That's how it's going to change. If you criticize them, you just ignore you and carry on with what they are doing.
See, most of these governors, all of them, most of them are sycophants. I don't like their way of governing. Just take somebody like Imo State governor that has been in Abuja since the inauguration of.
Some don't even come to their states.
Even this Ondo governor, not Ondo, Ogun State. That period. All of them, they are just following the president around.
That one never came in state.
That one is a fine boy now. He's a fine boy. He's doing fine boy all over the place.
If I watched him on television today, the guy was just talking nonsense. I couldn't even coordinate his speech. He couldn't even make a good. No, forget all these governors. All this, I couldn't even. Why can't they allow that the president to walk? Allow the man to walk. What are you looking for in Abuja? You are looking for people you will appoint. You are looking for ministers you will appoint also, and be milking money from federal and all that. Go and face your state. Let the president. A lot of them.
Because
even another state governor has joined them.
The reason why
we have a lot of problems. Forget about we're talking about it.
They know the government too is going to do exactly that. That's why they too want their own shed. The government is going to put only its own people there if they don't put their own.
When you focus, you see what is causing all that thing is that most of them are not contented. When you are focused in your state, you are contented with the focus in building your state.
Greediness.
It's greediness that is killing them.
Greediness.
You are here. You want an appointment from the federal. You have not finished the little states that they have given to you. You have not finished governing it. You are still going to Abuja to go and put an appointment in there. Because this ministerial risk now that has not come out now. I can understand that it is the issue of governors trying to bring in there. That is the problem that the man is happening in bringing out these ministerial risks now. So just look at it. And they're causing confusion for the man now. And if he didn't appoint them, the people that he wants them to appoint now, the next election they'll begin to attack him. They'll begin to raise propaganda against him and all that. So you see the way the problem is.
As I said before, if we don't have a system that is very transparent,
exactly. You are just speaking to what I said about the kind of democracy.
Simba, let me finish what I'm saying, please. If we don't have a system that is very transparent, there is no way these people are going to come and keep stealing. It's the only reason why they are doing it because they know there is money to be stolen. But if you put the system is very transparent, they are not going to be attracted to the center.
How do we make the system transparent? It's not
no. One of the ways it's not only the judiciary. You start from ensuring that the process of awarding contracts is extremely transparent, and so that people will know exactly.
But we are under democracy. You're gonna go through past the law. They have to pass law through all these things. Any other step, they will say no. You are against. It's not under the constitution. That's it.
No. I think they can't say that. They can't say that. They say that's where the people come in. The people have to come in from the point of view of holding their house of assembly. Let me just make the point I'm making now, because the culture has to change. If you want the country to change, believe you me, if it takes
people that are fighting tribal each other.
Kumi. See, if you want to change the country, and if it takes only holding your House of Assembly members accountable to actually transform the country, That is a price worth paying than what the Chinese had to go through, than what the Singapore people and North Koreans have to go through. That is a small price to pay. We have to do the work. If we don't do the work, don't expect it to change.
We have a new rep from Labour Party. Okay, what have they done? They already joined the system. They have already joined the system.
Because nobody is holding them accountable. This is my point. You see, electricity. I don't know whether you've heard of electricity. This guy, he said, one of the things we need to be doing now is to find a way to create a culture of recalling these House of Assembly members. If you set an example with 5 of them, they will learn that, okay, their position is not permanent. Whenever they are there, they misbehave. You pull them back and say, why are you voting for your salaries to be increased? Why are you not voting for us to be monitoring the people you are awarding contract, or what you are doing with NDDC money, or what you are doing with your this money that we save from subsidies? What are you doing with all this money?
You know, I agree with you. You know the way you can go about that, right? There's a simple way. You see how some non-governmental organizations come together. Let me give one example, like Amnesty International, right? It's a non-governmental organization. What they do is monitor human rights abuses, right? Why can't some Nigerians come together and form an NGO like that, organization like that, and make sure that every member of that organization comes from every part of Nigeria, so that way that organization, first of all, doesn't look regional. It doesn't look partisan or anything like that. It's just a neutral organization. And all they do is to study what's going on. And whenever something bad is going on within the government, we challenge it.
Just I think there's an organization like that, you know. There's an organization that they call it SERAP Nigeria. It says, let me see what they call themselves. It says Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project. What they do is they try to hold the government accountable. That is the thing. Now that's what we need to
exactly. So maybe if that organization exists, maybe we need to bring them. You said you and I. So you spoke all night. You didn't even mention them. So you and I need to join the organization, find a way to promote the organization, make them popular, make them big, and the organization should engage the people that
they are quite big. They are suing the federal government all the time.
But wait now, but do you know? And this is my first time hearing about them. So,
but they're not active now. They're always taking federal government to court, but you never hear any of their case in the court.
Exactly.
It's true. I never hear them with anything.
Exactly. So that organization, they are making a mistake because the force is supposed to do is make themselves a force first with the people, make themselves a force where we all know them and we all join them, we're behind them, and we know that whenever we want to go after the government.
It looks like a Yoruba heavy though.
That's why the problem started. Exactly, because when it's a group of, and that's what the problem we have in Nigeria. Whenever somebody wants to make a change, he gets so ethnic group of people, they're trying to form a movement. I'm like, dude, that's not the way it works. Because the moment you start going, it may mean good for the whole country. Everybody will see it as, okay, you're going after our guy, Abby. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't, if you want to form an organization where you want to forge change, the first thing you want to do is to eliminate that ethnic coloration or religious or the tribal, religious or political. You have to find ways to eliminate that. The first thing you want to do is make sure you bring members from all parts of the country, north, south, east, west, whatever, where this is not looking like anything ethnic or religious or political. So that way, and then you making strictly for that purpose of what you created it for. You don't engage in politics, you don't engage in religion, you don't engage in any of that. You just focus on that particular thing that you created it for. And once the people know that, okay, this organization exists, just like Amnesty International, for example, whenever Nigerian government commit any atrocity anywhere in Nigeria, the people run to Amnesty International to report it, right? Because they know that Amnesty International will expose them quickly and challenge them. So it's the same thing that organization will be. When we see corruption, we run to that organization like, oh, okay, this governor here, this guy here, okay, we need you to act because this is what you stand for. And that organization will be a focal point for every one of us to use to tackle that problem. But if we all sit around, we all scatter around, complaining, we're not going anywhere. You know,
I think on point. I think on point, and I think that kind of organization would be best to be powered also from the diaspora because then they are not kind of subject to the Nigerian bribery.
Nigerian diaspora, they are the most foolish set of Nigerians because what are we doing? Look at what we are doing on the internet. We are the number one divider of that How many Nigerians are actually from Nigeria call on shows and are doing propaganda?
Mike, did you have a
Most of the
personality
propagandists on the
transplant? What is
internet
going
pushing
on
division
today?
are Nigerian diasporans. All we do with our
Mike, what is
power.
going on?
I agree with Mike. I agree with Mike,
Did
especially
somebody, did somebody go and transplant Mike's brain or
especially
something? What's happening today?
this IPOB effect. This IPOB of
Even the
betting.
Yoruba nations, the
If you
IPOB,
look,
they are all diasporans.
if you look the people that are disorganizing the Southeast, that they start from the diasporas. They are from the diasporas. Breaking down those propaganda here.
They have the
Use it
most
to
power to actually. They have the most power, the most resources to actually make all these things happen to change Nigeria. But they are using it the wrong way. They are even using it to the power, the time they have to create social media. They have free Wi-Fi, free access to the internet. They don't have to pay data. They have good income. They have all the tools to help to fix Nigeria. But what are they using it to do? They are using it to destroy it.
Yeah, this setup, I have to say, they have failed woefully. They've not revealed the name of crude oil thieves, terrorist funders, nothing. And they are suing the federal government left and right.
Can we?
They've not
So,
got any information.
Nigeria, do you even know their motive before they establish them? Do you know their motive?
Can we chime in?
To pretend as if they are doing something. Go ahead, BT.
Since Mike and company here.
I see you are that is Dr. Doom, isn't it there?
Yeah, that's my
Thank
God. Finally a comic head on the platform. DC fan on the way, by the way, though. But anyways, can we do Dewale, I greet you, my brother. But can we just get to the point here? This false narrative that we've created for people, the regular people don't change any society. Even so-called revolutions is always run behind the scenes by the rich and powerful. So it begs the question, where are the rich and powerful people? Because the smart ones amongst you are the ones that shape society. They're the ones that create the system behind the scenes. So what do we have anything like the Bilderberg group in Nigeria? Where are your black rocks? So the smart ones amongst us need to get together and shape the society. So the change can never come from regular individuals. That is a false narrative. It's all lies. The best amongst you will come together and shape the society the way they want it to be. And that begs the question, where are our so-called smart, brilliant Nigerians across the world? Where are they?
They are using their brain for Yahoo and propaganda. That's what they are doing. They use their brain backwards. They use the smartest Nigerian, rather than using his brain the positive way, you rather use it the negative way. You use it to do. He expresses genius, ingenuity in scamming companies, corporations like small people. So that backward, like I just give an example. Look at all the brilliant Nigerians. Like for example, there's this guy named CM. It goes on. The guy is very articulate, I'm like, this guy is smart, but all he does is he has a skill. The guy's very skilled in articulating words. He's a very good orator. But look at the way he's using his skills. His skills he's using it to just do like every propaganda. And like this guy here can use that skill to just be honest and speak truth. And the guy can go a long way.
Mike, stay with me for a second. No, stay with me. I'm getting to the bigger point here. You mentioned somebody called CM, for instance. I'm talking about collective intelligence of those smart individuals is what I'm speaking to, where they are the ones behind the scenes shaping the narrative. We don't have enough people coming together. The one with the IQs, with the successful businesses and empires, they come together to shape society. We don't have enough of that.
We have a lot, but the character is their problem. Their character is bad. They are blessed with the brain, but their character is bad.
I think that's the point I wanted to make, that leadership in terms of shaping society doesn't necessarily come from people that we like to term as powerful or giant industry captains. It tends to come from ideologues, actually, and nationalists. Those are the ones that build nations.
And society.
I want to leave, please. I want to say thank you to everyone for being accommodated. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
But thank you,
thank you for coming in, Kenny. See you next time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. But forefathers, but you see what I'm saying? Those people, because what those people do in sane societies is that they are the ones that will screen out the riffraff. So in a society, you never see a Dino Melaye even run for office, because those powerful men behind the scenes will not let them even climb up to that thing in the first place. they do a screen test for those people behind the scenes. You will not see them in action, but they make sure anybody coming up there loves the country. Understands the place.
Those are people. People like Dinominai are used for other things, not necessarily running the system.
Yeah,
No.
but when you have the dumbest amongst you running the system, look at this. Look at the House of Rep. You're like, how did this one even get here? Like in America, here some jobs. If you didn't even go to Harvard or Yale, they don't even let you get into like the law. They have some kind of buffer to screen you out. We don't have that in Nigeria.
See,
yeah.
You see, I gave one example earlier. I say, if you didn't create something, there's no way you can really understand it or even value it. You understand? So the thing is, if the people that design Nigeria with some Nigerians, they will be designing it with something in mind, a vision in mind, the picture somewhere they're trying to get to, right? While they were designing it. And after designing it, there's no way they will create a room for somebody to come on board and destroy that thing that they've designed where they have a vision for. You understand? So what happened is when the British designed us and they left, everybody just saw that thing as designed as an opportunity. And it's been like that from the beginning. Everybody see that position, that government, that place as the place you go to make it in life. So there's no one that has ownership of that thing because no one can have ownership of it because the only way you can have ownership of something is if it's something that you designed. You understand? So with that Nigerian space, that old government, that place, it's a place of opportunity. That's why the only people that end up there, or most people that will end up there, would be people that just went there for opportunity. They don't care about it. They didn't create it. They don't value
we
it.
don't tend to encourage sworn nationalists that is number one. They don't, religion doesn't come first. Even family, some of them family doesn't even come first. Their focus is building a strong nation because they are driven only by that goal. And for me, if you want to build a nation, that is the kind of people in like Lenin now. When the revolution happened in Russia, they were not like the industry captains of this thing, or neither was Mao Zedong. These people, Nick Wayu too, the same thing. They are not. They just tend to be ordinary people that have a zeal to fix their nation and
had a vision, not fix
like
it.
vision.
So that the world is create a nation, not fix
I think a lot of them have this, the ability to. A lot of people have the ability, but they don't have the drive. Leadership, there's something else, extra ingredients that is needed for leadership. It's not just the skill that you need. It's not just skill.
But to my point, the American president actually obeys some people behind the scenes, where they tell him this is what we want to do because they have a vision for the country. They have this standard that he has to uphold on behalf.
Yeah,
it's pretty much like a spokesperson for what they believe. You will see them, but they run things behind the scenes.
Exactly.
It's our own secret society to run things. It's where I want to know where.
And that's what I'm saying. Babati, the way the secret when something is organically created, that secret society is automatically created.
But the ones that Babati, those ones that we have, they are actually very selfish. We have them now.
We don't have them. We just don't.
No, let me give, for example, the likes of Obasanjo, the likes of
they are not secret society. I don't think you missed the point. Babati is saying where in all this, like in Russia, they have the Kremlin. In the United States, they have Pentagon. In China, they will call it Beijing. So it's not the Xi Jinping that's the guy calling the shot. In Russia, it's not Putin that's calling the shot. It's people behind the scene in Kremlin. You understand? In the United States, it's not really Biden. There are people behind the scene. You understand? That's why you see someone like Trump being arrested because he took a fire from the.
Yeah, but those are the ones that we have. Those are the ones we have in India. Those are the ones I mentioned. They are the one calling the sword behind. They are the one even choosing the leaders for us.
Yeah, but that's not secret society. That's more like leaders of, that's not what, those were ex-presidents. These are not a secret society. These are not even the creator. But in the case of these other people we are talking about, this secret society were people that actually design a country, right? And they are following the plan. You understand? And whoever comes on board to be president, they monitor him to make sure it doesn't destroy that plan. You get what I'm saying? So that's what we are talking about. That secret. In Nigeria, we don't have these people that design a country, that design Nigeria, and that design a future, design a plan, and going by that plan. So that way, whoever is coming
because we
on,
are not the one that design our country.
they are not the one that design it. Exactly. That's the point I'm making. So that way, if they had that plan, so whoever wants to come on board to become to any position, whether to be president or to be governor and everything, and they will look at him to make sure this guy coming, is he about to sabotage the plan, the vision we have for this country? They quickly see him, and if he is that kind of person, they will even allow him to get there. You understand? Because he's coming in to destroy the plan. But in the case of Nigeria, there's no plan. There's no
but those people that you are talking about, they have a common goal. Can we have people like that in Nigeria who have a common goal?
You know the perfect example I can give, something closest to that, I would say, is Lagos. When Tinubu and then came in, they designed.
But the people are still fighting it. They say there is a cabal. We call them cabal now.
No. I'm just giving you something close to that, but not quite. It's like when Tinubu and then,
when you are speaking, exactly. I was thinking of Lagos.
No. What I'm saying is like in that, they say they designed the blueprint for Lagos, right? And then Fashola, all the following governors, they started going by the plan. So whenever somebody else wants to become governor, they panic. Like, they do everything to make sure no one else. So that's why people say, if are taking. So they have a blueprint for Lagos, right? So that's why they will panic when somebody on no factor wants to become governor of Lagos. They're like, even some Lagos stakeholders are like, no. We already have a plan.
That's what you need at the bigger, the macro level. You need like a Lagos blueprint where they reach out. Because Tinubu, by the way, when it was in Lagos, he still obeys some people. Like Eto. They will sit there with Tinubu what to do in Lagos because they run things behind this. You will never see them on TV.
Yeah, those of them that draw that blueprint for Lagos. There's no use beyond Tinubu. There are so many of them. But there are some people who are billionaires. There are some people that plan, that blueprint. Even when somebody was trying to go the other way, do things the other way. Remember, Tinubu even said it. He said, it's not only me. So those people that drew that plan, they saw that somebody wasn't about to go by that plan. What did they do? They all gang got in to remove him. You know, that kind of situation. That's what I mean. When you have people that actually draw a plan, they will do everything to destroy anybody that wants to destroy that plan. So if we had a group of people that actually drew the Nigerian plan, there's no way they will allow stupid leaders to be coming in.
Buhari will not come into place. We will not have the Yaradua nonsense of being sick for.
It's impossible.
We don't have all that nonsense.
Because those guys would have been the one to design the military, design everything. So they would never allow anybody to come and destroy that vision, that plan they drawn.
That's the point. Until we have that, all this revolution now, it's all BS.
It's all BS, man.
Who goes on the street to change anything? You can't change the system by protesting. Even revolution is being paid for by powerful people behind the scenes. Go back in history. If you say any major revolution in any country, somebody with money is paying for that behind the scenes that you don't see. That's the way it works. Somebody's always funding revolt in any society. Forget being organic anywhere. It's all BS. So we don't have that. You will see all this Dangote family. Don't you guys sit down and talk? You have all this. Don't you guys do all this autoeasy? Come together, form one secret group. I don't mind. Behind the scenes, I'm telling you can't go there. You go there. This is what we want.
But even those people, Babati, those people that you are talking, they are still fighting themselves. Look at what is happening between Elumelu and Otedola. They have a lot of beef among themselves. I think it's still more down to what we discussed yesterday about our culture, about being too selfish, about being, it's just, I don't know how we can just wriggle out of these multiple problems that we have.
You see, Simba, if Elumelu, Tedola, maybe they are part of a plan, so some kind of let's say the whole thing we talk about, whatever issue they have among themselves, they'll make sure it still doesn't affect that vision, that plan, that structure, that thing in place. You understand? Because that thing, they all, like with the example I give within that Lagos thing now. I mean, they may be having issue among themselves over other issues, business issues, but that particular vision, that plan, that blueprint they've drawn, they would never allow their personal issues to affect that because they are all stakeholders in that area. Or whichever business, Elumelu and Otedola as part of, like maybe they are both stakeholder in that particular
They will make
venture.
this behind the scenes.
They
Nobody will
won't
hear
allow their beef to affect that
right,
thing because
right.
they will keep their business. But that particular venture, they will stick their because they both are going to lose. You understand? At the end of the day,
Mike, do you know how I know? Because growing up, how I grew up, I have seen people come to our house when I was young, governors, all these ministers doing the military. So I know how they make this behind the scenes. People that actually run the show. You see them on the street, they're regular people, but they have power. My guy. They're never on TV, they're never on radio, you never see them around, but they can control a governor to back like a dog, and they will do that. I'm telling you, we
but
have
those are not necessarily the nation builder. Those are the indoor.
Those are business, yeah.
I'm saying
exactly.
That no. Somebody enforces the blueprint. Is my point. If you have a blueprint, somebody will stay online. This is what we are doing. Play ball the way we want to play it. That's what you need. That's like a.
But Nigeria doesn't have a blueprint. Do we really have a blueprint?
The Nigerian stakeholders are just stakeholders in people that benefit from the system, not people that design a system and trying to build a system. So our stakeholders, our elites, for example, they are there to hit off the system. They are not there because they design a system and they have a vision where they're pushing that system.
And to be fair to them, most of them don't know better. I don't blame them completely.
You can't blame them now. How would they know when they didn't design the system? So what would they know?
Mike, so sorry to interrupt you, but this is what bothers me. If you as elite design a system, you actually make more money and control more. If you actually
more exactly, they actually like the Rothschild, the owners of America. They have all the money in the world.
It's old money for life now.
The more American progress, the thing is, the more American progress, the more they progress.
Better off. So everybody wins. Like
it's a win-win. Exactly. It's a win-win.
Okay, is that not the conundrum then? Why is it that the Nigerian space doesn't have rich people that want to make Nigeria prosper so that they too can prosper from
no, the thing is them, they are prospering not because Nigeria.
How high is their IQ really? How smart are they? That's the problem. You see, they are smart. Have
you tried? Many of them have
because you are linking smartness to making money. It's not the same now.
It's not the same. It's not the same. It's, making money is just you see opportunity and you're lucky. That's all it is. So in the case of the Nigerians. Like in Nigeria, when you are tied to the system, whether the system progress or regress, if you are tied to the system, you always profit. But what Babati is saying is that if you actually profit more when the system actually if you are tied to the system progressing. For example, like Tinubu, for example, like he's part of the people that drew the blueprint of Lagos, right? And whenever Lagos make money, he makes money. The more Lagos progress, he makes more money. However, look at other governors that don't have blueprint for their state, right? What they steal from their state is not a fraction of what Tinubu will make when Lagos make more money, when Lagos progress. You understand? So when you're part of the blueprint and part of the plan, and you following through, you stick with it, you actually succeed more as your plan succeed. You understand? The state succeed. You succeed is a win-win. But those that don't have blueprint, what they can steal is just a little, and they steal and they move on.
They only steal when they're in power. By the time they lose power, that's the end.
Let me give you an example. Do you know that they are building that fourth bridge in Lagos? That's
Fourth Mainland Bridge, yes.
Tinubu, all those guys, they have money in that already now. You get your bridge. I make more money. Everybody wins. That's the way you do it. It's not that difficult. I don't understand why you want to just chop money without any development. People will complain now, but if they see you making any effort, they won't even say anything to you because you're enjoying what you are doing. You make your money, they benefit from it. But we don't have that. You have all this Dangote making all this. Like I asked yesterday, what happens to Dangote's business once it dies off? What happens to his stuff? I don't see his group surviving if he dies. Which is there's no legacy building. There's no legacy building.
Babati, when I was listening to you people discussion yesterday, I asked one of my friends who is a businessman in Ilorin here that question yesterday. And the guy was also blabbing because what the guy was doing actually, he has a son, and what he's actually doing is grooming his son to take over from him. And I was telling myself, you are making mistake. This is your son. Are you sure he's interested in what you are doing? You understand? No, we are selfish. I only look at our family and ourselves alone.
Yeah,
People
legacy.
build
Simba,
exactly.
legacy bigger than your family. Look at
Exactly. I agree with you. I agree with you, Babati.
Look at Bill Gates now. Look at what he's doing. When he dies, that company is forever and
In fact, all the example that you gave on the platform yesterday, I asked him, I said, okay, what about that guy that died? Is it not the Apple owner that died? The one that died of
look at
cancer?
him died how many years ago?
Yes. And his business continue.
That's legacy.
But in Nigeria, people will be crying. You see big businessmen. The only thing they say, I've even been speaking to my son, and he's not ready to come and do the business with me. They'll be crying. In fact, they don't get coffee if they don't see their children taken over from them. That's the problem.
They only think about themselves and just their immediate
exactly. Because we are selfish, because we don't even have trust in ourselves. I think that's another problem. They will believe that if they because before what they're supposed to do is actually to bring in some other people to have investment in what they are doing, so that by the time they are leaving, there are some people that will be able to take over from them. Make it a PLC, not a one-man business. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But don't you think, Simba, don't you think the root of it has to do with the way what we elevate in our society?
It's our culture, as you said yesterday. It's part of our culture.
For example, our culture. For example, in Nigerian environments, when people look at you, what they want to respect about you is now you're picking me that's your son. You got how many picking you get? How many? Those things. You look at your family to respect you, right? Now they will respect a man that just has family, which is a good thing. It's good to respect family. Than a guy that's actually doing something for the community, but maybe doesn't have family. You understand? Like it's almost like we don't celebrate someone that's contributing to environment as we would celebrate someone that just has. But it's like we celebrate someone that the more children you have, the more they respect you in Nigeria. I don't know why. If you say especially among women. A woman will be the more the woman that has the most babies, the one the other women respect. So we tend to the things we celebrate with people, I think has to do with why people think the way they think. Like in the Western world, for example, we just give you an example of all these guys that create all these things. They celebrate their names. Like in the white communities, when I moved to a white neighborhood, I realized that okay. In America here, I lived in black community. I also lived in white community. I'm not saying it's inherently race thing, but it's just something that happens to be the way. Let me learn. I'm just trying to make one key point. Like when I was living in a black neighborhood, right? What we celebrate is that what kind of car do you drive? Like if I show up in a Mercedes Benz, everybody start hailing me. See your car. But if I go with that neighborhood and I start to take it upon myself to cut the grass or do something free for the people just to help the environment look clean. People just they don't see me as doing anything that makes sense. They won't look at me like, why you doing that? Why are you enslaving yourself? But in a white community, for example, you show with your Mercedes Benz, they don't care. No one cares what you're wearing or what you're driving. But if I come out of my house and I start cutting the grass in the neighborhood, just helping it, clean it, taking up upon myself to just clean the neighborhood and clean. The next thing they will do is among themselves, they organize themselves.
They will bring you lemonade to drink. Thank you for your job.
They'll bring them. They will organize a meeting and they will acknowledge what you did. Like it was Mr. This guy that helped us to took up his free time to help us to clear that thing, fix that thing, and they all clap for you and they present you an award, present you something. So when you do things like that, that will encourage you. Everyone wants to do the same thing. Like if I come around and do something for the neighborhood, they're gonna acknowledge me and praise me. But in our community, in a black community, that if you take it upon yourself, say, "I'm going to clean the gutter for everybody," they will say, "Oh, dear."
Let me give you, Mike. Let me give you an example. What happened to me?
If you go and steal money and show the Mercedes Benz, they don't go ask you where to get the money.
In my area, let me tell you what happened. We know we have these potholes where water used to lodge when rain falls, and whenever we are, passing through the road, all these moderns. So I called. A friend of mine, I said, okay, I want to fill all these things. When I fill the one in front of my own yard, then I now extended it to some other people. They called me and they asked me that why didn't I take permission from them to fill those gully? and they make it an issue. Believe me, they make it an issue. In fact, one of them say I should come and pack it. This is something that I feel the road though, to make it waterable for everybody. You understand? One of them said I should come and pack it. So you can see the kind of exactly. You can see that they will be thinking, why is he doing it? Does he think he is the only one that has the money?
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to be rounding up. We've got to round up. I said you want to carry on the discussion in the backstage. Time is up. It's morning in the UK here.
Why are you to Nigeria? You are becoming like Thomas now. You didn't even give us a warning.
No, okay, I'll give you one. Okay, go ahead. Not warning. I'll give you 15 minutes to.
It's kind of funny when Tunaja is actually trying to ensure for everybody. Tunaja, you that are doing. Everybody will be gone. Everybody will be gone. You see, you be the only one left still talking.
I can look forever.
Even this thing that is doing now is still.
Tunaja is not enjoying the conversation now. It's not obedient.
He's not enjoying progressive. He wants to be talking about
we are not speaking to what. We are not speaking to what makes him happy.
It's 5 a.m. here, man. It's going to 6 a.m. What do you want me to do?
Hold on. It's very simple. Let's discuss soldier and army. Then just see.
Security. All Nigeria can have 1 million soldiers.
1 million soldiers. You will keep the show for the next another 5 hours.
Can we stop it? The conversation you are having is quite important. Actually, it's a shame we can always carry it on. The conversation you are having right now is a very good one. We are talking about nation creators and things like that. It's quite high level discussion. So I would have enjoyed discussing it this long. I hope we get back to it next time. But it's just that this is unplanned. You see, Thomas was not available today, so I just stepped in. So if it was like planned,
you know what I think? I think another show is jumping on. You want to go and join them? Maybe Nigeria Watch.
What's wrong with you? What do you take me for? I do rest,
But guys, on a must, I think this topic actually needs a whole session to discuss.
Yes, it's a serious discussion.
This is the foundational issue here, where you need to discuss, go into details, and actually bring out all this in-depth conversation about it. So maybe next time you come around Nigeria, we can actually host a session on the platform about it.
I think, and to Nigeria, please, I think what we should be discussing more now is that to even bring our nation back and make Nigeria great. All this discussion about ethnicity, tribalism, religion is actually not taking us anywhere.
And politicians.
Because
it's not taking us anywhere.
You know what happens in America? Like they always say, they say racism cannot survive if exposure. So if you come out here, start discussing issues like this, even if somebody is tribalist and racist and whatever, when they come up here, they will not make any sense because you will just expose them. So once we talk about nation building, and we come up with plans, even if you have ulterior motives with your tribal sentiments, you will look stupid.
Yeah,
that is where we should be. Expose the tribalism.
No, that is what happened here. But you discover that most people that will not conform by the time they come here, by the time they get to another platform, you see them in different form. If you see them on Twitter, they are a different person. They're a different person.
No. Don't worry about what they do elsewhere. We can only control what we can control. So, but on this platform, if we have maybe once a week or every other week.
But what they do elsewhere is part of the community now. But Simba is right now.
We can't track everybody's. We can't control their thoughts or opinions. You can only do what you can do here. So if you make your platform where it's opinion based, is based on facts, and trying to grow the country, then I think that is more.
Before, especially obedience, we listen to all these things after the Supreme Court.
They are lost cause. Don't worry about that one. Is a lost cause. I'm serious. I don't even bother discussing with them anymore because
you can't get nowhere, man. You can't, even if you show them the obvious. You show them the obvious. They will see. The more you're trying to show them, the more they'll get angry with yourself. The more you're trying to show them, it was crystal clear. the more you make it clear to them, the more angry they get with you and they want to kill yourself.
Right.
So,
So
forget obedience, man. I lost.
So just find the sound once I'm
Okay, to Niger. Well done for keeping the platform for today. We thank you for that, and then for giving us opportunity to talk on this platform today. Thank you.
Thank
everybody.
you.
Good morning here in Nigeria.
How did Tunaja
by the grace
become
of
in
one
charge
man.
of this platform, sir? How did it happen?
I'm not in charge. What are you? I'm just sitting for Thomas and all.
I'm in shock. Like how did who approved your? Where's the boss? Who approved you on this?
Tunaja, you know what? Tunaja, if you go back to if your enemy of this platform, where you always go, you didn't find out that you became
Niger watch now. I know Niger is a co-host on Niger watch.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if they find out I came to the enemy to become
and you see him, we see him talking. Like I say, is it the same to Niger that will come on one man show? Is a different person, a different breed. It's a different breed on that on Niger watch.
I'm open to talking to every Nigerian. I'm no
and
Nigerian.
if you see Uptown on Twitter, hey, you will not believe that it's the same Uptown that will come here with two face.
What is he saying on Twitter? Hold on. I need to hear.
Well, go and watch Uptown on Twitter. In fact, Thomas will tell you better. I follow him now. I know what.
Wait. What's his position there? Don't tell me he's a supporter of APC.
Which supporter? He is one of the adherent obedient that we anything we forget about Uptown. No, forget about Uptown. And that is why sometimes it will look as if because you know what I don't like is that you will say something somewhere else, then you come here and be telling us another thing. That's what I don't like. That's why it looks as if I'm attacking him. Exactly. That is a civil, is this, is that. It's all lies. All lies.
But
so the guy's a fanatic.
No, Mike. I think it's more of the setting. If you are within amongst people that share your beliefs, of course you're going to open up more, as opposed to where you have to always counter the argument, the narrative. So I think it's more of the platform where people find themselves. So
like this morning, when he said Delta State got 840 billion naira in a month. I said, tell me. And at the end of the day, he said, no, what I'm saying is that he just said that.
If I don't care, even if it is 3 years.
I don't care if it is 1 year or 2 years or 3 years.
But he didn't accept that.
Initially, he didn't accept. He didn't accept that it was wrong. And to Niger also, because he aligned with him, he said, okay, you can go ahead.
I just don't want to go back to that.
You know, one thing I don't understand is this, right? One thing I don't understand is this. There's some people when they're having conversation, they would deliberately inject a lie into that thing, right? Like misinformation. And sometimes I ask myself, okay, what are you going to gain at the end of the day from that? From trying to misinform somebody.
Mike,
so at the end of the day, if you're not misinform that person.
Mike, do you know what the one that shocked me the most? This OB case in court, where the court told you that forget transmission by the transmission, they can do manual. Everybody can see the news, but they will still say no. The court did not say that. We saw the
the one I don't understand is this. Like sometimes some of these people, they will make up a story that doesn't exist. They will make up something that never happened. That like they know. It's not like someone told them. It's not like somebody told them and they're coming to tell you. No, they make it up.
Especially all those Edo bloggers. Oh my God!
They will make up something that doesn't. And they will start putting it out. They will start talking it with confidence, like that thing actually is something that exists. You understand?
They will put salt and pepper to it to make it sweet.
But Simba.
So when you catch them, they will not begin to twist it. Oh my God!
If the court says, okay, I does not need to do transmission using
and then have rights to choose anyone.
And that's what the court says. Oh, you now come online and say, they didn't say that. You can see this thing online. This is why are you lying? You cannot see this thing, and it's fake news. It's not fake news now. We can all see this news story, and they just stick to that nonsense and be going with it all the time. And
after they realize, they will not say, "Someone know they tire you."
Yeah, like what are you guys doing?
That thing used to provoke me, man. Like
I've given up, Daddy, on those guys. I've given up on them. I don't even.
But the thing is, the funny thing is that no. This is strategy. This is a tragedy of it. Like, do you know that non-Nigerians, like Americans and all these other Africans, they actually watch some of these things.
The damage.
This is what happened in Nigeria.
Let me tell you, I was shocked the day an Egyptian asked me that he heard that our new president is a drug baron.
Somebody asked me at work. Actually, a patient in the clinic asked me that is it that Buhari is a fake president? Like, is he from Sudan?
Dude,
like,
guys,
what is all this now? I'm serious.
You guys know the one that even annoying me. One guy from Sierra Leone is a Fulani, and the guy was telling me that the Fulanis, like, they own Nigeria, like they own Nigeria, they control all the tribes in Nigeria. They rule. And I'm like, what do you mean? He said, yeah. The guy, because he's been following the Ipobians, and he actually believed that his tribe is so powerful in Nigeria. They rule Nigeria. I'm like, no, your tribe is nobody in Nigeria. You're not you don't own Nigeria. You said no, Nigerians are saying it.
Mike, the way they are returning all the money for Niger Delta back to Abuja to spend now. It's the Fulani that's spending the Niger Delta money now.
I'm like, the guy was so proud of his tribe, his Fulani tribe, because he said the Fulanis own Nigeria, they rule Nigeria. They are they know Israel, they see Nigeria as a powerful country, they look out, they see us as the way we look America now. So that the guy is so happy that his tribe is the most powerful tribe in Nigeria. They own Nigeria, they rule Nigeria because of these stupid Ipobians.
No, they are following what is happening. You remember there was a day one man play one video clip about, was it Sierra Leone? Yeah, it was the election in Sierra Leone. That one guy was referring to what happened what Obi did. General election. Yes, now they watch out to they know what is happening in Nigeria. And is all this YouTube this thing that they are listening to that give them an impression.
Yeah, they follow YouTube. That's the thing. Like all the black world now, their eye is on Nigeria. Only Nigeria, we are the only one that don't know that. The black Americans, the Caribbeans, even South America, everybody high is on Nigeria. They follow our politics, they're following everything. But unfortunately, they also follow all these YouTube channels that Nigerians open. And most of our YouTube channels, people that open YouTube channels are all these like Pobia, Southeasterners. And all they do is just give bastardized information. So they are even giving Nigeria the worst name. I mean, those guys, I'm like, come on, man. Like this,
and you know the funniest thing, if someone from outside now criticize or talking bad about Nigeria, they will start going outside.
They will get angry.
They will get angry. But you guys present everything to the media for other people to. Yeah, but when other people come from outside, they don't want.
Do you know that white guy from Florida, that journalist from Florida, always attacking Tinubu? He's a very popular journalist in Florida.
Yeah. He's on Twitter too. He's on Twitter.
Yeah, always quoting David. So let's say, why are you even talking about our issue? Why are you?
He follow all our politics.
Do you know what?
He know everything.
Do you know who was giving him information? Ipobians. Yes, attack them. I mean, Nigerian. Why is
that about 70% of Nigerian YouTubers are Ipobians?
And the guy said, "Okay, I have called the FBI about Tinubu in Chicago."
I saw that too. During the campaign period.
Yeah, what's it concern you? You're from Florida. You're a white guy. Leave him alone.
The guy just if the guy is smart, the guy will cash out from them. If the guy is smart.
Man, let's face it, man. One of the reasons I just want to honestly, at one point I'm like, you know what? Let's just split that country because the Southeasterners, man, you want to talk about who's giving Nigeria the worst name.
You know, Mike, the day I gave up, I was having conversation with one of my colleagues, from the east and one Egyptian. And we were talking generally, and the guy was talking about Nigeria. And you know, the usual way that country is so useless. Blah, blah, blah. I was looking at the guy. I said, what are you going to gain by telling these Egyptians about this? And the guy now respond, and you know, I was amazed the way the Egyptian responded. The guy said, well, everything that you said also happened in their own country. You know what the Nigerian guy said? He said, no, in fact, your own country is the best, oh. It cannot, in fact, our own is worse than your own. The guy was saying that the same thing that you are saying happened in his own country. You are not saying your own is worse. I was just looking at the guy. I said, I said you are not even doing yourself any favor by projecting your whole country as being bad to other people.
Simba, you know what that happened one time? Soon as I know this guy named Kaizori and one Kenyan guy. The guy was talking about.
Let me tell you. I want to ask you before the day you and woman mentioned this. I want to follow this. Can you? I don't know how you can. I don't know the spelling, so that I can. I want to be following that guy.
Well, I'll type it on the Paris section. So the guy was talking about Dangote. He was like, oh, the guy started the show by saying, oh, the Nigerians are so smart. Wait, the guy started like this. He said the Nigerians are so smart. They produce the richest black man in the world. Dangote. So the guy was talking good about Dangote because of Dangote trying to promoting Nigerian image. Saying the guy's so smart, Nigerians are smart, Dangote is richer than even the richest black American. He was promoting us. This Igbo guy just called him. I started talking, say, Dangote, no, the guy's not smart. It was the government that helped him, that gave him the money. On that thing, I followed them. Then the guy was like, no. Then the guy also started talking about Eco Atlantic. The Igbo guy started telling you, no. The Eco Atlantic, they're so stupid. They are building stuff on the water that's only going to last 70 years.
I have a Yemeni guy that was asking me about Eco Atlantic also. A Yemeni guy.
This Igbo guy was telling the guy that Eco Atlantic, he said they are building on something, land that's only going to last 70 years and it's going to sink. It's just a bad mouth Nigeria. I'm like, dude, what will you gain by telling this foreigner this bad thing about Nigeria?
Sorry, do you remember during the elections? Because I follow Reuters, right? Reuters and BBC were referring to Peter Obi as the forerunner in the elections. I'm like, how are they? So me being curious, I was sending them like tweet and email like, where are you getting this number from, bro?
It's because of what they saw on social media.
They were quoting the fake polls. Those polls, like, oh, Obi is leading. These are major companies. They were quoting those fake polls. So when he lost, like, yes, they rigged it because we followed the polls. He was leading. I said he was never in the first place. Why are you quoting?
He never lead from the beginning.
I'm telling you, you are quoting the fake polls. The front runner came from where to who made him front runner? Forget
it. I think regarding what some of the IPOP people have done to the Nigerian image, it tells you what the effectiveness of communication online. They've used it very, very well, and they are still doing it. And it's very, very, it's not nice. And at the heart of it, all of them just feel marginalized, like most Nigerians. I've asked somebody that believes in the same thing, what is it that the Nigeria can do for them to ensure that they don't pursue this Biafran thing? And when the guy listed all the things he wanted, I said, but this is exactly what every Nigerian wants. Why is it? He said, because at the core of it, that's it. At the core of it, that's the whole thing. They just want a country that works. Yeah. But I'm saying this so that you guys can understand the trauma that where it's coming from. It's not necessarily because they are that different from you, but that's their own way of expressing it. That's what is going on. So let me do some this thing.
You gotta also sorry. Don't throw yourself.
So, but Mike, see, to be honest with you, I don't know. Tinubu has to get a better PR than what Buhari did.
He has to, man.
He has to.
Tinubu has done he's not done a very good job of PR so far. They are not communicating.
They tried this Sudan thing with Tinubu too, the Guinea thing before he shut it down, because he was born in Guinea. They were trying to up to. Remember
I hope Yoruba people will not tolerate that bullshit,
hey,
man.
now,
Even
like,
if they begin at their propaganda they were doing with Buhari, that's Sudan bullshit.
Guinea was born in Guinea. Is Tinubu born in Guinea? Was Tinubu born in Guinea?
Probably are beginning to push it. Like, okay, it's not in Nigerian. They are even starting. So that they don't act like you don't know. They say on Nigeria Watch every day. Say it's not even in Nigerian.
I've never heard
they are beginning to package it now. Wait, they are beginning to package it. That Tinubu is not in Nigerian. It's from Guinea.
No, because Tinubu did not let that thing grow like Buhari did. They said no, it's not true. They had to attack them immediately. But I remember when they were pushing that narrative online. Like, look at his passport.
Buhari didn't even have PR at all. I don't think Buhari.
If they begin to push that other shit they do with Buhari, first of all, the mainstream media in Nigeria alone, most of the people are running. All those Rufai are being nice to them right now. They will flip on you and they will destroy the image of Southeast. I'm telling you. By the time people like me open my own YouTube, I will start destroying the image of Igbos. I'm telling you. I will, if I begin to, if I start my own propaganda,
Calm down, Mike. You see, Tinubu left so many gaps that is allowing people to accuse him of the different kind of. Nobody accused Jonathan of anything or Basenjo of anything.
No.
So when you leave so many gaps, that's why.
Divide like this. The nation is not divided like this under Jonathan. Don't let us.
But that's my point is that because they went on to do that for Buhari is because when people leave gaps in their resume, that's what leads to all this kind of problem. It didn't even start from presidential election. It was even the governorship. He had similar problems. So, and that's to be fair, that's why I don't judge people like that because those days Nigerians were going overseas with all kinds of names. Even our national team. When we say under 17, our under 17, we all know they are 25 years, 26 years, maybe 30 years, depending on under 17. We know these things. Nigerians don't represent themselves.
Because you know these things. So now he wants to pick on Buhari because he's the president. I mean,
no. I'm saying that. What I'm saying is that
because you're suspected now, you want to make it real.
You're not understanding. What I'm saying is the opposite. I wouldn't judge any the Nigerian leader from those times based on birth certificate and all that stuff because we all know. How many of us in Nigeria have good driver's license that
we know what you are talking about? Well, it's different from what we are saying here. The idea of trying
is that they are trying to cook him up. But I'm saying I disagree with that too. I disagree with the idea that they're trying to use his birth certificate to do. I say it all to them all the time. I said the only thing I will accept in the tribunal is
they use everything.
They will begin to create more things now, like to try and then from there, you guys know they started with the Fulanis. They started before they start with Fulani. They started with Buhari. They were attacking, and then they went to his ethnic group. And begin to bastardize the image of the Fulani.
They will try everything. The only thing that will work is
what I'm saying is they are starting with Tinubu right now. If we are starting with Tinubu right now, eventually they move to the Yorubas.
They
already seen it. No, I'm just saying that would be.
Mike, hold on now. Let me make this point with you. No, listen to me. They are trying to bring up this so-called let's go on the street kind of narrative. Let's revolt against the system. And that needs to be shut down immediately by the government. Because
what do you mean that needs to be shut down? P2B has already shut that down. He's not going to just forget it. I talk to those people all the time, and I hear them saying all this. I said, "What are you talking about? If you go on the street, what is that going to do? You're just going to create an avenue for potential military."
They want chaos.
They can only go on the streets in their region now. So you want to go on the street of Lagos, the street of Ibadan.
It's not in that way. One area that is causing problem in Nigeria, and they're not in Abuja. They are in Abuja. They can cause problem, and before you know it, the military comes in. Nobody needs that drama. And I told them now that military doesn't rig election. They cancel it. That's how it works. So don't even.
First of all, it's most of them that don't understand in diaspora anyway. So it's not even going to happen.
It's not going to happen. P2B is not for any kind of funny business going to the streets.
That the military should take over because we did not win. They were trying to invite the military to come and take over.
I think some of those people are talking out of trauma. You have to understand many of these people.
Many of them hear that trauma. Me too have trauma now. I'm not talking about my trauma.
Come on, many of
get trauma.
It's not the same. It's not the same, Mike. It's not the same.
What do you mean? Do you know me? Do you know my trauma?
See, the way you are talking about your own
trauma. Which trauma are you talking about?
Everybody get their own trauma. Nigeria, I mean, don't they talk say?
You see, you say you want to build a nation. If you say you want to build a nation, you have to understand the people you are dealing with.
Oh boy,
how many millions of people want to understand?
What is wrong with you? You have to understand.
Come on, I have to try to understand this.
You see, I'm going to call them
the trauma. They had the trauma because Obi lost an election. Is that a trauma?
No, man.
No. Their trauma was before that. That's why they are supporting Nnamdi Kanu. They are supporting all these things. The way they look at Nigeria is that they look at Nigeria like if Nigeria hates them and Nigeria is targeting them. That's how they see it.
Nobody hates them. Nobody hates them.
Can you imagine being a country where that was responsible for decimating of people and millions of people lost their lives because of that nation? And you are still in that country.
Not because of the nation. It's because of their own mistake.
Even if, no matter what, the nation...
They didn't lose their life because of Nigeria. They lost their life because of Biafra. So
you are saying that, but which soldiers came there to do those things? So you have to
the soldier didn't do it. They did it to themselves.
You see what Mike is doing? Mike just...
I'm telling the truth. It's uncomfortable, but it's a fact.
They just did it to themselves. The Nigerian soldiers didn't carry gun.
The Nigerian soldiers were coming for Ojukwu and they all defending Ojukwu, put their life on the line to defend Ojukwu.
What do you think is happening? See, the only thing that will remember is the Nigerians did that to them. If you cannot even understand this, then you wonder why you have
do. I'm telling you the truth. Accept it. We need to start telling each other the truth.
Even if it is true, hold on, this thing. Even if that is true, what Mike is doing here is pretending as if he doesn't understand when people have gone through a problem, and that it doesn't help at all.
Other people went to Tunaja. Why are you not from?
Was Yoruba decimated? You don't know where I'm from. Was Yoruba decimated?
This guy, you sound like a
anybody go to Yoruba.
This here is people. Didn't they do Asaba massacre? You don't even talk about your own people in Asaba.
What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. You are beginning to go have lower IQ now. What's wrong with you?
No, you are fighting more for people when your own people too suffered. Then your people suffer.
What are you doing? Because I seem to be more mature than you in this thing.
Well, you don't worry about your own people that suffer. Me to have my own people that suffer. Everybody suffers.
My brother, it's not the same thing.
My brother. Everybody don't say it's not the same. My brother, if you have trauma, go and heal yourself. It's not my responsibility. So I should be the one to go and heal somebody else.
UFC, hold on.
Mike, hold on.
UFC, Mike,
hold on, to Nigeria. Let's be real here. Nigerians, if you observe, most Nigerians are quiet. The Igbos are not the only Nigerian in Nigeria. There are almost 200 something tribes.
Thank you.
No one is that.
You have do you know that? Do you know that in the northeast, that northeast where Boko Haram has been going on? Do you know that what has happened to them is worse than Biafra? Do you know that?
Are you serious? Are you serious? Did you just say
yes. Because they don't cover it on the news. Do you want me to tell you what's going on there? Do you want me to tell you what's going on there? Let me listen. Let me tell you what's going on there. Nigerian army in that northeast, those ethnic group there, when they go there, say they are looking for Boko Haram. Most of the people they are massacring are just the ethnic group that live there. The young male, they're especially in the beginning of that Boko Haram time. When they go there, any young boy they suspect thinking it's a Boko Haram, he's dead. And the way they kill them, there were videos on YouTube when they're using, I don't want to use the word knife, Nigerian soldiers. They use that, they come out their head. Bro,
mistake, really.
The kind of massacre the Nigerian army is committing on the people there in that place, and even Boko Haram will come and commit massacre against them. In the northeast, it's going on. Those ethnic group there, especially the Canaries, where this guy, because Abubakar Sheka is the Canary, that place. The kind of massacre has been going on there since for the past 11 years. They don't talk about it now. Those people go just meet somebody from there to tell you story, but they don't talk about it.
I'm looking at right now the figures for Boko Haram total distant deaths. We are talking about 35,000 since 2009. 2009. That's how many years for 35,000?
35.
And no, hold on now. If you don't want to accept it, then you can choose to not to accept it. Okay, then look at
nobody will accept that. Nobody will accept 35,000. Nobody will accept that.
See, but that's the number they are giving here. Let me give another number.
That's the propaganda.
Hold on now. Borno, by far the most threatening state in that Boko Haram has cost over 35,000 this in debts. So this is what we are talking about. So when you keep
there's 2 million people are displaced in Maiduguri. You are telling me 2 million people in IDP camp.
Hold on now, man. Let me talk. See, while that of the civil war, we are talking about 500,000 to 3 million.
Tunaja, wait. Do you know that most of the people? Wait. Do you know that most of the people that experienced that war, they are all gone, right? They are dead. Right?
Oh my God!
The one that's still alive, they are very old. Wait. The one that are still alive, they are very old. They are in a very old age.
All right,
we are talking about people that are still young. They are freshly experiencing it, and they are still experiencing it.
You see why Nigeria is divided. You can't even empathize.
My guy.
But there were casualty from both sides. What about the casualty from the Nigeria side?
Oh my God!
If you want to talk about victimhood, don't ethnicize it. Don't ethnicize it.
Mike, hold on, Mike. Don't get involved. So, because there are casualties on the Nigerian side, does that mean that there are the casualties, far greater casualties on the Biafran side should not be acknowledged? It's like saying, hold on, it's like saying, exactly. It's like saying Hitler had casualties too. Hold on now. The comparison you are making here is that it's like saying Hitler had casualties, but the Jews, it's the same. It's not the same. The one side has had inflicted more suffering and death on the other side.
Because it was someone from their tribe that lied to them.
It's not about fault. Don't you understand that it's not about fault?
What Nnamdi Kanu is doing right now, because these people,
you are not understanding. That is not besides the point. It's not about fault. It's about what happened, the physical casualties and the trauma that is on the ground.
So now the other example you give is so foolish. That Germany example you give is so foolish because you are wait. First of all, the Jews. Wait. Give me a second. Guys, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Nigerian government to do.
You have to give me a second. You have to give me a second. You have to wait now. You have to wait. Tunajaya is saying Germany, and then he's saying the Jews. First of all, the Jews didn't start the war. They didn't have anything to do with it. Germany just these people sitting on their own.
They got on the course of the war. That is not the
discussion. Wait. Give me a second.
Ah man,
give me a second. I'm trying to tell. Wait now, Tunaja, what you are doing here? No, Tunaja, wait. Allow me, please. Allow me. It's not fair. What you are doing here is not fair.
Go ahead. I'll allow you.
Okay. The civil war happened. Casualty was across board. A lot of Southeasterners died. Southwest, South, many other ethnic groups. Now, the decision, people have full control of that decision to whether we go to war, we stop the war, we don't go to war, was completely in the hands of the Southeasterners. It was completely out of the hands of other ethnic groups that died, like the Yorubas, the Benis, the Ijos. They have if let's say the Ijos, the Yorubas didn't want that war to happen, there was nothing they could have done to stop it. But the Igbos have every power to have stopped that war, even prevent it, stop it from the beginning, stop it in the middle of it. At any point, they had the power to have ended that war, but they chose to keep it going, and the rest of us suffered. Now you are telling me that the real victim is only them, it's not us. No, the real victim is us. Those of us that no, it's true. Okay, let me give you what the sense you're trying to make here. It's like 5 armed robbers. Wait. 5 armed robbers went to rob a bank, and there's a shootout between them and the police, and 1 bank employee died. 5 of the armed robbers died. And you are saying because 5 of the armed robbers died, those armed robbers are the bigger victim because their number is 5, and the bank employee is the less victim because his number is 1.
No.
That's stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid. Because the biggest victim.
No, you can't just say stuff and keep shutting the other people down. How many land do you want to have?
Hold on. I'm last statement.
How many aircraft are you trying to land at the same time?
The biggest victim in that situation will be that 1 bank employee. Because that 1 bank employee has nothing to do with the situation. The 5 armed robbers have every control of that situation. So in the Southeasterners had every control of that situation, but they refused to control the created disaster, and you're telling me they are the big victim. Are you kidding me?
Okay, let me go with your own analogy then. Your own analogy, what you are saying there doesn't add up because you limited the casualties. In reality, what happened was that the armed robbers lost their life. Then they go onto the houses, kill all their family members, kill their grandmothers, and decimated all their village. That is what we are talking about. The scale is different, and that is not what. That's something you cannot seem to understand. It's not the same level.
Can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I come in? Let's paint the true picture of the war. I think millions of people died in the east. About is it 2.5 million?
Up to 3 million for what they
Patrick,
said. It could be up to 3
if you look
million.
at that statistics, Patrick, they said 500 to 3 million.
Yes.
No, that
In
margin is
between.
too much. It has to be maybe 500.
It's too much. That is what I'm saying. That is a 40 statistics.
What that's the significance in statistics? That they call it margin of error. That margin of error is too. You understand?
Yes, 500 to 3 million. It's
and maybe Nigerian lost maybe 500,000. You know, through
Nigerian
Nigeria.
soldiers didn't lose 500,000 soldiers. How
Okay,
many
they
soldiers
lost
did we
100.
have?
They lost maybe 50 or 10,000.
If we lost soldiers in terms of casualties, I think it may be 20,000 at most. I don't think we lost that many
Other
soldiers.
Nigerians that are not soldiers. Hold on, I'm trying to analyze something. Sorry, Remy.
No. I want you to finish so that I can
Other
come
Nigerians that are not soldiers, maybe another 50,000, right?
Yeah.
So in all, Nigeria lost 3.2 million people.
Yeah.
That's the way to see it.
At the highest, yeah.
Not Biafra, not that war cost the life of almost about 3 million Nigerians. The people that started that war were so stupid, were senseless, and I'm sure when they grew older, they regretted it. I've said it here on this platform. There was nothing that have been achieved by that war that could not have been achieved better without that war.
That I agree with. I've said that
You
before
understand?
myself.
So now look
But
at what that war.
I
Look at
think
that
where
war.
we make a mistake is jumping from there and start saying, "Oh." And the point I was basically making was that you have to understand. Can I talk, Mike? Mike, can I talk? You who have been talking all this while, I have to be allowed to talk. People are allowed to interject. Come on.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I'd like to interject too.
Just because you don't like what you want to hear doesn't mean you should
This
say,
guy is a
Mike.
new voice. Let us hear
Can
the guy
I
out.
just add what I wanted to add? The original point I was making was that when you hear these Biafrans talking, you have to understand where they are coming from, because I gave a clear example when I asked a Biafran, what is it Nigeria can do to make them stop what they are doing? And most of them, that's the guy, not most of them, the guy went on and described exactly what most Nigerians are asking for. So I'm trying to interpret what they are doing. And if you don't know how to interpret it, you're not going to know. Why do you think many of them embrace Peter Obi so quickly? Because they just want what Nigerians want. But go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So the best way to explain is that Nigerians lost their lives, and the people that led Nigeria into that war, they were so immature, even given their age as at that time. They were so inexperienced. Which experience did somebody like Yakubu Gawan has, or somebody like Ojukwu has, to be able to govern Nigeria at that time, at that age? He just went to school, joined the army. That's all. No leadership training, no working experience, nothing that qualifies him to even be able to govern the entire of what is now Anambra, Ebonyi, Imo,
Speaker,
Abia,
sorry,
Enugu.
can we talk about the reality of the war itself? This is, I mean, you can't do nothing about that. But those were the leaders.
I'm laying the foundation for it. Now the point is this: there might be conflict or crisis, maybe just like we've had in recent times. Igbo having problem with Hausa, or in Shagamu there's a conflict between Yoruba and Hausa. In Shasha there's a conflict between Hausa and Yoruba. The mature leaders in these instances, even in the East, there might be some conflict between maybe Hausa and Yoruba. The leaders in the recent instances are more mature more experience, and they have handled it properly. But these young men, who was president of Nigeria and governor of the eastern region, were immature, and they plunged the people into the war. And the consequence of which we are still talking now. Even in this platform, we are still discussing it, which could have been avoided. The point is this: what do the Biafran want? Let me not even say Biafra, because there was nothing like that. There's nothing like that now. There was. You understand? With due respect to them, what do my brothers in the southeast want? They want what every Nigerian wants. My brothers in the southeast have everything Nigerians have. They are one of the most prosperous tribe in that country. Yeah, they are one of the most prosperous tribe in that country. They do business in that country, and they do business with everybody. So if they say they don't love us, we don't love them, who are those buying from them? In the north, I've been to Kano. I was doing some business in Kano. I wanted to send a container load of tires to Kano. That was in around 2008, 2009. When I got to that place, the whole of the guys I wanted to buy my tires, and they were all Igbos making money in Kano. The people buying from those boys were not Yoruba, and they were not Igbos. They were the Hausas, the Fulanis, people coming from Niger, the Niger that they hate so much. Say, all these Nigerians, the Niger people come to buy from them. People from Chad come to buy from them. Yet, Nigerians don't love them. They don't give them what they want. They sell in the West. They have markets.
But that's business now. You can't say because they are selling something to you.
No, they have markets centered. But what I'm saying is that if they don't love them, they love them well enough to be able to buy from them, to enable them to
you can't use that argument, man.
Well,
If you are hungry,
you are making my point that
if you are
they are
hungry,
what they
if
are
you are
saying.
hungry,
It means
if
something
you are very
else.
hungry and you need to buy food, you don't care if it's your worst enemy that's selling that food. You buy
No,
it. So
we
don't
can
use
use the
argument.
argument. The way the narrative is, that's why he's using the argument. The way
Okay, let me
narrative is
interject.
like
Use a better
everybody
argument.
hates them now.
So what I'm
No,
saying
no,
is,
no.
One at a time. One at a time.
Okay, so Nigeria, let me come in.
land on this point.
Let Prince speak, please.
Let me land on this point. Is this that the problem I see is that the Southeast must clearly defined and be consistent with it. They must clearly define what they want and be consistent with it. You understand?
Okay,
Not be here and there.
You can
So
advise them,
when they
not
are
necessarily
consistent
tell
with
them
it, they are able to
must.
communicate to the rest of Nigerians, and we'll say, okay, this is what they want. And then if the rest of Nigeria can afford it, then we afford it.
Okay, but okay, so let me interject. So I think his overarching point, I think I got it, because in essence, it's saying that the Igbos or the Southeasterners, they are equally beneficiary of Nigeria. I mean, to be able to move around the country, establish a business, and be successful, what else? What more do you want than the other groups? Okay, but the issue at the last point he made is quite apt, in the sense that, look, some people can be agitating because they lack information or knowledge. So many times we can be upset about something, but we don't have a full grasp of the situation or the knowledge. That these young people, quite frankly, I don't blame them. That's just like you said. I mean, they're young, so it's up to the leadership, the country, to establish or the leadership in the southeast to bring about understanding of what they really want. And quite frankly, I don't think they know what they want. We have to use facts and figures. I think before we said it on the show, I think in the entire Nigeria, the southeast is the region that contributes less to the national purse. Okay, but guess what? When it comes to allocation, they get a large percentage that they contribute. Okay, so there's so many benefit that they gain from Nigeria as a country, but that ideology of marginalization, where it's coming from, must be historical, but it doesn't make it to be right. But they have something to hang on to. They have something. The war, see, the war they're hanging on to, the Biafran war, it is legitimate, and we cannot discount. Yes, there was a war. They may have started it, but they lost the war, and their people, according to the official numbers, they suffered the most. So we can't go by what the army did or did not do, but the people of the southeast, they suffered a lot. They lost their lives. I mean, it was disaster there. Um, and by the way, one question. By the way, I have a first-hand knowledge because my dad did cover the war as a young journalist, so I have inside knowledge and documentation about the war. But again, I was not born by then. But that reality is a reality. We have, quite frankly, sometimes I'd like to know. Actually, I don't know the agitation. I don't know what they want. I don't know. I mean,
what they want is revenge.
From
they
whom?
want revenge,
From whom?
nothing else.
From whom?
Mike,
Can I interject now?
No.
You see, that's not right. Why would you say they want revenge? I just told you what they told me, and you are saying it's revenge.
The way they sound is like they want revenge.
Of course, most people, if they have a chance for revenge, they will get their revenge. But they don't.
That's why they can't give you an answer.
Okay, so
B2B is revenge.
Well, quickly to wrap it up.
If you ask them what do they want, they can't give an answer. You don't know what they want is revenge.
Mike grew up in Lagos. Many of us grew up in Lagos, and I grew up with Igbos, went to school, everything. But I don't see the difference between myself and them. But so I can't tell you what they really want. I mean, maybe. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I help you here? No. Let me talk, because y'all can even let me speak for a second. God damn it.
Okay.
It's very simple. If I'm Tinubu, call their bluff. If I'm Tinubu, it's very easy. 5-state referendum. Vote for it. Let's go. Call their bluff.
Yes.
That's the only way we can end all this nonsense. Everybody knows if you put it to a vote, they will vote to stay in Nigeria. Everybody knows that. Then put it to a test.
That's a fact.
Call their bluff. End this nonsense at once. That's the
You
solution.
will all of them, they will run back. Yeah, you're right.
This is the kind of talk that got the UK out of the European Union.
No.
Got their bluff.
We all knew they will all go to stay in Nigeria. They will beg to stay in Nigeria.
That's exactly what they said about the European Union election.
No. Please, let me finish. 5 states landlocked. It must be very, very well defined. What 1 month, come from anywhere in the world, anywhere in Nigeria, come to your southeast, vote. If you get 60%, you get to leave the country. I bet you they stay. Call their bluff. That's the only way you can do it.
No, they will not stay because you see the problem is that
this guy is taking a risk.
They may be foolish to go, but they will beg to come back within a short time.
You know why? Because
wow.
the atmosphere the southeast now is not right for referendum. Even those that want to vote against cannot. That's the point. Look at the last election. The way everybody voted for LP. There are people who probably wanted to vote against LP.
They must pick a side, bro. They must pick a side. You can't be doing today. I'm in.
Can I make my own contribution, please?
They must pick. No. You can't do Biafra today. It will be tomorrow. It's my point. You must pick a side at some point. Do you want to stay or do you want to leave? You must put that on the table for them to resolve as a people.
Okay. Can I make my contribution now, please?
Stay on.
Please make your contribution. You're welcome.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. This has been a wonderful conversation you guys are having this morning. And I think first and foremost, first thing is that if there's a war in any country, there will always be casualty on both sides. One of them will win, another one will lose. We all know that will happen. It's quite unfortunate that Nigerians lost over 3 million people during the vote because you guys all about people that are stabbed to death and so many other deaths during that time. But Nigerians moved on since that time. And I think Nigerians were quite magnanimous enough to accept their brothers anywhere they want to reside in Nigeria. And that is the result you are seeing today. Look at the example of what Patrick just said now. Our brother from the Southeast, they can trade anywhere in Nigeria. And I bet most of them make their money outside the Igbo land itself, outside the Southeast. So how can you tell a businessman which have been successful in the Southwest or any other part of Nigeria, which he knows that if he stays in his own domain, he cannot be successful like that? How can you tell him to go and kill his brother? Now, when you look at the war itself, they were not prepared for it, and there was a lot of propaganda, and people lost their life. It was not a just war.
So that is the reason. Now, look, that just applies to present day Nigeria. They said, if you want to lead the world, you should show example. I don't understand my people or my brother from the Southeast. How can somebody stay in London or in Finland and ask you to take arms against your people and continue to kill your people, burn your property down, burn federal establishment property down?
32 years old boy.
Flog your students and flog their teachers, and you guys are just folding your arm. Do you know what you are doing to your region? If you know the implication in the next 10 years or 20 years, you won't do all of this thing. Now, see what is happening in Nigeria. Politics is a game of number. If you don't contribute to this number, you cannot get an equal position like the other region. So don't cry marginalization. If you cry about marginalization, all Nigerians are marginalized. To be frank with you, the Southeastern have it good in Nigeria than any other region, and I will tell you why. When you look at Nigerian politics from 1960 to date, they have held the president. They have had the position of president. I'm talking about Zikwe. That's our first president. Whether you call it ceremonial or not ceremonial, he is our president that time. And they have held important position in the Senate House and also House of Representatives, even more than any other tribe in Nigeria. They have held a lot of ministerial position. They are very prosperous. Now, let's now look at this scenario. Like every region in Nigeria, allow the people from the Southeast to do their business. I want you to go to the Southeast itself. How many Hausas, how many other regions do they allow to do business in their region as other people allow them? You will see that is why when you go to the Southeast, it's very difficult for you to see, maybe you call it, that in Ibadan, for example, we all know that when you go to Shasha, this is the Hausa area. When you go to Bodija, they also have an enclave there. Maybe they call it Yoruba community or Hausa community. If you go to most of the Southeast, you cannot see this kind of community.
When you go to Dubai, you will see Igbo there, food there.
Yeah, if you go to Aleshiloye market, they have the people have been very magnificent to give the opportunity to thrive and also to make success or whatever they want to do in life. Now, this whole war, or this what they are agitating for now, this is my personal opinion. I see a confused set of leaders or agitators. And I also see some of their leaders, they don't know what to do. Because if you don't know what to do, everything will become an anarchy. Because first, you want to be a president. And second, you also want to go away from Nigeria. You can't have your cake and eat it at the same time. Pick one. That is why Patrick and Babati is trying to say they should define exactly what they want. And to God, let's be frank with ourselves. Even if you guys want to go away, it's not going to be as Dorado as what you thought. Because that means all your business all over Nigeria, be rest assured that 50% of it you cannot repatriate back to your region. They won't allow you. Maybe the thing that let me just finish. Let me finish. And being in a landlocked area, you need other region of Nigeria to help you. You want your stuff to be taken to your region, you need a seaport from the south. You need the Nigerian here for airplane to go to your place. If they will lock you down, at the end of the day, you will regret your action. Because
you people, what you are doing here, hold on. People are allowed to interject. Come on.
Let me finish.
When are you finishing? You are running forever.
I've been talking for 6 hours. Are you not tired?
Just because you are here doesn't mean you should carry on forever. Just because we are
let's not get interject now, Remy. Let's not get interject for listening.
You just want to carry on and carry on and carry on. And you are maligning people. People are watching this stuff. You are maligning people. That's what you are doing. And you just want to carry on doing it. You know, I'm not going to have that.
Let him finish the talk.
Hold on. I've just told you, you chose to completely ignore it. I've just told you that these things is not about one side against the other. They are just fighting for similar stuff as we are fighting. But just expressing it. Can I finish it? Can I finish what I'm saying? We are fighting for similar stuff. We are just expressing it differently. Can you just listen for a second? The North is not expressing the way the Southwest is expressing themselves. The South is not expressing itself the way the Southeast is expressing itself. We are all expressing the same thing in different ways. I am trying to get you to understand this, and what you are doing is leading to more division.
Can I continue now?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So first and foremost, I want you to calm down and let me finish my thought, please. The scenario I'm painting is a conditional scenario. If that happened, that is what I'm painting. And let me be frank with you. If you are a father or a parent and one child continue to give you trouble all your lifetime, sometimes as a parent, you wish that the child just walk away. You just wish, I have 6 children, but this one nearly killed me. Since this guy came into life, he has been
Wow, I
giving
don't know. I don't know what kind of parent you are,
so
you know, but still, it's all right. You wish your children walk away. What kind of talk is that?
You wish that he grows up and just
No,
go
not
and
me.
settle outside.
No, you haven't seen where they disown people, children.
Yeah, those are
Have you heard about the
kind of
prodigal
parents. Those are the kind of parents that got us here now.
In conclusion, the rest of Nigeria have tried their best to accommodate you, to let you thrive in their own region. But when you don't also allow them to live peacefully in their domain, it's one agitation or all Nigerians agitate for one or little things. I understand that throughout 1999 to 2014, I guess, the Yoruba were at the end of the stick. We are not even getting some juicy position. We did not call the house down. If you talk about the war of that happened more than 40 years ago, and now the people that are leading you now are not they are not leading by example. They are not that this guy in Kano or wherever, they are in Biafran land and okay, let's go and do this, do that. They are not there. We are in the age of modern world. Nobody can just sit down in his comfortable environment in abroad and then tell the people at home to be killing and burning down their business and something like that. As a Nigerian, I felt for them a lot because I think this is not good. And I think most Nigerians felt that what you guys are doing to your people is totally bad. And they condemn it. But what can we do? We are not your leaders. We are not you. We don't know exactly what you want. And we don't know how you want to go about it. Do you want to be killing your people to get what you want? We don't understand. And sometimes we don't know what you guys really want. Do you want the presidency or do you want to go away? We don't know. If you think that you are the only one that is suffering in Nigeria, every region suffers, but they don't go to the extent of disturbing the peace of the whole country. Everybody wants Nigeria to be peaceful. Everybody wants Nigeria to be prosperous. But because you lost an election, which is just a game, politics is a game. You can either win or you lose. If you lose this time, congratulate the winner. When you are talking about when Obi was governor of Anambra State, didn't he win against some people? Didn't they impeach him and he came back? What do you want the people like Chris Ngige to do? What do you want the Barbaras to do? They were just governor for some few months and they were kicked out of the place. They didn't burn the house down. They moved on. Why must it be like this kind of situation in that country? You lost this election. So what is going to happen if the court pronounce that you lost? What are you going to do? Are you going to take a ham against a whole country? Let me tell you the truth. Anybody that wants to fight a nation, one nation, you will lose at the end, whether you like it or not, because everybody have an interest. So at this particular junction, if our brothers, I will support what Babati just said. I think it's Babati. If you continue to disturb the peace of the country, then you should call your bluff. Let us have a referendum.
You see the kind of thing you are saying.
What are we supposed to be saying?
We should be begging them. We should be begging them.
Not begging them, not begging them, but not to be counting them because it's not helping. Divisive talk is not going to help because when you say they cannot do it, they don't need to win against Nigeria. They need to cause enough problem for military to take over.
How is having a referendum divisive?
No, it's not divisive now. But but not everybody is speaking from the same time. What Koka is saying is different from what you said.
I am giving you the chance to choose where you want to be. How is that divisive?
No, your own submission is different. Your own submission is different. I'm not saying everybody's submission is different.
Okay, which part of Koka's submission is
right? He's telling that no people that fight a nation needs to
he has the right to give his own opinion. He just gave his own opinion.
Of course, he has the right. I'm saying that something like this is not going to help. Even if he has a right, doesn't mean he should say it. I have a right to say a lot of things. Doesn't mean I should say it.
The reason why this thing is continue to linger is that there are many people on all the platform who refuse to tell the truth. When I went to a channel like Niger World, I told them there, Obi lost the election. Tinubu was the right person. Even before that election, I called it that Tinubu is going to win this election if the PDP didn't agree to unite with the Labour. It was clear. But you see, when people refuse to just speak the truth, you see, you cause a lot of problem because a lot of people are afraid to just tell these people face
Well,
to
how
face that
is that
you
the
lose
truth?
this
See how
election.
arrogant you
And
sound. See,
no,
what
I'm
you
not
just did just
arrogant.
now was
I
arrogant because
am not.
you use your own
Obi
opinion.
lose.
Hold on.
The
You see what he's
election.
doing. You see what he's doing. This is what causes problem in the country. You use your own
What
opinion
did
to
Obi did not
impose
lose the
on other
election?
people.
Obi lost the election. So why
He
are you
lost the
You don't know. The
election.
stuff is still
No,
going
that's
through
a
court.
factual
You don't
statement.
know
Obi
that.
lost the election.
The stuff is still going through court. You don't know
They don't
that.
want to
No,
hear
but
that.
he
Yes,
They
so
lost
don't
the
far
want to
election.
hear
If
that.
you look at
the conventional wisdom is
go
I
to
lost.
the
We have to
court
go by what's announced. What do
Exactly.
you want us to go by?
But that is not what he's saying. He's going beyond that. That's what I'm saying. That's
That he
arrogant
lost
for him
now.
to be doing.
That's what's announced to us. What do you want us to go by? That he lost? That he won?
No. He could have just said, yeah, by what INEC announced,
not
Tinubu
by
won
what
What
the
else do you
INEC
think he's
election.
going
announced.
by?
You
Does
see,
he have to,
understand
what else
Nigeria
is
election.
And
Before the
also you
Nigeria
can also
election,
say
you
by
know
his own
the right
opinion,
person won the
by
election.
his, you're gonna say
no,
by
by
his own
fact,
opinion,
by
he
known
believes
fact.
that, or his own fact, whatever he wants to believe, that
It's
that
not
is
his
his
own fact.
own.
It's just a fact.
But to tell them that, oh no, Tinubu won this election, you have to
Yeah,
accept
he
it. That's
did.
ridiculous.
He did
That's the
he
law.
won the
You see
election.
that kind of
The law.
arrogance.
No.
You
Because
can
I called
you
it
only see
Naija.
from
Me
your
and
own
you,
point
we
of
have
view.
known each
You
other
never
for
see
more
from
than
other
Naija, it's
people's
not
point of view.
I
arrogance, man.
told you before the
That's
election that
arrogance. What do
I
you
am
call that?
not
When
from
somebody start to
listen.
think that their own head
I'm from
is
Edo
subsumed other
State.
people's head.
I'm from
That
Edo
is
Naija,
State.
we have
I
to
arrogance.
go
told you
by
that
what's
Obi will win
Naija, we
Edo
have to go
State.
by the reality now. We have to go by what's on
You know
ground.
what they say? Because the face of the moon is dim, the stars cast a carefree glitter. This hubris that I see from some people here, is going to backfire. You people just want to. You are doing exactly what you're accusing them of doing. You are doing exactly the
Nobody's
same
No, we
accusing
are
thing.
not doing
anybody
exactly.
here.
So
Nobody
Naija,
is
we are
You
telling
accusing.
you.
impose on people. You are trying to
Naija.
impose on people while you're
No, not
accusing them of
impose.
So
imposing on you.
how are we
Naija,
imposing? How are
not
we
impose.
imposing that
You are
Tinubu won
imposing
on
your own
anybody?
opinion on them. You are
It's
saying that,
not
okay,
opinion. It's a
no.
fact that's presented to us that this is the winner.
Then
What do you want?
present it
What do you
like
want us to
that.
go by?
Nigeria
No,
election,
then present it like that. Don't
anyone
start
that
telling them that
receives
I've
the
seen it
UFC,
like
give
highest
me
this.
1 second.
alliance, anyone
UFC,
that
give me 1
receives the
second.
highest alliance in Nigeria election, it normally comes out as the winner.
Present it like
Tinubu
that. Don't just
received
come out and start
UFC, give
no.
me
telling
a
people that,
second.
Tinubu
oh,
received
you're
the
lying to
Sunaja,
highest
please.
yourself and
alliance
stuff
in
like
that
that.
Sunaja, the
in that
Nigerian
past
state.
election.
Wait, Sunaja, the Nigerian
Please, can we
state.
make this thing more civil so that we are
Thank you,
speaking on
Simba.
ourselves, please?
Okay, hold on. Simba, just give me 1 second. Sunaja, the Nigerian state organized an election, right?
Thank you.
And we go by their own activity of what they are organizing, and then they announced the winner to us. What do you want us to accept?
Accept that and keep
Thank
it at
you.
that.
But
Don't go
that's
and
what the
start.
guy is saying now.
Don't go and
That's what
start
he's saying.
saying
Otherwise,
There's nothing
until
different.
something changed, and then the Nigerian state come back to us and say, okay, this is what it is.
like,
That's what we
okay,
have to
now
go by.
you can read in Nigerian one, but when some other side that lost tell you that the election wasn't carried out properly and they are going to court to find out, you
Okay,
don't
that's
go
fine.
and
We
start
accept the
telling
fact
them
that they are going to
you don't
court until they
okay,
win the
you are
case.
okay,
Until they win the case, we have to accept what we know.
You can accept. That's why they are going to court.
Even
What is wrong with you?
We must accept.
PDP
Why
That's the
would they
difference.
members,
accept it when
Tinubu
they
is
are going to court?
controlling our resources.
PDP members have already agreed they lost the election. If PDP that
What
came
is your
second
problem?
say they
Oh my
lose the
God.
election, what about
What
you
is
that
wrong with
came
this
third?
guy, man? I'm really surprised with you, UFC. You
No,
are
let's be honest.
very bigoted. I've never seen anything like
Thank
this.
you.
I have a
When you go on
question.
other channels, you sound like
You
I
open
have a
Naija,
minded person.
question.
you
Here,
You
you
know
are
the
all
easy way
like
to
a
put this.
bigoted
No,
person.
Sunaja, the easy way to put it
What
is
kind of
this.
attitude is that?
no. See,
I have a
FIFA
This is the one
organized
that's
a
going to
match.
control nations tomorrow.
I have a question,
You know
please.
what's
I
causing
have a
this problem?
question.
No
A
one the
lot of
nation is
people
messed
trying
up.
to
People just
pamper
lie
the
to
Igbo
themselves.
people.
I have
You know the easy way to put this. Sunaja, FIFA organized a match between.
everybody stop. Everybody stop. Why are we speaking on ourselves?
I have a question, please. I have a question, please.
Please, I will be in charge from now. I will be in charge from now.
Okay,
and I will choose whoever. Yes.
You're still joking.
I have a question, please. Please, if
No. After BT, let's Prince Daddy talk, please.
That's a question.
Let me go after Prince Daddy, okay?
If you say the country or the system rig the thing against your own candidate, then you're in court, the same system to give you justice. What happens to that same system? Let's say the same Peter Obi won now. Would you then say that system is now fair now? Or, because the system was not fair to you before that you lost. Then I say, oh, Peter Obi has now won. All of a sudden, the system is now fair to you. The same system that you were blaming before. Now, will that be perfect all of a sudden? So it's
oh my God, you guys, oh my God, if this
they
is
don't
all
want to
Nigeria
hear
as
that
of,
one. They don't
I
want to
really
hear
feel
that
sad for
one.
Nigeria, man. Unbelievable.
No. You say the system is not fair, right? It's a bad system. It's terrible.
See, but the system. See, hold on now.
Simba, take charge now.
Unbelievable stuff.
Oh,
Unbelievable stuff.
okay, to Niger.
So
The
when you
next
say
voice I want to hear now. The next voice I want to hear now is Prince Daddy, please.
hold on, Simba. No, but I'm not sure anybody put you in charge of the panel. Listen, I was willing to go with the flow. You know what? Simba, you're growing on me. It's okay. It's all good. See, I get what you are saying, but you have to try to understand where they are coming from. When they believe something is wrong, they have a right. They are doing the right thing by the law. They go peacefully to court.
But we're not against that now. We respect that.
Then let them disagree. Let them have a different opinion. Don't
But
go and start bothering
it's
them.
fine. But Tunaja, let me tell you this. Okay, FIFA organized a match between Argentina and France. And then at the end of the match, FIFA declared Argentina the winner. And France is appealing to FIFA that they think they won the match. The rest of the world, what do we go by? We have to go by the official result for now. Until FIFA maybe later change it. If FIFA Argentina won the match, we have to go by that.
They're not stopping you. They're just
now you cannot now be wait. You cannot start telling us that why are we not listening to France? Why are we not believing France? No, France doesn't have the authority. It's FIFA that we have to. It's FIFA that have the authority to declare the winner. Until FIFA change their mind.
Okay, yes.
Before we can now accept. So the Nigerian state, the Nigerian state organized election, and the Nigerian state declares Tinubu the winner. And you are telling us that we should accept what the Nigerian state.
No, nobody's saying you should not accept it.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
See. Okay. Well, yeah, that Mike's example, it's a good one. But see, we live in a country whereby we do things fire for fire. You see, your position to Nigeria on how to go about this issue, it's good. It's a good way to go about it, a good position. But nonetheless, you see, don't make it sound like the other side, they're not very aggressive when it comes to them trying to express themselves on any issue. See, the other side just trying to balance or retaliate, so to speak. But the reality is that that's the way it's being played. The other side is more aggressive, I would say, and they're not being marginalized when it comes to them expressing themselves and trying to dominate the airwave or the social media space to express their views. They are not victims as much as you want it to sound. But I can understand your position trying to, hey, we don't have to necessarily respond to them the way they are coming after. When I say us, Nigeria, not personally, but so at the end of the day, when Babati said, let's give them a referendum, I think what could be fairer than that? What could be fairer than that for people to make a choice, make a decision by their own choice if they want to stay or go?
I agree with that. I agree with giving them the option for a referendum. I also agree with the idea that let them do their own thing, but the idea that they are more aggressive, they are aggressive. I believe in me. I've been called a devil. I've been called everything in front of those people, but it doesn't necessarily mean they are verbally more aggressive. But in terms of real aggression on the ground, the other side is more aggressive. They are the ones that have taken, because they are the ones that have taken the casualties on the ground.
No, but see, because you're looking from one side, in the reality is that unless what we hear from the southeast about the killings and maims going on is not true, because what they do in their own space also, they're still part of Nigeria. It's not good. Okay,
How
not
how
necessarily.
many Yoruba this thing was targeted in the southeast throughout this election process? Not
That
one. How
see,
many
there you go.
Yoruba man was
Hold on,
targeted in the
you just
southeast
hold on.
throughout the
You just missed
election?
my point.
Not one.
Tonight, I just missed my point. That's the point right there. What they're doing is against themselves. See, I don't because they're not Yoruba. Should I say it's okay for them to kill young children or innocent people? So that's the problem. See,
No, but
you just
the
hold on.
same thing is
You
happening
yourself,
in the north,
be
though.
you've
Why are
been
we
this.
separating them? The same thing is happening in the north. Why are we separating only them? People are getting kidnapped all the time. Look at Plateau that happened the other day. It was in over 100. So it's happening everywhere. We are not holding that against those people, but suddenly
No,
we
no,
make it look like the southeast is
this one
different.
is crystal
So
clear.
I see. I just like people being fair. If we are going to
No,
move together in this nation, we have to try to see things objectively, not necessarily
Sunaja,
from our own this thing from our own soapbox all the time.
Sunaja, see what you are doing.
We have to be concerned
Let me just give
about.
a quick response to what you just said. Sunaja, when Evans the kidnapper, when he was kidnapping people, we all know he's an Igbo guy. Did we say it's a Southeast? We do make an ethnic thing. We know that's just simply an individual committing crime or kind of banditry, kidnapping and collecting money. That's general criminality. It's not based on agitation or ethnicity thing. But this one that's going on, this is based on a region agitating for something. So you can't say something is going on everywhere else. Everywhere else, you understand that, okay, well, we can say maybe Boko Haram, this one want a caliphate, but eventually we know Boko Haram is not really, it's become something different now. It's not really a Nigerian agitation kind of situation. In the beginning, yeah, we saw it like that, like, okay, Southeastern people, Northeastern people agitating for Islamic State. But what we have here is an ethnic kind of movement. So you can't compare it to just criminality that's happening in other places like banditry and things like that. That's not ethnic face. It's not an ethnic face to that. So that we just got to tackle that as bandits and criminals. You understand? So it's not the same thing.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, if you look at the Nigerian composition, the regions, their leaders tend to be the ones that channel the course in which the people follow. Is known to be like that in the southwest, in the north also. So for any proper integration, if you can say that, or for the southeasterners to drop their grievances and align with the rest of the country, they themselves, the leadership in the southeast, have to put things right. They have to be the one leading the charge all the way. And personally, I've always said, just like across the country, southeasterners, their leaders, they've not been the best for the people, especially. And I've said it before on this platform. When it came to this past election, I mean, I was flabbergasted that Atiku emerged. It still boggles my mind that how possible can Atiku emerge. I would have loved Peter B or somebody else to have emerged from the South, from the PDP, but their politicians, they, put it very simply, they took the money and abandoned all any ideology or any agitation or love for the people. I believe the Southeasterners, their leaders, the politicians especially, they've always failed the people. They don't play the politics the way it should be played, and they know how to play it. Because yes, in everything else, in every facet of Nigeria, the Southeasterners, they're equally as dominant. They are not marginalized in any way possible. But somehow, somewhere, when it comes to politics, that's when you guys want to introduce, or that's when they want to introduce the term microzoning. Microzoning.
Can I just chime in to what you just said, that they are not marginalized? I think there is some truth there. And I try to make it clear to them to that point. And even one day, one of their main guy, I think CM the other day, came on and made a coherent argument to show that the Southeast is even more developed than the Southwest by and large, apart from Lagos. And I said, but you just came here and said this. Then the next thing you say, you are marginalized. You see what I mean? And this is why I keep telling you, the interpretation of what they are doing is what the mistake we are making. We think that they just all want to break away from Nigeria. That's not what they are doing. They are expressing the same thing Nigerians are expressing, just in a different way. The evidence for this is how quickly they went. Hold on now. How quickly they went and backed Peter Obi in full. Very quickly, they moved. And Peter Obi is for the establishment.
They back
And yet
Obi
they
so they
went
can go and
fully
release
to
Nnamdi Kanu in prison. That's why.
see, but you think Peter Obi cares about that? Peter Obi don't care about that,
That's
that
the
issue.
only
But
reason
yet,
it's just behind
Peter
it.
Obi is the establishment.
They were making it clear that they don't want presidency. They want
Peter Obi
Kanu
is part
released.
of the establishment, and they went and supported him
Naija.
fully. That should tell you
Naija.
what the true reason why they are
If they want the
agitating is.
presidency, let them just come out and say it. It is our turn. We the Southeast. See, let them
They
come
said
out
it.
and just
They
say
said
it.
it.
And let not see. Most of them they were saying they just voted for Obi because it's the right person.
They said it. It
Come
was
out and
Wicked
say
that ruined it for them. It was Wicked that ruined it for
it's
them. They said
it is
it.
our turn for
Wicked
this
went in
thing.
there and ruined it
Naija,
for them.
even Samuel Ekpa was swearing for Obi. Was against him. Come on, what are you talking
Exactly.
about?
But that should tell you now Simon Ekpa is against Peter Obi. This is probably
Exactly. So what are you telling us that
hold on
their
now.
expression
Probably
is?
Nnamdi Kanu. Hold on now. Probably Nnamdi Kanu is going to be against Peter Obi. But yet, look at what the people did. The people still voted for Peter Obi anyway. That should tell you what the people
there was
really
nothing else
want.
to do now.
Yes, sorry. As you can see that, what you have been saying now, you can see clearly that what you people want, that you want the presidency. And then you see Obi as the only candidate that can bring it. But unfortunately, Obi has not been playing national politics like Tinubu has been playing for the last 15 years. He has not been going all over Nigeria. Let me finish.
Not the point.
He has not been cajoling for. He has not been.
Please, can I?
Sorry, I'll quickly. 1 minute.
Mazi, so you can contribute.
1 minute, please. He has not been asking for vote from the northeast and northwest. In reality and in objective, the election took place, and to be frank, this election is one of the best that we have had since 1999. And then we all see the result. If this result is being manipulated, do you think some new party like Labour Party and the rest, we have senator, House of Rep, or something like that? Even some unknown party also have like their own. Some of them also won in their respective elected position. So the point of this case at the end of the day is that you want the presidency, and everybody's sink into it from the southeast, voted for Obi, but Obi does not have the spread. No matter what you said here, it does not have a spread. And INEC is the only authority under Nigerian constitution that have the authority to declare a governor, a rep, a state of assembly, and a presidency. And they did their job. Now you are in court. And if INEC already declared this is the person that won the election. So in the eyes of the international world, everybody believes in INEC. So if the court upturn it, fine. If it's not upturn it, life move on. So why disturb the peace of other Nigerians? Because you want to agitate to win.
They are not disturbing the peace. What's wrong with you? Please, Mazi, go ahead, man. I don't know why this guy keep accusing people of not. They are not disturbing any peace. Mazi, please.
Too many today. Why? Are you the only one here? You have been talking for more than 6 hours.
Obedience are not disturbing. Somebody has to challenge what you are saying. You are saying a lot of wrong things.
It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong.
Mazi, please go ahead.
Everyone to
thank you.
And you allow me. You allow other people to talk. You continue to interject.
Mazi, please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody.
Coca, calm down. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Greetings. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, good job, guys. First of all, Peter Obi is not an Igbo. He was never an Igbo candidate. You understand? Usually, when we talk about bringing a candidate from a particular region, the consensus is usually among the political elites. So in Igbo land, all the political elites from Ekweremadu to Ojikalu, all of them, they were not with him. He was more of a pan-Nigerian person. All his speeches he has been giving for the past 5 years plus, when he went to platform in Lagos, when he was invited to talk, he's always been pan-Nigerian. And when he sojourned, when he left, PDP, nobody was saying anything about him being an Igbo candidate. All they were saying was he doesn't have the structure and he doesn't have the war chest. But the obedient movement was beginning to, nobody was talking about it as a Southeast movement at that time. Everybody knew it was not. It was never a Southeast movement. It was a youthful pan-Nigerian movement. So as soon as he entered the Labour Party, they followed him. And then they said this is an online thing. Nobody was talking about Southeast at that time. They say
Not
it's
used
an,
for NSAS. NSAS. That's the.
they said it's an NSAS continuation, which was NSAS was a pan-Nigerian thing.
So, Mazi, when you have a candidate that has 98% of vote from a particular state in the southeast,
let me finish my.
What do you call that one?
Wait, let me finish. I'm going somewhere. Somewhere. So when the obedient movement continued with him in Labour Party, nobody said anything about Southeast until he now went to Dunamis in what do you call it, Abuja. Then the video went viral. The way he was received by the whole congregation, all this opposition started getting worried. The next thing, Oshomole came on TV and said it's just 4 people tweeting in a room. Nobody was saying Southeast at that time. The next thing they said, to prove it's not 4 people in the room, they're going to start doing rallies from state to state. There was rallies in the Middle Belt, there was rallies in the South, there was rallies in the Southeast. They now saw that this thing is not this thing. Then they started lately pushing this Southeast, is IPOP, is Southeast. That is what is it. That is the truth of the matter. If it's a Southeast movement, tell me one major politician in Southeast that was behind him. They were all pitching tent with Atiku. He was on his own.
Can we comment?
Look at his spokesperson.
Can we interject? Because the history is too long.
Oh yeah, what do you want to say?
No. Okay, what I want to tell you is this.
Remy Coca have 30 minutes interjection, 20 seconds, not 30 minutes interjection before, so that Adewale can say something. I think Adewale wanted to say something.
Finish because I'm, I have to leave for work because this whole idea. Wait, please. What is offensive is that there's a lot of us who are Igbo. We were rooting for Osibajo to come out. Osibajo, everybody was looking at. Nobody was thinking of Obi before. Obi's thing just came up because even a lot of people.
That's true.
Yes, me. I'm an Igbo. I wanted Osibajo. Why? Because when he was taking charge, the free opportunity he had, I remember he went to go visit one tech hub where they were doing agri-tech. This farm crowdy run by this guy, that one young guy like this.
Yoruba best candidate, so we don't.
Sorry,
want it.
I wanted the wiki.
He's not Yoruba best candidate. We don't want it.
It's not about Yoruba. That's the thing. Nobody's talking about Yoruba.
So that is my opinion. Don't worry about it.
I'm talking now. I'm talking as a pan-Nigerian. You can talk as a Yoruba person. I'm not talking.
No, you are not. You are not talking about a pan-Nigeria. You are talking about your Eastern brother too. Because this.
Yes.
Wow.
And tell us what you want to say.
Oga, listen. I'm not there into that.
See, Mazi, don't worry about it. Just carry on.
I grew up in Lagos.
Some people are always going to be out there.
Kaduna, in Zaria. I've schooled in Old Bende State. My close, I know there for all this.
Don't worry, I also
that Igbo sentiment. I'm not into that.
I live everywhere in Nigeria. The history is too long. Cut. Just tell us what you want to say. So because
you are the one talking me now.
See, Remy, were you not the one that was talking for quite a long time here? Come on, let people talk.
Oh yeah, let us hear.
So Obi's movement. Look, I have in-laws from Kaduna. They organize themselves. They even told me to help them represent them in one meeting in Abuja. All this South is a lie. He has followers in Southern Kaduna, among the Koros, among the Bachama, among the what do you call these people, Kafanchan. All those places, they are all for Obi.
But you are talking about Obi now.
I'm trying to tell you that it's not a Southeast thing.
Okay.
But Mazi, but at the end of the day, we all saw that Obi's candidacy was really based on religion and ethnicity.
How is it ethnicity? Where did he ever say anything about
because even the SDP candidate, Prince Adewale, said it, that even pastors were telling their congregants, the members, to vote Obi. This what the way you're about to also, because Obi was a Christian candidate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Middle Belt leaders, they said they are for Obi. Did he tell them to say it? Emefiele is a Yoruba organization. They said they are for Obi. Did he tell them to say it? By Adebanjo, as old and wise as he is, Delefan to me as intelligent as he is.
This were anti-Tinubu people. These were anti-Tinubu people, and
you know what, Peter Obi went and did. Calm down now.
But before I go, Sha, let me.
Yeah, we're going to be rounding up very soon. This stuff was supposed to happen. Mike, you started this. So you started this big wahala. You just went tribal very quickly.
But where we started, let me revisit it, and I will make it clear to you. I'll continue making it clear to you. Visiting the events of that civil war, where you and I agree is that the Igbos were victims. But where we disagree is the fact that I believe that they were not victims of Nigeria. They were victims of themselves. That's just a fact.
I don't know how people can make themselves by themselves.
No, and I'm about to prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. And the rest of us, they were victims. We were not victims of ourselves. That's the difference. That's what makes us bigger victims. And I'll tell you why they were victims of themselves. They had full control of not going into war. That's one. Two, when the war started, they still have full control of stopping it. Three, they have full control of not defending Ojukwu and get out of the way, because the disaster that happened to them was because they were getting in the way of the Nigerian army looking for Ojukwu. And you know the fact, you can't blame the Nigerian army for what they did. They have no choice. They have to crush that rebellion, because Ojukwu first of all, Ojukwu invaded Midwest, invaded Southwest, was going to Lagos to go invade, to go overthrow Gowon, and the region is heavily harmed. So the guy's heavily armed. He has declared war. So the Nigerians still have no choice but to crush the rebel in their country. The elders still have no choice, and they were going there to crush Ojukwu, but the population was so emotionally attached to him, and they were putting themselves in a way.
Why are you saying what you don't know?
But that's a fact now. That's a fact.
It's not a fact. Why are you saying what you don't know? Me, I
Okay,
lost
so
in the war.
It's a complete fact, and they were putting themselves in a way because
isn't that how every nation fights wars? When the other side attacks them, they protect their country, not necessarily protecting only their
who attacks who.
So
who
see, when the two nations, if I'm not mistaken, it was Nigeria that declared war. Ojukwu declared Biafra. Nigeria declared war.
No. And that's the problem in that country.
Did Ojukwu not declare Biafra?
That's why you don't know history. That's the problem. Let me teach you history.
I'm asking a straight question. Did he not don't teach straight question?
Okay,
did he not declare Biafra first?
Say it again.
Did Ojukwu not declare
before what? When you say first, what do you mean?
Did Ojukwu not declare the Republic of Biafra first before the Nigerian government? Yeah, before the Nigerian government declared war. Nigerian government declared
no. There was never war declared. Okay, wait. Hold on. Wait now, relax. Tunaja declare war against who?
The Biafrans.
The who? No. Go on.
Okay.
Declare warrant for Ojukwu's arrest.
Nigeria. Okay.
There's no war against war. You are talking as if Nigerian government declare war against another country. No. Go on, declare. Okay. Listen. It's simple. It's very simple. What caused the war was simply they came back from Aburi. The Rivers people approached Gowon and told him that they don't agree with the agreement Gowon made with part of the agreement in Aburi that they would never divide the eastern region. And Gowon said, okay, if that's the case, he's going to set up meeting between those people and Ojukwu to iron out their differences. You yourself always talk about what happened between the Rivers and the Igbos in the eastern region back then. You always talk about it. Now, when Gowon decided to organize that meeting in Benin, it was even the permanent secretary who was Prince Akinzo, who later became Oba of Benin, that was orchestrating it, organizing the meeting in Benin. Ojukwu refused to show up and refused to send delegate, and he said he doesn't want to have anything to do with that meeting, and keep declaring, oh, in Aburia stand, and go on feel like, okay, this arrogance is too much.
I
And
like
go
the
on
way
say,
you are saying
wait,
Ojukwu, not Igbo people.
go
I
on.
like the way you are saying Ojukwu, which is accurate, not Igbo people.
Okay, Ojukwu, thank you.
So
Okay,
let
thank
us
you.
not say it is as an Igbo
Okay,
thing.
I'm trying to give Tunaja the timeline. And go on, say, okay, if you want to be arrogant, don't want to show up, okay, I will give these people what they want. Go on and declare River State, give those people, divide the East, give them their region, their state. Ojukwu got angry, declare Biafra. Go on, declare warrant for Ojuku's arrest. Order the police to arrest Ojukwu. Wait.
Soldiers beefing themselves. You can see it now. It's not about East Igbo people. It's the soldiers having their own.
And that's what I've been saying now. So go on. Wait, guy, can you chill out? I'm answering Tunaja's question now. Let me answer his question. Then you can come with your own.
Sorry, I have to leave. Sorry,
I'm answering Tunaja's question. Then you can come with your own.
Sorry.
So go on, declare warrant for Ojuku's arrest. Send the police. Ojukwu wherever they couldn't arrest him, and Ojukwu saw that as an aggression. Ojukwu sent his troops, Biafran rebels, to go and invade the Midwest and send them to first of all invade the Midwest, took the Midwest, declared Midwest as a Republic of Benin or something like that. You know that, right? And he made Igbo guy the head of state. Now he sent another battalion to go to Lagos to go and kill Gowon, overthrow Gowon, so he can, I guess, whatever this the deal was. He claimed I wanted to declare the Dry Republic in the Southwest or something. Now on the troops on their way to Lagos, when the Nigerian army now met them in Ore, and that's where they clashed. So that's where the war started in Ore. You understand? So now you are telling me the Nigerian army pushed them back from Ore, pushed them, chased them to the east. Now the Nigerian army is in a position where now you are dealing with an armed rebellion in a sovereign state. So the Nigerian army are not going to disarm these rebels, and Ojukwu started harming the population to be attacking the Nigerian army. What is that? Is that not suicide? You are giving machetes and sticks to young men to be attacking Nigerian soldiers.
I think it generally depends on how you look at it.
So you are telling me that
because the East,
another thing I need to debunk.
I think you have been talking for a while now. Let me say something. You have been talking for a while. You can't just keep debunking every single thing. Let me just say something. See, it depends on where we are coming from. Looking at this, it depends.
Don't say depend. Let's do with the fact. Forget all this technology software.
Can you let me talk? You just finished talking. So when you look at it from the point of view of Nigeria, obviously it looks like the Biafrans declared the war or the conflict. They triggered the conflict.
There was no Biafrans. If you are saying Biafran, you are saying the Rivers people are Biafrans too. The same people that
you see now, you are talking about technicalities now.
It's not technicalities. The Ojukwu declared Biafra, the same rivers. Are you calling them Biafrans? They were given their own
That's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying. We are saying the same thing. Why are you arguing over the same point?
We're not saying the same thing. I'm trying to tell you.
Let me finish my point. There
was no declaration war against Biafra. It was war against Ojukwu.
The point I'm making. I'm talking from the point of view of the Southeasterners now.
Forget the point of view. Let's just talk to the reality.
See what he's doing. He's just wants to say exactly what he said.
The mistake we are making.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish my point? Can you let me finish my point? So when this is Southeasterners declared the civil war, in the context of Nigeria, in the context of them being in Nigeria, that triggered the conflict itself. You can argue that they triggered the conflict by declaring this in the Biafran destination. So if you look at it from that point of view,
you need to correct him. It wasn't Igbos, it was Ojukwu that declared, not the Igbos.
It was Ojukwu, not Igbos.
Ojukwu did not.
Igbo man is correcting you tonight.
Hold on, let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point. Ojukwu himself did not say, today I'm going to war with Nigeria. That's not what he did. He declared independence, and Nigeria felt declaring independence is war against Nigeria and the state itself, because no part of Nigeria should be able to go live like that. So that triggered the war. So that is how it happened from both sides points of view. In the end, what happened was that the tragedy was heavily on the Biafran side, and they lost in the end. And now the people that are the survivors now, they had to live in a nation that inflicted that much casualties and suffering.
No, it's not a nation that inflict anything on them. Stop it. Stop. Just why don't you talk to the event?
Hold on, it's an individual. It's an individual that
create problem.
Speak
to actual event. Don't speak to.
See, you have to look from their own point of view. You
no,
just
forget,
keep looking at it from your
and
own
that's the
point
problem
of
of Nigeria. Stop speaking from point of view. Speak to the event, not point of view.
See.
You
So
can't be
you are
speaking
saying
from
that.
point of view. Me to have my own point of view. I can say
Hold
Yoruba
on.
did this, Yoruba did that. Speak to actual events. You see me, I spoke about events.
See.
Sorry, I want
So
to
hold no.
interject.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish this point because I think sometimes this is getting a little bit ridiculous now. Like if somebody now come and hit you on the street, and then you inflict a serious beating on them, so you are not going to say that beating was inflicted on that person.
Okay, how did it happen? How did it happen? No, how did it happen?
That is not talking about who is at fault.
You have to talk how the thing happened.
Oh my God.
Okay, can I interject?
Yes, oh my God, you have to talk how something happened so people can get a better understanding.
But your problem is that you are not understanding. That is irrelevant here.
It's relevant. You have to.
Point. But that is not the point I'm trying to make. I just explained.
You start telling the judge that this is my point of view. The judge wants to ask. They will ask you what happened. They're not going to tell you.
You like to argue with people. The point I was making was very, very simple. I made the point earlier on already that Ojukwu can be accused of triggering that war by declaring Biafra in the first place. That point has already been made. So don't come here and start talking about nobody said who started the problem in the first place. So when I'm saying from the point of view now, Ojukwu has triggered the war, and now their people have suffered for it. The infliction of that pain was on the people. The people don't necessarily know much about declaring war or declaring Biafra. None of that. They don't care too much about that. The point is that they've suffered. And those survivors are around today. Hold on now. The Nigerian state inflicted it on them.
The Nigerian state. You see, that's where we disagree.
Who do you think Ojukwu is? Ojukwu is also
that's
part
where
of
we
the Nigerian
disagree.
state.
He's not the Nigerian state. And that's why I keep
Ojukwu
telling
is part of
you
the
to
Nigerian
explain the
state.
event.
Hold on, so Ojukwu is not part of the Nigerian state. Hold on, let me ask. Hold on, let me ask. Hold on now. We need to get somewhere because this stuff needs to stop. Let me ask Mike straightforward. Is Ojukwu not part of the Nigerian state?
Is Ojukwu not part of the Nigerian state? Ojukwu is he declared Biafra. He separated himself. It's no longer. This guy, man, are you kidding me? What kind of question are you asking?
That's why he died in Nigeria. That's why he died in Nigeria. He was Nigerian. That's why they went to war with him. If he was
what kind of logic is this guy presenting?
He's a Nigerian. My point is that when I said that the people, this thing was inflicted on, I'm not finished my point. I cannot let Mike stop me halfway. Hold on, I cannot let Mike stop me halfway because he will not let you make your point. He will not let you make your point, and he will harass you throughout the whole point. That's what he does. So the point I was making was that because the pain was heavier on the Biafran side, up to 3 million dying, chances are that a lot of people have memories of it. And when they express themselves in terms of the frustration they feel in Nigeria today, you're going to hear a lot of Biafra from it. Just like in the North, you're hearing a lot of religious issues from Boko Haram and all the rest of it. And even in the Southwest, when you hear a little bit of frustration, which they don't tend to express a lot, but when they do, you hear about Duduwa all the time. So when these will do these things and you pretend as if you don't understand, and I try to explain
we understand all that. We understand all that.
Why do you keep fighting against it? When somebody explains it to you, you keep still fighting it. And
what am I fighting against, Sunaja?
Because you keep saying that I should be saying that they cause the problem for themselves.
Yes, it's a fact.
Okay, Mike, can I interject now?
Go ahead, Remy.
That is not the
First,
point.
I will employ both of you to just calm down first. Calm down. Please calm down. War has come in 1967 to 1970. It has gone. It's more than 40 years now. I think it's high time the people from the Southeast to just forgo and move on with their life. Now, what happened to you 40 years ago, the rest of Nigeria does not want it to happen this year, or maybe what has been happening through the Kanu, all those agitators now. That is what we don't want to happen. Because if it happens now, in the nearest future, you will also be saying it's Nigerian government that make you go to this, that make you do that. Now, see what is happening in that region now. It's condemnable. People are telling you, they're asking your leader to try their best to put it in the bar. And if the government sends soldiers to that place, you and I know that innocent people will die there because soldiers, they don't know anybody. Just shoot and kill. That's what they know. and we don't want. But what we are trying to say here is this: this thing has happened 40 years ago. You guys should have let it go. You are already integrated into Nigeria very well. You are living everywhere in Nigeria. You are making your living anywhere you decide to put your tent. They are not saying, don't come to Ibadan, don't go to Kano, don't come to Zaria, don't go to Katangura, everywhere you are. In fact, when you look at all the tribes in Nigeria, your tribes are the only one that.
But Remy, we get all that. We're trying to get to the reality of what happened. You understand all that?
Let him finish that. Stop harassing people.
No, I'm not harassing him. I'm just trying to. We get all that.
Finish. Look at, for example, what happened in the Northeast. Initially, when the Boko Haram came, the local people support them too. But when they start killing their people, they don't care whether you are a Muslim or you are a Christian, they bomb you. And you can see that when this thing has died down now, you can see the development going on in the Northeast. The people there, they have already moved on with their life. They are not saying it is Nigeria that caused the problem in the Northeast for them. They are not talking about blah, 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 or blah, blah, blah. What I'm just trying to say is this. I want the Southeast to be as peaceful as any other region in Nigeria. I want the Southeast to also develop like any other in Nigeria. You have had your cake and you have eaten it because there are so many tribes in Nigeria that they have not have opportunity of what Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa have in that country. The top position in Nigeria have been circulated among these three major tribes. We have a lot of.
Sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I've not been president.
You know, most of our leaders. Can I ask you most of our leaders have come from ethnic minority groups.
Can I ask you a question?
I hope you know that.
To Nigeria, I want to ask you a question. Do you know Aguyi Ironsi?
Yeah.
Where is he from?
Igbo man.
What is he when Nigeria in 1966? What kind of position did he held?
Senior military official.
No, be frank. What kind of position? Is he head of state or
just head of state? Yeah,
head of state now. He was head of state.
Do you know,
for 6 months.
You know Azikwe?
Yes.
What position did he have in 1960 when we got independence?
He was a ceremonial president.
Okay.
Get that ceremonial president.
Right? He was the president. Now, how many Senate presidents have you guys have?
I don't know how many Senate presidents they've had. They've had a few.
How many can you be?
I don't know. Maybe three.
Up to four.
Four
now,
Senate presidents. Okay.
How many House of Representatives have you have? You have 1, 2, or 3 also. You have countless ministers. So when you talk about marginalization, you guys, we Yorubas, Igbo and Hausa, we are even marginalized all the other tribes in Nigeria.
What? You produce two presidents in this so far in this democratic dispensation, and you're here talking about marginalization. You've got all the other positions too in this democratic dispensation.
But that's what he said tonight, Jana. He said they marginalized.
1960, Azikwe was president. By 1966, Aguyi Ironsi, within 6 years, also from the same region, is the head of state. So when you try to talk about marginalization, when you talk about history of
your analysis is incomplete because what you
no. I know where you are going. You are trying.
Where am I going?
This new dispensation, the Yoruba people have 2 presidents.
No, that's not where I'm going. I'm trying to let you understand that most Nigerian head of states actually are from ethnic minorities. If you didn't know that, like minorities like Fulani,
that's true.
Nupe,
majority of the presidents have come from ethnic minority.
Not from any of the major groups. They are from. Do you know that we've barely had a Hausa president?
From what state? Aguyi Ironsi from what state, please?
You are saying 2 different things.
It's just one. It's just one.
What I'm trying to tell you is that I am not looking at it in that small ethnic group. If we put it into totality, even the same Buhari is still a Fulani man.
It's a minority group.
It doesn't matter. It's still a Fulani.
But it's minority group. That's the point. Now he doesn't seem to understand.
A Fulani with an Ibio.
He doesn't understand where you're coming from.
He doesn't understand. It's only Remy. What you don't understand is that it's only the Yoruba people that are exerting their major population in terms of presidency of the country. The Hausas have produced only one head of state of Nigeria, which is Abubakar Abu Salam, And
no,
that was
Abdul Salam is not even Hausa. It's not
no,
Hausa. He's
I think it's
Gwari.
Hausa.
No, it's
He
Gwari.
declared
It's
himself
Gwari.
as
I
It's
know
Hausa.
it.
from Niger
It's Gwari.
State. It's not from. It's not Hausa.
Buhari is
Yeah.
Fulani. Who is
No,
that?
no, no, no. I said Gwari tribe. There's a
Wadi
tribe
or
Gwari
Kanuri.
or Gagi or whatever they call them. That tribe from that Abuja area.
What
Gwari.
I'm just
That's
trying
where
to
Abu Salam is from.
is very. What I'm just
The
trying to say
Hausas
is
have
very.
never been president. The Hausas have never been president.
Mike, I will conclude
I
this.
tell Abu Salam on this thing he described as an Hausa person.
No, no,
Okay,
no. It's from Gwari, man. I know him. I know where it's from. I know him very well. It's a Gwari man.
So I will conclude this way. This another uprising is
Can I
taking
speak
place
now?
in that region. I just want to conclude.
Oh yeah, you can go ahead.
Another uprising is going on in your region now. I hope not in the next 20 or 30 years. Maybe if we have a grace, we are still living. Somebody will not start saying it is Nigerian.
I'm reading it right here. Abubakar from the Hausa ethnicity. That's what he's described as. He is the only head of state that describes himself
No, you
from the
don't
Hausa
understand my
ethnicity.
meaning. You don't understand my meaning. What I'm trying to tell you is that all major tribes in Nigeria have a goal at top position, whether Senate, whether rep or presidency, as a head of state or whatever.
Oh my God, that's wishy-washy.
Am I wrong?
No, you two are saying two different things. Tunaja, what are you saying? He's not saying.
He's trying to be funny.
Tunaja, let me explain what Tunaja. Let me explain to you what you are trying to say. Tunaja, let me explain to you. Remy, what Tunaja is trying to say. Tunaja is not saying the major tribe haven't been in like a position of Senate or those kind of things. What Tunaja is saying that most of the presidents we have had have come from the minority tribe. That's what Tunaja is saying.
So
Majority
I'm
of
not looking at it from that angle. I'm just trying to say from the major tribe, from three major tribes, they have had important position from the
yeah, we get important position,
You're
but the
missing the fact
presidency
that the others
don't
have held those positions too. You're missing the fact that others have held those positions too.
others have held it. But the number one position,
like Akpabio that is there now, is from Cross River or this in Akwa Ibom, if I'm not mistaken.
Others that have held that position, just opposed with these three major tribes, they don't have it so good like us. That is
no, actually, you are
I
wrong.
won't say that. When it comes to Nigerian leadership, I don't think no. Tunaja, let me help you. Remy, when it comes to the leadership, I don't think the major tribes have been kind of like having it better than the minorities. But when it comes to like allocation and all those things, yeah, the major tribe enjoy it more. Or in industries and parastate all those things, yeah, we enjoy it. But when it comes to the top leadership, all those things, the minorities have dominated it. Trust me.
So in a nutshell, what I just want to say is that the uprising or the crisis that is going on in the Southeast now, in some few decades, I hope the region will not blame other Nigeria for that crisis, as to Nigeria is trying to play.
And even what Mike said, even in allocation, it's not even that clear that the major tribe even gets more. Yeah, I think sometimes we make it look like Nigeria in terms of dividing resources is very lopsided. It's not as lopsided as we think. It's just that we are all just poor.
Let me explain it to you.
That's the problem.
Let me explain it to you.
Mike, when it comes to allocation, I need to be honest here. South get the major
exactly. That's the point. It's not very clear.
Yeah.
But this way I'm looking at it, though. No. But Southside is not a single tribe now. But wait, Southside is not a single tribe. But what I'm trying to say is, if we have to say ethnicity, like ethnic groups, right? Forget big or small. Let's just say every ethnic group we are all equal, regardless of your size. If we look at the allocation, the Yoruba tribe alone has 6 states. The Igbo tribe alone, one single tribe, has 5 states. That's 5 allocation, 6 allocation. Now, if you look at other ethnic group, Ogoni, Ishekiri, Ijo, Efan, Fulani, Kanuri, they all share space with other tribes. You understand? So they are ethnic group just like us. But we are one single ethnic group. We have big regions to ourselves. So we look at the allocation we get as a single tribe. It's bigger than most of the other small tribes. That's the point we're trying to make. But you are just seeing it as the region, not region, just tribes.
Nigeria is a remarkable thing, actually. This is why sometimes it's quite remarkable, actually. If you look at the way the
Igbo as a single tribe, they are collecting 5 allocations.
I was surprised to see that Christian rule and Muslim rule has been almost 50-50 throughout from independence.
There's really no marginalization in Nigeria.
It's really weird how, and this stuff we didn't plan it. It just happened.
It just happened like that.
It just happened. It's weird. And the Christian rule and the North and South rule, I think it was a little bit tilted towards the North. But in terms of the democratic dispensation, it's been in the South just as much as it's been in the North. And it's really strange. It's only now that Muslims are about to edge it because of Tinubu. If Tinubu was a Christian, it would have been 50-50 again.
Most of the problem we cry about is just propaganda.
The reason why there are a lot of grievances in the southeast is that their leaders there have failed the people there. There are too much poverty there. Because if you can just think about it, we are in 2023. There are still people cannibalize other people in the southeast. It doesn't make sense. It just shows the level of poverty in that region.
No, I don't think it's because of food. It's not. It has nothing to do with food. Those people, they had money.
They are really upset about what happened in Civil War,
that is
and
more
because they keep their leaders. Some people keep repeating that Civil War stories to them, and they're telling them lies. That I think that's what the whole grievance is all about.
Okay, Tuna just said. Apart from Lagos, the entire southeast is more developed than the southwest.
Yeah, this is CM came and make a coherent
That's what
argument
CM
for
said.
it.
Tunajia is right. That was what CM said.
CM made a coherent
No.
argument. So
I'm
you are making
not
this
arguing.
argument tomorrow.
I'm
You say
not
you are
arguing
marginalized.
I'm not arguing against it because I don't know. So in other words, so they're doing very well in the southeast. In other words, I mean, so what is again? It goes back to this agitation and what exactly do they want? You said it also. Good point that the minority groups in Nigeria have actually ruled or had the opportunity to rule over the majority group, so to speak. So at the end of the day, so is it an issue of not having the opportunity to become the president that's a big problem for the Southeasterners, or what is the problem? If you ask me, actually, and I've made the point before, perhaps the one group in Nigeria, being the Southeastern, the Igbo group, they have the skills, they have the competence, they have the everything, they have it all to develop their region to the best to compete against any other region, or flat out be the best that attracts every other tribe to come to their region. So again, what is the problem? See, sometimes when I think Adewale or Babachi that said it earlier, when you don't define a problem, it's kind of hard to solve.
But
I
I've
don't
told
think.
you their problem is the same as that of Nigerians. Just give them a functioning. See, let me give you how this thing happens.
Give them a functioning what?
A functioning country. Let me give you how these things happen. like a lot of their people that
I know you
necessarily
contradict yourself, right?
hold on
Somewhat, yeah.
now. Let me give you how these things happen. Like a lot of their people that don't even care too much about Biafra as a nation, but are not happy with Nigeria, like a lot of Nigerians are not. When
Okay.
they see a vehicle that can allow them to protest against the state, they jump on that vehicle. It's not necessarily because they care
You
too
don't
much
contradict
about
yourself, right?
What? How? Tell me, please.
Okay, you're now saying that their problem is that what their anger is about is that the development, right? But earlier you said it's trauma from the war.
No, yes, it's
So
not
which one is it?
contradictory. It's not contradictory. The
It
trauma is
is.
the reason. Let me explain now. The trauma is the reason, is the way they express it. The first thing you hear is the trauma. But in reality, they are expressing the same thing Nigerians are expressing. I told you, I asked somebody, what is it going to take for you to accept Nigeria without bringing this
Okay, so
Biafra
you are
up?
saying if you not give them the development, the
You
trauma
know
is
what?
going.
You try it yourself. Don't ask me. You try it yourself. Go and ask any rabid Biafran. Tell him, what would it take for you to stay in Nigeria? Just ask him that. Find out what they say.
Tonight, and what is that? What is the
Tonight,
response usually?
you will hear everything Nigerians want from their
So,
government.
are
That's
you
exactly what
saying,
they're going to
in
repeat.
other words, that their grievance is illegitimate? Because if you say every other region or tribe has the same agitation or unhappy about the state of Nigeria, then why should we pay attention to theirs? Why is their agitation more serious than the others?
No, it's not more serious. The point is that you are all in the same boat. You are supposed to be working with them because you need to get to the core of the reason why you are hearing most of all those things. I'm telling you, I heard somebody saying Nigeria is dead, Nigeria is a zoo. This. Then when I asked him, then he just said everything that I also want from Nigeria. So That should tell you where this stuff is coming from.
So it goes.
Ask them yourself.
The anger is not coming from because Nigeria is not developed. The anger is coming from they
Ask
believe
now,
what
Mike. It's
happened
not
to them.
hard. Ask and come and tell me the result you get.
No, the anger is coming from lies they are telling them about what happened to them. That they were victims, they were massacred, this and that.
I think it has a lot to
That's
do
where
with
it's
that
coming
because,
from, and that's where the anger is coming from. The anger is not coming from because Nigeria is not developed.
If you saw hatred in people or misinformation, yes, no matter how developed the Southeast may be, even be like, let's say, London, they may still be unhappy about their states because again, they've been fed on true stories, and they don't really know what they're agitating for or what their problem is.
You know what? I think I see why Tunanja is not understanding us. I think one thing Tunanja haven't done is he hasn't put himself in the shoes of a Yoruba person and see what a Yoruba person experience in a room of Igbos. Maybe that's why you and I tend to not see where I'm coming from. You don't know what we experience when we're around Igbo.
I've been more in the shoes of Yorubas more than I've been in the shoes of Igbo.
No, I'm not talking about our shoes in context of Nigeria. I'm talking about when we are around Igbo, the kind of energy we feel from them. I'm telling you, Tunanja, do.
I know that too. I know what they say about
that's why we tend to express what we express, but you were looking at us like, what the heck? So maybe that's where you get it wrong. You tend to misunderstand us.
I know all the things they say about the Southwesterners
they
and
constantly,
literally,
if I begin to share my kind of experience alone since I was a child, just being around Igbos, where I would go to Igbo house and the parent would tell the child, I dare bring that Yoruba thing. I don't want to even use the word. All those kind of things.
You know what I noticed about Igbo? They say a lot of
Mike,
things.
That's why we are talking the way we're talking, but you can't see it. You don't know
where did that come from, anyways. Where did that is true, but somehow, somewhere, I tend to get a pass because maybe they don't see me as looking like a Yoruba person. But what you're saying is absolutely true. But in my house, it never happened. We never had that concern about, this is an Igbo person. No, it never happened. It's a known thing. So why it happens in the household of an Hebrew person, I don't know.
See, Igbos generally are more, how do I describe them? They are more like the Northerners to an extent. They are more expansive. They want to extend their influence. They are more on, they see things too much from their own point of view. I think Yorubas, they don't tend to do that. Yorubas tend to generally be, compared to the other two, more balanced with the way they approach things. You see what I mean? It's not because it's not that they're not selfish. They're selfish too, but there is also more balanced. So from the point of view of the Igbo people, when they look at the Yorubas now, like when I was growing up in the South, they say a lot of derogative things about about the Yorubas all the time.
That's what we experience. That's why we are talking like this. That's what they say to us. They say
where I draw the line is where they tend to draw the line. The pattern you tend to see is that they say a lot of things, but they don't do a lot of things to other people. If anything, they are quite friendly to other people. That is weird, isn't it? But they don't do a lot of things. And if you look at this election too, they say a lot of things, but they didn't do a lot of things to people.
What they normally do online and the things they say, it give them bad perception about them. Bad look, yes. Give them bad look. Let me see.
Yes.
The way they treat people online, when you engage them, when you give dissenting opinion, me as a Nigerian, they bring out one of their own for me to cast my vote for. I will be afraid of doing that. Sorry, because if I cannot engage with you in a different opinion than yours, and you disagree with me violently, I will be afraid to give you power. Because
I'm not sure any of you have taken as much insult from them as I have, actually.
Tunanja, are you kidding me?
Don't have power.
I'm sure I've taken more insult from them
more than me.
Than you have. Yes.
Tunanja, are you serious?
Tell me what is the worst they've called you? Tell me.
Tunanja, are you serious? Me?
Tell me what is the worst they've called you now?
Hey, oh no.
Give me the worst thing they've called you, and I will tell you that they've called me worse than that.
Yes, of course they have attacked Tunanja a lot.
You've never seen a mob attack. Well, you mob attack.
Because
I know they attack you, but the way they have attacked me. Oh boy.
two Niger and one other guy, and electricity. Those are the TV people that normally give other opinion, and they pass on
Yeah,
three
they
of
will
them.
pass on them. I know. They pass on to Nigeria a lot. I know.
Two Niger is fair. I'm not going to lie here. I know him a lot. He's very, very fair when it comes to this online
Yeah,
platform.
Nigeria trying to be very fair. I know that. I know that.
Yeah.
Though, I mean, that's why I forgive him when the guy wasn't fair with me at
we
one
all
time.
say we want a Nigeria where we are fair with each other, but I struggle to drag everybody to try to do what they say they are going to do. Let's try to be fair with each other.
Okay, tonight, since you interact a lot with the southeastern and you actually live there, do you think that there's a sense when somebody or a group of people think they are better than others, it's kind of hard for them to respect them? Do you feel that, and do you have that sense at all that
We were
they
just
have
having
that?
that conversation. I think was it on Sunday where they were dismissing a lot of South Side people and all the rest. And what came out of that, I was telling them that because that was in the South Side, I saw how the South Side people were reacting to them about what Adaka Boro did. They were dismissing it. They were like, "Oh no, but many of those South Side they are already Igbos." I said, "No, they are not. You are refusing to learn." And
Now,
I went up.
now you
Hold
see
on
why we
now.
start dismiss them.
Look at what I did. Now. I went and brought a South music. I said, "Tell me what I can hear one word from this." Now, I grew up in Port Harcourt. I couldn't even hear one word in there. And I told them, "Tell me what I can hear one word from." He said, "No, they couldn't tell me one word." Then we went on to search online, and it turns out that the Ijaw group in the Nigeria is one of the oldest language in Africa as a whole. That is older than Yoruba, older than Igbo, older than all of them. The only language that is older than it is the original language of Africa. That's the only one older than Ijoic language. And when they saw that, it's almost like completely they retreated. Because how can you not understand that? These people are sitting in front of you. You don't even understand that they are their own people. We spent a long time discussing it on Sunday here. And it tells you that both sides, I try to represent both sides fairly, maybe because I lived in so many different parts of Nigeria, in the south, not so many different parts. I didn't live in the north, but I lived in the south. I lived a little bit in the southeast, and I lived in Yoruba and Lagos. Even in Ibadan, I lived in Ibadan too. Although then I wasn't very conscious. So maybe because of that, and I have people in my family that are mixed everywhere. That's the thing in Nigeria. We're all very, very mixed. I have Yoruba people in my family. I have Igbo people in my family. I have Southside people in my family. So where do you start from? So that helps me to an extent, give me a bit of perspective, and to hear that stuff, to actually check that information. I was surprised. I thought I was just that language they put there was wrong, and they said the Ijaw people were some of the oldest language, and they went on to describe the Ijaws as one of the autonomous groups in Nigeria. In terms of, it means that they were like the first. They were originally the ones that were there in Nigeria right from time. So, and for these people now, for the Southeasterners to be dismissing them, you can see how quickly they retreated from that statement. Because when they found out, okay,
but let me tell you the reason why Igbos tend to dismiss you South. And the thing is, when they're doing their behavior, whatever, I notice a lot is South people tend to, in their face, agree. Like, oh, I agree with you. But behind their back, you disagree. You understand? Even if you look at panels, when they are doing their, even most of the time when they're doing that dismissive behavior, you probably the only one to challenge them. Most of the South people, they just agree with them, just play along.
Yeah, people don't like conflict.
Yeah, they play along,
really
and it's been going on for so long that they got used to it. Even a lot of time they will say, "Oh, you're all Igbos, you're Biafrans."
I don't want to talk about it anywhere else. I still have scores to settle on the other channel because there are certain people that I felt like they didn't live up to honor at all.
No,
so I don't want to do it anywhere
recently.
else.
Even this whole Biafra thing, like when even since I was a kid, they've been calling the whole East and South Biafra. The South people will not react. They will almost like give them the impression that okay, we are one of you. We are Biafra. We are with you. So they've developed that impression that okay, the South people.
No, they disagreed though. Paul was there, and
the disagreement just started happening.
They disagree with them heavily, man.
I would say something like 5 years ago. No, 5 years ago and beyond.
Okay,
a typical South person. No. I'm telling you from my own life experience. Like when I'm usually around Southeast and South, when the Southeasterners start doing the whole cleaning South and everything, South people usually stay quiet. Don't challenge them. But sometimes
Yeah, to be fair, I'm one of those people that really
but hold
push
on
back
now,
on that.
when I now put maybe in private, I'm not talking to that Sasa person. Do you agree with this Biafran? Say no. But I'm like, but to their face, it's almost like you give the impression that you agree with them. So that's why I began to, because most Yorubas always put you guys together, because there's notice that you guys don't ever challenge them in when they are putting you along with them.
No.
You
I'm
understand?
from the south of those states. See, we may support them online and other things, but when it comes to maybe insulting some of our leaders, like the Oba of Benin, then you see the true color. Then you see the South.
Yeah, that's the only time where you feel like, it's like, do you now react?
Yeah, they
But
will react.
even when they kind of first started doing Biafra, most of the South people were doing it with him, even though they don't mean it. They were,
No,
oh, Biafra.
Mike, when Nnamdi Kanu started, I'm not going to lie. He
A lot of
started.
South people were doing Biafra with him too. Even the one
Yes,
that wasn't doing
started
Biafra, they were just giving him support. But even they
yes,
didn't agree with Biafra, but they were like giving him, Kanu. So
yes, because
they always
he
get that
was
impression that the
insulting
South side is on board with them.
You
You
are right,
understand?
Mike. He was insulting the leaders. He was saying what the leaders were doing then. Then
No.
when he said,
But hold on though, Mike. Do you think it's because like we are in Nigeria that the Nigerian major groups didn't highlight the fact that the Joy language is one of the oldest in the Niger Congo family? Because I was shocked to see that on that day, and I saw it on Niger, what do they call it, Niger land or something like that. That's where I first saw it. Then I went back on Wikipedia, then to go and check the data on Wikipedia. That's when I actually was like, my mouth was open. I said, but how is it that Nigeria doesn't know this?
Because we don't teach
Even
history.
I don't think Ijaw people don't even know it. That is weird. How can they not even know it? Like nobody teaches them this. And I was telling,
How many people is interested in their ethnic
electricity.
these days?
Oh
Everyone wants to be
no!
English now.
See, I'm telling you, they are interested. The
The
song
only
I was
language you
playing.
value in Nigeria is English now. We don't value it. If you start speaking your language, it says you are speaking vernacular.
See, Mike, the song I was playing to the Igbo people on that day, or that's so that they would listen to it. It was Ibani's song, Ipobo's song. On the comment on that song in YouTube, many of the people that are from the Opobo and the people that have that language, they are complaining. Most of them are lamenting that they are not able to teach their children the language because the language seems to be dying and all the rest. So they know what is happening to them. They don't like it. So, and I was telling these people that this is what they are going through, and it's because of some of what these in Southeasterners are saying to them, telling them that they are nobody and stuff like that. But it turns out that when I went and checked the data, that the language that they were speaking, I said, do you guys understand one word? They said they couldn't understand one word. Then how can you claim to be them when you are not one? You can't even understand one word of their language. And then when we went and checked it on this in Niger, what is that Niger Naira website? What I've forgotten what is the name of the site is called. Then suddenly the page showed up, and the guy showed a chart of the evolution of the languages. You will not believe. Like I was surprised to see Ijoid language almost at the top. That almost all the other languages were
Do you know
derived from
that
those languages.
for example, you got a point. Do you know that the Igbo, even when I studied their history, they used to be like a minority group of people. What happened was, I think I was learning a lot about them. There was a time where they started adopting a culture of the women must have a lot of children. Like, would they have this thing where they celebrate when a woman gives birth? I think after the ninth child, they give her a title. So I think somehow the population just exploded. That's what made them become this relevant ethnic group. Because if you really study the history of that Nigeria, you learn more about the Benin Kingdom. You will learn more about
But
the
you know that
Ijaw.
the Igbo and
You learn,
Yoruba language, they are quite linked. They are not.
you
Let me show you something that you need to see.
yeah, it's the even across even
I'm a
the
bit
Edo
surprised by
Benin
that.
language. Most
I'm a
of in
bit
Benin,
surprised by that.
most of our words.
You are more linked than you think. Let me show
Okay,
you now.
for example,
Are
the
you
in
looking at that map, Mike? Just look at the map. You see where Igbo is, and you see the Yoruba area. The color is the same, and it's called the Volta language. There, this is the Volta. Maybe this is where the Igbos. I don't know, but it looks like these two are linked. This Volta color, and that is the color we see here in the Yoruba area. You see that? They're all linked, but the Ijoy language.
the other the area that mid area that they've been there, those Benin, Yoruba, Ishekiri, Yoruba. We use many same word. Like for
It's
example,
crazy.
we
Even
all
up to
call a child.
Nupe
A
and
child
everything,
is
they're all using similar
in
language.
Benin, in Yoruba. A child is Omo. Omo means a child. In Yoruba is Omo. In Edo is Omo. You know, so we use a lot of our words are the same. You understand? So these even names. A lot of Benin people they bear names that Yoruba people bear. You
You see,
know.
are you seeing the stuff I'm showing you there? You see the Ijoid language at the top. Ijoid, that's what they call it. It's right at the bottom there where the Ijoid people are. I was like, this is the Kodofan language that at the top. Then the next one is the Ijoid, the Dogon, Mende, and the branches start coming down. And this is where the Volta language is on the chart. And then you go down to the Bantus and all the others are spread into South Africa. So when I saw this, and they did a better chart of this in terms of how the languages are linked. Personally, my mouth was open and I was like, how is it that nobody bothered to mention this in the history of Nigeria, that we have
Well,
one
we
of
put
the
these
oldest
things
languages
together
in
ourselves, don't
Africa?
say this one.
Well, don't start
This
now.
thing we do
Don't start
that.
now. I'm not the one that put it together. I don't know how
Exactly. So
I don't
yeah.
even know how
But
they did
for
it.
the sake of agreeing with you, I will just accept it. You know.
But that Ijaw language is one thing I know when I was in River State was that I can't hear one word. Like one word I
But
can't hear.
their language is very similar to Yoruba, though. To be honest, them and
I
Shekiri.
don't know because I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
some of their
it's
words
what you're
is
thinking about.
identical to your. Some of their words is especially Shekiri and Ijo. Shekiri is almost like Yoruba, man. Those
I
ones they are like.
literally grew up in River State and I can't hear one word. I was in Lagos for how many years? A few years, and I can hear a lot of Yoruba words. What is that?
Yeah, Ijo language is very deep, very deep.
I couldn't understand one word, and I played that song. I told Igbo people, you say you are next door to these people. Tell me what they are saying. Not one word they could tell. I've never seen language that sounds like that before, and I was like, this is a different language. And when I was in Nigeria, when I was growing up, I was like, Nigeria is like a prison, because how can you live next door to people? There's no major barrier between you and them, but the languages are totally different. How is that even possible? But somehow we evolved here, and somehow we are stuck together for some weird reason, and we speak totally different languages from each other. But this is on the side anyway. And the fact that Nigeria is not making this an important point, because this is a major stuff now. Look at the whole Africa. Ijaw language is one of the first. Which other language in Nigeria is on that chart at the top? No Nigerian language is on the top chart here. The rest are lower down. This is one of the major languages that is present there, but no Nigerian tells. We don't tell each other that Nigeria has one of the oldest languages in the sub-Saharan Africa, really. But it's okay. We leave that aside for now. At least that's something that's something that has come out now to be shared. At least now, when I go to River State again, when they speak, I will look at it twice. I will try to understand the word a little bit more. It's a bit of a shame because I grew up there. That is crazy stuff. How can I be able to? I can't be able to speak the language. I can't speak the language, yet I grew up there. I guess maybe they are too English. They speak too much English in that state. Maybe that's why. But that is that anyway.
Goodluck Jonathan was an Ijaw man, right?
Yeah. Deep Ijaw man is from what Ogbea now, isn't he? From Ogbea
You know that Shekiri and Yoruba we count the same way from 1 to 1,000 the same way.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Yeah, Paul said that too. Paul said the Shekiris are linked to the Yorubas.
Almost like completely.
It's like a
Igbos are also linked to the Yorubas.
Even the Yorubas, they are most their words.
But Mike, hold on, let me ask Mike now. Mike, so when you look at that chart now, you know Igbos are your brothers.
So what's your point?
Igbos are your brothers, Mike. Africa, you know Igbos are your brothers. Like, you can't deny it anymore.
So what is your point? Who has problem with did I say I have problem with Igbos?
So let's stop with all these.
I don't have problem with
Southeasterners. They are your brothers.
No. I just have problem with their behavior, not as human beings, just their behavior. You know, sometimes I just feel like at one point we got to start checking the Igbos because for so long. It's almost like everybody else tolerated their behavior,
Two
especially my
Niger,
Yoruba people.
two
And
Niger,
one thing
two
I've noticed
Niger,
about them is if you
two
tolerate
Niger.
them, they just
The
go
Igbo people,
far.
Mike. Let me quickly say this: the Igbo people need
Yeah.
to learn how to listen to like the voice of the minority who are closer to them. Because, for instance, yesterday I had a very serious disagreement with a Cameroonian. He lives in the United States. Like this, the resentment he has from Nigeria. I think because if you look at it, most people trading in Cameroon, they are Igbo people doing business in Cameroon. What he was saying, he was very, very hungry. He said, we'll go to their
Oh,
country,
that pretty guy.
want to take over their country, want to dominate them. I just understand, okay, my
Yeah,
brothers are the one
even
doing
me, I
that.
already knew it was Igbo
So
people.
the guy was so hungry.
The
I
guy was
said,
very
calm
speaking a
down.
lot of hatred, man. I saw it now.
I said, I argue a lot in that this thing. I said, no. I said, you don't know how to compete. That's the word I use. I said, you don't know how to compete. That's why you are complaining. But they should take time to listen to other people. Sometimes it's good to listen than to talk. Just
UFC,
listen.
it's the same thing here in the US. Like
UFC.
literally, when Igbo people start interacting with the Jamaicans, even the Mexicans, the Black Americans, it's like they're like, you Nigerians are too proud and too like that is something where Igbo people just can't relate with other people. They struggle with that thing, and it's something they need to check because they need to address it. It's very urgent because everywhere they go, they end up clashing. It's just the way they relate with other people. They are very dismissive, and they literally can be. They don't like pay attention to that thing. There's something called cultural sensitivity, which is every human may have that instinct in them that okay, if I'm around these people that are different from me, I have to be cautious because there may be something I may be doing. It may be irritating to them or something. But Igbo people don't have it. They're
Well,
completely.
that's a problem when
They're
again when you think you're better off than some other people. But UFC
Yeah,
point
they're very dismissive and they
UFC
struggle with
people
that. Like
say
literally, like the Nigerians, like there's this city in America, like Houston. The black Americans just they just hate the Nigerians
No,
so deep.
what I find is that to stop that dismissiveness, because on that day, what I experienced was that when you show them clearly that the people you are describing as your own are not, they stop being slightly dismissive, especially when they saw that chat. I can tell that from their behavior that suddenly they started thinking twice, like these may be some of the oldest people on the continent, and we are just riding roughshod over them. It's really weird, but you can see how people can retreat. You have to give them reasons, clear reasons. I had to play music. Say, can you tell me one word from what this woman is saying, just to differentiate? Then they were asking me, "Oh, they are the same food," and I'll say, "You don't eat on ripe plantain. What makes you the same? You don't eat on ripe plantain like they do." Until I had to play the music, that one didn't even satisfy them completely. But even if they couldn't tell one word, they still arguing that they're still
The
looking
thing
at you.
about Igbo people, once they make up their mind to be one way, forget it. But they set their
But
mind on one agenda.
I can tell you that whoever is doing all of them, okay, I'm going to meet them again this weekend. But I can tell you that after you hear that the people you are saying that they are under you were once there, they were around before you in terms of the language they speak, then I think it will affect the way you think. It will affect the way you think.
To Nigeria, also they should learn how to like if you have wrong information before and you run with it before, then when you come across the real information, at least you should switch your position. Sometimes it's
well,
frustrating.
They won't accept it, man.
not that
I
easy.
think I suspect they will switch because this
No,
one
no,
is
no,
too.
not what. Not if that position makes you weaker. No, it doesn't. It's not
Yeah,
going to
yeah. If it
work.
makes them weaker, they won't accept it. They won't
And
accept it. They won't get angry with you, sir.
so UFC is saying something about Nigerians in Cameroon. I think in other places also. I guess the Southeasterners that they compete. What did you use? They compete better, or they
I
are.
don't think they always think it's competition problem, but it's not
Yes,
competition
I
problem.
just because that's That's all I can say. I just said that
Well, see, one thing you have to factor also is that all cultures are not the same, just like and some
Yeah.
people they have a way of doing something or approaching matters. Well, it's natural. People say that about Nigerians generally as being aggressive, when it comes to everything, pretty much.
No, no, but
But no,
no. Other Nigerians, please let me tell you. Trust me. Other Nigerians, they begin to be cautious of, especially when they start to notice that, oh, this group are feeling uncomfortable. They become very cautious. Even in the
I
northern
agree.
Nigeria, wait, in the north, like northern Nigeria, right? We in southern Nigeria, we have completely different mindset from the north. But when we migrate to the north, we begin to see the Islamic way. That is the very, our way in the south is very contract. Like, what's the word? Opposite to their way. Kind of like we tend to be cautious and be control. Be mindful. And the Yorubas when
And
they go to the north,
we
even the Edos, all
assimilate
those things.
better.
But if you notice, the clash, the only people that the northerners always clash with in the north are the
Mhm.
Igbos. It's just them, like, because they would dismiss their religion, or they would just be dismissive, or not even care, they won't pay attention. And you have a right not to, but at the same
But
time,
if you're in
you,
other people's space, you have to show,
even within the southwest, okay, but Prince Daddy, even within Yoruba land, the Yoruba are probably the most accommodating people. Have you ever seen where the Yorubas really have issue with, like, the Calabars? I grew up in Lagos, and in South Yoruba land, and
What's going on? I think
he did not pay his bills.
I had a phone call. Sorry, I had a phone call. So the in the southwest, growing up, like, just being Yoruba land, like, literally, we have northerners there. You have Calabars, all the other ethnic group, and the thing about they are very, you will not see them just confront you in a way where just
okay.
belittle you. You know what I'm saying? Like, tell
I
you,
think
hey.
I think we have to
Even
accept
when
it.
they do it, okay, for example, if a Southside guy in Lagos say Lagos no man's land, Yoruba person get upset. Wait, Yoruba person. Wait, let me say this. Yoruba person gets upset. You kind of pull back, like, oh, I don't know, trying to say that I don't mean it like that, I don't mean it like that, or something like that. But Igbo person, you will challenge you. You trying to fight you. Go, dude, just
Yes. To that point, real quickly to that point. See, we have to accept that the Igbos or Southeasterners, they are a proud people, and there's nothing wrong with that. Because I remember, like, I was in Nigeria last year, but like a few years ago, maybe 5, 6 years ago, I was at the market trying to get some attire, traditional stuff, to travel with. And this lady was at a kiosk, is selling stuff, and I don't know what the conversation came about. And my brother was there, my younger brother, and she said, make a comment like, "Now we find pass, now we smart pass, now we this pass," and now. And she was selling cloth. So I mean, this is a lady. I mean, a girl, educated or not, I don't know, but see, she was proud of of herself and her people, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the
yeah, no,
way
there's
they're
nothing wrong
wired.
with that. There's nothing wrong. The only issue I always have is when they begin to talk about themselves, which is fine. But then they will not mention. They usually, I don't know why we always mention Yoruba. I don't know why. They will
Mike,
say, Igbo man,
ask
this,
you
but
one thing?
Yoruba man, this. I'm like, dude, why do you have to mention me? If you want to talk about
Wait
yourself,
now.
praise
Let
yourself,
me
praise
clarify with
yourself. You
let me
don't have to
clarify
now
with
mention me. I mean, putting me down,
let me clarify with you guys, Prince and Mike, because what's going on, I believe, is a clash between cultural beliefs and the the constitution of the country. Per constitution, you can move anywhere in the country and keep your beliefs, whatever. But cultural understanding of that place. So I think what happens is if you then challenge those individuals from that part of the country, they will say, "Well, I'm a Nigerian, so I can go anywhere, and because per constitution, legally, I can do that." So how do you then reconcile the different that? How can you help them through that situation? I'm trying to figure out how to help them to, because oftentimes they go to a place and they still want to, they don't really adjust very well to other people in their own space. So how can you help them understand that beyond constitution there are things that, although it's not in the constitution, you have to abide to? Because I can't go to Kano and start drinking. I have to adjust, even though by our law I can do it, right? But I know not to do it. So how can you help them understand that reality?
To assimilate better to their environment.
Yeah, how can you help them do that?
Well, it's the only well, it's going to be tough again when somebody or a group of people have a way of thinking, and I'm obviously came from the background that they are better than other people.
No, I'm saying
It,
beyond. I'm saying beyond constitution now, where because they will always say, "Well, it's Nigeria anyway. There's no need for me to adjust," which is entirely
but you know
right.
one thing, but see, you know one thing. If you sometimes if you meet an Igbo person that has lived in Southwest or Yoruba land for a very long time, you can tell their
Yeah, they're a little
behavior
different. Yeah.
or that their cultural competency tends to be aligned much with the people that live there because they've chosen to
They are not
assimilate.
the problem. President, those ones I'm okay with. Is when that just that coming once in a while or just show up. They're the ones causing the problem. The ones that show up
Yeah,
once in a
yeah, they're
while.
usually the ones. Yeah, yeah, they're usually
That's
the
the
ones.
one
Yeah.
that does not understand. You can tell, like you said. But those ones, how can you convince Igbo that have been in Lagos for a long time to educate their people coming in? Like this is the way you behave here.
You know, Babati, I've always said that. I've always said the problem with the Southeasterners is the ones that know better, right? They don't correct the ones that misbehave among them. That's one thing
Thank
I've
you.
noticed about them.
Thank
Like
you.
among other culture,
Another
for
thing I
example,
observe
particularly
also.
Yorubas, when other tribes, like when the ones that don't know better among them start misrepresenting them, they'll speak up against them. Like, hey, guy, don't specifically Yoruba, they will attack you if you start
Sometimes
behaving.
to be fair, on the platforms, they so not like on the narrow ones, but most like Dr. Damages and all that, they do speak up. You do see some
Eh?
of them like Ngozika. Oh my God, Ngozika disagrees with them. Sure, most of the women disagree
Yeah,
with the
I
guy.
was saying
And
Ngozika. But even Dr. Damages himself, he just keep quiet, just
yeah,
looking. I'm
yeah.
like,
No, no,
guy, correct your people now.
they
Yeah.
do they do disagree. But you know, that's one of the questions I asked Dr. Damages
But typically
when he
they
was
don't. They
being
don't
interviewed.
correct them. Even South people tend to join them in that rubbish. And sometimes I
Mike,
always like
Mike,
these South people
Mike,
are.
that is one of the main question I asked Dr. Damaye that he got a little bit, because he was being interviewed 2 weeks ago. I asked him, you knew that Nnamdi Kanu was threatening Nigeria since 2014, but yet you have been hosting these panels every week, and when some of them say something negative about Nigeria and say, oh, Nigeria came and attacked Nnamdi Kanu 2017, Python dance and all those things, why didn't you correct them and say, you know what? He's been threatening Nigeria since 2014 before Nigeria did anything at all. Now, why didn't you do that? So
You won't
he
do it
was
now.
that question was that question. I think he was what he came across was that maybe because he was a journalist, he felt like he didn't need to be correcting them. He was just there to ask questions. But I said, but you could stop. You could let them know the
What
truth.
about all their intellectuals, all their technical? Are you telling me that they all just look at the past 7 years? Can I just been brainwashed? They all kept quiet.
Because
I'm
he
like,
was the
dude, you
one that was
can't do that.
interviewing Kanu. The reason why I asked him that question because he was the one that was interviewing Kanu 2014 when Kanu said it.
I know he
So that's
was
why I
there,
asked him
but
the question.
it's typical of them. Like they will just be keeping quiet. I'm like, dude, you can't do this.
The thing,
And
one
sometimes,
thing
like,
I understand there, two Nigerians from the
Mike, do you
southeastern
remember that
Nigeria.
this
But
former minister of what am I basically? She never think of
yes,
anything after. She will just keep quiet. But Lagos, she'll be tweeting every
But they
5
do,
minutes.
though. To be fair, they do
I don't
disagree quite
understand
a
no,
who
lot.
does
no,
that.
no. Tonight, the what annoys me is that when other people start pushing back, and then they will start attacking the other people that are pushing back. I'm like, dude, we wouldn't have had reason to push back if you had corrected your people in the first place.
Yeah, why do you always ignore your own issue when you have
You
security
ignore your exactly.
that don't do anything? But when
They
it comes
don't
to
do
Yeah,
anything.
see what you know why some of them don't push back because they also have this greater Biafra thing in mind. Even when they don't realize they are doing it, they always have this what they call it a kind of it's almost a form of supremacist way of looking at the world where they just want to exert their own will. And this is why Buhari may be a genius when he said that when Nigerians agitate, it's because they just want more, not because they're actually being marginalized in terms of differently from other groups. So maybe Buhari is right when he said that. Because what I found, I told them myself, I said, you will speak with a forked tongue. 1 minute you say one thing, but you mean something else. You just want to fight for your own. Not necessarily whether you care for the truth or whether Nigeria does well. You just want for your own people to get better.
You know,
So
Babati,
and
don't.
two Nigeria, them doing that, they use that to offend everybody, cause enemy within themselves. It's not good. That's not how to get whatever you want.
Yeah, yeah. They trying to get whatever they want. They said their mind. They want it by all means. By
Like
whether
man of
it's by
prestige, man of prestige
burning
doesn't support
bridges.
Biafra. Man
For
of prestige
example,
doesn't support
even
Biafra.
this
Many of them
OB,
don't.
even this OB one that they want, the presidency they want. Look at the way they were just burning bridges. They were just burning bridges. I'm like, come on, man.
Nigeria,
That's why
let me
you
tell you
get
what
what.
happened. When they
What do you mean they
when
were
they won
burning bridges?
Lagos, instead of them to just keep quiet and celebrate and keep quiet, they now went overboard. They started saying they are going, when it comes to the governorship, they are going to take over, do this. You
We
see,
are taking Lagos. We are
only
conquering Lagos. They were using the
wow,
word conquering. I'm like,
shit.
what?
I've
It
never
was so
seen them have.
irritating, man. That's provoke a lot of Yoruba people, man.
Because
Like,
I'm on Twitter, I pay attention. I don't tweet. I don't tweet more.
the
I don't
guy
tweet
was
as
like, we
much
must
as I was
conquer
there.
Lagos. We must conquer Lagos. I'm like,
UFC,
what?
UFC. Do you know how many people came out to vote, even though they never vote in their life? They said on that one, I'm voting.
Yeah, a lot of people, even
They
a
came
lot of
out for
people,
that
even
only.
some obedient who
People
voted
are pissed
for
off now.
Obi
Like,
in
how can you say that?
presidency,
How can you
they
do
now
that to
decided
your
to
own man?
switch to vote for APC for the governorship. So they
The
decided to
guy,
change their mind because of the behavior. You don't. Sometimes for you to even defeat your enemy, you have to play your
Wait, what?
enemy
How
game.
can you
Be
say?
nice. Be
How
nice
can you?
to
Sorry.
them.
How can you say? Well, you sold your father's land to me. Now you're sleeping on the street. Now I own your father's property.
I
You
think
don't
the thing
say
about
that.
Southeasterners is
You
that they are
don't
not
say that, man.
they don't tend to be very strategic. They don't think like that. They are
At
very
all.
expressive. They are very expressive. It's almost innocent, really. It's weird because it's very damaging, but very innocent behavior.
no, this is
To an
what I see
extent.
them. They only see themselves, they hear themselves, and they feel themselves.
That's how it comes across
That's
sometimes.
it.
It's not necessarily true.
It's
That's how
almost
it
like
comes across.
your
They
way
are.
is it's like you don't exist.
It's really strange.
Your reality doesn't exist to them. Like that's just what it is. Even sometimes you try to present it to them, that's why you keep saying they dismiss. They're
Father,
very dismissive.
were you
It's
here
like
yesterday? Sorry, when I made an argument for how cultures dominate others, and I gave you the three traits you have, and one of them is you have this cultural supremacy, you have a chip on your shoulder, and you have delayed gratification. So any culture that dominates, like the Jewish culture, they have those three elements. What happens with the Igbo culture is they only have one of them, the superiority complex, but they lack delayed gratification, and they do have chip on their shoulder. But the issue is that they don't know how to wait before they start celebrating or making it open.
And
It's not subtle.
they don't. The Jews are very, very reserved.
So yeah, you
Extremely
will know
reserved.
now. They will
But they are
control you,
not.
but you
You
will
see,
not know.
you
But
are right
then
there. You are
that's the
right
issue
there.
right there.
You are right there. They
You must be able to
they don't
wait
know how
for that
Yeah, you are Tunaja, you
humble
are right. The
themselves. They don't
Jews,
know how to humble themselves. They don't know how to be reserved.
you are right. They
They just
don't
show off.
speak out, but they use their money from behind to deal with you.
You won't hear anything. Now. They control everything, but you will not hear them making noise. They're just very quiet. They will be controlling things behind the scenes. You will not. They have delayed gratification. We don't have that culturally, and that's the issue they have. Just wait, control before you start announcing your presence.
But look at that. What happened in 1960? What happened in 1966? If they played this smart, they probably would have been at the top of Nigeria right now.
Yes,
They probably would have. They could have just taken one of their person out and made sure,
yes,
like when you could have tried somebody,
So
lock
now,
them in jail, and make sure then not prevent them from mocking the Northerners.
so that was a perfect
Why the
example of what I
Northerners
mean by
respond?
Sunaja is a perfect example
They
of what
would
I
have
mean
been at
by
the top of Nigeria right
Sunaja,
now. They had the
they don't
chance. They
see
just
they don't
blew it.
see others, they don't feel you, they don't hear you. That's just perfect example. My grandfather was telling me that everybody saw the counter coup coming and even the program coming. Everybody could see it except them. It's almost like he was in shock. Ujugo was shocked that Ironsi was killed. That's why he couldn't even deal with it.
But you know
And
what,
they were shocked that they were being attacked in the north. And my grandfather literally told me, was telling his friend, like,
I
guy,
want
get out of
to
the
switch.
north.
I want to switch the subject up a bit. I think this rearrest of Emefiele may be one big misstep this government has made right now, because it's running on the news now. Like since we've been talking, they've just been replaying that, because it looks like there was a little bit of a squabble outside the court and all the rest. It's an unsightly thing. This kind of stuff we saw in Pakistan when the Khan was arrested in court, even after he's been acquitted or something like that. Then they still the military came and arrested him from the court. So that is not. It doesn't look good, and they are not managing this stuff. Why can't they just try him for gun this thing? Then if that's what they wanted to do, they can't even charge him for that.
That DSS, I don't know if is someone has given them order or they're just acting on their own. I think we need to investigate that
Of course,
space.
they are taking order.
Mike, can I
think Tinubu has been controlling that
Because to
organization.
be really honest, during Buhari,
Mike, can I ask you a question?
Kind of like the same thing. Yeah.
How did you feel when the head of Ohana Indigo said that they should merge the ESN with whatever stuff? Did that bother you? And I'm serious. I'm asking. Did that bother you?
That is none of our business now. It's your business. It's their business.
So now you see,
the head of the thing now. Was it also governors and senators?
They just expose themselves now. Like, okay, we know these people.
Another thing is that the elite Igbo people are out of touch with their local citizens.
That's why they vote for them, man.
They are out of touch.
That's why they go and cast millions of votes for them.
Listen, they use violence to win those elections. It doesn't mean they.
What is the violence? The Southeast was quite peaceful, actually. There was not that much violence. They vote these people in. See, the thing, when you go on the ground, and one thing you have to realize is that don't take what you hear in propaganda. When you go on the ground, you go to the towns where these men are from. They tend to be popular. That is a stupid thing. It's weird. You go to the towns where these men are from, the people like them. So what do you make of that?
But why most of them have this belief that federal government abandoned them, that they don't get what they deserve?
They don't have that belief.
I told you before that it doesn't make sense, because I told you it's because they are crying about the same things Nigerians are crying about. But when you go to their local government, they like their leaders. It's very, very rare you go to any local government area where you see like a senator or
what
they
like
them.
Among them, there's so much brainwashing going on. Brainwashing and
because if anything is going on in my state, I will blame my leaders, the Edo State governor, not federal government.
You know, when people say that, hold your this is the local government and all the rest are counting. Whenever they say that, but they say, but mine is good. That is what they always do. And this is something we already do in the West all the time. But mine is fine.
No, this new law that is coming up for power, where you can have your own power and your own train system in your own state. That way, those excuses will start reducing. The more you offload those laws down to the state. Now you can't blame Buhari or Tinubu for power anymore. You blame your own governor. We should do more of that for every sector in Nigeria.
Almost everything else, they are still blaming the federal government, even if they know that some things are belong to the state.
If Edo, Kano, and Lagos now start donating power by themselves, you have no excuse in your state anymore. You can't blame anybody because you can see that they can do it in other states too. Then that forces your government to start working. That will help a lot to solve this problem. Because what happens to the government don't want to do anything, just blame Abuja and I will just steal all the money. It's not my fault. It's Buhari's fault.
I think the reason why they blame the federal government is not only, let's say it's 30% because the stuff is being done by the federal government. So moving it from the federal government will remove 30% of the blame. But most of the blame is still going to go to the federal government because they will still say, you are the one that moved it to the state. Under your watch.
As we speak right now, the Southwest and the North governors, some of them are already releasing palliative to their own people already. But I have not seen none from the
I heard about Ogun State, yeah.
I think Ogun State yesterday just increased. I think they increased the salary, also pay some arrears and all that.
I think Benin has done this, and Edo has done similar stuff.
So I cannot point anything to the Southeast.
We are waiting for them to need to wake up. Tinubu again, Abi. Yes, they're going to blame Tinubu that is Tinubu. They didn't get their own palliative. It's Tinubu's fault.
The palliative doesn't go anywhere anyway. It's just personally, it's a waste of money. I really think that our government needs to start stopping this. They need to stop this thing that they are doing with Nigerians. They are just wasting Nigerian people's time.
Palliative just waste. It will go into the pocket of few people. Let's just deal with the problem once and.
I went online the other day and I was looking at a lot of businesses in the West that they sell for 1 million, 2 million pounds, 3 million pounds. These businesses are making money. They are generating pound sterlings, and they have this in tools. They have intellectual property. They manufacture quality products. Why is Nigerian government not buying all these companies and transferring them to Nigeria? And at the same time, the company remains in the West making this in pounds for Nigeria.
Nigeria government themselves cannot directly buy those. It's Nigerian individuals. You should say they should buy those.
Oh no, you funding that's the point. Now you fund individuals to buy it.
UFC forefathers. You cannot disappoint me with that mindset. Let me ask you, how many of those in government now, before they became millionaires, actually own the business to even understand how business works?
What do you mean? Tinubu own the business now?
Not saying. I'm saying the system itself. They all stole money to become rich. Nobody actually own a bill that you can say, okay, I built it from the scratch myself. They stole money. They are
I think you are underestimating some of all these our leaders. Many of them.
Listen to me.
How about the special assistants?
Wait, I'm saying collectively as a group in Nigeria, those guys don't know how things work in the business world. They don't get it, because if they do, they will invest more. They don't get it because they've never actually run a business before in their life.
Are you serious that they don't know? I find it hard to believe that they don't know.
They don't. Know. Clearly, they don't. If you do, you will not do this nonsense. How can you have
they must know. You are really giving them a lot of excuse. These people, some of them are PhD holders. They know.
Forget PhD. What PhD that? Well, how can you have your interest at 18%? How can you grow as a business borrowing money at 18%? What kind of country? You don't know.
That's a tough one.
I tell you, they know. They are deliberately keeping Nigeria strong enough not to collapse and weak enough never to grow properly.
Okay.
Come on now. You don't know what you're doing. How can I?
They know. See, the joke is on you. Keep thinking that they don't know what they are doing. The joke is on you. They know exactly what they are doing. They are not stupid.
So they are.
These people know what they are doing.
So they are evil then.
They are compromised. That's why I keep
what is the word you used?
I use the term compromise.
No, I think Babachi said evil or something like that. Yeah. That's the word. That's the word. They know what they're doing. It's amazing. These people, I don't think they're dumb. I don't think they're stupid. I don't think so at all. I think these people they're smart in a lot of ways. They have their own wisdom, but perhaps not for the benefit of the country.
Exactly.
But what US was saying earlier, and that conversation came up yesterday also. That notion that the government does not invest in business or do business is not true. It's maybe something you read in a business textbook, but that reality is so far from true reality. Because in the West, the government spends so many billions and billions of dollars in businesses. Yeah, I can agree that that the government does not run a business operationally. But pumping money into business, they do a whole lot of that. And that's something we have to disabuse ourselves from.
No, bro. As a sane government, as a sane society with so-called leaders, one would think that Nigeria will be pouring money into agricultural research. That would be a common sense. Like in America, they put money in agriculture. Even giving them subsidy, right? In farms, they give in America, they give them subsidy. Why can't you just do that?
But you know the funny thing though, there's no agriculture. I mean, I could be wrong, but there's no agriculture research that Nigeria can spend a bunch of money on R&D right now that does not exist in Denmark or in Israel. See, all this knowledge is already there.
No. Excuse me. I grew up in Egbaland, Abeokuta. And when I was there in the 80s, early 90s, that university was top 150 in the world. Out of 88, 89. Go look it up. Federal government agricultural university in the was top notch. Don't give me that. They were doing research back then.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're not doing research, but I'm saying at this point in time.
How do you go from that top university to out of top 2000? What happened within 20 years?
But that's what I'm saying. But I tell you, at this point in time, there's so much knowledge out there that it would just need to
partner with them, do something.
There you go. Yeah, something like that. That's what we should be doing. And there's plenty of knowledge out there. Can we improve on it? Sure, we can improve on it and localize a lot of things. But the knowledge to improve your yield in agriculture, in animal husbandry, and all these things, there are plentiful out there. All we need to do is invest in our people to go learn these things and come back and implement it, quite frankly. And we're going to save a whole lot of money then.
They don't want to do that. standing us down, like many black countries are. They are standing the population down, keeping
So
us. You know their strategy. Their strategy is keep us strong enough not to collapse completely, but weak enough never to fully industrialize. This is their game. Look at the Dangote refinery that they commissioned that is not producing petrol.
Bro, that thing. Somebody should be locked up for that nonsense. How do you commission something that is not
Of
even?
course, they will not lock anybody up because
Look
that's
at
the
no,
game.
bro. Look at
wait. See, they said production will take place in August. Let's wait. After August,
it will
there's
not
no
happen. You
production. They
know
will
that.
start
You
We're talking
know
about
it
manufacturing.
already.
2025
You
already.
know it will not happen in August.
But somebody made a great argument yesterday. I mean, there's no benefit to Dangote trying to delay the operation of that refinery. There's no benefit to it because he has the government has about what 10% or less in
It's not
investment
ready
in the.
for operation. Is the point you are missing? It's not even ready for operation. It's not about delaying anything. It's not actually ready for operations at all. That's
So
the
yeah,
Already
but
operating. The fertilizer. This thing is
we're
working
discussing
already.
oil, not fertilizer. We're discussing oil like petrol.
All of them are the same complex. Are they not the same
Oh,
company? They
yeah.
are all together. But the fertilizer department is
I
already
thought
working.
he's already producing fertilizer a long time ago. This is not the
Yes,
first
now it's been there
fertilizer
for
now.
over a year now.
It's petrol that we need. Nigeria has been manufacturing fertilizer for a
in
while
that
now.
article, they said it will be fully.
It's not. I'm telling you, it's not ready. I'm telling you what I know.
Okay, I understand, but let's wait in August.
It will
August
not
is
be in
not here.
August.
Actually, it wasn't August, by the way. It was June, then July. Now you're saying August.
August.
They will move it again.
Don't
now.
worry, you're going to show up here to say
I know
September.
now. You know I'm
It's September.
Because I watched the inauguration.
Let me check it. Let me check now. Dangote. Let me check it again just to refresh my memory. Dangote.
so I also, what do you guys think about how is that going to help reduce the price of fuel at the pump?
No, do you know
Because
what?
Nigeria has
I think,
20% shares in that company, and the company can produce twice the volume that Nigeria needs. It means Nigeria can technically get 40% of
I
the
disagree.
petrol from there.
I disagree. Do you know why? Because it's a shame that a country is only relying on one person. In America, one state alone, like in down south, has 20 refineries in one state. One state has 20, and we are here celebrating one. We should be building more.
But we have more than one refineries, right? We have more. We have like.
Where?
Don't they have them in the south?
See, now I'm looking at one link that says Dangote refinery to start operating in June. That's one. Dangote refinery 6 to end. Okay, now okay. It says to first product to market by July. That's what it said.
And we are,
so
we
this
are
is July, and we're almost out of July. So that's what they said. They say our refinery will supply first product to market by July. Yeah. That's what they said. That's premium times now.
But people are making the argument that at the end of the day,
look like I'm making it up.
At the end of the day, they say oil is crude oil is an international price, so it doesn't really matter how much impact. Somebody even said that. I mean, give it a figure about what $5 or $20 savings we're gonna have on crude oil or on petroleum once Dangote goes operational.
Prince, it's still something to say, but this is my point. I find it very annoying that a man like OBJ will come and say, "Oh, idiot, you were there for 8 years, you didn't build anything. You had time to build, even good luck, you had money, time to build these refineries. You did not do anything. How are you now complaining that we don't have, we failed in Nigeria when you had the opportunity for 8 years to do something and you refuse not to?"
You see, that is the refinery there.
He said that Nigeria doesn't have reasonable leaders. How can OBJ be telling us that we don't have reasonable leaders? Is he reasonable himself?
He is the longest serving. No. He is the longest serving head of state in Nigeria history. I open that. He's the longest serving.
Okay, BT, you see what I was talking about? That this was supposed to start supplying in July.
Don't mind them.
Or nothing. And look at the 650,000 barrels that they talked about. So Nigeria needs about half of that. Means that since Nigeria has 20% share in Dangote refinery, Nigeria could technically get 40% of its fuel from there at
Right.
a relatively without losing the profit. You know, you can use the profit to
Just
reduce the petrol
tax
prices in
benefit or
Nigeria.
whatever. Give him some
Yeah.
incentive. Yeah.
So and then they said this in the River State refinery should be coming on stream. Question is, will
how
it?
much is that? No. How much is that? What is that one capacity?
I think that one is about 200 or something, or just
not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think it's going to give us a quarter or so of what we need, so which is not too bad. But who knows whether it's going to come online? That's the question. They said first quarter. That first quarter is past now. We are heading to second quarter again, and it's still not out.
I'm saying we need more. We need more.
We need more. They're also fixing the one in Kaduna and somewhere in the north. There are about 4 of them that they are fixing, and Warri too. But they are not. You see, this is the thing that I talk about communication. They are not communicating with us what is going on with these things. They don't tell Nigerians. It's like we are just passengers, and our 4 refineries are not working. They are fixing it. They are not updating us on a weekly basis. This type of stuff, you should be updating us on a weekly basis on what is going on with the refineries. But they will not update us because they know they are not doing anything. They are busy stealing and stealing and stealing.
Just put it online. Progress level. This is where we are.
Exactly. You can even put it online if you are. So put it on your Twitter page or something. But they can't even do that. Ah, man, these people, I tell you, Nigeria is not that hard to run. These people are really not running the country well. It's not that hard to run. How many advisors? 20 advisors you employ. You can't. One of them cannot update Nigerians. Ah, God help us.
Even do you know what's funny? I was even laughing the other day. Remember, that when they were trying to rush to finish the so-called Lagos train line. Remember when they were rushing it?
Yeah,
that thing is not working yet, though.
The training.